Chapter 1. June 16, 2004. The Palace of Auburn Hills. As the final whistle blew, the Detroit Pistons triumphed over the Los Angeles Lakers with a score of 10,087 on their home court. The entire arena transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration, as Chauncey Billups was crowned Finals MVP for his stellar performance throughout the game. Amidst the exuberant congratulations from his teammates, Lin Yuan, the Pistons' waterboy, stood bewildered, gazing at the surrounding festivities. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Wasn't I watching the Olympics at home in 2024? Isn't this year supposed to feature a showdown between the Celtics and the Mavericks? After some time, he finally synchronized with the memories of this body. He, Lin Yuan, was a bench warmer for the Pistons. At 22 years old, standing 199 centimeters tall, he played as a forward. Though possessing commendable physical attributes, he found himself at the lower echelons of the highly competitive NBA. Due to head coach Larry Brown's reluctance to utilize newcomers, even the second overall pick, Malisic, was seldom played, leaving Lin Yuan with limited opportunities on the court. His appearances were mostly confined to garbage time, averaging only a few minutes per game. However, Lin Yuan seized the fleeting chances presented to him, shining during his rare moments on the floor. In one early season game that had been conceded, he scored 3 three-pointers in just 2 minutes of play. He also recorded 2 steals, astonishingly turning the tide for his team to secure a miraculous victory. This prompted Larry Brown to increase Lin Yuan's playing time appropriately. In his average of 34 minutes on the court, Lin Yuan efficiently amassed statistics of 5.4 points and 1.1 steals per game. This performance enabled him to remain on the final roster, earning a championship ring with the team. Yet, as the team led the series 31, his agent, Harris, cautioned him. Once the Pistons clinched the championship, they might attract veteran star players willing to take pay cuts to join, all in pursuit of a championship. The management would likely release Lin Yuan to create roster space, and he needed to prepare himself mentally for this possibility. Now, with the championship chase concluded, Lin Yuan had to ponder whether he would have a place in the league next season. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on winning the NBA championship, activating the data customization system. Current data total, 10 points. You may freely use these points during the games, with effects governed by causality, but must adhere to basketball logic. Lin Yuan rejoiced indeed. His journey through time had not been in vain. His standard issue system had finally arrived. Disregarding the jubilant shouts and photographs of his teammates, he stepped aside to explore the system's detailed introduction. The data customization system allowed Lin Yuan to exchange points for any statistical achievement. For instance, if he chose to use points for shooting, he would undoubtedly score. However, the system clarified that such statistics must remain logical. For example, if an opponent was shooting from 5 or 6 meters away, Lin Yuan could not use points to achieve a block. Similarly, standing inside the three-point line and expending 3 points would not grant him a three-pointer. Assists could not guarantee that a teammate would score, they merely ensured the successful delivery of the ball to their hands. Lin Yuan did not dwell on the specifics. The essence was clear. Statistical achievements had to align with basketball logic and could not be whimsically acquired. The most critical aspect was how to enhance his system data. According to the system's description, winning a game during the official season would elevate his total data by 1 point. However, this enhancement had an upper limit and could not be infinitely stacked. Presently, Lin Yuan's total data stood at 10 points, with a cap of 15 points. Thus, after securing 5 victories, he would be unable to increase his total further. To raise this limit, he needed to achieve additional accomplishments, such as personal honors, commercial achievements, breaking statistical records, or leading his team into the playoffs and ultimately to victory. This realization meant that irrespective of the circumstances, next season, he needed to join a strong team. After all, participating in an extra round of the playoffs would unlock significant data limits. Once the jubilant celebration subsided, Lin Yuan dialed his agent Harris. Lin, Dumas has informed me that you will be released next season, and we can start searching for a new team. Lin Yuan felt a tinge of regret. After all, the Pistons were poised to make a deep playoff run next season. Even without many personal accolades, merely being part of the team would unlock substantial data limits. Harris, could you inquire if any championship contending teams are interested in me? I do not seek a lucrative contract or lengthy terms. I only desire to join a strong team. Harris, clearly perplexed, failed to grasp Lin Yuan's intentions. Lin, you are currently in a growth phase. Joining a strong team may not significantly benefit your development. As a second-round pick, I would not command much attention anywhere. In a strong team, I could learn from the best. Lin Yuan offered a noble rationale. As for which teams constituted championship contenders, he suggested the Spurs, Heat, and Suns as options. Along with the Pistons, this comprised the prospective roster for the next season's Eastern Conference Finals. Harris was somewhat puzzled, sensing something unusual about this combination of teams. At this moment, he was unaware that Shaquille O'Neal would soon be traded to the Heat, nor did he realize that the Suns would rise powerfully under Nash's leadership. However, as a relatively inexperienced agent with limited resources, Harris relied on his proactive approach. He ended the call with Lin Yuan and began reaching out to various teams. Ultimately, the Spurs declined Lin Yuan's interest, and the Heat showed little enthusiasm as well. Lin Yuan speculated that Riley was likely focused on the discord within the Lakers, preparing to devote all his energy to acquiring O'Neal. For someone like Lin Yuan, a minor player, he was not worth expending much effort. Once O'Neal was secured, there would be no shortage of veteran minimum contracts available. Conversely, the Suns, coached by D'Antoni, expressed keen interest in Lin Yuan, whose speed and shooting ability suited their style. Since Lin Yuan was not pursuing financial gain or contract length, he persuaded the management to sign him for a one-year deal worth $650,000. Once Lin Yuan officially signed with the Suns, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. 1 year believed that within this time frame, he could elevate his data total to over 20 points. Reaching 30 was even within the realm of possibility. With such a distribution, whether 2010 or 15105, it would represent a standard all-star statistic. Thus, Lin Yuan grew increasingly eager for the upcoming season. Of course, during the offseason, the Suns made headlines by signing all-star guard Nash to a 4-year, $40 million contract. At this moment, no one could foresee that this nearly 30-year-old guard, released by Mark Cuban, would create a seismic impact across the entire league. On November 4, 2004, the new season's regular season officially commenced. This season, the Suns' starting lineup consisted of Stoudemire, Marion, Joe Johnson, Nash, and Richardson. The bench included Jim Jackson, Barbosa, McGrady, Smush Parker, among others. Lin Yuan found himself among the others. In the season's opening match, the Suns hosted the Hawks. The Hawks had only managed 28 victories the previous season, falling short of the Suns. This game was a classic mismatch. Before the game, D'Antoni approached the strategy session with a relaxed demeanor. After all, the Suns had bolstered their roster during the offseason, while the Hawks had made no significant changes. This match should pose little challenge. Lin Yuan relished such contests. The reason was straightforward: if they faced a strong team, he might not see any playing time. Moreover, the system stipulated that he could only increase his data total if he participated in a victory. Thus, facing the Hawks was a suitable matchup. As the game commenced, it unfolded as Lin Yuan had anticipated, with the Suns leading the Hawks 64-35 by halftime. Given this scenario, D'Antoni was pleased to utilize the newcomers more extensively. Midway through the third quarter, Lin Yuan finally received his opportunity to play. Data Customization System. Level 1. Data Total, 1015. Unlock Limit Tasks. Personal Data, not achieved. Personal Honors, not achieved. Team Achievements, not achieved. Commercial Achievements, not achieved. Skills, not unlocked. Lin Yuan gazed at his panel, already formulating strategies for leveraging the system. As the game resumed, it was the Suns' turn to take possession. The Barbosa organization initiated an offensive maneuver, and upon the ball reaching Lin Yuan's hands, he executed a crisp and decisive three-point shot. It was a success. At that moment, the team's management and Coach D'Antoni were undoubtedly assessing the capabilities of these newcomers. It was imperative to seize the moment and leave a profound impression on them. During the Hawks' possession, Kenny Anderson dribbled past half-court. Lin Yuan proactively approached him. At this juncture, neither teammates nor opponents paid much attention, assuming it was merely a routine delay. However, as Anderson drew closer to Lin Yuan, he activated the system. Steal 1. Anderson, in a moment of carelessness, lost control of the ball, which Lin Yuan seized with determination. Lin Yuan had anticipated this situation. He effortlessly dribbled past half-court and scored against an open basket. After all, being selected in the second round indicated he possessed a certain level of skill. It was inconceivable for him to squander an open layup without executing a play. FCK, Anderson exclaimed in frustration, shaking his hand, taken aback by such an inexplicable blunder. D'Antoni nodded slightly from the sidelines, quite pleased with Lin Yuan's initial performance. This was precisely Lin Yuan's strategy. The total of 10 data points from the system was not particularly substantial if all were expended on scoring or rebounding. Their impact would remain unnoticed. Conversely, utilizing them for steals could yield remarkable results. Just as he effortlessly scored those 2 points earlier without depleting any system points. It was indeed the most rational method of utilization. In the subsequent possessions, Lin Yuan refrained from overshadowing others. At such a time, it was essential to afford his teammates opportunities to shine. Otherwise, should he evoke envy, the coach would have to consider the atmosphere within the locker room. After 3 minutes on the court, Lin Yuan sank another three-pointer before being substituted. Thereafter, he did not re-enter the game. As the match concluded, the Suns undoubtedly emerged victorious. Lin Yuan's total data points amounted to 11. A promising debut. In the following matches, the Suns embarked on a 4-game road trip in the East. In the preceding 3 encounters, they triumphed over the 76ers, Nets, and Bulls, each victory being a resounding one. Lin Yuan's total data points escalated to 14. On November 11th, the team was set to face the Cleveland Cavaliers in a back-to-back away game. Should they secure a victory, Lin Yuan's total data points would reach the upper limit. He harbored a strong desire to achieve a personal breakthrough in this game. "Coach, I am a peer of LeBron, and facing the first overall pick, I wish for increased playing time to prove that I am equally capable." Lin Yuan, for the first time, proactively requested to play, using James as a reference. D'Antoni regarded Lin Yuan throughout the initial 4 games of the season. Lin Yuan had averaged 7 points and 4 steals, far exceeding his expectations. This made Lin Yuan particularly agreeable in D'Antoni's eyes. "Very well, I will consider it based on the flow of the game." At the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, the spotlight on this match was exceedingly bright. On one side stood the chosen one, James, and on the other, the splendidly transformed Suns. Even before the game commenced, it sparked fervent discussions among countless fans and commentators. As anticipated, the match lived up to the fans' expectations, with no significant scoring gap emerging at the outset. The score remained tightly contested. At the end of the first quarter, the Cavaliers led 24-23, and the Suns struggled to counter the performances of Big Z, James, and Gooden. Upon returning for the second quarter, both teams resumed their starting lineups. As the players took the court, D'Antoni pondered Lin Yuan's proactive request to compete. "Lin, it's your turn. Be yourself, and make the Cavaliers regret not selecting you with the first overall pick." Thus, Lin Yuan replaced Richardson, taking on the shooting guard role. Nash orchestrated the play as the players swiftly crossed half-court. After several passes, the ball found its way to Lin Yuan. Without hesitation, he launched a quick three-pointer at McInnes. It swished through the net. As the teammates returned on defense, they exchanged high-fives with Lin Yuan in the process. After several games of collaboration, the teammates had grown accustomed to Lin Yuan's reliable shooting. Transitioning to offense, Lin Yuan continued to match up against McInnes. Just as before, once the ball reached McInnes, it was as though it had found its way to Lin Yuan. For the fast-paced Suns, once teammates witnessed Lin Yuan's successful steal, they swiftly positioned themselves for the next phase of play. With a long pass to the backcourt, they scored 2 points. Within 30 seconds of the second quarter commencing, Lin Yuan had already contributed 5 points to the team's tally. Subsequently, Lin Yuan refrained from relying solely on the system for scoring, opting instead to seize opportunities for steals. Each steal translated into an offensive chance. Before long, the Suns had established a double-digit lead. After 7 minutes on the court, when he exited, the Suns' advantage had reached 14 points. "Well done, Lin. Do you know that you achieved 6 steals in a single quarter?" D'Antoni patted Lin on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction with his performance. Lin Yuan was still contemplating matters concerning the system. The record for the most steals in a single quarter in NBA history was established by Fat Lever, with 8 steals, while the overall record for steals in a game was held by Ricky Berry, with 11. Since Lin Yuan had already made a three-pointer, the most he could achieve was to match the 11 steals. His only hope was to break the single-quarter record. "Coach, please let me back on the court later. I wish to see if I can surpass the single-game record." After a moment's consideration, D'Antoni acquiesced to this request. Typically, when a player aims to set a record, the team is eager to support them, especially given that they were currently ahead, a lead in which Lin Yuan had played a significant role. Thus, after a brief intermission of 1.5 minutes, Lin Yuan returned to the game. With the assistance of the system, he effortlessly secured 3 steals, thereby breaking the single-quarter record. The remainder of the match unfolded without much noteworthy commentary, as the Suns maintained a firm advantage, ultimately winning with a commanding score of 114-97. After the game, during the customary tribute between players, LeBron James took the initiative to congratulate Lin Yuan. "Lin, my good brother, congratulations on breaking the NBA historical record." Given that they were contemporaries, Lin Yuan reciprocated James' enthusiasm while pondering whether this historic milestone might prompt James to invite him to play some casual basketball together. In the stands of the Quicken Loans Arena, 2 individuals were engaged in hushed conversation. "Director Hu, what are your thoughts on Lin Yuan?" Is President Ding interested in him? He is not a Chinese national. He may hold value for your entire brand, but cannot play for the national basketball team, one remarked. The individual referred to as President Ding was the general manager of the renowned Chinese sports brand Anta, accompanied by the deputy director of the Basketball Association. Their trip to the United States was primarily to observe Yao Ming's performance, but they also took the opportunity to watch Lin Yuan play. President Ding smiled and replied, "After all, he is of Chinese descent. There is potential for collaboration. Making some sacrifices in preparation for the 2008 Olympics is acceptable." Director Hu pondered, "Let's wait and see." Lin Yuan possesses commendable skills, yet he was not cultivated by our national system. If he were to sacrifice his NBA career for the national team, would he agree? Moreover, if there is insufficient synergy, I would prefer to place my bets on Yi Jianlian from Guangdong. President Ding nodded in agreement. Then let us observe further. Newcomers will continue to develop. Ding, you have successfully broken the NBA historical record for steals in a single quarter. Data cap increased by 2. Note, the first time a record of this type is broken, the cap increases by 2. The second time, it increases by 1, with a maximum of 2 increments. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that exploiting a bug was rather unlikely. Following this match victory, Lin Yuan's total statistics ascended to 15-17. Merely 2 more wins would see him reach the pinnacle once again. To further elevate his limits, he needed to accomplish a greater number of tasks. However, personal accolades and team achievements could not be attained in the short term. Commercial value, on the other hand, was somewhat more accessible. He dialed the number of his agent. "Harris, is there an endorsement contract in the pipeline for me?" Since Lin Yuan's entry into the NBA, there had indeed been a few endorsement agreements offered. Yet, these were primarily from businesses within the Chinese community, restaurants and travel agencies, none exceeding $10,000. He had previously turned down even those offers, leading to his current lack of any endorsements. "I was just about to call you. After you broke the record yesterday, Reebok presented a 2-year contract worth $600,000 for footwear." "Only $600,000? Lin, you know that given the current market rates, this is considered quite generous. Especially when you factor in." Harris trailed off, but Lin Yuan comprehended the implication. Reebok had savored success after snatching Yao Ming from Nike, which led them to regard Lin Yuan with heightened esteem. Essentially, were it not for his Chinese heritage, Reebok likely would not have extended even this offer. This contract was evidently unacceptable, and Lin Yuan relinquished any fantasies of completing numerous tasks in the near future. Progress must be made step by step. Thus, he redirected his focus to the court. In the subsequent games, D'Antoni placed significantly more trust in Lin Yuan. His playing time gradually increased from 3 to 4 minutes to approximately 10 minutes. Lin Yuan typically employs the system's capabilities to secure the first shot, interspersed with his own offensive prowess. As a result, even if his shooting ability is not exceptionally strong, he still presents a remarkably efficient performance, averaging 10 points and 3 steals per game. Throughout each match, Lin Yuan has never fully utilized the system's data. In critical moments of intense competition, the remaining data can be reserved for pivotal shots. A single game-winning shot leaves a more lasting impression than merely averaging a few additional points. As December unfolds, the Suns have achieved an impressive record of 13 wins and 2 losses, far surpassing the rest of the league and catching everyone by surprise. During this period, Lin Yuan has broken the record for steals in a single quarter and set 2 new records for steals in a single game, bringing his total statistics to 20 points. With elevated stats, there is no need to be overly meticulous. By mid-December, Lin Yuan experiences a small surge in performance, consistently reaching levels of 15 points, 5 steals, and 2 assists. Of course, a significant portion of those 15 points comes from easy scores following steals. If he were to unleash his full potential and exhaust his data, his performance would be even more impressive. Nevertheless, this is already sufficient, as Lin Yuan's outstanding performance has finally drawn attention. Teams have begun to focus on his style of play. However, overall, the spotlight remains on the Suns' MSN trio of Nash, Stoudemire, and Marion. Many assert that it is due to these players absorbing the offensive pressure that Lin Yuan has been able to shine. On December 29th, the Suns faced the Spurs on their home court. At this juncture, the Suns led the league with a record of 20 wins and 4 losses, while the Spurs stood second with 18 wins and 6 losses. Many regarded this matchup as a preview of the Western Conference Finals. From the outset, this game captured the attention of the entire league. TNT commentator Barkley candidly stated, "Let us see which is mightier, the Suns' spear or the Spurs' shield." On the court, The Suns' starting lineup featured Stoudemire, Marion, Johnson, Richardson, and Nash. The Spurs countered with Nestorovic, Duncan, Bowen, Ginobili, and Parker. In terms of star power, the Spurs were undoubtedly on par with the Suns, if not slightly superior. Duncan, recognized as the premier power forward, needs no introduction. Parker has matured significantly over the years, while Ginobili's leadership in guiding Argentina to victory over the Dream Team during the offseason showcased his prowess, which belies his reputation. As the game commenced, both teams exchanged points vigorously. The first quarter transformed into a showcase between Stoudemire and Duncan, with both players delivering remarkable performances. At the end of the quarter, the Suns held a narrow lead of 35-32. The second quarter began with a dramatic shift in momentum. Coach Popovich made strategic adjustments, and Bowen along with Horry disrupted Nash's rhythm, unsettling the Suns' offensive flow. Parker relentlessly attacked the Suns' relatively weak defense, quickly turning the score in favor of the Spurs, extending their lead to 5 points. Despite Coach D'Antoni calling multiple timeouts, none proved effective. Lin, prepare to enter the game. Lin Yuan is about to take the court. In the stands, General Manager Antad Ding and Director Hu of the Basketball Association were in attendance. This highly anticipated matchup was a test. If Lin could perform similarly against the Spurs, or even slightly less effectively, he would be worthy of recruitment. Let us refrain from hasty conclusions. Let us see how the game unfolds. I find it splendid. Lin Yuan made his signature entrance with a three-pointer. On the court, Bowen looked at Lin, standing 2 meters away, and shrugged helplessly. As a potential rival in the Western Conference, Popovich had meticulously studied the Suns. He had also paid considerable attention to the sophomore Lin Yuan, realizing that D'Antoni viewed Lin as a pivotal factor in altering the game's trajectory. He instructed Bowen to closely guard Lin, aiming to extinguish the Suns' spirit. Unexpectedly, Lin, upon receiving the ball, began to backpedal, creating space. He retreated several steps beyond the three-point line. Bowen, failing to keep pace, was caught off guard as Lin confidently sank a shot. The ball changed possession, and Parker initiated the offense, with Lin approaching him. Are you preparing to steal the ball from me? I won't make any rookie mistakes. Parker, having reviewed Lin's steal tapes, felt underwhelmed by Lin's capabilities, attributing his previous success to mere opponent errors. Undeterred by the court banter, Lin did not indulge in such antics. Steal, 1. Just as Parker was about to respond, his wrist faltered, and the basketball slipped from his grasp. Lin, ever ready, intercepted it and charged toward the opposing basket. With an open shot, he scored 2 points, tying the game. What hesitation remains? Let us engage directly with Lin Yuan. Mr. Ding could hardly contain his impatience, eager to make contact at once. I understand your urgency, but please, exercise a bit of patience. Whom are you intending to reach out to? Lin Yuan is currently on the court. Should you attempt to contact his agent? Would the agent even handle matters pertaining to naturalization? Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire discreetly and ascertain the whereabouts of his parents. Establishing communication with them would be most advantageous. The two were whispering to each other in the stands, while on the court, the tides of the game shifted dramatically. In the ensuing rounds, the Spurs suffered a series of turnovers. Whenever the basketball found its way into Parker's hands, Lin Yuan would effortlessly snatch it away. On one occasion, Parker appeared to be so rattled that upon receiving the ball, he instinctively prepared to pass it to Ginobili, only for that very pass to land directly in Lin Yuan's embrace. Thus, the Suns reclaimed the lead in the latter half of the second quarter, finishing the half ahead of the Spurs by a margin of 8 points, with a score of 69-61. Lin Yuan achieved an impressive record of 9 points and 6 assists, effectively extinguishing the Spurs' offensive fervor. As the second half commenced, both teams reinstated their starting players. Throughout the entirety of the fourth quarter, the Spurs struggled to narrow the score gap. It was during this critical period that D'Antoni decided to reintroduce Lin Yuan to the game. With the assistance of the system and his own exceptional basketball skills, Lin Yuan continuously helped his team widen the score gap. Ultimately, the Suns triumphed over the second-ranked Spurs with a resounding score of 127-106. Lin Yuan achieved an impressive tally of 17 points, 11 steals, and 3 assists, emerging as the standout contributor in the match. The rare double-double in steals is a remarkable feat within the league, and this performance catapulted Lin Yuan into the limelight. Coaches across the league have instructed their assistants to review footage of the 18th player from the Suns. For the team managers, Lin Yuan's one-year contract with the Suns signifies that he will become a free agent at the season's end. Consequently, he has become a focal point on the watch lists of various managers. According to Agent Harris, his phone has been inundated with inquiries. Many teams are eager to ascertain Lin Yuan's willingness to join them for the next season, with even the Suns expressing interest in reaching a verbal agreement for a contract extension. However, Harris has rebuffed these overtures, emphasizing that Lin Yuan is currently focused on excelling in each game and contract discussions will resume in the offseason. Despite securing a resounding victory, the Suns were cast into shadow by an unforeseen incident. Nash suffered an ankle strain after unintentionally stepping on Bowen's foot during the game. Fortunately, the Spurs and Bowen exhibited considerable leniency. Otherwise, had the Spurs filed a complaint with the league, Nash might have faced a suspension for the alleged foul. In light of Nash's absence, both the team management and commentators within the league believed that, given the Suns' depth, they could maintain a commendable performance. However, the reality proved otherwise, as the following matches saw the Suns struggle considerably. On December 31st, they narrowly defeated the Hornets 103-101. On January 3rd, they succumbed to the Trailblazers 94-110. On January 5th, they edged past the Timberwolves 118-117. While their record of 2 wins and 1 loss may appear satisfactory, a closer examination reveals a laborious path to victory and a painful loss. Without Nash's orchestrating presence, the Suns found themselves ensnared in a series of isolation plays, losing their previous fluid rhythm. Had it not been for D'Antoni's renewed trust in Lin Yuan, whose timely steals frequently disrupted the opposition's tempo, the Suns might have faced a disheartening 3-game losing streak. This outcome astonished media commentators, prompting them to reassess Nash's significance. Originally, Nash was a frontrunner in the MVP rankings, albeit with a tenuous lead. Following these recent games, he has surged ahead, leaving his peers far behind. Lin, prepare to start against the Rockets tomorrow in the back-to-back challenge. Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement within, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he realized he had garnered the trust of the head coach. Excellent. I shall exert all my abilities to assist the team. In this match, your task is to tightly contain McGrady. If McGrady is neutralized, the Rockets will have already lost half the battle. Is it illegal to do that in America? D'Antoni replied, I am uncertain. Us Italians do not possess such ferocity. Where is your hometown in Italy? Sicily. The following day, even before the match commenced, the anticipation was already palpable. This fervor was not merely attributed to McGrady and the Suns, but rather to Yao Ming and Lin Yuan. Since Yao Ming's entry into the NBA, the expansion of the Chinese market within the league has proceeded exceedingly smoothly. This has led Stern to hope for an influx of more Chinese players into the league. Although Lin Yuan is American, he possesses the quintessential features of a Chinese individual. Stern eagerly anticipated a grand showdown between Yao and Lin, hoping to create another wave of excitement in China. In the CCTC studio, Coach Zhang was preparing his predictions for the game. I hold a strong belief in the Rockets' success in this matchup. The contest between the Rockets and the Suns is essentially a battle of pace. Whoever dictates the tempo will seize the advantage. With Nash sidelined due to injury, the Suns' offensive rhythm will be hindered, forcing them to rely solely on individual prowess. In this regard, the Rockets evidently have the upper hand. Superstars McGrady and Yao Ming can easily overpower Stoudemire and Joe Johnson. Howard is hardly inferior to Marion, and the combination of Sura and Wesley holds its own against Richardson and Barbosa of the Suns. The audience is in for a treat, as they will witness a resounding victory by the Rockets. What do we see? Lin Yuan as a starter? As the game commenced, the Rockets starting lineup featured Yao Ming, Howard, McGrady, Wesley, and Sura, while the Suns fielded their quartet alongside Lin Yuan. The tip-off between Stoudemire and Yao Ming, both powerhouses of 2002, favored the Rockets. Sura dribbled past half-court and promptly delivered the ball to McGrady. As a 2-time scoring champion and the Rockets star, McGrady is the most trusted player among his teammates. All right. McGrady at the top of the arc, surveying the court, while Yao makes his move inside. Give it to Yao. The Rockets must persist in exploiting this focal point. What is McGrady waiting for? The ball was intercepted. Coach Zhang rubbed his forehead. McGrady's performance seemed off since he stepped onto the court. On the court, Marion received a long pass from Lin Yuan and executed a thunderous dunk, marking a strong opening for the Suns. Lin Yuan shrugged. Such was the prowess of McGrady. Even when intercepted, he could effectively delay Lin Yuan, thwarting his fast break attempts. Fortunately, the other members of the Suns had become accustomed to executing fast breaks. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan's attempted steal, they had already begun their offensive rush. Thus, they secured the score. The game continued, and the Rockets reorganized their offense. Despite an initial turnover, Which might appear concerning, it bore little consequence. As long as they persisted in exploiting Yao Ming's position, the Suns would struggle to defend against them. Bob Sura handled the ball, positioning Yao Ming in the paint, calling for the pass. The delivery from Sura was assured. But wait, was he intercepted once more? On the court, this time Lin Yuan seized the opportunity for a fast break, effortlessly scoring 2 points. Jeff Van Gundy furrowed his brow, running his fingers through his thick hair, and began to issue commands fervently from the sidelines. After 2 consecutive turnovers, tension enveloped the entire Rockets team. McGrady once again dribbled, preparing to orchestrate the offense, fully aware that he could not afford to grant Lin Yuan any further chances. However, the situation did not unfold as McGrady had anticipated. Lin Yuan once again utilized the system's functionality, executing a steal with precision. McGrady lost his footing momentarily, nearly losing his balance, but as he forcefully steadied himself, the ball had already slipped from his grasp. Lin Yuan graciously accepted McGrady's goodwill. This time, the Rockets' defensive transition was swift, preventing the Suns from seizing any fast break opportunities. After a sequence of ball movement, Johnson successfully sank a three-pointer from the corner. In the opening 3 exchanges, the Suns established a 7-0 lead over the Rockets. Frustrated, Van Gundy called a timeout to recalibrate their strategy. "You absolutely must not allow any more turnovers. I simply cannot comprehend how Lin possesses such formidable stealing skills. Yet each of you falters in his presence. Stay focused. Ensure your success rate. I believe in your capabilities." As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. McGrady dribbled once more toward Lin Yuan. In the central broadcasting studio, Director Zhang took a sip of water before continuing his commentary. Observe as McGrady approaches Lin Yuan. This time, he is exceedingly astute. He positions himself neither too far nor too close, just a step beyond. For Lin to attempt a steal, he must advance, thus risking a positional error, allowing McGrady to glide past him effortlessly. Professor Su nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Director Zhang, if McGrady secures an open opportunity, he can easily pass to Yao Ming." However, Professor Su was momentarily rendered speechless. Director Zhang continued his eloquent analysis. "See, Lin Yuan is undoubtedly contemplating how to intercept the ball, yet he finds himself in a predicament. McGrady denies him any openings, persistently dribbling and searching for the right moment, waiting for Lin to overcommit in his pursuit of a steal. Suddenly, a whistle blew. "What is this? A 24-second violation?" Professor Su exclaimed in disbelief. "McGrady didn't allow Lin to steal the ball, yet after all that dribbling, I expected a last-second shot, only to realize he simply ran out the entire 24 seconds? Van Gundy, in a fit of fury, hurled the tactical board aside. As McGrady approached Lin Yuan, the latter remained remarkably still, merely observing McGrady's self-satisfied dribbling. Ultimately, as the clock wound down, possession shifted. D'Antoni nodded slightly, realizing that Lin Yuan could indeed be utilized in this manner. He perceived that Lin Yuan's prowess in stealing the ball exerted significant psychological pressure on his opponents, resulting in unforced errors. The subsequent phase of the game returned to a semblance of normalcy. After all, these were professional athletes, unlikely to falter in the same area 5 times. The Rockets adapted their strategy. Whenever the ball reached Lin Yuan's assigned opponent, they either executed a direct shot or swiftly passed the ball away. In essence, they afforded Lin Yuan no opportunities. However, this approach disrupted the Rockets' own rhythm. By the end of the first quarter, they found themselves trailing by a substantial 14 points, with a score of 19-33. The opening quarter set the tone, and throughout the ensuing match, Van Gundy made continual tactical adjustments. Towards the end of the third quarter, thanks to McGrady's efficient performance, they managed to narrow the deficit to within 5 points. Yet, upon Lin Yuan's re-entry onto the court, he sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, delivering a chilling blow to the Rockets. Ultimately, the contest concluded with the Suns triumphing over the Rockets, 117-105. Lin Yuan played a pivotal role in the competition, achieving an impressive record of 18 points, 8 steals, and 4 assists with 7 successful shots out of 9 attempts. After the match, Yao Ming took the initiative to embrace Lin Yuan for a photograph. After all, as fellow Chinese, the connection feels much more intimate. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Lin Yuan, there are individuals who wish to arrange a meeting with you. I wonder if you have the time? Lin Yuan smiled and remarked, if Diao personally extends an invitation, he must certainly have the time. It is likely that domestic businesses are seeking collaboration with me, and Diao is here to facilitate this connection. This is a positive development, and I must attend. An hour later, Lin Yuan found himself in a private room, where he met the parties involved. Allow me to introduce you. This is Director Hu from the Basketball Association and General Ding from INTA. Director Hu got straight to the point. Lin Yuan, if we wish for you to join the national team and serve your country, would you be willing? Of course, I would be willing, Lin Yuan replied. Though there are matters concerning nationality. You need not worry, Director Hu reassured. If you are willing, we can resolve these issues. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Having spent decades in his previous life as a citizen of Huaguo, he found it quite challenging to adapt to his newfound identity as an American after his transmigration. Director Hu had not anticipated that the discussion would proceed so smoothly. Regarding Lin Yuan's naturalization, there were no obstacles from the state, as he was undoubtedly a genuine Chinese. As long as Lin Yuan consented, the matter was essentially settled. The remaining task was merely to determine the specifics of the process. If you have any thoughts, please feel free to share them all. Lin Yuan chuckled and said, I indeed have a condition. General Manager Ding straightened his posture. The matter of naturalized players is one that the Basketball Association cannot directly profit from. It is typically companies that engage in commercial endorsements. General Manager Ding is here to facilitate this grand initiative. As for whether assisting the Basketball Association in achieving its goals will yield additional benefits, that remains to be seen based on the private discussions between Director Hu and General Manager Ding. General Manager Ding is already prepared for substantial investment. My condition is this. I play for the championship. We must secure a gold medal on the international stage. Director Hu, General Manager Ding. And even the great Yao found themselves inadvertently expressing their doubts. Is there someone who would propose conditions like this? Coughing lightly, General Manager Ding continued, Of course. Winning the gold medal is our objective. However, why not elaborate on how this pertains to you? General Manager Ding took the lead in the conversation, for instance. Regarding the endorsement contract, there is no need for a contract. I believe that within a season at most, there will be those clamoring for my endorsement. Whoever I endorse will owe their gratitude to us. I simply wish for you to prioritize the pursuit of the gold medal. Director Hu scratched his head. Our goal has always been to win the gold medal, hasn't he it? Lin Yuan shook his head and remarked, I do not believe that you genuinely think the men's basketball team can clinch the gold medal. Surely, you must feel that reaching the top 8 would suffice as an accomplishment. Of course, I firmly agree that we should not aim for unattainable heights. However, the upcoming 2008 Olympics will be held right in our backyard. Have you contemplated the significance of winning the championship on home soil? Director Hu pondered for a moment, struggling to grasp Lin Yuan's underlying message. After all, whether or not a gold medal is secured, is it not Lin Yuan himself who must achieve it? I trust that if we play our best, we can certainly attain that gold medal. Our efforts in naturalizing you are part of this endeavor as well. In the past, Lin Yuan would have shown little interest in conversing at length with those who were predatory in nature. Yet, considering that the 2008 Olympics are taking place at home, he found himself with considerably more patience. This, however, is still far from sufficient. With just myself and Yao Ming hoping to defeat the American team, we might be overreaching. We need more individuals to step forward and gain experience in higher leagues, as this is essential for better self-development. We cannot hoard promising talents and impose various stringent conditions. Otherwise, we will truly be left without hope. Lin Yuan reminisced about De Gee's situation, noting that he endured unwarranted criticism due to his experiences in the NBA. Such circumstances are detrimental to the cultivation of a new generation of mainstays in men's basketball. It is not that there is a lack of promising talent. Even if they cannot compete in the NBA, opportunities abound in European and Australian leagues. Director Hu began to calculate the possibilities. Currently, it appears that Lin Yuan has significant potential for growth, should he indeed evolve into a star player, combined with emerging talents like Yi Jianlian, Chen Zhenghua, and Sun Yu. Alongside seasoned veterans such as Li Nan and De Ji, there may indeed be a chance for success. I am, in principle, inclined to agree with your request. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. Does he truly agree in principle, but oppose in practice? Perhaps he will simply forget about it upon returning. After all, I am merely the deputy director. I must persuade others when I return. The domestic professional leagues have invested so much, and they must ensure their box office revenue. One cannot simply send out a promising talent. Furthermore, the level of domestic leagues is continuously improving. It is not incapable of fostering talent. Wasn't Yao Ming also a product of our domestic system? I shall endeavor to advocate for this as best as I can. Lin Yuan was no longer inclined to engage in such verbal games with these officials. He stated directly, in the 2006 World Championship, "I assure you that the national team will reach the semifinals or even clinch the championship. If this can be achieved, you shall fulfill your promise. And all talent development shall be geared towards preparing for the 2008 Olympics. If it cannot be done, consider my words unspoken." The 2006 World Championship was pivotal for securing qualification for the 2008 Olympics. Wang Shipeng's dramatic victory over Slovenia remains a cherished memory for a generation of Chinese fans. Historically, China finished in 15th place in that tournament, and Lin Yuan's bold declaration of a top-4 finish truly astonished everyone. Director, who paused for a moment, nodded, and replied, "All right. You make a valid point. Let us proceed as you have suggested. I, too, hope for a commendable outcome in the Olympics." With the critical matters addressed, the group began to engage in amiable conversation. During the meal, General Manager Ding took the initiative to invite Lin Yuan to endorse Ta. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "President Ding, signing with me now is a gamble, isn't it? If you offer me too much, it poses a significant risk. If you offer me too little, I would feel at a loss. Shall we perhaps wait a bit longer? Until the next season?" President Ding was taken aback by Lin Yuan's unexpected refusal. "I admit there is an element of risk in my decision, but your rejection has only solidified my conviction. I firmly believe that you will undoubtedly reach the all-star level. How does a 2-year contract worth 100 million sound to you?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. What President Ding referred to was undoubtedly the renminbi, which translates to over $13 million. This sum is quite substantial, ranking among the larger endorsement contracts in the entire NBA. While it may pale in comparison to Yao Ming's deal with Reebok, the early access to funds can indeed yield significant financial growth, thereby enhancing the contract's overall value. Since President Ding has made such an offer, I shall accept it. Haha, splendid. Let us raise a glass. Following the conclusion of the game against the Rockets, the team enjoyed a 2-day respite before facing off against the Clippers and the Pacers in back-to-back matches. They achieved a record of 1 victory and 1 defeat. However, in their bout against the newly strengthened Heat, bolstered by the acquisition of Shaquille O'Neal, they suffered a loss by a margin of 20 points. The team's performance began to decline. As Lin Yuan's reputation as the king of steals grew, opposing teams deliberately maintained a distance from him, making his straightforward steals increasingly difficult. After all, such statistics are not solely reliant on one's efforts, they also require the opponent's negligence. Once their focus intensifies, the task becomes considerably more challenging. Presently, Lin Yuan often finds himself striving to dislodge the ball from his adversaries amid fierce competition, yet this does not guarantee possession for his team. Consequently, Lin Yuan has refrained from employing steals and instead actively contributed to the offense. This adjustment allows him to compensate for the shortfall in offensive firepower. But substituting for Nash's role as the playmaker is beyond his capabilities. Fortunately, after suffering another defeat to the Jazz, Nash made his triumphant return from injury, prompting a collective sigh of relief from everyone, except for Lin Yuan. As a season participant, Lin Yuan was acutely aware that the Suns would likely endure a dismal season in the absence of Nash. However, his mere presence has ensured that a consecutive losing streak was avoided, which has already surpassed expectations. During this period, Lin Yuan's contract with Ta was finally finalized. Based on the current exchange rate between RMB and USD, it amounts to approximately $6 million per year. This achievement has enabled Lin Yuan to fulfill a new commercial success task. The system stipulates that each category of commercial achievement is calculated on an annual average basis, with each $1 million in endorsements adding 1 to the data cap. Consequently, this contract has augmented Lin Yuan's data cap by 6 points. Should Lin Yuan secure a $10 million endorsement in the future, it would not grant an additional 10 points, but rather a mere 4. Lin Yuan comprehends this limitation, as it is inherently linked to a basketball-related system. While commercial value is one of the criteria for assessment, it cannot be deemed the primary standard. Nevertheless, the increase of 6 points to the data cap is indeed substantial. Following Nash's return, the Suns achieved an impressive record of 8 wins and 1 loss in the remaining games of January. Lin Yuan's data limit of 26 points was quickly reached. "A sudden downpour has confined me here, and your indifferent expression fills me with sorrow. Despite the June rain, I have not given up, nor will I depart from you, even if separation looms." Within the apartment, the theme song of a television drama echoes, as the production by Tangerine Entertainment, Xianjian, debuts across major networks, sparking a viewing frenzy. Lin Yuan had certainly watched this television drama in his previous life, yet nearly 2 decades have elapsed since then. Now, with the premiere airing, he is perfectly positioned to revisit it. Recently, Lin Yuan's spirits have been high. The team's performance has shown remarkable consistency, and following Nash's return, their success has been unparalleled. Over the course of a month, they have suffered only 2 defeats, achieving an impressive record of 43 wins and 11 losses before the All-Star game. Most importantly, Lin Yuan has been selected for the All-Star three-point contest due to his exceptional shooting ability. Additionally, his outstanding performance this season has earned him the opportunity to represent the sophomore class in the Rookie Challenge. While these events may not be the main All-Star game, they still offer him a valuable boost to his overall statistics. Coupled with the Suns' current team performance, Lin Yuan swiftly reached the maximum system data of 28 points. Data Customization System Level 1 Total Data 2,828 Unlockable Tasks. Individual Data Single Quarter Steal Record, Single Game Steal Record. Individual Honors, Unachieved Team Achievements, Non-Commercial Achievements, 6 million Endorsement Contract Skills, unlocked with this data panel. Lin Yuan is confident that the championship in the three-point contest is virtually assured. He remains curious, however, about the potential for additional rewards. As of now, the system level remains at level 1. Lin Yuan was eager to discover what new abilities would be unlocked upon breaking through to level 2. On February 19th, the All-Star weekend arrived, with the Rookie Challenge following the Celebrity Challenge. The second-year team, led by James and Anthony, faced off against the first-year team, spearheaded by Howard. Following last season's Rookie Challenge, which devolved into a mere dunk contest with neither side playing defense, the league had issued criticisms. This time, however, the participants approached the Rookie Challenge with utmost seriousness. Lin Yuan, seizing his limited playing time, unleashed a flurry of three-point shots, achieving an astonishing 9 out of 9, amassing a total of 27 points. Yet, this was still eclipsed by Anthony's remarkable 31 points, ultimately securing the MVP title of the rookie game for Anthony. Naturally, with the All-Star event taking place in Denver, Lin Yuan had not anticipated claiming it for himself. The following day, the participants in the three-point contest included not only Lin Yuan and his teammate Johnson, but also notable players such as Ray Allen, Korver, Walsh Leonard, and Radmanovic. Prior to entering the competition venue, Lin Yuan spotted Yao Ming engaged in conversation. After exchanging greetings with Yao, he was about to proceed into the arena when he suddenly recognized the individual speaking with Yao. Li Xiaoyao? Indeed, it was you. Opposite Yao stood Hu Good, the actor portraying Li Xiaoyao. Lin Yuan conversed with him for a while and learned that the copyright for The Legend of Sword and Fairy had been sold to the United States, and the cast had come here to partake in promotional activities. Coincidentally, it coincided with the All-Star weekend, so everyone traveled to Denver to watch the game. Has the entire cast of The Legend of Sword and Fairy arrived? Lin Yuan expressed his curiosity. Hu Good chuckled and said, "Just tell me who you wish to inquire about. Is there any doubt?" "It must be Liu Yifei," Yao teased. "Actually, that's not the case. I'm wondering if Zhang Xin has arrived," Lin Yuan replied. At that moment, Liu Yifei was merely 18 years old, appearing to Lin Yuan as a young girl yet to blossom. Conversely, it was Zhang Xin who captivated Lin Yuan's interest even more. Zhang Xin was the lead in this production, yet she had not yet made her appearance. Lin Yuan expresses a tinge of regret, realizing that opportunities may have to be sought in the future. Lin Yuan, may you triumph in today's competition and seize the championship. Lin Yuan chuckled. "If I win the championship, I shall treat you all to a meal. You promised, and we are quite a crowd. Rest assured, I can afford it. If not, there's always Big Yao to cover the bill." After a few light-hearted exchanges, Lin Yuan proceeded to prepare for the competition. In truth, he had little need for warm-up. He merely intended to convey a sense of seriousness. As the competition commenced, several contestants took to the stage in succession. The rules of the three-point contest dictated that each participant would shoot 5 basketballs from 5 distinct positions, with a standard shot earning 2 points. The maximum score attainable was 30 points. The first to compete was Johnson, who exhibited commendable form in his initial round, successfully sinking 3 colored balls and 17 regular balls, resulting in a score of 23 points. Next up was Korver, whose performance was slightly lacking, managing to secure only 21 points in his first round. The third contestant was the supersonic star, Ray Allen. True to his reputation as one of the league's most formidable three-point shooters, Allen achieved an impressive score of 25 points in his opening round. Now it was Lin Yuan's turn. A notable aspect of the three-point contest was that each three-pointer counted as a single point. Thus, Lin Yuan's system only consumed 1 point for his efforts. Lin Yuan utilized the system at the first two shooting positions, achieving a perfect score of 12 points. Subsequently, at the central shooting point, he opted to rely on his instinct, attempting 4 regular shots, of which he successfully made 1. Lin Yuan gently shook his head, realizing that excessive reliance on the system had somewhat diminished his shooting prowess. All subsequent shots were executed using the system, culminating in a final score of 27 points. Lin Yuan, after an abysmal performance from Leonard, who scored a mere 19 points, and Radmanovic with 22 points, concluded the first round with the top 3 players, Lin Yuan, Ray Allen, and Johnson, advancing to the next stage. As the second round commenced, Lin Yuan took the first shot. This segment is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling narrative. On the sidelines, in the stands, and before screens, countless spectators were captivated by Lin Yuan's shooting. Swish, swish, swish. Initially, the gravity of the situation eluded the audience, who assumed Lin Yuan was merely in exceptional form. However, as he continued to shoot, by the time he launched his 15th ball, he had yet to miss a single shot. The 16th shot a success, the 17th a success, and the 24th, yet another success. The crowd began to realize they were likely witnessing the birth of a new record, prompting everyone to rise to their feet. At this juncture, Lin Yuan's system score had reached its zenith of 28 points. The remaining colored ball would be solely reliant on his own skill. If the sole intention was to claim the three-point contest championship, Lin Yuan was confident he had already succeeded. He steadied his mind, dismissing the cacophony of the court. Closing his eyes, he recalled the muscle memory from the preceding 24 shots. He gathered the ball, extended his hand, and shot. In that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed on the trajectory of the basketball. The ball carved an exquisite arc through the air, striking the target. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. In the finals of the three-point contest, Lin Yuan astonishingly achieved a perfect score of 25 out of 25. This accomplishment is not merely unprecedented, it is truly a milestone that may never be surpassed. Unless, of course, players like Ray Allen and Johnson also managed to attain a flawless score and subsequently engage in a tiebreaker. Lin Yuan's championship seems assured. As the competition progressed, Ray Allen and Johnson scored 24 and 25 points, respectively, ultimately securing Lin Yuan the title of champion for the 2005 season. Congratulations, Lin. At the moment Stern presented the trophy to Lin Yuan, he appeared even more elated than Lin himself. Over the years, Stern has been dedicated to expanding the NBA's influence in China, previously relying solely on the presence of Yao Ming. Now, with the emergence of Lin Yuan, who has received Stern's robust support for his naturalization, the future looks bright. With Lin Yuan breaking the record in the three-point contest, Stern has already envisioned the next focal point for promotion. Tonight's dinner is certainly secured. In the stands, Hugo smiled at the lead actor of Xianjian beside him and remarked, "We must choose something extravagant. Let us treat him." The young men and women exchanged playful banter among themselves. Lin Yuan was oblivious to the fate that awaited him. Even if he were aware, it would matter little. At that moment, his thoughts were solely focused on the system. In this three-point competition, he had received a total enhancement of 4 points to his limit. 2 points were awarded for emerging as the champion, while the other 2 were granted for breaking the record in the three-point contest. Consequently, his data limit had risen to 32 points. In tandem, the level of the system had finally ascended to level 2. Lin Yuan appeared to have a moment of enlightenment. The upper limit of the primary system is set at 15 points, while the requirement for advancing to the secondary level should be 30 points. Upon elevating the system to the secondary level, the ability enhancement feature is unlocked. In simpler terms, this allows one to utilize data points to amplify certain personal abilities. The points consumed for enhancing one's capabilities do not affect the overall data limit, meaning that one can still recover these points through victories in competitions. For instance, Lin Yuan currently has a total data sum of 2,832. He can expend 10 points to augment his physical prowess, thus reducing his total data sum to 1,822. This effectively resolves a significant issue for Lin Yuan. Given the challenges associated with increasing the data limit, it becomes prudent to utilize the points for personal enhancement instead. This way, the victories won will not be squandered. The thought of having previously wasted over 20 victories left Lin Yuan feeling as though he had suffered a monumental loss. Lin Yuan meticulously examined the capabilities available for enhancement, which primarily fall into several categories. The first category is the most straightforward and rudimentary, data enhancement. For instance, three-point shooting percentage, mid-range shooting percentage, and rebounding success rate. These statistics are built upon Lin Yuan's personal abilities and further augmented. If Lin Yuan has a baseline three-point shooting percentage of 30, an enhancement of 30 points would elevate it to 50. The same mechanism applies to the rebounding success rate and mid-range shooting percentage. However, it is crucial to note that these figures solely represent pure technical ability and do not account for performance under defensive pressure or physical confrontation. For example, even if Lin Yuan achieves a perfect shooting percentage, should he be double-teamed by two towering opponents at the moment of release, the likelihood of scoring diminishes significantly. The second category pertains to physical attributes. Stamina forms the foundation of all sports, making the enhancement of physical capacity and the reduction of fatigue a vital capability. The third category encompasses athletic abilities, such as lateral speed, acceleration, vertical leap, core strength, and defensive prowess, all of which fall under the realm of personal talent. Lastly, we arrive at the true basketball skill set, which includes post-play ability, passing vision, rebounding instinct, fadeaway shooting, and the ability to execute fakes, among others. One could assert that the system is replete with a myriad of capabilities. If Lin Yuan were to fully maximize all attributes, he could potentially become the most formidable basketball player on this planet, even if his aggregate statistics were modest. However, achieving mastery across all capabilities is not something that can be accomplished in just a few seasons. The current decision lies in determining which direction to prioritize for development. One must be wary of overextending oneself. The optimal approach is to focus on enhancing one specific ability first, and once that is sufficiently developed, one may then consider others. Lin Yuan conducted an analysis and concluded that the first ability must be one that yields immediate results, rather than opting for more advanced skills like footwork under the basket. He focused his attention on three-point shooting accuracy and the rhythm of steals. The value of three-point shooting accuracy is self-evident. A modest increase of 20 or 30 points could elevate his open three-point shots to a formidable level. Furthermore, the rhythm of steals, when combined with his system's metrics, would significantly enhance his ability to intercept the ball. Improved stealing would also facilitate scoring, as converting layups is relatively effortless. These two options left Lin Yuan in a state of indecision. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose to prioritize three-point shooting. After all, his stealing skills were already adequate. And in high-stakes situations, players tend to be exceedingly focused. Steals may not always be advantageous. Conversely, possessing a reliable three-point shot ensures that even when the system's data is depleted, he still poses a considerable threat on the court. Lin Yuan examined the rules for enhancing shooting accuracy, noting that a total of one attribute point could augment shooting precision by 1%. He initially expended 10 attribute points, thereby elevating his three-point shooting accuracy by 10%. Once he allocated the ability points, a plethora of memories regarding shooting flooded his mind, and his arms seemed to possess the muscle memory of having made countless three-point shots. This was merely an increase of 10 points. When the playoffs arrived, other teams would soon comprehend the terrifying synergy of Nash and Curry. Do you understand? At the moment the final shot was released, I felt as though my heart had ceased to beat. In a leisure club in Denver, Lin Yuan hosted the cast of CNGN for dinner. Naturally, the predominant topic of conversation revolved around the recently concluded match. The gathering was filled with handsome men and beautiful women, Liu Xiaofei, Hu Ge, and Peng Yan, but Lin Yuan appeared somewhat distracted. His gaze frequently drifted toward a distant corner where a lady sat quietly, sipping her coffee. She was Miss Xiaoli, Liu Xiaofei's guardian. In contrast to her daughter's youthful innocence, Miss Xiaoli exuded a captivating maturity. This allure left Lin Yuan utterly enchanted. When it comes to a man's aesthetic preferences, regardless of what he might profess, the most reliable judgment often lies with the second eldest. Lin Yuan received a clear signal from the second brother. Miss Xiaoli still possesses her charm. It seems rather inconsiderate for us to indulge in merriment while leaving Auntie by herself over there, does it not? Lin Yuan feigned a semblance of concern. Liu Xiaofei shrugged, remarking that his mother enjoyed such antics and even complained about their noise. Shall I invite Auntie over? He proposed. Go ahead, if you can manage to summon her. That would indeed demonstrate your capability, came the response. And Yishuan's eyes flickered as he whispered to Liu Xiaofei. Do you think Lin Yuan harbors feelings for you? Perhaps aiming to win over your mother-in-law? Had Lin Yuan overheard this exchange, he would undoubtedly retort that he indeed aspired to follow the path of Ms. Li. In the most literal sense, Lin Yuan plopped down beside Miss Xiaoli. Why are you sitting here all alone, Miss Shally? Miss Shally cast a surprised glance at Lin Yuan, pondering how he could be only a few years older than her daughter, yet still addressed her as sister. Although she found it a bit peculiar, she gave it little thought. What business do I have intruding on your youthful camaraderie? She remarked. After a moment, she looked at Lin Yuan again and continued. I haven't yet congratulated you on winning the three-point contest. I wish you a brilliant future in the NBA and a flawless career. Oh, what do you consider a flawless career? Miss Shally was somewhat at a loss. Are you really discussing basketball with me? I'm not knowledgeable about it. Well, first, you need to secure a championship, he replied. I have one, she countered. That doesn't count. I mean a championship of that caliber. Do you know why the Lakers didn't win the championship last season, despite their formidable roster? Why is that? Because among their 4 stars, Malone and Payton were past their peaks. True greatness emerges when their prime overlaps. Miss Shally merely hummed in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Miss Shally, I believe our peaks coincide quite well, Lin Yuan asserted. What do you mean? Miss Shally seemed a bit confused. Consider this, at your age and mine. You possess a wealth of life experience, and I, residing in a foreign land, have garnered myriad insights. Surely, we must have many shared topics to discuss, no? Lin Yuan endeavored to express himself with a certain delicacy, refraining from uttering words too starkly. Miss Shally, upon gazing into Lin Yuan's eyes, quickly comprehended his intent. With her wealth of life experience, how could she not understand? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she had initially anticipated profound discourse from Lin Yuan, only to be met with such crude expressions. What do you mean? What are you trying to imply? I wish to engage in a thoughtful exchange regarding our understandings of life. Miss Shally found herself unable to endure his words any longer. Were it not for Lin Yuan's strikingly handsome visage, she would have splashed her coffee at him. His remarks were utterly bewildering, and merely contemplating them induced a sense of incredulity. She retrieved a tissue to dab her lips, still pondering what to articulate in response. As she regarded Lin Yuan, a realization dawned upon her that perhaps, in truth, he was not entirely mistaken. His experiences might indeed provide ample material for conversation. She steadied her emotions and gently parted her lips. Do you have any idea how old I am this year? Women of my age possess a multitude of stories, ones you may find difficult to grasp. Not a problem. I am eager to listen to your tales at a leisurely pace. Lin Yuan replied, his face adorned with a broad smile. Miss Shally was rendered speechless, yet an unusual thrill began to stir within her. In her past, she had never encountered someone quite like Lin Yuan. His audacious persistence was, surprisingly, quite intriguing. How do you intend to navigate this? The day is drawing to a close. Shall we rent a gymnasium? I can first share my experiences with basketball training. Miss Shally scoffed lightly, noting the contrast between his earlier brashness and his current coyness, as he hesitated to even mention the idea of a hotel room. Very well, let us proceed. I am genuinely curious to see how a three-point king hones his skills. Thus, Miss Shally fabricated an excuse to visit an old friend, requesting Lin Yuan to escort her. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan indeed led Miss Shally to a commercial basketball facility. Lin Yuan has rented the entire training facility. It is now evening, and with Anthony's influence, the expense was quite modest. Ms. Shally gazed around, realizing that this was indeed a basketball court, and inexplicably felt a wave of disappointment. So you truly brought me here to witness the art of shooting hoops? Lin Yuan retrieved 2 thick mats from the equipment room and spread them on the ground. You sit here and watch. I shall demonstrate my skills. Miss Shally inquired, are you certain you comprehend my meaning? Lin Yuan smiled and remarked, you have certainly experienced much over the years, yet I believe this is your first time in such a setting, is it not? Isn't it much better here? Behold, this is an automatic ball launcher, which we utilize for our shooting practice. Upon hearing these words, Miss Shally nodded and settled onto the mat. Without further ado, Lin Yuan commenced his training. The shooting exercises are quite physically demanding and tend to induce considerable perspiration. Before long, he was drenched in sweat. And the next phase of the shooting practice ensued. Lin Yuan has conducted extensive research on shooting. One cannot rely solely on a single technique repeatedly. Such monotony can lead to desensitization and fail to yield effective training results. At times, he engages in stationary shooting, while at other moments, he simulates defensive pressure, maneuvering with the ball before taking a shot. After all, in a formal match, if one's shooting accuracy from a specific position is excessively high, they will inevitably attract targeted defense. It is imperative to avoid maintaining a consistent rhythm. Occasionally, he also penetrates the paint for a decisive layup. Meanwhile, Miss Shally, unwittingly engrossed, seems to transform into a shooting coach, guiding Lin Yuan from the sidelines. That shot was too short. Your shooting form is not quite right. Was that a travel? Yes, just like that. Maintain this rhythm and continue. After some time of training, she suggests, let us take a break, shall we? How about some water? Lin Yuan practiced shooting before commencing training on post-up moves. As an advanced technique in the realm of basketball, post-play necessitates frequent practice. As he approached the end of his training, Lin Yuan began to feel fatigued, and his shooting skills had also reached a satisfactory level. Lin Yuan held the last ball. Panting as he suggested, shall we leave it at that? This is generally how my training goes. Miss Shally nodded in agreement, remarking, well, this is my first time witnessing a professional athlete's training. Truly, 5 minutes on the court equates to 10 years of dedication off it. The two then engaged in casual conversation, with Lin Yuan predominantly sharing tales of his experiences in the United States. Miss Shally listened intently, recognizing the value of this first-hand information, particularly as she contemplated sending her daughter to America in the future. As their dialogue progressed, she imparted a wealth of wisdom drawn from her own life experiences, much of which was steeped in practical advice. Amidst their discussions, she also meandered through her past, recounting stories from an era marked by significant historical events, each laden with captivating narratives. Lin Yuan absorbed her words, wishing only for a bottle of beer to accompany their conversation. Gradually, fatigue began to set in. After all, playing basketball was physically demanding. If they continued, he might have to expend system points to enhance his stamina. The following morning, Lin Yuan and his companions departed, mindful that a commercial gym was not a place for rest. Miss Shally, can we chat more in the future? He inquired. In the future? Given our age difference, what future is there to speak of? You should focus on connecting with peers your own age. Lin Yuan exclaimed excitedly, Sister Shally, had I not met you, I might have sought companionship among my peers. While there is nothing inherently wrong with my contemporaries, it is your presence that has truly made me feel the vastness of the world. Ms. Shally responded, is this meant as a compliment? But upon reflection, during that evening, Lin Yuan merely engaged in discussions about life without any indiscreet actions, leaving me with no option to decline. Ultimately, Lin Yuan insisted on obtaining Ms. Shally's phone number, even threatening, when I return to my country, if you do not answer my calls, I shall resort to trickery. With no alternative, Miss Shally reluctantly acquiesced to Lin Yuan's request. At this juncture, she had devoted nearly all her energy to her daughter. Once the Xianjian crew returned to the homeland, she accompanied them back. After her departure, Lin Yuan chose not to attend the All-Star game, but instead found a hotel to enjoy a good night's sleep. Following the conclusion of the All-Star weekend, each team commenced rigorous preparations for the playoffs. Some teams with dismal records began to deliberately underperform in pursuit of favorable draft positions. In the ensuing matches, the Suns played exceptionally well. Due to Lin Yuan's astonishing performance in the three-point contest, he swiftly transformed from an unnoticed player into a focal point of observation. Consequently, the intensity of defense he faced in subsequent games significantly escalated. While this was not advantageous for Lin Yuan, it inadvertently allowed the team to function even more smoothly. Typically, opponents would concentrate their defensive efforts on star players such as Stoudemire, Nash, and Marion, leaving their defensive capabilities stretched thin. The addition of Lin Yuan intensified this challenge further. In such circumstances, Lin Yuan's average statistics experienced a slight decline. However, he remained unfazed, as achieving double-digit scoring on a minimum salary was more than sufficient for him. Most importantly, the team excelled, achieving a remarkable record of 24 victories in the remaining 28 games of the season. Ultimately, the Suns finished the season with an impressive record of 67 wins and 15 losses, firmly securing the top position in the league. Lin Yuan has invested 25 data points in his three-point shooting percentage. He currently holds a cumulative total of 2,732, complemented by an additional 25 increase in his three-point accuracy. He is brimming with confidence as the upcoming playoffs approach. The regular season concludes on April 24th, with various awards soon to be announced. Lin Yuan, with an average of 12, 5 points, 2, 3 assists, and 4, 3 steals, surpassed Bobby Simmons of the Clippers to secure the accolade of Most Improved Player. This personal honor has elevated Lin Yuan's statistical ceiling by an additional 2 points. Moreover, his title as the leader in steals has also granted him a further 2-point enhancement to his data threshold. Initially, Lin Yuan harbored hopes of clinching the 6th Man of the Year award. However, his aspirations were ultimately unfulfilled as Guden was bestowed with that distinction. Lin Yuan, however, was not overly disheartened, Such minor accolades, akin to the fleeting glory of breaking a stealing record, were not subject to infinite accumulation, whether achieved early or late. The essence lay in having attained them. Ultimately, prior to the commencement of the playoffs, Lin Yuan's statistics reached an impressive 27-36. As the playoffs began, the standings in the Eastern and Western conferences were as follows. Western Conference: Suns, Spurs, Supersonics, Mavericks, Rockets, Kings, Nuggets. Grizzlies. Eastern Conference: Heat, Pistons, Celtics, Bulls, Wizards, Pacers, 76ers. Nets. The Suns faced the Grizzlies in the first round, navigating the challenge with ease. The Grizzlies boasted several familiar faces, including Mike Miller, White Chocolate, Pau Gasol, and Battier, all of whom held considerable renown, yet they paled in comparison to the Suns' brilliance. Confronted with the Suns' relentless fast-paced strategy, the Grizzlies failed to secure a single victory, resulting in a swift 4-0 sweep into the next round. Similarly, the Heat sailed through their first-round match, sweeping the Nets and advancing without a hitch. The Pistons, Spurs, and Supersonics also achieved gentlemanly 4-1 victories to progress further. Among the remaining matches, the performance of the Rockets captured the keenest attention of the audience in China. The Rockets, playing away, seized an early advantage, leading the Mavericks 2-0. Countless fans rejoiced, exclaiming the invincibility of the Yao-McGrady duo. This season appeared to be the ideal opportunity for the Rockets to ascend to the pinnacle. However, the progression of the series proved less than smooth. In their subsequent two home games, the Mavericks mounted a formidable comeback, triumphing in both encounters by narrow margins of 106-102 and 97-93, leveling the series at 2-2. The fifth game, dubbed the pivotal showdown, saw Yao Ming display his prowess, shooting 11 of 13 from the field for 30 points and 8 rebounds. Yet, Mavericks coach Johnson unleashed his signature tactics. Individual plays from Nowitzki, Terry, Howard, Stackhouse, and Finley, all shifting with dizzying speed, leaving Van Gundy bewildered. The Rockets' defense faltered, proving utterly ineffective. Ultimately, the Mavericks boasted 6 players in double figures, overcoming the Rockets with a score of 103-100. With a 2-3 deficit, the Rockets returned to Houston, where McGrady erupted in the sixth game, amassing 37 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, securing a vital home victory. On May 8th, the decisive Game 7 commenced at the Mavericks' home arena. Unfortunately, the Rockets underperformed as a unit, concluding the match with a disappointing score of 76-116, resulting in their exit from the playoffs in the first round, while the Mavericks advanced to challenge the league-leading Suns. With the Rockets' season concluded, the only connection the NBA had to China was through Lin Yuan. The prolonged absence of figures like Yao Ming left little room for lofty expectations. Many media outlets and online commentators expressed their hopes that Lin Yuan could eliminate the Mavericks from contention. Lin Yuan came across a post on the forum discussing the Suns' 10 victories against the Mavericks' 10 defeats. The Suns held the best record in the league, while the Mavericks ranked 4th in the West. Thus, this was a victory in terms of standings. The Suns dominated the Grizzlies with ease, while the Mavericks struggled to overcome the Rockets. Hence, this represented a triumph in form. The Suns displayed a cohesive and fluid strategy, whereas the Mavericks relied solely on isolation plays, signifying a victory in rhythm. The Suns surged with an unstoppable momentum, while the Mavericks languished in stagnation for years, marking a victory in spirit. Nash, well-versed in the Mavericks' tactics, contrasted with the Mavericks' insufficient understanding of the Suns, resulting in a victory in intelligence. With such 10 victories in mind, I wager that the Suns would effortlessly sweep the Mavericks 4-1. Lin Yuan found himself nearly laughing at the post. Yet he disagreed with the conclusion. 4-1? It should be 4-0. On May 10th, the Suns welcomed the Mavericks challenge in Phoenix. In the first game, both teams employed their regular season lineups. From the outset, they showcased their respective strengths. The Suns continuously moved the ball, with Nash expertly threading passes that tore through the Mavericks' defense. Stoudemire unleashed a torrent of offense in the paint, leaving the Mavericks' second-best center, Dampier, utterly defenseless against his assault. Conversely, the Mavericks relied heavily on individual plays, with scant assists across the team. The score fluctuated, with the Suns maintaining a slight lead. At the 8-minute mark, Lin Yuan entered the game. He glanced at his data system, 3,137 victories in the first round of the playoffs, garnering an increase in his upper limit value. With such formidable statistics, it was time for the Mavericks to comprehend the essence of isolation plays. As the Suns initiated their offense, Lin Yuan crossed half-court with the ball, Standing just outside the three-point line, he faced Stackhouse's defense and executed a step-back move. The three-pointer was launched, swish. It was that unpretentious. The crowd at the American Airlines Center erupted in cheers as Lin Yuan's first three-pointer was nothing short of a ritual for the Suns. Johnson shouted from the sidelines, urging the players to be wary of Lin Yuan's steals and to avoid errors at all costs. However, Lin Yuan showed no intention of stealing. He merely symbolically guarded with his gaze. Terry received the ball and confidently sank a two-pointer. On the next possession, Barbosa orchestrated the play. But unable to find space against the Mavericks' defense, he passed the ball to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan received the ball beyond the three-point line and effortlessly made another precise shot. This time, the Mavericks' offensive possession faltered, but Richardson secured the rebound and swiftly launched the ball to the front court. Marion and Lin Yuan initiated a fast break, creating a 2-on-1 situation against Howard. With Howard's defense looming, Marion passed the ball to Lin Yuan. As soon as Howard leaped and descended, Lin Yuan could have easily executed a layup. However, Lin Yuan made an unexpected decision that surprised everyone. He dribbled back to the corner and then leaped from his position. The three-pointer was released and once again found its mark. Lin Yuan made his entrance and swiftly generated a remarkable surge of 9-2. Johnson, feeling cornered, had no choice but to call a timeout to devise a targeted strategy. We need to adjust our approach, instead of relying on Dirk for isolation. Followed by Howard and then Terry, we shall first have Terry isolate, then Howard, and then back to Terry. Now, Nowitzki interjected, what about me? Am I being sidelined? No. We will start with Dirk isolating, followed by Terry, then Howard, and then Dirk will have another chance to isolate, while Finley prepares for his turn. However, whether it will be Terry or Harris isolating will depend on the situation. As the players exchanged glances, the unspoken question lingered. Do you all understand? Regardless of whether he fully comprehended the situation, Johnson was exceedingly satisfied with his adjustments. He believed he could stifle Lin Yuan's scoring momentum. However, Lin Yuan was resolutely determined to make a name for himself in this game. He dedicated all his system points to scoring, and his three-pointers continued to find the net. Ending the first quarter with a flawless 7-for-7 shooting record. 6 of those shots were facilitated by the system, and during his final attempt, benefiting from ample space. He relied solely on his shooting prowess to score once more. With Lin Yuan's remarkable performance, the Suns led the Mavericks by an impressive 22 points, 47-25. At the end of the first quarter, as the second quarter commenced, both teams deployed their starters, and Stoudemire dominated the paint like a deity, further extending the lead. By halftime, the Suns had established a commanding 30-point advantage. The second half saw little worth noting. The Mavericks struggled for a few minutes before withdrawing all their starters. 2 days later, the teams met for a second game. Prior to the match, David Stern graced the venue to present Nash with the MVP trophy, eliciting fervent cheers from the crowd in celebration of the Windchild who had restored the Suns to their former glory. The Mavericks began the game with vigorous offensive efforts, managing to restrict the Suns on both ends of the court. Yet, the same issue arose. Once Lin Yuan entered the fray, his relentless three-pointers stalled the Mavericks' momentum twice. Despite Johnson's adjustments, they could not impede Lin Yuan's scoring. Ultimately, Lin Yuan concluded the game with an impressive 9-for-11 shooting, amassing 27 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 steals. Terry scored over 30 points, and Nowitzki contributed 23, but these efforts did not alter the outcome. Though only 2 games had been played in the series, it was evident to all. If the Mavericks could not neutralize Lin Yuan, they risked being swept out of the playoffs entirely. Beginning in the third game, the Mavericks altered their strategy, implementing a double team on Lin Yuan. Whenever he stepped onto the court, one player would diligently guard him, while another remained poised to assist. This approach might have worked against a team reliant on a single star, but against the Suns, particularly with Nash's playmaking, it was akin to leaving the backdoor ajar. D'Antoni strategically placed both Nash and Lin Yuan on the court simultaneously. Lin Yuan drew the Mavericks' defense, allowing Nash to distribute the ball to his teammates with ease. After half a quarter, Lin Yuan recorded a stat line of 0-0-0, while his teammates shot over 70 to score 21 points. Johnson's countermeasure faltered within a mere half-quarter, signaling its failure. At this juncture in the series, suspense had dissipated. In the ensuing games, the Suns flourished while the Mavericks were utterly overwhelmed. Ultimately, the Suns swept the Mavericks 4-0. The most aggrieved by this outcome was likely Mark Cuban, who had deemed Nash past his prime at over 30 years of age. Little did he know this was merely the onset of Nash's peak. as he would soon exact vengeance upon his former team, striking a blow to Cuban's expectations. Having triumphed in the second round, Lin Yuan once again reached his peak performance metrics, granting the Suns several days of rest. Meanwhile, the Spurs and Supersonics were embroiled in a fierce contest, recently tied at 2-2. The Suns felt the Spurs had the upper hand and began preparing for the impending matchup. Indeed, after claiming victory in a pivotal game, the Spurs overcame the Supersonics in Game 6, avoiding a decisive seventh game. Thus, the matchups for the conference finals were set: Suns versus Spurs in the West, and Heat versus Pistons in the East. Approaching the Spurs, the Suns adopted a more cautious demeanor. The difficulty of facing the Spurs mirrored that of the Suns, with the renowned GDP trio requiring vigilant attention. Duncan presented a formidable inside presence, consistently delivering reliable performances. However, in Lin Yuan's eyes, the most formidable aspect of the Spurs was Bruce Bowen. Renowned for his physical playing style, Bowen was adept at executing various dirty tactics, including tripping, kneeing, and other unsportsmanlike maneuvers. Numerous stars such as Carter, Francis, Crawford, and Allen had fallen victim to Bowen's underhanded tactics. Beyond these blatant fouls, he employed elbow strikes, kneeing, slapping, and striking, aiming to either incapacitate or provoke explosive reactions. Even if one maintained composure, teammates might succumb to the provocation. Leveraging Bowen's repertoire, the Spurs gained significant advantages. This was the challenge that Lin Yuan and the Suns were about to face. During the regular season, many of Bowen's tactics may not have been fully employed. However, in a series determining who would advance to the finals, it was certain that Bowen would unleash his full arsenal under Popovich's guidance. Lin Yuan, as you prepare to face the formidable Spurs, how do you perceive this upcoming contest? Well, focus on being your best self. The TNT reporter was evidently dissatisfied with Lin Yuan's rather indifferent response, prompting her to probe further. Which of the Spurs trio, Duncan, Jin, Billy, or Parker, do you believe poses the greatest challenge? Lin Yuan shrugged, expressing that none of it was particularly challenging. Rather, their greater concern lay with Bowen. Without his underhanded tactics, the Spurs would stand little chance of securing a single victory. The Spurs, too, had amassed 60 wins. One might speculate that, absent Bowen's subtle manipulations, they could have easily lost at least 5 additional matches, thus altering the entire course of their playoff journey. This team, known for its unsavory playstyle, has become a blight upon the league, a veritable disgrace to the entire NBA. The journalist beamed with delight, relishing the exchange of barbed words between players. Lin Yuan's comments directly cast aspersions upon the Spurs as a whole, certain to attract significant attention. In the locker room, D'Antoni approached Lin Yuan. Lin, your remarks may have crossed a line. I fear the league might impose sanctions upon you. Lin Yuan tossed his hair back, unperturbed, confident that should the situation escalate, there would be victims of Bowen willing to rally in his support. D'Antoni nodded, patting his shoulder, yet said little more. Is it truly youth if one is not impassioned? On the court, during warm-ups, Parker approached Lin Yuan, pointing at him, declaring, "Do not presume that a few commendable performances elevate you. I shall demonstrate what a genuine powerhouse entails." Is that so? I await your demonstration. Just do not allow me to witness you falter, Lin Yuan retorted. As the match commenced, both teams set forth their customary rotations. The starting lineups were evenly matched, each side exchanging blows equally. In terms of raw talent, one might argue that the Suns held a slight edge, particularly with Johnson being the future king of the Hawks. Yet, when facing the Spurs, one could not dismiss the ominous presence of Bowen's notorious tactics, inevitably casting a shadow over their competitive state. At just over 6 minutes into the game, during a dead ball, the score stood at a deadlock of 19 apiece. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yuan and Barbosa replaced Richardson and Johnson. For the Spurs, Horry and Berry took the places of Muhammad and Ginobili. The simultaneous presence of Horry and Bowen, both masters of underhanded strategies, created an intangible aura of intimidation that was palpable. Resuming play, Nash delivered the ball to Lin Yuan just past half-court. The home crowd rose in unison, eagerly anticipating Lin Yuan's inaugural three-pointer. After a season of synergy, the players had grown accustomed to Lin Yuan's playing style. However, the Spurs were equally aware of this. Popovich had issued a stern directive. Bowen and Horry were to closely monitor Lin Yuan, ensuring that even if it left others open, he must not be allowed to score. In Popovich's view, this was the most effective means to undermine the Suns' morale. You may be a consistent shooter, but I shall ensure you miss. On the court, Lin Yuan dribbled just beyond the three-point line, with Horry and Bowen flanking him, one on each side. Four imposing hands rose high, casting a shadow over Lin Yuan, obstructing his path. Lin Yuan took a step back, while Bao Wen and Hori completely disregarded the others and stepped forward as well. Lin Yuan retreated step by step, while Bao Wen and his companions relentlessly pressed forward. The 24-second shot clock dwindled swiftly, leaving merely 7 to 8 seconds. Popovich revealed a triumphant smile. "Aren't you fond of taking the first shot? Go ahead, keep shooting." Lin Yuan understood the Spurs' intentions and chuckled silently, thinking to himself, "Do you truly believe I am a fool? The mammoth must be banned without hesitation." He glanced towards the paint, mentally noting an assist. 1. Suddenly, he made his move, threading the ball between Bowen and Hori. Bowen and Hori exchanged knowing smiles. Ultimately, they had succeeded in forcing Lin Yuan to pass, although they did not intercept the ball. Compelling him to distribute it was undoubtedly a significant blow to the Suns' morale. Indeed, the home crowd, witnessing Lin Yuan being compelled to relinquish the ball, diminished their cheers. However, in the next moment, Stoudemire leaped from the ground, catching the basketball midair. With a powerful alley-oop, he slammed the ball into the hoop. A dunk has always been the most exhilarating way to uplift team spirit. Moreover, this was an alley-oop. The audience at the American Airlines Center erupted into a thunderous roar of applause. Lin Yuan cast a faint smile at Popovich before transitioning back on defense. With Ginobili off the court, the Spurs' offensive prowess diminished significantly, resulting in a missed shot. In the subsequent possession, Nash once again passed the ball to Lin Yuan, while Hori and Bowen approached a double team, just as they had before. Another attempt? Lin Yuan did not merely create distance this time. Instead, he dribbled while maneuvering. Beneath the basket, Duncan closely monitored Stoudemire's movements to thwart any further opportunities for an alley-oop. Lin Yuan made another move, and this time, Marion leaped forth, executing a spectacular dunk right over Duncan's back. Bowen stood by, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. Lin Yuan uttered nonchalantly, "Clown, Joker." Bowen wore a peculiar expression and retorted, "Batman?" Lin Yuan instantly lost interest and mocked his opponent, who was unable to comprehend the taunt, rendering it meaningless. After 2 rounds, in the 3rd round, Nash once again passed the ball to Lin Yuan. At this moment, the entire audience erupted with excitement, whistling in unison. Hori glanced at Popovich on the sidelines, his expression inquiring, "Should I still double-team him?" After a moment of contemplation, Popovich nodded. "Continue the double team. I refuse to believe you can consistently deliver an alley-oop pass." At this juncture, the Spurs formation appeared particularly peculiar, with Hori and Bowen positioned beyond the 3-point line, while the other 3 players huddled in the paint. Lin Yuan made another pass, and Duncan immediately became tense in the penalty area, preparing to disrupt the Suns' reception. However, after scanning the court, he realized he could not see who had the ball. Outside the 3-point line, Nash, left unguarded, received the pass and decisively took the shot. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. The Suns scored another 3 points. "Damn it." Popovich erupted in anger, taken aback by Lin Yuan's cunning. As he had not adhered to his game plan, he quickly called a timeout to reorganize the strategy. "Bruce, take Lin Yuan out. By any means necessary. I do not wish to see such a player on the opposing team." Popovich commanded Bowen directly. Duncan, hearing this, remained expressionless, as if he had heard nothing at all. The dirty work that Bowen was tasked with was essentially to serve Duncan. It would be no exaggeration to say that Duncan was the greatest beneficiary of these actions. He wholeheartedly agreed with the need to eliminate Lin Yuan. The order came from Popovich, but it was Bowen who would carry it out. As for me, Duncan, I shall remain the innocent bystander. The game continued as the Spurs abandoned their double team on Lin Yuan, opting for Hori to guard him alone. This defensive strategy was akin to having no defense at all for Lin Yuan, who finally sank his first 3-pointer. The match then transitioned into Lin Yuan's showtime. Each time he crossed half-court, Nash had already thrust the basketball into his hands. Even before Hori could close in, Lin Yuan had already released his shot. After several consecutive plays, the Suns' lead swelled to as much as 15 points. In the final 10 seconds of the first quarter, the Suns held possession of the ball. Lin Yuan stood beyond the 3-point line, with the clock dwindling down to its final 3 seconds. At that moment, Bowen subtly edged closer to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan leapt into the air to take a shot, confident that the ball would surely find its mark. However, as he descended, a sudden pain shot through his right foot, causing him to crash to the ground. His ankle was twisted. As he lay there, he finally caught sight of Bowen's icy smirk. A glance further revealed Duncan, who briefly chuckled before quickly composing himself. Players from the Suns rushed to surround Lin Yuan, while the team doctor hurried over to provide urgent care. How is he? D'Antoni inquired anxiously. The doctor, observing Lin Yuan's severely swollen ankle, shook his head and replied, "Based on my experience, he will be unable to play for at least a month. As for the potential impact on his future career, further examinations are necessary." Stoudemire, infuriated, charged towards the Spurs players, pointing at Bowen from a distance and hurling invectives. Meanwhile, on the Spurs side, Popovich was praising Bowen for his impressive play. Upon seeing Stoudemire approach, he quickly signaled to Bowen. If Bowen could provoke Stoudemire into a confrontation, the league would be compelled to suspend him to uphold the rules. At that point, the Suns would not only lose Lin Yuan but also face Stoudemire's suspension. The outcome of the series would be dire. Fortunately, the Suns had astute individuals, the assistant coach, recognizing the potential for irrational behavior as Lin Yuan was fouled, promptly summoned several staff members to stand by. Stoudemire was intercepted midway, and since it was a timeout, the referees treated the incident as inconsequential. This thwarted Popovich's clever scheme, and a hint of regret flickered in Duncan's eyes. Lin Yuan was escorted back to the locker room for further examination, while the match continued unabated. Beginning in the second quarter, the Spurs capitalized on the Suns' desperate desire for vengeance, leading to a series of turnovers. By the time they approached midcourt, the Suns' substantial lead had been entirely erased. As the third quarter commenced, D'Antoni once again revised his strategy, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange of plays. From that moment onward, the point differential remained within a mere 5 points. Time slipped away, and as the clock ticked down to the final minute, the Suns held a slender lead of 114 to 112. Possession also resided with the Suns. A successful basket could have solidified their advantage. Nash dribbled past half-court, closely shadowed by Parker. Nash began to maneuver, with Stoudemire moving forward to set a screen. However, Ginobili swiftly switched defenses, denying Nash an opportunity to shoot. Nash passed the ball to Johnson, then continued his off-ball movement to draw the defender's attention. Johnson, momentarily stationary, suddenly accelerated towards the paint for a layup. Yet, a massive hand descended from above as Duncan swatted the ball away. In the ensuing chaos, Richardson retrieved the ball, but before he could secure it, Horry intercepted him. Transitioning from defense to offense, Parker initiated a drive for the Spurs, ultimately passing to Duncan, who aimed to overpower the interior defense. Duncan drew the Suns' attention but failed to notice Horry had established himself in the corner. After fending off Stoudemire, Duncan flicked the ball towards Horry. Without hesitation, Horry launched a three-pointer. It swished through the net. The Spurs surged ahead, 115 to 114. A profound silence enveloped the American Airlines Center. At this juncture, the Suns had only one timeout remaining, which D'Antoni chose not to use, hoping the next possession would yield a basket to reclaim the lead. Unfortunately, fate took a turn. As Bowen intercepted a pass meant for the interior, the Spurs quickly countered. Richardson sprinted back on defense, but faced with two Spurs players, he opted to commit a foul. Ginobili stepped to the free throw line, converting both attempts, extending their lead to 3 points. D'Antoni promptly called for a timeout to devise another offensive play. This strategy proved relatively successful. After a pick and roll with Stoudemire, Nash delivered the ball to Marion, who executed a powerful dunk. With only 33 seconds remaining, the Spurs led 117 to 116 by a single point. The Suns needed to secure a stop and then gamble on their final possession. Parker held the ball on the perimeter, deliberately consuming time, and as the clock approached 10 seconds, he feigned a drive. He then abruptly halted for a mid-range shot, but it missed. However, Duncan deftly tipped the ball, allowing Horry to secure the rebound. At that moment, the Suns had no choice but to foul, sending Horry to the free throw line. The arena erupted with a cacophony of noise, attempting to disrupt Horry's concentration. The first free throw missed. D'Antoni surveyed the unfolding situation on the court, contemplating how to respond. "Coach, allow me to take the final shot." Lin Yuan's voice resonated from the bench. D'Antoni cast a glance at Lin Yuan, whose feet were already enveloped in thick bandages. "The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. You should take a good rest." "I can manage, coach." Lin Yuan articulated his thoughts, causing D'Antoni to hesitate. "Stop overthinking. If we delay any longer, time will slip away." D'Antoni realized that the Suns had no timeouts left and that substitutions could only be made during free throws. He took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. "All right." Horry prepared for his second free throw, and in that moment, Lin Yuan entered the court, replacing Marion. From a distance, Popovich was taken aback, Could Lin Yuan really return to the game? It seemed almost absurd, considering the thick bandages wrapped around his feet, which would surely hinder his mobility. Hori successfully made his second free throw, and with no timeouts left, the Suns had to inbound the ball from the backcourt. The Suns players momentarily froze upon seeing Lin Yuan take the court. However, recognizing that this must be D'Antoni's strategy, they followed Lin Yuan's directives to execute their plays. Stoudemire inbound the ball, and Nash, Richardson, and Johnson were already moving into the second half. Popovich understood. The Suns' plan was to leverage Nash and the three shooters to gamble on three-point shots. Delivering the ball from the backcourt to the front required exceptional passing skills, which was likely why Lin Yuan was brought in. Keep a close watch on those three. Do not allow them to shoot from beyond the arc. If they drive in for 2 points, we can still maintain control. Stoudemire passed the ball to Lin Yuan, who immediately dashed toward the basket, anticipating a potential rebound should his teammates miss a three-pointer. Yet, as he reached the midcourt line, he found no pass coming his way. Meanwhile, Nash and the others gazed skyward. Stoudemire could not resist glancing up as well, witnessing a basketball gracefully arcing through the air, heading towards the Spurs hoop. Whoosh! The ball swished through the net just as the clock struck 0. Lin Yuan has made a buzzer-beating three-pointer. A stunning victory. In a breathtaking climax, Lin Yuan executed a three-point shot that sealed a dramatic victory, turning the tide to 119 to 118. The smile of Coach Popovich froze in time. The American Airlines Center erupted with thunderous applause as this match unfolded with exhilarating highs and lows. Initially, both teams were locked in a fierce contest. But once Lin Yuan entered the game, the Spurs found themselves utterly bewildered. The entire squad seemed to dance to Lin Yuan's rhythm. Yet, just as everyone anticipated another resounding triumph, Lin Yuan was forced to exit after a misstep from Bowen. This unfortunate turn of events gradually erased the substantial lead they had built. In the final minute, they even found themselves trailing. However, in a stunning return, Lin Yuan launched an extraordinary long-range three-pointer from the backcourt, definitively concluding the match. Lin, 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 echoed the cheers as teammates rushed over to high-five and embrace him. Well done, Lin. If the management doesn't retain you for next season, I'll demolish the arena. The team should hire you as a shooting coach. While the Suns celebrated exuberantly, silence enveloped the Spurs. Popovich, spotting Lin Yuan in the crowd, erupted in frustration. You couldn't even execute a proper trip. What else can you do? Bowen felt wronged, insisting, I clearly took Lin Yuan down. The final shot was a tactical oversight. No one expected Lin Yuan to shoot from such a distance. Duncan offered comfort. It's all right. Lin Yuan won to be playing in the next match anyway. Bruce performed admirably. Popovich resigned himself to this outcome. Moments earlier, the cafeterias of various universities across China transitioned from hushed anticipation to an explosive eruption of disbelief. At the instant Lin Yuan took his shot, gasps of "Is this even possible?" echoed throughout. No one could have anticipated that, in such dire circumstances, Lin Yuan would orchestrate a comeback. Instantly, his recognition among Chinese basketball fans skyrocketed. Although he had yet to reach the heights of Yao Ming, he was not far behind. Executives at Antau were closely monitoring the game. When Lin Yuan was tripped by Bowen, a wave of concern swept through the higher-ups, fearing that their investment might be squandered. However, they were soon astonished as Lin Yuan staged a triumphant return. It is foreseeable that his popularity will experience explosive growth due to that remarkable shot, which undoubtedly will be featured among the top 10 plays of the season, with a strong chance of being deemed the best play of the season as well. Capitalize on Lin Yuan's momentum for a marketing blitz. Promotional materials must be distributed across all national channels within a week. Contact CCTV 5 to inquire about repeatedly airing the clip of Lin Yuan's game-winning shot during peak viewing times. Reach out to major news portals and forums. I want Lin Yuan's videos splashed across all front pages. Furthermore, send someone to the United States to monitor Lin Yuan's condition closely. In conclusion, Mr. Ding resolutely stated, I have a strong intuition that Lin Yuan could potentially be our most significant investment since the establishment of our company. After the competition, Lin Yuan began to undergo further examinations. The team doctors of the Suns, renowned for their exceptional skills, were equipped with state-of-the-art facilities. During a brief intermission between assessments, Lin Yuan received an unexpected call from Ms. Shaoli. She had deliberated for quite some time before making this call. Since that day in Denver, she had not seen Lin Yuan. However, over the past few days, he had reached out to her intermittently, expressing warm sentiments. This gradual warmth had transformed her initial reluctance into a subtle anticipation. It had been several days since Lin Yuan last contacted her, and given the circumstances, it was about time for him to reach out. Consequently, she had come across news of Lin Yuan's injury, which left her unable to eat her lunch. Filled with concern for his well-being, after much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to dial his number for the first time. Ms. Xiaoli, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you. Lin Yuan greeted her. I heard about your situation, huh? How did you know I made the game-winning shot? He continued, seemingly cheerful. Miss Xiaoli was taken aback. What? Game-winning shot? What does that mean? She was not well-versed in basketball terminology and only realized it might be jargon after some contemplation. I wanted to ask how your health is holding up, she inquired. Oh, it's just a minor issue, merely a sprained ankle. Is it serious? She pressed. It does not affect my abilities, he replied nonchalantly. No, I meant your basketball career. That has even less impact. If I wished, I could be fine by tomorrow. Ms. Xiaoli sensed a certain sincerity in Lin Yuan's words. Yet his tone revealed no hint of despondency. All right then, make sure to rest well. Your health is paramount, she urged. Absolutely. I shall take care of my body. And in return, you can comfort my wounded spirit when the time comes. Lin Yuan smiled as he ended the call, only to plunge back into contemplation. His assurance that he could heal Ms. Li by tomorrow was not merely a comforting lie. He genuinely possessed the capability. This was a newfound ability he had unlocked following his injury, specifically encompassing the restoration of health and the enhancement of physical prowess. The ability to heal, as the name suggests, allows him to consume data points to mend injuries. The consumption varies between 1 to 10 points, depending on the severity of the ailment. Lin Yuan had previously assessed his condition. The sprained ankle he sustained is not classified as a particularly severe injury. It is less debilitating than an Achilles tendon rupture, a fractured calf bone, or a torn cruciate ligament. However, given that we are currently amidst the playoffs, the repercussions on his performance are substantial. Consequently, after a thorough evaluation, it has been determined that in order for Lin Yuan to achieve a full recovery, he must expend 7 data points. This means his data will diminish from 3639 to 2939, rendering his efforts in the first 2 rounds seemingly futile. As for physical enhancement, it bears a resemblance to technical upgrades, allowing for the fortification of specific areas of the body. Such enhancements also require the allocation of data points, with a minimum consumption of 1 point and a maximum of 10 points to reach peak enhancement. While it may appear that only 10 points are necessary to achieve maximum potential, the number of areas requiring enhancement on an athlete's body is considerable. Even just considering a single leg, there are the toes, the foot, the ankle, the calf bone, the Achilles tendon, the calf muscles, the thigh muscles, and the groin, among others. Should one endeavor to enhance the entire body, it would likely necessitate an expenditure of several hundred data points. The journey ahead is indeed fraught with challenges. Lin Yuan sighed contemplatively. He casually perused the areas that could be enhanced when suddenly he halted. The kidneys? The hippocampus? Can these also be fortified? Fortified to the level of Chamberlain? Lin Yuan felt a surge of interest. During his last practice with Miss Xiaoli, although he had shone brightly, she left an indelible impression on him. This compelled Lin Yuan to remain vigilant, for in the realm of sports, stagnation equates to regression. Yet, armed with this newfound ability, what fear did he have of Miss Xiaoli? Lin, fear no one. Lin Yuan pondered for quite some time before ultimately deciding to confront reality. Should he directly expend points to restore his health? The benefits of recovery are undeniable, as it would allow him to return to the competition in peak condition. However, doing so would somewhat diminish the significance of tonight's miraculous last-minute victory. Consider the distinction between a game-winning shot made with a severely injured ankle and one executed in perfect health. While both feats are impressive, the shot taken in a state of injury carries a greater allure and intrigue. At this moment, what Lin Yuan truly requires is fame and discussion. Moreover, public sentiment is currently condemning Bowen's actions. If Lin Yuan were to return in full form for the next match, Bowen could easily feign innocence, claiming that Lin Yuan had deliberately exaggerated his condition. Lin Yuan's recovery from his injuries is straightforward. However, the subsequent implications warrant careful consideration. Taking all factors into account, Lin Yuan has decided to observe the next 2 matches. Should the team's performance falter, his return will not be delayed. As this match concluded, the repercussions began to unfold. The Suns' general manager formally submitted a request to the league, urging an investigation into Bowen's unsportsmanlike conduct. This request garnered support from both the Supersonics and the Raptors. The league ultimately announced that an investigation would be initiated, though the timeline for results remains uncertain. In this context, the second game between the Suns and the Spurs proceeded as scheduled. The absence of Lin Yuan's offensive prowess left the Suns struggling throughout the match. The starting lineup managed to compete with the Spurs, but the disparity in firepower among the substitutes was stark. Both teams' key players logged over 38 minutes on the court, with the Spurs maintaining a slight lead over the Suns. In the final minute, the Suns were unable to recover, resulting in a tie at 1 game apiece. At this moment, Suns fans began to nostalgically lament Lin Yuan's absence. Had he been present to sink a few three-pointers, the outcome would have been markedly different. The third game took place at the Spurs' home arena. In this away match, Stoudemire delivered yet another explosive performance. Simultaneously, Joe Johnson excelled, hitting 10 of 15 shots, including 3 of 6 from beyond the arc, amassing 26 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists, thereby aiding the Suns in reclaiming home court advantage. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief upon reaching this point. The investigation led by Bowen had yet to yield results, and he was certainly unwilling to rush back into action at such a critical juncture. On May 31st, in the 4th game of the series, the Spurs and Suns once again found themselves embroiled in a fierce contest. The Spurs bench players, Barry and Horry, both delivered double-digit scoring performances, helping the team establish an early lead of over 10 points. Midway through the game, D'Antoni made repeated adjustments, and under Nash's leadership, the Suns mounted several scoring surges. Yet, each time they edged closer, the Spurs would respond with consecutive baskets, widening the gap once more. By the end of the game, the Suns had failed to genuinely close the score, and the Spurs defended their home court, leveling the series at 2-2. In the decisive battle, Lin Yuan chose not to return. This match, held on their home ground, saw the Suns displaying remarkable enthusiasm, establishing a considerable lead by the end of the first quarter. However, the Suns' weakness in their bench remained evident. During the second unit's play, those early advantages were gradually diminished. As the game entered the final moments of the third quarter, not only had the Spurs regained the lead, but even with the Suns starters on the court, the situation could not be altered. Ultimately, the Suns lost the pivotal matchup at home, with a score of 107-105. Within the locker room, the atmosphere was one of despondency. The team manager inquired about Lin Yuan's ankle from the team physician. How is Lin Yuan's ankle? Can he return to play? From a medical standpoint, I believe Lin Yuan should continue to rest. The general manager was dissatisfied with this answer and turned to D'Antoni. What do you think? D'Antoni shrugged, stating, his return would certainly benefit the team, but he is merely a minimum salary player. Next season, I cannot guarantee that we will retain him. It might be wiser to utilize his full potential now. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, D'Antoni finally said, I will speak with him. When approached by the coach, Lin Yuan readily agreed to return. D'Antoni had been prepared for this moment. Had Lin Yuan shown even the slightest hesitation, he would not have pressed further. However, he was taken aback by Lin Yuan's immediate acceptance. Have you not considered this further? Your career has just begun. No need. I will prove that my strength far exceeds your expectations. D'Antoni pondered for a moment and replied, discuss with Dr. Smith and choose the option that poses the least risk to you. Lin Yuan gazed at D'Antoni, surprised by the coach's unexpected warmth. Consequently, Lin consumed 7 data points to restore his body to its optimal condition. Of course, outsiders remained oblivious to this, mistakenly believing that Lin had resorted to an injection to force his participation in the game. On June 5th, the 6th match of the series commenced. The Spurs' home arena was filled to capacity, as local fans eagerly anticipated witnessing their team advance to the finals once more. The TNT commentary booth had even invited Spurs legend David Robinson to join the broadcast. Both the home crowd and Spurs staff were poised for victory in this decisive game. As the players entered the arena, the home fans erupted in enthusiastic cheers, directed, of course, towards their own athletes. With each subsequent player's entrance, the cheers grew increasingly fervent. However, when Lin Yuan finally appeared, clad in a jersey rather than a suit, a wave of shock rippled through the audience, leading to a significant decrease in the volume of applause. From a distance, Popovich observed Lin's entrance, and his previously confident demeanor swiftly darkened. What should he do? Should he incapacitate Lin once more? The league's investigation into Bowen was still ongoing. Another incident could prove disastrous. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to wait and see. Perhaps Lin, in his injured state, would falter on the court. Prior to the match, a reporter approached Lin for an interview. Lin, your team has faced considerable challenges against the Spurs in recent games. What are your thoughts on this match? Lin Yuan said casually, let us not dwell on previous matches. In this game, I shall decisively deliver a resounding defeat to the Spurs, I swear. Do you perceive any weaknesses in the Spurs at present? They resemble foolish groundhogs. And what is your opinion on Bowen? The league is currently investigating him. Bowen is as dreadful as a pie crafted by Mrs. Mary. The reporter, slightly exasperated, ultimately followed the director's instructions from the earpiece to pose the final question. Is there anything you would like to convey to the Spurs? Lin Yuan took a deep breath and faced the camera, declaring, I, the nemesis of the Spurs, the one whom Popovich fears the most, the assassin of Duncan, have returned. Are you ready? After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he felt quite pleased with himself, believing that his words would soon become a sensation. However, across the ocean, countless Chinese students and fans were left feeling awkward upon hearing his statement. Goodness, if I were to utter such a phrase on camera, I would never escape the embarrassment of that moment. Brother Yuan, I implore you to refrain from further comments. The awkwardness has left me drenched in sweat. As the match commenced, Lin Yuan took to the court as a starter, while Bowen stepped forward to defend him. Although Popovich had no intention of allowing Bowen to resort to foul play in this game, he still assigned Bowen to guard Lin Yuan, hoping that the mere sight of Bowen would impose psychological pressure on Lin Yuan, potentially distorting his technical execution. Hey, how's your ankle? Still hurting? Bowen inquired with a sinister smile, deliberately broaching the subject in hopes of affecting Lin Yuan's mindset. If he could provoke Lin Yuan, it would be all the better. However, to his surprise, Lin Yuan merely cast him a fleeting glance and uttered two words, fool. Bowen was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the Chinese language. What does that mean? He wondered. I mean, you are a fool. All of you are fools. Bowen's expression darkened, although he couldn't understand the words. He sensed that they were far from complimentary. Mind your ankle. Let us hope you don't end up like the first game, lasting only one quarter. Perhaps you should be more concerned about whether you'll still be playing by the end of this season, Lin Yuan retorted. What do you mean? Nothing much. Just that someone might be facing a permanent suspension. At that moment, Nash and Stoudemire executed a pick and roll at the top of the arc, finding an open space as the Spurs failed to switch defensively. Nash decisively took a shot for 2 points, scoring first. As the Suns transitioned to defense, Bowen glared at the retreating Lin Yuan and scoffed. Permanent suspension for me. Only a fool would believe that. But what if it were true? Parker orchestrated the offense, with Lin Yuan standing just a step in front of him. Considering Lin Yuan's return from injury, Parker presumed he would be cautious with his movements. Suddenly, Parker accelerated, darting past Lin Yuan. He exploited the timing against Stoudemire, attempting a layup as Stoudemire descended. Marion tried to provide help defense, but was effectively obstructed by Muhammad. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Parker launched his shot. Or did he? Not quite. Just as the ball was about to reach its apex, a powerful hand firmly pinned it against the backboard. A thunderous block. Parker turned to see, to his astonishment, it was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan secured the rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Johnson, who was already poised for a fast break. With no defenders nearby, Johnson tossed the ball into the air and executed a self-alley-oop. Fortune favored him. Parker dribbled back, once again confronting Lin Yuan. This time, he refrained from attempting a drive. Instead, he dribbled in place before launching a sudden jump shot. Lin Yuan leaped in front of him, delivering a resounding block. The ball slipped from Parker's grasp and was seized by Nash, prompting the Suns to initiate another fast break. In response, Popovich called a timeout to make adjustments. Upon resuming play, Parker approached Lin Yuan with considerably more caution, deliberately ensuring that both his shots and passes maintained a safe distance from him. This newfound spacing rendered both steals and blocks significantly more challenging. Lin Yuan had never anticipated that a single move would incapacitate his opponent. Even Parker, cautious as he was granted a reprieve. Subsequently, Lin Yuan shifted his focus to offense, successfully sinking 2 3-pointers and collaborating with Nash to orchestrate the team's plays, contributing 3 assists. By the conclusion of the first quarter, Lin Yuan had amassed an impressive stat line of 8 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal. Under the influence of Lin Yuan and Nash, the Suns achieved a shooting percentage exceeding 70%, with nearly 10 more attempts than the Spurs. The first quarter ended with a commanding lead of 42-29 for the Suns. As the second quarter commenced, the Spurs remained unable to contend with the Suns, bolstered by Lin Yuan's presence. Although Duncan continued to perform admirably in the paint, the challenge lay in delivering the ball into his hands. After a season of adaptation, D'Antoni had developed a profound trust in Lin Yuan's stealing prowess. He even devised a defensive scheme tailored to exploit Lin Yuan's exceptional ability to intercept. The Spurs' offensive rhythm already sluggish, had come to a standstill. By halftime, the Suns had established a staggering lead of over 30 points. The ATT Center was enveloped in silence, as the crowd had anticipated celebrating their team's return to the finals. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. Bruce, take down Lin Yuan. Go Bruce. Go Bruce. After Lin Yuan executed yet another challenging mid-range shot, the Spurs' home crowd erupted with a deafening roar. The volume was so intense that even the technical staff on the sidelines turned to look. Popovich's expression was grim. If the Spurs were to win today, they would secure the Western Conference title, with a league award ceremony to follow. Commissioner David Stern was present at the arena, and such a raucous uproar was undoubtedly an unwelcome sound for him. Lin Yuan nearly burst into laughter upon hearing that voice. It was akin to receiving a pillow when one is already drowsy. In the subsequent offensive play, Lin Yuan dribbled past the halfway line and came to a halt, nodding and smiling towards the Spurs audience. This action was naturally interpreted as a provocation by the home crowd, and indeed, Lin Yuan was intentionally inciting them. The shouts of Bruce on the court grew louder. Lin Yuan desired precisely this effect. My dear friend, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent content is even more thrilling. He stood motionless, clutching the ball with both hands, turning his gaze towards a specific direction. A reporter followed Lin Yuan's line of sight, realizing it was directed towards Stern's seat. Childish. This reporter had labeled Lin Yuan with that tag. As time ticked away, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. Just as the 24-second shot clock was about to expire, he suddenly launched a three-pointer, striding towards his own half without a glance back. After a few steps, the ball swished through the net. In yet another play, Lin Yuan replicated his earlier maneuver. After several successful attempts, many began to comprehend Lin Yuan's intentions. These long-range three-pointers would undoubtedly make it into the highlight reel. When the highlights are viewed, it is likely that every spectator will pose a singular question. What is Lin Yuan gazing at? In due course, the Spurs ethos and the fans' fervent calls for Bowen to eliminate Lin Yuan will undoubtedly resurface. This is evidently detrimental to the positive image that Stern aspires to cultivate. Presently, the investigation into Bowen's controversial play continues, and it is apparent that Lin Yuan is pressuring the commissioner for a statement. Stern remains impassive, his thoughts concealed from view. After Lin Yuan's third buzzer-beater three-pointer, D'Antoni promptly called a timeout. Upon re-entering the game, he was relegated to the bench. Coach? Lin Yuan felt somewhat perplexed. The message you wish to convey is already sufficiently clear. The alliance will take all factors into account. Conversely, if you continue to exert such pressure, provoking the alliance, what favorable outcomes could you possibly anticipate in the future? Lin Yuan muttered to himself that he was not reliant on free throws. Yet he understood this was D'Antoni's way of showing concern for him. Thus, he acquiesced. Undoubtedly, the Suns achieved a resounding victory in this match, with the decisive Game 7 set to take place in 3 days at the American Airlines Center. Meanwhile, the Pistons and Heat were also locked in a 3-3 stalemate. Both the Eastern and Western Conferences were heading to Game 7, much to the delight of the league's management. Every additional game translated into increased revenue. On June 6th, the Suns and Spurs commenced their Game 7. Inside the locker room, the atmosphere among the Spurs was somewhat oppressive. In the preceding days, the coaching staff had reviewed all of Lin Yuan's game tapes from the season, yet they had been unable to identify any weaknesses. The primary reason was that, statistically, Lin was immensely significant, but his tactical role was relatively modest. He functioned more like an external plug-in to the Suns, with the team remaining intact in his absence, and his presence not altering their style of play. He epitomized the pinnacle of plug-and-play versatility, making it exceptionally challenging to devise a strategy against him. Duncan, in a moment of cryptic utterance, conveyed a message that resonated with everyone. Popovich glanced at Bowen, then shook his head. All eyes turned toward Bowen. Executing a dirty play was not so straightforward. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned Bowen and Horry, imparting his strategic insights. Horry, listening to Popovich's austere tone, confidently declared, "Coach, rest assured, the moment Lin Yuan leaps, I shall ensure his ankle never plays again." As the game commenced, Lin Yuan remained in the starting lineup. The Spurs, however, made adjustments by starting both Horry and Bowen alongside Duncan, creating a lineup of Duncan, Horry, Bowen, Ginobili, and Parker, a significant small ball configuration. Observing this, D'Antoni immediately relayed something to Johnson. Stoudemire faced off against Duncan for the tip-off, and the Spurs secured the first possession. Parker initiated the offense, but as he passed, Johnson suddenly lunged to intercept, knocking the ball out of bounds. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Parker's pass was typically reliable, rarely enticing anyone to attempt to steal. Johnson's daring dive merely succeeded in deflecting the ball, with possession remaining with the Spurs. What was more perplexing was that this was merely the first play of the game. Was such fervor truly necessary? In the next moment, the Suns' intentions became clear. During a dead ball, D'Antoni opted to substitute Lin Yuan with Richardson. Popovich was momentarily taken aback. His strategy to deploy both Horry and Bowen was designed specifically to counter Lin Yuan, yet he had been withdrawn so promptly. Should Popovich also opt for substitutions? It would be exceedingly conspicuous. He must initially persist with the current lineup. The Spurs' configuration lacks sufficient interior defensive prowess, a deficiency that becomes particularly pronounced when Duncan faces Stoudemire. The Suns frequently assault the basket, having established a lead of over 5 points by the midpoint of the quarter, approximately 7 minutes in, during a foul shot. The Spurs made their first substitution, bringing in Finley and Barry to replace Horry and Bowen. D'Antoni responded by introducing Lin. Upon noticing Lin's entry onto the court, Popovich chose to retain Horry in play. As Lin Yuan entered the court, he swiftly darted towards the corner, standing resolutely with his hands on his hips. Regardless of the frantic movements occurring on the court, he remained utterly still. Horry approached to guard Lin Yuan. Yet the Suns exhibited no intent to advance their offense in that direction. In that moment, the two appeared to be isolated from the game. While the other 8 players engaged in their own pursuits, Lin Yuan and Horry found themselves pondering the intricacies of life. This scenario persisted for one possession. And even during the second, Lin Yuan maintained an air of calm. However, by the third possession, Horry had shuffled a few steps closer to the basket. It was then that Nash seized the opportunity, delivering the ball into Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan swiftly released a 3-point shot, which found its mark. Horry, flustered and determined, resolved to closely shadow Lin Yuan at all costs. However, in the subsequent play, Horry raised his hands high, positioning himself directly in front of Lin Yuan. "Let's see how you'll shoot now." "Why should I shoot?" Lin Yuan retorted, executing a bounce pass to Marion, who, receiving the ball behind Horry, soared for a thunderous dunk. "Damn it." Popovich fumed, realizing Horry was being thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lin Yuan. He promptly decided to bring in Bowen. This only delighted Lin Yuan further. With both Horry and Bowen focusing their defense on him, what a stroke of fortune this was. He casually stationed himself near the center circle, keen to observe whether Horry and Bowen would follow. As Horry hesitated, Nash swiftly delivered the ball to Lin Yuan. Horry, emboldened, advanced toward Lin Yuan, exclaiming, "Are you still daring to take a jump shot? Don't blame me for being merciless." Horry, positioned at a distance, feigned defense. But his act was too transparent. Yet, he disregarded that, pretending to focus on the ball while his foot inched closer. Suddenly, Horry felt a contact, followed by the sound of the whistle. It turned out he had inadvertently kicked Lin Yuan's calf, who had even leaped. A stationary shot. The 3-pointer was successful, and he would also be awarded a free throw. Lin Yuan, proficient in free throws without needing a system, easily converted. On the next defensive play, Horry and Bowen became more cautious, standing firmly on either side of Lin Yuan, blocking his path. Lin Yuan chuckled softly and inquired, "Are you familiar with the term Qian Jilu?" Bowen and Horry responded with confusion. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, it's nothing, merely suggesting that you, or perhaps Popovich, have exhausted your resources," Lin Yuan remarked, before swiftly passing the ball. With Lin Yuan on their side, Horry and Bowen found themselves in a favorable 4-on-3 situation on the offensive end. They executed a brief collaboration between Stoudemire and Johnson, culminating in a thunderous dunk over Duncan. Popovich, visibly agitated on the sidelines, was at a loss for effective solutions. Fortunately, Parker soon responded with a mid-range shot, alleviating some of Popovich's distress. Nevertheless, the issue posed by Lin Yuan remained unresolved, and this time Horry and his team were more cautious. Lin Yuan swiftly passed the ball and immediately retreated on defense, yet Nash's keen vision was remarkable. The moment he received the ball, he promptly returned the pass. Lin Yuan skillfully executed another 3-point shot, once again finding the mark. In that moment, the expressions of the Spurs players mirrored those during Tracy McGrady's infamous 13 points in 35 seconds. Devin Brown appeared utterly bewildered on the court. Meanwhile, the TNT commentary team engaged in fervent discussion. "How would you respond to such a strategy against the Suns?" Barkley chuckled, "Don't ask me. I'm a Suns alumnus. I stand with the Suns." He continued, "It's quite challenging. Lin Yuan's 3-point shooting percentage has reached an unreasonable level. None of us have faced an opponent like him. Kenny Smith shook his head in agreement. Reggie Miller then posed a question. What about the finals? Do you believe Lin Yuan could perform similarly against the Pistons or the Heat? It's hard to say. Perhaps Lin Yuan might not even play, considering he is competing with an injury. On the court, Popovich, a coach of considerable experience, promptly adjusted the strategy, assigning Bowen to guard Lin Yuan while allowing the others to adhere to their usual gameplay. Following the Spurs' tactical shift, the rhythm of both offense and defense improved significantly. However, the outcome remained that Lin Yuan was utterly uncontainable. Facing Bowen, Lin Yuan executed a jump shot, his height not significantly towering over Lin Yuan's. Bowen could only watch helplessly as Lin Yuan sank three-pointer after three-pointer. By the time the game reached halftime, the Spurs found themselves devoid of any opportunity. It was not merely Lin Yuan who excelled. The entire Suns team erupted in performance, each player showcasing commendable skills. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Suns led the Spurs by an impressive 31 points, with a score of 102-71. D'Antoni proactively substituted his starters, transferring the pressure onto the Spurs. In the fourth quarter, Popovich persisted with his main players for half of the period, only to realize that narrowing the score was unattainable. Ultimately, he resigned to substituting his starters, effectively conceding the match. As the final whistle echoed, the Suns triumphed, advancing to the finals with a commanding series victory of 4-3. This marked the first time the Suns had graced the finals stage since the conclusion of the Barkley era. Amidst a chorus of cheers, David Stern presented the conference championship trophy. At the moment Nash and D'Antoni hoisted the trophy, the American Airlines Center transformed into a sea of jubilation. Meanwhile, Popovich and the Spurs players departed in despondence. On the bus leaving the arena, Popovich suddenly inquired, "Can we sign Lin Yuan for next season?" The general manager frowned and replied, "Lin Yuan? Would he be inclined to join our team?" "That remains uncertain. He has only signed a one-year contract with the Suns, and next season he will undoubtedly pursue a lucrative deal." "I shall inquire," he responded. The Suns overcame the Spurs, while the Pistons emerged victorious in a decisive Game 7 against the Heat, who boasted Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne Wade. The finals between the two teams are set to commence in 4 days. Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Over the past few days, aside from D'Antoni, who has been meticulously analyzing the Pistons' strategies, he has likely been the busiest. Due to his outstanding performance throughout the playoffs, Lin Yuan has garnered significant attention domestically. The national team has increasingly valued him, showing great concern for his well-being. They had just called, emphasizing the importance of taking care of his health, implicitly suggesting that they would prefer he refrain from continuing in the finals. However, Lin Yuan was well aware that his foot injury had completely healed and posed no issues whatsoever. He merely offered a few vague assurances before moving on. No sooner had he hung up than another call came in. It was his agent, Harris. "Lin, I have 2 pieces of news for you, one good and one bad. Which would you like to hear first?" "Let's start with the good news. I hope it's not mere nonsense." "The good news is that as the season is drawing to a close, I have received several contract offers, with more than half exceeding $10 million. It seems those team general managers are not foolish. They have set their sights on you this offseason." "And what are the bad news?" "The bad news is that numerous teams have expressed concerns regarding your health, fearing that playing through injury in the Western Conference Finals might jeopardize your future. Consequently, no one is willing to extend a long-term, substantial contract." Lin Yuan shrugged, questioning whether this could truly be considered bad news. Even if a team were willing to offer a long-term contract, he would still be reluctant to sign it. Currently, Lin Yuan is ascending steadily with each season, and this year with the Suns is merely an appetizer. After accumulating another season's worth of statistics, he will undoubtedly emerge as a star player. When the time comes to renegotiate, his earnings will only increase. "Harris, please convey to those teams, whoever they may be, that I will not accept a contract exceeding 2 years. As for my physical condition, let my performance in the finals speak for itself." The Pistons are also a formidable defensive team, yet they maintain a relatively clean style of play. After facing the Spurs in the playoffs, one could argue that every opponent appears clean in comparison. Agent Harris comprehended Lin Yuan's sentiments. Throughout this season, he had gained a profound understanding of Lin Yuan's capabilities and firmly believed that his potential had yet to be fully realized. "All right, I will relay your message. But any endorsement deals must be priced at an all-star level." Time swiftly passed to the day of the finals, where the Suns hosted the reigning champions, the Pistons. The Pistons have long been a powerhouse in the Eastern Conference, helmed by their esteemed coach Larry Brown. However, their greatest flaw lies in their reluctance to utilize newcomers. In hindsight, Considering the exceptional talent of the 2003 draft class, it is astonishing that the Pistons opted for only Milicic. Had they chosen one of Anthony, Wade, or Bosh, the Pistons might have dominated the East for several more years. Yet, one must ponder whether Milicic's talent was squandered by the Pistons' lack of faith. A second overall pick cannot flourish without playing time. However, the repercussions of failing to cultivate new talent are issues for the future. Presently, the Suns must confront a Detroit Pistons team that is currently at the pinnacle of its strength, featuring the formidable Wallace duo in the paint, Prince on the wings, and the backcourt duo of Hamilton and Billups. Each member of the starting five possesses at least near all-star caliber. On the evening of June 15th, at the American Airlines Center, the match between the Suns and the Pistons commenced. In this game, D'Antoni reverted to the team's classic style of play, reinstating Richardson and Nash as the starting backcourt. One excels in offense while the other specializes in defense. The Suns and Pistons commenced the game with an exceptionally tight contest. It became a battle of pace, with the Suns striving to accelerate the tempo while the Pistons intentionally slowed it down. This tactical duel rendered the match particularly captivating. David Stern, watching the live broadcast, felt a pang of anxiety. Should the Spurs have actually reached the finals? A matchup against the Pistons would likely have resulted in the lowest viewership figures in NBA history. As Stern contemplated these matters, Lin Yuan was substituted onto the court. Upon seeing Lin Yuan take the floor, Prince proactively approached to defend against him. Lin Yuan received the ball, executing a feint that left Prince momentarily bewildered, before penetrating near the free throw line for a mid-range shot. It swished through the net. The feint was impressive, yet one might wonder, what will my next move be? Will it be a stationary jump shot or a drive-and dish? The two exchanged a few playful jabs, reminiscent of their time as teammates, devoid of any animosity. True to his word, Lin Yuan indeed dazzled Prince. This time, he did not solely rely on the corner three-pointer but showcased his diverse skill set. He demonstrated step-back shots, drive-and-dish plays, and quick releases following screens. From Prince's perspective, Lin Yuan's techniques appeared somewhat unrefined, yet the crux of the matter was that he was still able to score. In terms of defense, completely stifling an opponent's shooting space is an arduous task. Generally, the objective is to compel the shooter into uncomfortable positions, away from their optimal state. However, this tactic seemed ineffective against Lin Yuan. When the shooting conditions were unfavorable, he adeptly utilized statistical data to score. Conversely, when the conditions were favorable, he would take a chance on his shooting rhythm. Consequently, Lin Yuan managed to sustain an impressive shooting percentage exceeding 70%. Larry Brown frequently altered his strategies but struggled to effectively contain Lin Yuan. Coupled with the stellar performances from Nash and Stoudemire, the Suns triumphed over the Pistons with a resounding score of 119-101 in the first game of the finals. This significant defeat prompted Larry Brown to recalibrate his approach. Addressing the Suns' over-reliance on Nash, he assigned a dedicated defender to shadow him closely. This adjustment proved effective, as the Suns found themselves grappling without Nash's orchestration. Fortunately, Lin Yuan consistently delivered stable outputs. With the Pistons focusing their defensive efforts on Nash, Lin Yuan unleashed his offensive prowess, finishing the game with an impressive 31 points on 13 of 15 shooting, alongside 2 steals and 2 blocks. As Nash's passing lanes were obstructed, he opted for a shooting mode, transforming the game into a showcase of the backcourt duo's capabilities. Lin Yuan and Nash delivered a remarkable performance, each scoring over 30 points, effectively overpowering the Pistons. In the third game, the series shifted to the Pistons' home arena. Larry Brown made yet another adjustment, yet this time, Stoudemire emerged as a celestial force, amassing an impressive 38 points and 13 rebounds against the formidable Wallace duo. Simultaneously, Marion, Johnson, Nash, Richardson, and Lin Yuan all scored in double digits. The collective brilliance of the team secured yet another victory, granting the Suns a commanding 3-0 lead. In the annals of NBA history, no team has ever managed to overturn such a deficit, particularly in the finals. In the fourth game, the Pistons, fueled by a sense of desperation, showcased an astonishing shooting accuracy. Coupled with the Suns' potential complacency and the league's desire to extend the series for additional ticket sales, the Suns succumbed in this match. The fifth game remained in the Pistons' territory, yet the Suns were resolute in their determination not to return to Phoenix with the series at stake. Each player delivered an exceptional performance, ultimately defeating the Pistons by a margin exceeding 20 points. Thus, the Suns triumphed over the defending champions, clinching the 2004-2005 championship title with a final score of 4-1, marking the first championship in the franchise's history. Standing on the podium, Lin Yuan experienced a surreal sense of déjà vu, entirely unfazed by the mere 4-point increase in his overall statistics. This time last year, he too had secured his inaugural championship in this very arena. A year had circled back, and the championship was once again claimed here. During the award ceremony, following the commentators' votes, Nash was awarded the Finals MVP with a resounding majority, joining the ranks of those who have achieved dual MVP honors in the same year. Amidst the celebrations, D'Antoni embraced Lin Yuan, expressing, "Lin, we all recognize the exceptional player you are, and I hope to see your presence on the team next season." Lin Yuan smiled and expressed his strong desire to remain, yet this ultimately hinges on the offer the management is willing to extend. This is an undeniable fact, and I trust that the management will take it into consideration. Meanwhile, Suns general manager Kerr was engaged in discussions with Lin Yuan's agent, Harris, regarding the contract terms. "You have all witnessed Lin Yuan's performance. I believe he merits an offer exceeding $10 million. Harris was the first to propose a bid. Kerr frowned slightly, as this figure significantly surpassed his initial plans. Now in the 2005 season, with the conclusion of the next season, Stoudemire's rookie contract will expire. For the management, extending Stoudemire's contract is the foremost priority. As long as Stoudemire and Nash remain with the team, the Suns will continue to wield influence. Additionally, Joe Johnson's contract is also nearing its end, making his renewal a crucial task. Although Lin Yuan has made a more favorable impression than Johnson, Kerr firmly believes that Johnson's skills are more solid and reliable. Lin Yuan's current form may not sustain into the next season. Harris, you ought to be aware that Lin Yuan is still far from a $10 million valuation. We are prepared to offer a 3-year contract worth $9 million. Harris abruptly stood up, unwilling to hear another word. "Hey, I can increase the offer by another $1 million, but beyond that, it is simply unattainable. No other team would extend a more lucrative contract." Harris paused for a moment before departing with a smile. Lin Yuan received a message from Harris and consequently abandoned his intention to remain with the Suns. Where he would go next season became a significant matter for him during the offseason. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, Lin Yuan returned to Phoenix with his team, where they held a grand parade in his home city. However, Coach Air displayed a somewhat petty demeanor upon realizing that Lin Yuan would not accept his offer. He neglected to reserve a spot for him on the float, claiming it was an oversight. Nevertheless, his teammates extended an invitation for Lin Yuan to join them on the float, which warmed his heart, as the bonds formed over the season had proven quite strong. With these trivial matters concluded, Lin Yuan entrusted the team's affairs to his agent, Harris, and returned to his homeland during the off-season. Even before his return, Lin Yuan's schedule was already brimming with commitments. In addition to being invited to join the national team training camp, he also had promotional activities prepared by Anta, necessitated by the substantial endorsement fee he had secured. After all, with $100 million in endorsement deals, numerous obligations needed to be addressed during the off-season. Upon his return to the homeland, Lin Yuan experienced the sensation of celebrity as throngs of admirers sought his signature and wished to capture photographs with him wherever he went. Fortunately, he was accompanied by a diligent assistant arranged by Anta, who skillfully extricated him from such overwhelming attention. The commitments of endorsements consumed a considerable amount of Lin Yuan's time, and it was only after a week of his return that he finally found a moment to attend to his personal endeavors. Thus, he donned sunglasses and a mask, stealthily making his way to Hongdian. "Xiaoli, I've arrived. Where are you?" he inquired. "Did we not agree to meet? You seem to be elusive, but if necessary, I shall seek you out at the film set. Do remind Xiao Fei to address me as uncle when the time comes." Ultimately, Xiaoli acquiesced and provided Lin Yuan with the address of a hotel. Lin Yuan waited in the lobby for a brief moment before catching sight of Xiaoli. Upon locking eyes, neither uttered a word, and together they hastened into the suite. Once inside, they delved into a conversation about recent events, sharing an endless stream of dialogue. Their exchange persisted from 11 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, only pausing momentarily. Both expressed their exhaustion, sipping their drinks heartily. "How long have you been back?" "Nearly 10 days, right?" "Oh, so you do remember it's been 10 days. Why did you only come to find me now?" With that, Xiaoli shot Lin Yuan a playful glare. Lin Yuan chuckled, realizing that her feelings were stirred due to his absence. She felt a twinge of anger. Wasn't it considerate of him to take into account her situation in the film crew, which made things inconvenient? Haha, it's not as if I am the one acting. I merely accompanied Xiao Fei. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan found this revelation rather unsurprising. Lin Yuan quickly diverted the topic. "What film are you working on? Could you take me to see it?" "The Return of the Condor Heroes." Is it directed by the bearded Zhang Dashuzi featuring Xiao Huangming? Xiaoli nodded. Lin Yuan had indeed watched this rendition of the classic tale. While it may not hold a candle to the version starring Gu Tianla, it was still a commendable piece of work. Moreover, in this adaptation, it seemed that the character of Guoxiang was portrayed by someone quite noteworthy. At the mere thought of this, Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He feigned nonchalance and inquired, "What part of the storyline are you currently filming?" Xiaoli pondered for a moment before replying, "It seems we are nearing the climactic battle of Xiangyang." The final battle of Xiangyang? That surely includes Guoxiang's storyline. Does it not? This is the 19-year-old Yangxi we are speaking of. Lin Yuan began to drift into a reverie when Xiaoli interrupted him. "What are you thinking about?" she inquired. "Oh, I was reminiscing about the past, recalling the days when I read The Return of the Condor Heroes. Back then, I was in middle school, secretly indulging in novels during class while evading my homeroom teacher, which left a lasting impression on me." Xiaoli accepted Lin Yuan's explanation. As night fell, the crew returned from the location. Since Xiaoli lived with her daughter, Lin Yuan booked a separate room. Later, during dinner with the crew, Lin Yuan feigned an accidental stroll past them. In the evening, he seized the opportunity to pass by the dining area of the Condor Heroes crew and was pleasantly surprised to spot a familiar face. "Sister Xiaoli, what a coincidence to see you here." Xiaoli could only smile at Lin Yuan's audacity, feeling somewhat helpless. Following his stellar performance in the finals, Lin Yuan had garnered significant attention, and most of the crew members recognized him. Seizing the moment, he managed to secure a seat. To avoid arousing his daughter's suspicions about his connection with Xiaoli, he chose to sit beside Yangxi instead. At this point, Yangxi was not yet the person she would later become, still under 20, but the exuberance of her youth brought a distinct charm to the atmosphere. The group was engaged in lively conversation, and with Lin Yuan present, the topic swiftly shifted to basketball. "Is your ankle injury all right?" someone asked. "It's a trivial matter." "Do you believe I can balance on my injured ankle and still lift you?" Lin Yuan challenged playfully. "I don't believe it," Yangxi replied, shaking her head. "Then let's wager. We can try it right now." Yangxi, weighing less than 100 pounds, posed no challenge for Lin Yuan. However, feeling playful, she wanted to attempt it, but her skirt made it inconvenient, so she reluctantly abandoned the idea. Lin Yuan whispered, "How about we wait for a while and try it out alone?" "Sounds great," Yangxi replied confidently, entirely unaware of the stamina of athletes. Believing Lin Yuan was merely boasting. Not long after he returned to his room, Yangxi arrived. True to her word, she was not wearing a dress, but rather a pair of jeans. It must be said that such a scene is quite commonly seen in the country. Lin Yuan often encounters elegantly attired beauties in the United States. However, the country places great emphasis on a healthy sun-kissed complexion, prompting many to deliberately tan their skin to achieve this hue. Visually, it is simply incomparable. Where does one even look? Yangxi's gaze remained fixated on Lin Yuan's legs, filled with a sense of pride. A casual glance, what was the outcome? How might one assess it? My verdict is one of utmost satisfaction. In the upcoming season, you shall guard against James. The two exchanged playful banter, with Yangxi reminiscing about the past, urging Lin Yuan to lift her up. How could Lin Yuan possibly be timid? With ease, he lifted Yangxi horizontally into his arms, weighing less than 100 pounds. She was a mere feather in his grasp. "So, what now?" "All right, I believe you. Please set me down." Once she dismounted from Lin Yuan's shoulder, Yangxi settled onto the sofa, gazing at him with admiration. "Tell me, how did you first start playing basketball?" "Well, that's a rather lengthy tale. Initially, I worked at a gas station." "You actually did that?" "Of course. My family wasn't in a position to provide luxuries, so I had to labor for everything I desired." "Is that so? How old were you back then?" "I worked various jobs. Besides the gas station, I also toiled in fast food and laundries, many roles you might find hard to fathom." Lin Yuan then regaled her with tales from his childhood in America. Although Yangxi couldn't claim to fully comprehend every detail, his vivid storytelling painted a picture far more colorful than her limited understanding. Growing up sheltered, she was perhaps unaware of the realities of working for a living. She listened intently to Lin Yuan's anecdotes, captivated by his experiences. From just after 9 in the evening until the stroke of midnight, Lin Yuan's voice grew hoarse from narrating. Fortunately, Yangxi, having endured a taxing day of filming, succumbed to fatigue and dozed off on the sofa. Lin Yuan gazed at the peacefully slumbering Yangxi, pondering the notion that some talents are indeed innate. Youth itself is the greatest gift. Observing Yangxi in her tranquil repose, Lin Yuan had no intention of rousing her. Instead, he gently placed her upon the bed and tucked her in, ensuring she would not catch a chill. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated through the air. Who could possibly be at the door at this hour? Perhaps it is a server? Lin Yuan casually threw on a garment and, upon peering through the peephole, was astonished to find Xiaoli standing outside the door. She had wrapped herself tightly, occasionally casting furtive glances to the side, evidently fearful of being seen. Lin Yuan felt troubled. Why have you come at this moment? Yangxi is still here. We must not allow any misunderstandings to arise. He was acutely aware that the two were merely reminiscing about life and past experiences. However, what if Miss Xiaoli did not believe that? It would be disastrous if rumors were to circulate. As he lingered in hesitation, another knock echoed at the door, this time more insistent than before. Lin Yuan had no choice but to open the door and let her in. What are you dawdling about? Have you fallen asleep? Are you coming over or not? Of course I want you to come and chat with me. Lin Yuan asserted firmly, refusing to compromise on principles. Now that I am here, want you to show some appreciation? Are you going to offer me a drink or two? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and suggested. I noticed a bar below with a delightful ambience. Would you care to join me? Miss Xiaoli nodded in agreement. This bar, nestled within a grand hotel, offered a serene atmosphere, far removed from the cacophony of typical establishments outside. It was exquisitely tranquil and elegant, providing the perfect setting for intimate conversation. The pair settled into a cozy booth, ordering a selection of cocktails and light snacks, and began to converse while savoring their treats. Lin Yuan and Xiaoli engaged in a delightful conversation, traversing from reminiscing about the past to discussing music, films, and their hobbies. Unbeknownst to them, a considerable amount of time had elapsed as their dialogue flourished. Realizing the hour was late, Lin Yuan suggested, allow me to escort you back. Xiaoli nodded with a smile. All right. The journey was marked by a comfortable silence between the two. Upon reaching Xiaoli's doorstep, just as Lin Yuan was about to take his leave, Xiaoli called out to him. Lin Yuan, thank you for keeping me company tonight, she said, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Lin Yuan smiled and said, please, no need for formality. I look forward to our next conversation. I truly enjoyed our chat and found it quite enlightening. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Xiaoli standing still, gazing at his retreating figure as it gradually faded into the corridor, her thoughts a mystery. Only after Xiaoli departed could Lin Yuan finally take a respite. After a day filled with travel and extensive conversation with two individuals, he felt utterly exhausted. He soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, he awoke just before noon, only to find himself alone. Yangxi had left him a small note, mentioning that she had departed early due to ongoing filming commitments. She expressed her gratitude for Lin Yuan's gentlemanly demeanor, considering him a person worth cultivating a relationship with. The implication was unmistakably clear. Lin Yuan spent several delightful days in Hongdian, engaging in heartfelt conversations with friends, which brought him immense comfort and pleasure. The only downside was that Xiaoli often felt a significant age gap between herself and Lin Yuan, as if their casual exchanges resembled secret meetings of spies. However, joyful moments are always fleeting, and the national team was soon to commence its training camp. Lin Yuan could only temporarily depart for the capital to report in. The national basketball team for 2005 had two primary objectives: to secure a berth for the 2008 Olympics and to pre-select exceptional talent for the same event. This team appointed Lithuanian Jonas as the head coach and finalized an 18-man training roster. Ultimately, 12 players would be selected from this list to participate in the Asian Basketball Championship scheduled for September in Doha, Qatar. The training would span 2 months, seemingly consuming the entire off-season. However, Lin Yuan felt immense joy. His basketball skills were not particularly refined, and this opportunity allowed him to diligently hone his fundamentals. Particularly, learning under Coach Jonas, hailing from the basketball powerhouse of Lithuania, greatly enriched Lin Yuan's knowledge. During the training period, Lin Yuan transformed into a master of time management, frequently engaging in lengthy conversations with Xiaoli and Yangxi. Simultaneously, his agent Harris kept him informed about developments in the league. Following the conclusion of the 2005 draft, Australian player Andrew Bogut was selected as the first overall pick. Darren Williams joined the Jazz, while Chris Paul was drafted by the Hornets. Noteworthy mentions include the Lakers selecting Bynum with the 10th pick and the Pacers drafting Granger. As Lin Yuan was currently without a team, he paid little attention to the newcomers. In terms of team dynamics, following their defeat in the finals, the Pistons replaced Larry Brown with Saunders as the new head coach. In early August, the Heat, Grizzlies, Hornets, Jazz, and Celtics executed a significant trade involving 13 players across 5 teams. In this deal, the Heat acquired Walker, Jason Williams, and James Posey, significantly bolstering their roster. Additionally, the Heat re-signed Shaquille O'Neal for 5 years at a staggering $100 million, coupled with the rising star Dwayne Wade, prompting excitement about the Heat's resurgence in the upcoming season. The Cavaliers have signed Larry Hughes, a player whose contract with the Wizards has expired, and have also secured free agent Marshall from the Raptors. Concurrently, they have extended the contract of their own free agent, Ilgauskas, further strengthening their roster. In the Western Conference, the Spurs have renewed their contract with free agent Horry while also acquiring Argentine player Fabricio Oberto. The Rockets have preemptively extended Yao Ming's contract for 5 years, valued at $75.46 million, solidifying his position as the cornerstone of the team. The Suns have been particularly active, initially signing free agent Raja Bell from the Jazz, and subsequently executing a sign-and-trade deal involving Joe Johnson with the Hawks in exchange for Boris Diaw and 2 future first-round draft picks. Additionally, the team has reached a sign-and-trade agreement with the Pacers, trading a second-round pick in 2008 for James Jones. This entire offseason has been focused on bolstering the forward position, implicitly signaling to Lin that the team does not require a player of his role. Moreover, news of the Hawks signing Pachulia has caught Lin's attention. Pachulia is yet another player akin to Bowen. Lin's agent, Harris, has informed him that numerous teams are interested in him. However, they consider his asking price of a $10 million contract to be somewhat excessive. Lin, there is a prevailing sentiment in the free market that your performance is largely attributable to the Suns system. It is believed that, should you depart from the Suns, replicating last season's success would be improbable. So, everyone thinks I'm merely a system player? Lin chuckled. Not entirely. There are also concerns from some teams regarding your ability to perform in the playoffs while nursing injuries, which may hinder your rest during the off-season and subsequently impact next season's performance. I understand. I will take my time to consider my options and won't rush into a decision. Lin Yuan's unwavering confidence stems not only from his self-assuredness regarding his capabilities, but also from his status as a player representing China, where contractual salaries are but a trifling matter. During the training camp, endorsement contracts began to surface, with Ely Milk offering an annual endorsement deal worth 30 million RMB. While this figure pales in comparison to that of Anta, which is renowned for its specialization in sports, the fact that a food brand is proposing such a substantial contract is indeed remarkable. Upon signing the agreement, as Lin Yuan was filling out his personal information, an official entered the room. Lin Yuan, please fill in your payment information according to this document, he instructed, placing a sheet of paper before Lin Yuan, which bore an account number. What does this mean? Lin Yuan inquired. The official chuckled and replied, you may not be fully aware of the protocol. For endorsement contracts signed by national team players, the funds are required to be deposited into this designated account first. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Rest assured, when we allocate these funds, your interest will be prioritized. Prioritized? This is my money. On what grounds do you assume the right to distribute it? The official's expression darkened slightly. Lin Yuan, you must understand that your ability to secure this contract is intrinsically linked to your association with the national team. It is not, Lin Yuan remarked. I obtained the contract due to my own capabilities. It seems you truly do not grasp the situation. Are you aware of the immense platform that joining the national team represents? Would you not agree, Manager Wu? Manager Wu, the commercial supervisor of Ely, nodded in affirmation, saying, Director Liu is indeed correct. This has always been the established norm. Lin Yuan flicked the signature pin with a dismissive gesture. Let it be. Perhaps we shall have the opportunity to collaborate in the future, he stated, rising to depart. Manager Wu was left in a state of disbelief. His primary mission for this visit was to secure Lin Yuan's signature. Whether it was Lin Yuan or the national team player Ely, it was of little consequence. However, if this contract fell through, it would spell disaster for him. Please, don't leave. Everything can be negotiated. Lin Yuan stood firm and turned to say, You have heard my demands. If you agree, then sign. If not, then let it be. Manager Wu exchanged a glance with Section Chief Liu, contemplating the adage that a dead comrade is preferable to a dead friend. He was not beholden to the national team, and Liu had no authority over him. Sign. I shall sign. We shall proceed as you dictate. Section Chief Liu was taken aback by Lin Yuan's assertiveness. For even the endorsement contracts signed by the likes of De Yao required a portion to be submitted. Lin Yuan, who has the state nurtured you for? Section Chief Liu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Lin Yuan differs from Yao Ming or other players. He is one who has undergone naturalization. It is not merely the absence of training from the national team. Even local clubs have not provided him with such guidance. He can only strive to maintain a calm demeanor, attempting to convey a sense of earnestness. The regulations of the national team are rigid, if you doubt this. Inquire with Yuming or consider other disciplines, such as diving, where the same principles apply. Please refrain from seeking special treatment, if you would. I do not seek any preferential treatment. I am inherently unique. Financial compensation is of little consequence to me. But what have you contributed? Is it fair to demand a share without any investment? Director Liu, after a few ineffective remarks, adopted a stern tone and warned, I caution you. The national team roster has yet to be announced. If you persist in this manner, your position may not be guaranteed. Lin Yuan gazed at him with a bemused smile and remarked, Are you truly foolish? Who is this imbecile daring to converse with me? Bang. What is your attitude? Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating for the other to leave, deeming the threat utterly worthless. Manager Wu, are we ready to sign the contract? Let us sign it. Right away. Director Liu glared at Lin Yuan with a sullen expression, and after Lin Yuan inscribed his account number, he stomped away in a fit of anger. This brief episode ultimately led to no further developments. Following the conclusion of the national team's training camp, the final roster was unveiled. The selected 12 included Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Du Feng, Lin Yuan, Li Nan, Zhu Fengyu, Lu Wei, Sun Yu, Wang Shipeng, Tang Zhengdong, Zhang Jinsong, and Zhang Yunsong, with Coach Jonas and assistant coach Audi Zhang at the helm. The first major competition for this finalized national team would be the Men's Basketball Asian Championship, held in Doha, Qatar. China has long been the dominant force in Asian basketball. Failing to clinch the championship in this tournament would signify a monumental defeat. The tournament is divided into 4 groups. Group A, China, Iran, Chinese Taipei, Uzbekistan. Group B, Kazakhstan, Indonesia, Japan, Qatar. Group C, India, Hong Kong, Lebanon, Jordan. Group D, South Korea, Kuwait, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia. Among the competing teams, Lebanon and Iran stand out as formidable opponents that must be approached with utmost seriousness. On September 8th, the first day of the competition commenced, with China facing Iran in their opening match. Throughout this game, Lin Yuan refrained from utilizing the system. After all, one who is selected for the NBA based on sheer talent should not need to rely on a system to overcome a team like Iran. Moreover, the enhancement of his shooting ability would not diminish by abstaining from the system. Confronted with the slightly shorter three-point line on the international stage, Lin Yuan's shooting prowess appeared effortless and abundant. In addition to Lin Yuan, Yao Ming dominated the paint like a titan, overwhelming Iran's Haddadi, who proved to be no match. Suffering relentless pressure on both ends of the court. By the conclusion of the match, China triumphed with a resounding score of 89-57, marking a successful start to the tournament. After the game, Lin Yuan was unexpectedly notified by the system, achieving victory without the system and ranking among the top 3 players on his team. His data enhancement was doubled, granting him an additional point. This was the first time Lin Yuan had been made aware of such a provision since acquiring the system. This realization led him to ponder whether, during the previous season with the Suns, he had forfeited numerous data points due to not utilizing the system. However, upon reflection, it was clear that if he had not employed the system within the Suns lineup, Lin Yuan, under no circumstances, could ever rank among the top 3 in the team. With this thought, he found solace. Glancing again at the points allocated by the system, even a doubling only amounted to an additional point, indicating that in competitions of the Asian Championships caliber, the standard edition was merely 0.5. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan cast another look at his status panel. Data customization system level, 2 total data, 3643 ability enhancement, 3-point shooting accuracy 25 physical enhancement, unlockable limit tasks, personal data, single quarter steal record. Single game steal record personal honors, not achieved team achievements, non-commercial achievements, $6 million endorsement contract skills, physical recovery, physical enhancement to date. The system has yet to undergo further upgrades. The last upgrade occurred when the system data limit increased from 15 to 30. This time, it is highly probable that it will rise from 30 to 45. Alternatively, should the demands be elevated further, achieving a cap of 60 points would certainly present a formidable challenge for Lin Yuan. However, overthinking such matters proves futile. Data must be accumulated gradually, step by step. Following a decisive victory over Iran, they triumphed again with a substantial score against Uzbekistan and Chinese Taipei, securing an unblemished record and topping their group. In the second stage of the tournament, China faced Saudi Arabia, Japan, and Lebanon within the same group, once again achieving a flawless three-game performance. Notably, in the match against Saudi Arabia, they produced an astonishing score of 98-10. When confronted with the potential championship adversary, Lebanon, they emerged victorious with a significant 20-point margin, thus ensuring their advance to the semifinals. On September 16th, in the semifinals, China encountered South Korea. Leading up to the match, the South Korean team held high expectations, believing that they possessed a giant in Hyo Sung-jin, rivaling the likes of Yao Ming, and thus harbored considerable hopes for victory. From the outset, Yao Ming decisively dominated the opposing team's interior defense. Nevertheless, the South Korean team exhibited their characteristic sportsmanship. Soo Chong-hoon, standing 20 centimeters shorter than Yao Ming, played aggressively, even resorting to a two-handed maneuver that brought Yao Ming down. This act nearly sparked a confrontation between the players, but fortunately, they were separated in time. Had it been moments later, South Korea might have faced the wrath of Zhu Fengyu's Dragon Fist. Ultimately, the match concluded with China achieving a resounding victory over South Korea by more than 50 points. In such a game, all players performed admirably, yet Lin Yuan's contribution of 20 points went somewhat unnoticed. On the other side, Lebanon narrowly defeated the host nation, Qatar, by a mere 4 points to advance to the finals against the Chinese team. The disparity in strength between the two teams was evident, as Lebanon managed to score only 2 points halfway through the first quarter. However, they displayed admirable resilience, maintaining a point differential of around 10 throughout the contest. This also accounted for Lin Yuan's decision not to utilize the system. Otherwise, given the defensive intensity of their opponents, he would have effortlessly surpassed the 40-point data cap. Hitting 10 consecutive three-pointers would likely have led the opposing team to concede by the end of the first quarter. As the match concluded, China celebrated their championship victory in the 23rd Asian Championship with an impeccable record of 8 wins. Due to the moderate level of competition, the system only awarded a mere 2-point increase to their data cap. Lin Yuan's data has also remained at 43-45, failing to elevate to level 3. Thus, he has concluded that reaching level 3 will likely require a cap of 60 points. Upon returning home after a resounding victory in the competition, the team members were greeted like heroes, basking in a harmonious atmosphere. However, dissenting voices began to surface. Some believed that Lin Yuan's performance did not align with public expectations and questioned whether he should continue with the national team. Such sentiments were met with Lin Yuan's utter disdain. He could even anticipate the origin of these remarks, tracing them back to the endorsement contract involving Ely. It is conceivable that each endorsement contract generates substantial revenue for the Basketball Association. Lin Yuan's resolute stance, however, has significantly impacted the interests of numerous individuals. Delving deeper, one might consider that Ely's contract is merely a minor issue. The subsequent contracts of Lin Yuan will yield no benefits for them. Throughout the competition, these individuals have endured in silence, but now that the contest has concluded, interest groups are beginning to circulate rumors. In response to these ominous whispers, Lin Yuan maintains a philosophy of not allowing himself to be provoked by mere glances. Those bold enough to confront him will undoubtedly face his rebuttal, yet for the moment, these are merely rumors. Overreacting would only betray a lack of confidence. Thus, Lin Yuan informed the team of his intention to return to the United States as the new season approaches. This announcement left those orchestrating the rumors feeling as if they had struck a stone wall. A group of ungrateful wretches. Lin Yuan gazed at the pouting Yangtze and inquired with a smile, "What troubles you? Have you been wronged in the production team?" "It's not me," she retorted. "Haven't you been following the sports news? It's all about your negative press." Lin Yuan opened the webpage and was greeted by a prominent headline in the sports section. Lin Yuan remains overlooked in the NBA, yet exhibits arrogance within the national team. A review of the national team players reveals Lin Yuan's disappointing performance. Coach Zhang's incisive critique highlights that Lin is still far from being a competent rotation player. Humility is a skill that Lin urgently needs to refine. Does the 2008 Olympics truly require Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan did not even bother to click on it, just by glancing at the title. He could envision the faces of those individuals. I was seething with rage. These people deserved a scathing rebuke. But how should one retaliate? Hold a press conference? In this era, there is no Weibo. He looked at Yangtze, still indignant, and chuckled. Well? Do you think Qin Shi Huang cared if the 6 states of Shandong cursed him a few times? So when will you become Qin Shi Huang? Next season. Yangtze finally revealed a smile. If you are Qin Shi Huang, who am I? Transfer me 50 yuan, and I shall appoint you as the great general. Huh. Yangtze spat. I have no desire to be a general. I wish to be an empress. To be an empress, you must pay even more. The two began to laugh, diverting the conversation elsewhere. In the following days, Lin Yuan refrained from responding to anything. During this time, Ta used his connections to advocate for Lin Yuan. However, against deeply entrenched interest groups, their power remained feeble. By 2005, the discourse within the sports sector was firmly in the hands of the opposing side. The news defending Lin Yuan could hardly make the headlines. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had only risen to prominence less than a year ago, and the fan base was still burgeoning. For the time being, there were few willing to speak on his behalf. However, during a media interview, Yao Ming praised Lin Yuan's performance. Though most of his compliments were ultimately cut from the broadcast, on the eve of his departure to the United States, Lin Yuan received a call from Director Liu of the Basketball Association. He expressed, not without a hint of arrogance, a desire for Lin Yuan to discuss matters in the capital. "I'm sorry, but I've already booked my flight. If you wish to talk, you may come to the United States to find me." With that, he hung up. Upon returning to the States, Lin Yuan met with his agent, Harris. "Lin, the situation is not looking good. There has been a rumor circulating in the league suggesting that your foot injury is more severe than anticipated, which is why the Suns have not renewed your contract." This news caused many to retreat. Did they not see my performance in the Asian Championship? They did. But it seems Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the issue lay here. Although the Asian Championships may not be a grand event, professional scouts certainly pay attention to it. Lin Yuan did not utilize the system to compete, which resulted in his performance appearing significantly inferior to that of the playoffs based on the data. Consequently, this rumor seems exceedingly credible. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and decided that it would be acceptable to lower the contract amount, but insisted on a one-year agreement, stating that the following year he would demand the maximum salary. Harris, adhering to Lin Yuan's stipulations, revised the terms and firmly asserted that Lin Yuan would showcase a star-level performance in the upcoming season. With Yao Ming's mediation, the Rockets extended an invitation for Lin Yuan to participate in a training trial in Houston, where he would engage in one-on-one competition with Tracy McGrady. In terms of skill and physique, Lin Yuan could not compare to McGrady. However, leveraging his system abilities, the match ended in a stalemate, with Lin Yuan even exhibiting superior shooting skills. The outcome of this trial left the Rockets astounded, prompting Van Gundy to fervently urge General Manager Morey to secure Lin Yuan's signing. Unfortunately, the Rockets were already committed to substantial contracts with both McGrady and Yao Ming, and owner Alexander was notoriously frugal, disinclined to pay luxury taxes. He even attempted to leverage Yao Ming's emotional appeal to persuade Lin Yuan to accept a significant pay cut to join the Rockets. Naturally, Lin Yuan rejected such manipulative tactics. Given that the primary purpose of this trial was to validate Lin Yuan's capabilities, numerous scouts attended the event. Following the trial, the number of teams expressing interest in Lin Yuan increased. While few were willing to offer contracts in the tens of millions, several were prepared to extend offers in the range of $5 to $6 million. Even the Lakers proposed a $6 million contract. Harris strongly advised Lin Yuan to join forces with Kobe Bryant in Los Angeles, highlighting that the exposure and commercial potential there vastly surpassed that of other cities. Concerns regarding salary were unfounded, as the Buss family, though not exceedingly wealthy, had a reputation for being generous with contracts. To join the Lakers, Lin Yuan found himself in a state of hesitation, as this decision proved to be quite formidable. Undoubtedly, the Lakers belong to Kobe, and they shall for the foreseeable future. To ascend as the leader, it seems a change of teams is imperative. Ultimately, a piece of news from Harris extinguished all uncertainty. "Lin, the Knicks have offered you a 2-year contract worth $22 million, along with the promise of a starting position." The Knicks? Forget about that extravagant enterprise. If there exists a team whose commercial value rivals that of the Lakers, it must be the New York Knicks. Since the era of Ewing, the Knicks have languished for too long. They have never hesitated to invest in strengthening their team, whether it be players or coaches. Following the Pistons' defeat in the finals, they swiftly parted ways with head coach Larry Brown. The Knicks promptly signed him. Upon learning that Lin Yuan had yet to secure a contract, Larry Brown's first demand was for the team to sign Lin Yuan. Regarding the various rumors surrounding Lin Yuan, a single statement from Larry Brown dispelled the management's doubts. "I just completed a series with Lin Yuan. No one understands him better than I do. Do not sign for just 1 year. The longer, the better." He has only signed for 2 years? Then let it be 2 years for now, with Lin Yuan on board. "Next season I shall lead New York in pursuit of the championship." In the end, Lin Yuan, after much deliberation, signed with the New York Knicks, once again under the tutelage of Larry Brown. In the original timeline, the New York Knicks of the 2005 to 2006 season were merely a bottom-tier team, languishing with a record that placed them second to last in the entire league. The most notable star on the roster was the enigmatic Stephon Marbury. At this juncture, Marbury had yet to evolve into the authoritative figure he would later become in the Capitol. His ability to unite teammates was nearly non-existent. The center, Eddie Curry, bore a name befitting a superstar, yet his performance was rather mediocre. The power forward, Antonio Davis, was so obscure that even those with a rudimentary understanding of basketball, like Lin Yuan, would struggle to recognize him. The small forward situation was rather intriguing, as the Suns, in an effort to alleviate pressure on Amare Stoudemire, traded Quentin Richardson for Kurt Thomas. This effectively meant that Lin Yuan and Quentin were reunited in New York. Considering that Marbury had also departed from the Suns, the Knicks' backcourt resembled a miniature rendition of the Suns. Other role players included the future sixth man of the year, Jamal Crawford, Matt Barnes from the infamous 8th-seed Mavericks, and Trevor Ariza, who had once been a leading figure for the Rockets. All in all, these were players of considerable talent. Additionally, there were rookies Nate Robinson and David Lee, both of whom held promising prospects for the future. However, Larry Brown paid little heed to these players. His bold proclamation of aspirations for the finals was primarily fueled by Lin Yuan's presence. Following Lin Yuan's acceptance of the Knicks contract and after a series of physical examinations and procedural formalities, he officially became a Knicks player in early October. Larry Brown was invigorated, marking the first time since assuming the coaching position in New York that he felt a surge of excitement. After parting ways with the Pistons, he yearned to re-establish his credibility, and leading a struggling team to the pinnacle of success was undoubtedly the most straightforward way to achieve that, much like Mike D'Antoni had done the previous season. With these thoughts in mind, Larry Brown walked with a newfound spring in his step. At that moment, a few reporters called out to him, "Coach Brown, we are sports journalists from Huagua's official media. May we have a moment?" Initially reluctant to engage with the press, Larry Brown paused upon realizing they were from Huagua. "I will grant you 5 minutes. All right. What is your assessment of the team's signing of Lin Yuan?" "A flawless maneuver. I am thoroughly satisfied." "What issues do you believe Lin Yuan can resolve for the Knicks?" "Everything." The reporters, not receiving the responses they had hoped for, awkwardly scratched their heads. Then, Coach Brown, what was the cost of acquiring Lin Yuan for the Knicks? "Cost. The cost is that we can no longer fish early. We must endure through a dozen or so playoff games." With that, Larry Brown departed, leaving the reporters and cameramen in a state of confusion, uncertain of how to report back. Madison Square Garden. Today marked the first practice session of Lin Yuan's tenure with the team, and all players had gathered here. Lin Yuan exchanged high-fives with everyone, and when he reached Quentin Richardson, the two embraced warmly, having just completed a season together and now both joining the Knicks. Their camaraderie felt particularly heartfelt. However, when he approached the team's leader, Stephon Marbury, and extended his hand, Marbury swatted it away. Did he think that winning a championship alongside Nash entitled him to assume the role of the alpha in New York? Lin Yuan chuckled and shook his head. "I care not for titles or ranks. My sole aspiration is to seize the championship. Not 1, nor 2, but 6 or 7. Haha. Enough of that." Marbury sneered disdainfully. "We all proclaim our desire for championships, yet only we ourselves know our true thoughts. Do you believe we can clinch the title this season? Since my inception into the league, I have been a champion. That is owing to your formidable teammates," Marbury retorted. "Indeed," Lin Yuan replied with a grin. "My current teammates are equally formidable." Marbury paused, finding those words quite agreeable. "Do you aspire to prove that you can stand alongside the likes of Lupus and Nash? If so, then let us strive together." Larry Brown, who had been standing nearby for a while, seized the moment to interject. "Lin Yuan has articulated it perfectly. We are undoubtedly a championship-caliber team, and I hold this belief with unwavering conviction." Lin Yuan and Larry Brown, through a blend of motivational discourse and persuasion, ignited a fervor within Marbury. The ensuing training sessions were marked by remarkable enthusiasm and cooperation, inspiring not only the teammates, but also the newcomers. During this period, those who had previously stirred up controversy online in China fell silent. However, it is easy to predict that should Lin Yuan falter in his performance with the Knicks, these individuals would undoubtedly resurface. As time slipped by, November arrived, heralding the commencement of the regular season. On November 3rd, the Knicks faced the Celtics in an away game. This season, both the Celtics and the Knicks found themselves in a similar plight, struggling at the bottom of the league. apart from the star player Paul Pierce. The rest of the roster lacked notable talent. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan recognized some familiar faces, including Ricky Davis and Delonte West, who were well-known figures. The first game unfolded with a certain ease. Although Marbury operated as a lone wolf, his prowess was undeniably that of a superstar. Before the official commencement of the season, Lin Yuan enhanced his breakthrough ability by 20 points using the system's points. Undoubtedly, Lin Yuan's shooting skills are already formidable. However, over time, he may become the target of strategic defenses. Without breakthrough ability, it becomes exceedingly easy for opponents to defend against him. A shooter devoid of breakthrough capability cannot assume the role of a core player. Lin Yuan originally possessed a certain degree of breakthrough ability, and after gaining an additional 20 points, he transitioned from mediocrity to a commendable level of excellence. His performance on the competitive stage has attested to this fact. Due to positional circumstances, Pierce primarily focused on defending against Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan executed a rather lackluster fake shot against Pierce before swiftly driving to the left. After bypassing Pierce, he abruptly halted and made a jump shot, successfully scoring 2 points. In the subsequent possessions, Lin Yuan continued to acclimate to his breakthrough capabilities. Marbury consistently facilitated Lin Yuan's plays, allowing him to overpower Pierce 3 consecutive times, each time successfully scoring. This relentless assault ultimately compelled the Celtics to deploy a double team. Larry Brown, observing from the sidelines, expressed his satisfaction. After a season had passed, Lin Yuan had indeed improved. Last season, his ability to penetrate defenses was barely noticeable. Yet in the very first game of the new season, he was able to contend with a player of Pierce's caliber. In the end, the Knicks secured a comfortable victory in this inaugural match. Lin Yuan, Marbury, and Richardson all scored 20 points. Marbury, in particular, delivered 11 assists during the game, prompting some commentators to exclaim that Marbury's play had become more rational, raising the question of whether he might become the next Nash. Media outlets have begun referring to the Knicks as the New York three-headed monster. The Knicks' performance has been commendable, much to the delight of Anta. Seizing the opportunity of Lin Yuan joining the Knicks, Anta has also established a regional headquarters in New York, aiming to leverage this moment to penetrate the American market. Concurrently, they plan to launch a signature shoe in collaboration with Lin Yuan, with designs already underway. Data customization system level, 2 total data, 2243 ability enhancement, 3-point shooting percentage 25. Driving ability 20 physical enhancement, unlock limit task, personal data, NA personal honors, NA team achievements, NA commercial achievements, and task 6 million endorsement contract skills, physical recovery. Physical enhancement. Following a triumphant start, the team experienced a surge of momentum. On November 5th, they faced the Wizards at home. Contending with the fierce firepower of Agent Zero Arenas and Jameson, the Knicks delivered an even more impressive performance. Lin Yuan maximized his abilities, with half of his points coming without reliance on the system. Ultimately, Lin Yuan shot 15 of 22 from the field, achieving a staggering 41 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 8 steals, setting a new personal scoring record and leading the team to victory. On November 7th, they triumphed over the Warriors, led by the formidable Davis, winning by a margin of 10 points. The team then embarked on a Western road trip, narrowly defeating the Trail Blazers before securing another victory against the Warriors in their second matchup. After a day of rest, they back-to-back defeated the Kings and the Jazz. Half a month into the season, the Knicks boasted an impressive 7-0 record, even outpacing the Spurs and Pistons. Thus, the following day, the Knicks' visit to the Staples Center to challenge the Lakers became the center of public attention. The explosive performance of Kobe Bryant in the new season stood in stark contrast to the rising momentum of the Knicks, leading to a swift sellout of tickets for the Lakers' home game. At the outset of the season, Kobe had scored over 30 points in 5 consecutive games. Yet the team had only secured 2 victories. Subsequently, after altering his strategy to pass more, he faced 2 additional losses. In this home game, Kobe was determined to avoid another defeat, launching into aggressive offensive plays from the very beginning. Lin Yuan attempted to take on Kobe without relying on the system's data, but his success rate was rather low. Out of 3 one-on-one attempts, he succeeded only once. Lin Yuan was not overly disheartened, for he understood that facing top-tier perimeter defenders necessitated further enhancement of his skills. By the conclusion of the first quarter, both teams had displayed equal prowess, with the Lakers holding a slight edge of a few points. In the CCT5 broadcast room, Coach Zhang was summarizing the events of the first quarter. We observed that Kobe Bryant had performed exceptionally well, contributing with points, assists, rebounds, and steals, showcasing a comprehensive skill set. Conversely, Marbury of the Knicks was significantly hindered by Kobe's defense, failing to score in the flow of play. If Marbury could not adjust promptly, the outcome of the match seemed inevitable. Coach Zhang, the point difference is merely 3, and it is still only the first quarter, the host interjected. One can discern a player's future from an early age. Marbury fits this description. And what of Lin Yuan? We certainly pay attention to Lin Yuan. Yet the essence of this matchup remains Kobe versus Marbury. Lin Yuan has not yet reached that echelon. However, Coach Larry Brown stated yesterday that Lin Yuan is the core of the Knicks, and Marbury mentioned he would not mind the accolades if victory could be secured. But those are mere platitudes. New York is not just any city. If he were truly the core, wouldn't he have numerous endorsements by now? Besides, didn't he sign with Ely? Upon hearing the mention of Ely, Coach Zhang was visibly agitated. That relies solely on national team fame. Do you think Ely is just for anyone? Just wait and see. The Knicks have yet to face formidable teams, and their record will falter. The host couldn't help but remind, yet we all hope for Lin Yuan's continuous victories, do we not? I watched the game objectively, without blind admiration or disdain for anyone. If one does not perform well, it must be pointed out, the host replied. All right, the second quarter is about to commence. Let us draw the first prize. I will say start, and Coach Zhang will call stop. Is that agreeable? Very well, begin. Coach Zhang affirmed. Stop. As the second quarter commenced, Lin Yuan entered performance mode. Lakers guard Smush Parker fell victim repeatedly, as Lin Yuan executed a series of steals during consecutive offensive possessions. Richardson, an old teammate of Lin Yuan, often managed to coordinate with him for fast breaks. The second quarter opened with an impressive 8-0 run. Phil Jackson, sensing the unfavorable momentum, promptly reintroduced Kobe in an attempt to halt the Knicks' advance. However, this Lakers squad was inherently weak, primarily relying on Kobe's individual brilliance. He could consistently score. Yet Lin Yuan persistently countered with equal fervor. Even when Kobe defended him directly, Lin Yuan could channel the spirit of Harden, stepping back for three-point shots. Once Kobe found himself shielded by a teammate, Lin Yuan would seize the opportunity to shoot. Thus, Kobe and Lin Yuan exchanged a delightful barrage of points. Yet the gap between the Knicks and the Lakers gradually widened to over 10 points. Look at how beautifully Kobe shoots. This is the allure of basketball. Were it Lin Yuan, he would have scored as well. Although the ball went in, the execution was rather unreasonable. You should have passed it to your teammate. Big Q was in an optimal position. This shot. Kobe made a decisive move before taking the shot. Such decisiveness exemplifies true responsibility. At times like this, do not speak to me of teammates. One must take the shot oneself. Host, what distinguishes Lin Yuan's shooting from Kobe's? Lin Yuan's approach is illogical, resulting in low efficiency. Kobe's scoring is far more effective. Now, let us examine the statistics from both sides. Lin Yuan made 10 out of 13 attempts, while Kobe succeeded in 9 out of 15. Coach Zhang, the commentary booth is as exhilarating as the game on the court. Marbury re-entered the game towards the end of the second quarter, and the trend of widening the score gap became even more apparent. In the audience of the Staples Center, a girl of 17 or 18 gazed at Lin Yuan sinking shot after shot, her eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. I just realized basketball can be quite captivating, she remarked. Her friend chuckled. Haven't you ever watched a game before? There are plenty of players who are quite impressive, but those players don't look appealing. The girl retorted with a smile. They are athletes, not actors. But this Lin Yuan, I must say, he is rather striking. Once the game concluded, I will go speak with him. The contest had lost its suspense. In the fourth quarter, Lin Yuan and Marbury barely played. The substitutes Fry, Nate Robinson, David Lee, and Barnes thwarted the Lakers' final surge, ultimately securing the victory. The Knicks celebrated their 8th consecutive win, proudly standing atop the league. In the locker room postgame, the players were engaged in jovial banter. Larry Brown summarized the game's merits and demerits, pondering whether to prompt the management for further reinforcements. As a coach, he understood all too well that the true value of an 8-game winning streak was not particularly high. When the playoffs arrive, the number of truly capable players is limited. Lin Yuan did not attend the post-match interview, but was instead captured by a live camera at the entrance of the locker room. Lin Yuan heard someone call his name. Turning around, he saw a vibrant young girl with golden hair and blue eyes, a quintessential American girl. Me? Lin Yuan's initial reaction was one of unfamiliarity, yet he felt a sense of recognition. I am a fan from New York. May I take a photograph with you? At that moment, Lin Yuan finally realized. He had sensed that the girl looked familiar. It turned out she was Taylor. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had heard her songs. Although he was not a fervent admirer, he found her melodies exceptionally delightful. After taking a photograph together, Lin Yuan inquired about her musical style and philosophy. This was a topic in which Taylor excelled, and the two engaged in a joyful conversation in the corridor. While I am not well versed in music composition, melodies often dance through my mind, such as. Lin Yuan hummed a melody, and Swift suddenly felt a kinship with him. This music resonates with my style. What is the name of your composition? Well, it's just something I came up with. It doesn't have a title. Oh, what a pity, Swift replied with a hint of regret. How about you let me craft a song inspired by this tune? Lin Yuan suggested tentatively. That's a splendid idea. I shall take charge of the lyrics, and you can bestow it with a name. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment, recalling that the NBA commissioner was named Stern. Thus, he decided to title his work Commissioner Stern, which elicited a frown from Swift. What sort of name is that? He inquired. Why don't you suggest one? Swift replied. You play in New York, so how about calling the song Welcome to New York? What a splendid title. Once I finish recording this song, I shall send you a copy. The two found a remarkable rapport and only parted ways after an hour of engaging conversation. In the subsequent away game, the team faced the Nuggets. The Knicks appeared to be in a stupor, with only Lin Yuan managing to score in double digits. Ultimately, the young Anthony scored over 30 points, bringing the Knicks' winning streak to an end. Following this, the Knicks entered a period of struggle, losing 2 out of 3 games against the Trail Blazers, Hornets, and 76ers. They then suffered a significant defeat at the hands of the Heat, led by O'Neal and Wade. As the first month of the new season concluded, the team's record stood at 9 wins and 4 losses, which still seemed commendable. However, the recent trend of losing 4 out of the last 5 games raised concerns that opponents may have discerned a strategy to counter the Knicks. Notably, during this series of games, Lin Yuan averaged 22 points, surpassing Marbury's performance. This led the media to sensationalize the supposed discord between Lin Yuan and Marbury, inadvertently affecting the atmosphere within the team's locker room. Some pessimistic commentators even began to vividly recount tales of a physical altercation between Lin Yuan and Marbury, as if Lin Yuan were some sort of locker room scapegoat. Larry Brown's attempts to quell these rumors went unheeded. As December commenced, the Knicks delivered a commendable performance in their opening game, triumphing over the Bulls and somewhat stabilizing their record. This victory also helped to ease the players' mindset. After all, regardless of external speculations, winning was what truly mattered, especially since Lin Yuan had not engaged in any altercation with Marbury. The next game was an away match against the Cavaliers, regarded as a revenge match for Larry Brown, who was determined not to suffer a loss. The team's record stood at 10 wins and 4 losses, while the Cavaliers boasted a record of 10 wins and 3 losses. The victor of this match would solidify their position at the top of the Eastern Conference. Prior to the game, Lin Yuan's system data read 3,143 points, with a 20 in breakthrough ability and a 25 three-point shooting percentage. It has long been said that the Spurs and Cavaliers, known for their robust defenses, have specific vulnerabilities. The Spurs fear shooters, while the Cavaliers fear penetrators. Hence, the Spurs are wary of Kobe, while the Cavaliers are apprehensive of Wade and James. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and allocated an additional 10 points to his breakthrough ability. The updated statistics revealed: score 2143, breakthrough ability 30, three-point shooting percentage 25. This distribution of abilities was undoubtedly multifaceted, enabling him to contend with any defensive strategy. As the match commenced, Lin Yuan relentlessly penetrated the defenses of the rival team. Faced with the dual threat of Wallace, who scored consecutively, the opposing team was compelled to tighten their defense. However, Lin Yuan's hallmark was his prudence. He swiftly transitioned to passing, skillfully delivering the ball to Marbury and Richardson, exploiting the defensive shifts he had created. Marbury and Richardson unleashed their formidable perimeter shooting, rendering the opposing team helpless. Larry Brown, in this match, intentionally reintroduced Fry, whose physicality was insufficient for the interior battles. Yet, his ability to float on the perimeter and shoot three-pointers posed a genuine challenge for Wallace. By the conclusion of the first quarter, Lin Yuan had yet to utilize any system data, yet the team had already established a 5-point lead. The second quarter brought a dramatic shift, as Lin Yuan activated his aggressive defensive mode. Any lapse in concentration from his counterpart resulted in a swift turnover. This also evoked memories for the players of the rival team from the previous season. Lin Yuan's ability to intercept passes, although not impulsively executed against a prepared opponent, undeniably disrupts the rhythm of the opposing team. Coupled with Larry Brown's profound understanding of the opposing squad, the scales swiftly tilted in favor of the Knicks, as they extended their lead to over 15 points. Nevertheless, the rival team, known as a formidable force, staged a remarkable comeback in the fourth quarter, narrowing the gap to a mere 4 points. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had preserved some statistical momentum, and with a succession of 3 consecutive three-pointers, he extinguished the ambitions of the opposing team. Ultimately, in this fierce contest for the top seed in the Eastern Conference, the Knicks triumphed over their rivals, solidifying their standing. This victory instilled considerable confidence within the team. Larry Brown frequently conversed with Marbury, emphasizing that each member is an indispensable part of their championship aspirations. This discourse alleviated some of Marbury's unease regarding Lin Yuan's rising prominence. As the season progressed, the team achieved an impressive record of 8 wins and 5 losses in the remaining 13 games of December. Their overall performance, standing at 19 wins and 9 losses, secured them a place among the top 3 in the Eastern Conference, far exceeding preseason expectations. However, the management of the Knicks now harbored new ambitions. The prospect of a championship was no longer a distant dream. In light of these championship aspirations, the Knicks' performance against potential rivals proved unsatisfactory. Aside from their victory against the formidable team, they suffered defeats against the Heat, Spurs, and Supersonics. They even faltered against the Suns, who were without their star player, Amare Stoudemire. The Knicks' defensive shortcomings were glaringly exposed when faced with stronger opponents. Lin Yuan's ability to intercept the ball can serve as a surprise asset. However, it remains quite challenging to establish a robust defensive framework. Consequently, enhancing the team has become an urgent priority for the management. Larry Brown and General Manager Dumas aspire to recruit a formidable defender to address the team's deficiencies. I do not perceive this as a wise decision. Lin Yuan shook his head and remarked that after entering 2006, the team's performance stabilized, prompting management to prioritize bolstering the defensive line. Coincidentally, Ron Artest from Indiana had requested a trade. This former Defensive Player of the Year piqued the Knicks' keen interest. Following a series of clandestine discussions, the Pacers recognized that Lin Yuan and Stephon Marbury were non-negotiable assets and proposed a deal involving Richardson and draft picks. From the perspectives of Dumas and Larry Brown, this arrangement appeared advantageous, leading them to engage Lin Yuan in conversation regarding the matter. Although team trades typically do not require player consent, it is customary to consult with core players. Moreover, Richardson was among Lin Yuan's closest teammates, prompting management to specifically seek his opinion. Artest's defensive prowess is exactly what we need. With him on our side, we can confidently contain even Kobe, Lin Yuan asserted. However, he acknowledged that losing Q would impact their offense, necessitating a period of readjustment for the team. I believe these challenges can be surmounted, he continued. And Coach Larry Brown shares this confidence. Dumas patiently elucidated the situation to Lin Yuan, underscoring that he regarded Lin Yuan as the true cornerstone of the team. Lin Yuan comprehended the management's perspective. However, his impression of Artest was far from favorable. In 2009, during his tenure with the Rockets, Artest clashed with Kobe in the playoffs, only to join the Lakers the following season. This truly exemplifies the notion of if you cannot defeat them, join them. Have you considered the implications for team chemistry? Artest is not the most agreeable individual. Lin, we acknowledge your strong rapport with Big Q, but opportunities to acquire Artest are not commonplace. I propose a more advantageous option. Who? Battier from the Grizzlies. Battier? Larry Brown is well aware of this player, who, in his rookie season, averaged 14 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 5 steals, and 1 block, showcasing remarkable performance. However, would the Grizzlies be willing to trade him? Lin Yuan smiled faintly, fully aware that at this moment, the Rockets were in discussions with the Grizzlies regarding potential trades. Moreover, the Grizzlies' asking price was not exorbitant. Why not inquire? They might be amenable. Battier's salary is considerably lower than that of Artest. Larry Brown nodded in agreement. The Knicks were not financially constrained. Yet Larry Brown had a particular admiration for disciplined and intelligent players like Battier. Observing that both Dumas and Larry Brown concurred with his suggestion, Lin Yuan conceived a new idea. Coach, are you familiar with the Argentine team? Larry Brown stroked his chin, appearing somewhat awkward. The Dream Team's loss to Argentina was one of the most embarrassing moments in American basketball in recent years. What else on your mind? What do you think of Argentine forward Scola? Larry Brown pondered thoughtfully. Although Scola's performance in the Olympics did not quite match that of Jin Billy, his playing style was undeniably solid. Is he in the league? Which team? He is in the Spanish league, drafted by the Spurs. But the Spanish league demands a hefty buyout fee. How much? Dumars inquired. I believe it's over 3 million, Lin Yuan recalled vaguely. A trifling sum. The crucial aspect is that it won't count against the salary cap. I shall inquire with the Spurs at once. Lin Yuan silently murmured. My apologies, DL. Scola and Battier, these two high-value players, shall be offered to my brother at a bargain. Dumars, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness, promptly dispatched individuals to facilitate the transaction. Negotiations with the Spurs proved to be the most straightforward, as it merely involved the signing rights. By parting with Nate Robinson, the exchange was secured. As for the signing fee owed to Scola's original team, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Take your money and deliver my player. The Grizzlies, primarily in pursuit of promising rookies, saw Dumars part with Ariza and David Lee. Ultimately, with regret, the Grizzlies declined the Rockets' offer, sending Battier to the Knicks instead. At this juncture, the Knicks boasted only 2 star players, Marbury and Lin Yuan, yet they possessed a wealth of competent players. In other words, the depth of the bench had significantly increased. Larry Brown devised a tailored strategy based on the current team composition. The starting lineup featured Eddie Curry, Antonio Davis, Battier, Lin Yuan, and Marbury. The strategy centered around Marbury, allowing Lin Yuan to conserve energy during the game. The second unit comprised Fry, Scola, Lin Yuan, Richardson, and Crawford, although they were substitutes. This 4-shooter lineup wielded overwhelming firepower against the opponent's second unit. On January 7, 2006, the newly formed Knicks faced the Wizards at home, marking the inaugural test of their revamped roster. During the initial lineup, Lin Yuan's absence rendered the contest evenly matched. However, as soon as the substitutes entered, the Wizards were swiftly overwhelmed. The hallmark of this substitute lineup was its remarkable agility, with both Fry and Scola exhibiting commendable speed. Lin Yuan has brought his remarkable style of play to the forefront, with each possession taking less than 10 seconds. Consequently, within just a few minutes of the second lineup, the Wizards endured a staggering 21-8 run against them. When the final whistle blew, the Knicks had amassed an impressive 138 points, rendering Arenas' 40 points almost insignificant. Nearly 2 days later, the Knicks triumphed again, outscoring the formidable duo of Ray Allen and Lewis, propelling the team past the Spurs to reclaim the top position in the league. It was during this period that Lin Yuan made his inaugural appearance on the MVP leaderboard, ranking just behind Nash and O'Neal. At this juncture, the entire league recognized that the once third-year player, Lin Yuan, had matured to this exceptional level. Previously, discussions surrounding the illustrious 2003 draft class would invariably highlight names such as James, Wade, Anthony, and Bosh. However, it is now evident that Lin Yuan not only secured a championship first, but is also poised to be the first to claim the MVP title. In a post-game interview with the Cavaliers, a question arose regarding this matter. LeBron, how do you feel about your contemporary Lin Yuan breaking into the top 3 of the MVP rankings? James cleared his throat and responded, Lin Yuan is my brother. I can only feel happiness for his achievements and hope he finds his own success. When asked if he had ever considered playing alongside him, he replied, I wouldn't dismiss that possibility. If the opportunity arises in the future, it would undoubtedly be amazing. The reporters felt a tinge of disappointment, sensing that James was merely offering polite platitudes without revealing his true thoughts. Cavaliers coach Mike Brown smiled, knowing that James, with his youthful wisdom, could navigate such questions with impeccable finesse. Iverson, Wade, James, which of these could Lin Yuan surpass? Lin Yuan as an all-star starter? Wake up. Don't indulge in fantasies. To those who admire Lin Yuan, do you truly understand the game? Lin Yuan is only gaining attention because of Huagua in the United States. No one pays him any mind. Various posts about Lin Yuan flood domestic basketball forums. Before his devoted fans could even rise, a legion of detractors has already formed. It would be best to shut this down. It's quite disheartening to witness. Beside Lin Yuan, Yang Si muttered with annoyance, abruptly shutting the computer with a huff. If such trivial matters are enough to dampen your spirits, then you might as well bid farewell to the entertainment industry. The cutthroat competition in the entertainment realm is far more intense than in sports, a truth Lin Yuan, as an experienced individual, is acutely aware of. Hence, I make a conscious effort to avoid it. Why dwell on what brings frustration? Oh, your logic is quite circular. This indicates that I possess sound reasoning, doesn't it? Not particularly. It seems you always have the upper hand, don't you? So, what fresh happenings are there in the entertainment industry that you could enlighten me about? Lin Yuan casually picked a topic. What new developments could there possibly be? It's merely a matter of who is backing whom and which individual is being supported by which financial power. Such matters are hardly surprising. Capital is not in the business of charity. It is quite normal for money to be spent on promoting someone. Isn't that so? Yang Si said, visibly annoyed. Lin Yuan reminisced about the correct trend that was to emerge, letting out a sigh. You will soon realize how rare it is to possess the capital to simply seek a beautiful actress without interfering in the script. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Would you consider becoming the capital? To be your own boss. Yang Si's expression resembled that of a beleaguered hero facing a formidable foe, pointing at himself in disbelief. Me? Where would I find the money to be the capital? I have some. Admittedly, it's not a lot, but it suffices to invest in a few projects. That would make you the capital, not me. How would I, in America, understand the intricacies of the domestic entertainment industry if I provide the majority of the funding? How about you handle the daily operations? Yang Si felt a flicker of temptation. It wasn't that he yearned to be a boss, rather. This arrangement would help him avoid unnecessary troubles, serving as a protective charm. Fine, but you must take the lead on specific decisions if you squander my money. I cannot bear the responsibility. Yang Si stuck out his tongue. Lin Yuan gazed at Yang Si, pondering, am I truly destined to incur losses on my investments? Who does she think she is? You could also consider signing some promising actors to bolster the studio's strength, he suggested. Yang Si nodded. Allow me some time to delve into this. The intricacies are rather profound. Rest assured, nothing can thwart my determination. Lin Yuan suddenly had a burst of inspiration. For in his past life, he had suffered greatly from the bane of poor films. In this life, given the opportunity to change the status quo through his own efforts, he was more than willing to contribute to the advancement of spiritual civilization in Huagua. Talented actors, if discovered early, could prevent hidden gems from gathering dust, and thus were worthy of cultivation. Yang Si returned to the country shortly after her brief stay in New York, placing great importance on Lin Yuan's advice and dedicating herself to researching ways to implement it. Fortunately, Swift lived in New York with her father, allowing her to frequently visit him during her free time to engage in discussions about music, play the guitar, and sing, alleviating his boredom. As the season progressed, Scola and Battier did not disappoint. Battier excelled defensively while also showcasing commendable offensive skills. Unlike his time with the Rockets, the Knicks boasted a group of sharpshooters, which afforded Battier ample space for open shots from the corner. His impressive three-point shooting percentage of 42 indeed met expectations, establishing him as a vital source of offensive support. As for Scola, at the age of 25, his skills and tactics were quite mature. He had not encountered the so-called rookie wall, and in his limited playing time, he averaged 8 points and 5 rebounds per game. This performance elevated the management's and Larry Brown's regard for Lin Yuan. This young man was not only handsome and skilled at basketball but also possessed a keen eye for talent. By the end of January's games, the Knicks had achieved a record of 10 wins and 3 losses, maintaining their position at the top of the Eastern Conference with a record of 32-12. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan's system data underwent changes. During this period, he was awarded both the Player of the Week and the Player of the Month, resulting in an increase of 4 points to his data cap, bringing it to 4,347. At this juncture, Lin Yuan faced a decision once his data accumulation reached its limit. He needed to enhance his abilities. Which aspect should he strengthen? Should he focus on increasing his driving skills, or should he improve his three-point shooting? After careful contemplation, Lin Yuan still leans towards enriching his arsenal, transforming himself into an offensive kaleidoscope. What Lin Yuan currently lacks is the ability for mid-range shooting. There are occasions when penetrating the defense does not guarantee a clear opportunity for a layup. The losses in January were a testament to the formidable interior defense of his opponents, which made scoring after driving in quite challenging for him. A precise mid-range shot could remedy this predicament. Before the emergence of Curry, there was a prevailing notion that three-point shooting was often unyielding. This underscores the significance of mid-range shooting as a skill. Consequently, Lin Yuan allocated an additional 25 points to his mid-range shooting, enhancing his shooting accuracy by 25. His statistics then transformed to 1847, with a 30 in driving ability, 25 in three-point accuracy, and 25 in mid-range accuracy. This combination of skills is already remarkable for a player of his caliber. At this juncture in the season, with 9 games remaining before the All-Star break, the trading deadline looms post-All-Star, representing the last opportunity for championship contenders to reinforce their squads. Larry Brown had sought Lin Yuan's opinion, and Lin Yuan deemed team synergy as paramount. As long as they could achieve cohesion, he felt unthreatened by any potential adversaries. Witnessing Lin Yuan's confidence, the management decided against further operational maneuvers. On February 1st, two significant events were scheduled. The Knicks were set to host the Lakers, and Anta was to hold a press conference in New York, officially unveiling Lin Yuan's signature shoe. The timing for the launch was intentionally chosen by owner Ding. Just a week prior, Kobe had delivered a breathtaking performance against the Raptors, scoring an astonishing 81 points, dispelling any doubts surrounding him. Kobe firmly retained his title as the league's most prolific scorer. From a statistical standpoint, the Knicks led the league with an average of 124 points per game, outpacing the Suns and the Supersonics. Thus, the game was imbued with considerable significance from the outset: the strongest scorer versus the highest scoring team, a promotional tagline that captured everyone's attention. Consequently, Anta decided to host the signature shoe launch during the day, allowing Lin Yuan to wear his new shoes for the game. There would be no need for deliberate promotion. Naturally, attention would gravitate towards Lin Yuan's footwear. When the media began to cover the event, the commercial impact would be immediate. However, promoting the signature shoe in this manner was a double-edged sword. A victory would undoubtedly amplify his fame, whereas a loss could lead to an embarrassing outcome. As the players entered the arena, Larry Brown walked alongside Lin Yuan and suddenly remarked, "Surely, you do not wish to lose this game?" It was evident that he understood the significance of a win for Lin Yuan's shoe launch. "I aspire to win every game," Larry Brown chuckled, refraining from engaging in pleasantries with Lin Yuan. This match demanded victory, and a resounding one at that. Thus, we unleashed our offensive strategy. As the game commenced, Larry Brown adjusted the starting lineup, substituting Antonio Davis and elevating Battier to the power forward position. Simultaneously, he introduced Lin Yuan, Richardson, and Marbury, maximizing their backcourt offensive prowess. This arrangement left Lin Yuan bemused, reminiscent of the future Warriors' small ball lineup, albeit with Eddie Curry as a full-size center, which seemed somewhat incongruous. Yet, the name Curry did suggest a certain connection. As the game began, Kwame Brown successfully won the tip-off. The Lakers, led by the formidable Smush Parker, advanced past half-court, promptly delivering the ball to Kobe. Recently, Kobe had been on fire. Any guard would instinctively know where to direct the ball. Indeed, facing Battier's defense, Kobe executed a simple yet effective fadeaway jumper, scoring 2 points. At this level of performance, one could argue that even Leonard would struggle to contain him, let alone Battier. As the possession shifted, Marbury, a peer of Kobe's, was unwilling to back down and responded with a shot of his own. Alas, this attempt was in vain. As the ball circled the rim before bouncing out, Odom seized the rebound, launching a long pass to the ready Kobe, poised for a fast break. However, Lin Yuan, quick and astute, deftly executed a steal, confronting the imposing Odom who stood before him. Lin Yuan stepped back to the three-point line and, relying on his impeccable shooting touch, released a three-point shot. It found its mark. Madison Square Garden erupted with a thunderous cheer, akin to a roaring tsunami. Lin Yuan faced the camera, pointed to his sneakers, and nodded emphatically. In the Lakers' possession, it was once again Kobe, executing a challenging shot with unwavering precision. On the Knicks' side, Lin Yuan made a breakthrough, slicing through the defense before passing to Marbury. Marbury surged into the paint, confronting Kwame Brown, and scored. An additional free throw to follow. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. He observed keenly from the court that the foul committed by Kwame Brown was, in truth, non-existent. It can only be said that the advantage of playing at home is indeed palpable. After the successful free throw, the Knicks found themselves 2 points ahead. Kobe, once again, opted for a three-point shot, yet this time it did not find its mark. Turning back, Lin Yuan and Marbury engaged in multiple passes, ultimately delivering the ball into the hands of the former three-point king, Richardson. Richardson launched another three-pointer, and it swished through the net. The Knicks' backcourt had made their presence felt right from the outset of the game. As a superstar, Kobe possessed a high basketball IQ. In the subsequent play, he decisively abandoned his individual drive, instead opting to draw defenders before passing the ball into the paint. He noted that the Knicks lineup lacked height, thereby giving the Lakers' interior players, Kwame Brown and Chris Mihm, a distinct advantage. Indeed, Battier's efforts to defend against larger opponents proved ineffective, as he was easily scored upon by Kwame Brown, who also drew a foul in the process. As the game progressed, both teams continued to exchange points relentlessly. In the first quarter, Lin Yuan exhibited an extraordinary shooting touch, effortlessly sinking every shot he attempted, both mid-range and three-pointers, without the aid of the system. He achieved a flawless 6 for 6, and after each basket, he would point to his sneakers, prompting the journalists on the sidelines to capture images of his footwear with increasing frequency. Meanwhile, General Manager Ding, comfortably seated, was thoroughly pleased. Lin Yuan's actions were not orchestrated by their marketing team, but were purely the spontaneous expression of his own creativity. The results surpassed even the efforts of his professional team. Everyone should take note and observe how Lin Yuan conducts himself, Ding remarked to the marketing director. On the opposite side of the court, Swift was mesmerized, rising to cheer exuberantly with each of Lin Yuan's successful shots, a sense of pride swelling within her. After all, he was her discovery. On the court, the Lakers' twin center lineup performed admirably in the offensive game, but faltered defensively. Larry Brown substituted Fry, completely reshaping the lineup into a shooting-focused arrangement, which heightened the pressure on the Lakers' defense, resulting in several consecutive scoring plays. Phil Jackson assigned Kobe to guard Lin Yuan, who swiftly transitioned into a Nash-like mode, drawing Kobe away and facilitating passes that effectively neutralized the Lakers' strongest perimeter defense. As the first quarter concluded, the Knicks led the Lakers 43-38 by 5 points. In the second quarter, both teams introduced their bench players, with the Knicks' substitutes evidently stronger, causing the score gap to widen. Kobe, left with no choice, had to enter the game early to stabilize the situation. On the other hand, Larry Brown managed personnel shifts with ease, alternating Lin Yuan and Marbury to counter Kobe while ensuring one could rest. By the end of the second quarter, although Kobe had played nearly the entire period, the Knicks maintained a 3-point lead. In the second half, the Knicks deployed their most potent lineup. The Lakers' second unit struggled to respond. And as soon as Lin Yuan took to the court, he launched a remarkable three-pointer from 33 feet, swiftly extending the lead. Kobe forced his way onto the court, however. Due to fatigue, he could only sustain offensive power while his defensive capabilities waned. Thus, the game evolved into a scoring duel between Kobe and Lin Yuan, with each side exchanging blows, neither willing to yield. Lin Yuan gazed at his remaining 15 points of data, pondering that the moment had arrived. In the ensuing rounds, he began to launch three-point shots as soon as he crossed half-court. His exceptionally distant three-pointers found their mark consecutively. Kobe, feeling indignant, attempted to respond in kind. Yet the challenge of making a three-pointer from half-court proved insurmountable. His 2 attempts resulted in nothing but clangs against the iron. By this juncture, the score had already widened to a 20-point lead. As the match progressed into the fourth quarter, Kobe had amassed 50 points, yet his efficiency began to noticeably decline. Meanwhile, the Knicks, with players like Richardson and Marbury, maintained a robust offensive presence. Role players such as Fry and Crawford also delivered commendable performances. With merely 3 minutes remaining and an 18-point deficit still in play, Phil Jackson opted to substitute the starters, effectively conceding the match. Ultimately, the Knicks triumphed over Kobe's Lakers with a score of 149-128. This remarkable score of 149 is a rarity in regular season play, marking the highest single-game tally of the season, achieved entirely within the standard time frame without the need for overtime. Lin Yuan achieved an impressive record of 16 successful shots out of 22 attempts during the match, culminating in a remarkable tally of 42 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 block, and 2 steals, undoubtedly making him the greatest hero of the day in New York. Riding the wave of this outstanding performance, Lin Yuan and his signature sneakers swiftly became the focal point of media attention. The enchanting Eastern Magic shoes beneath Lin Yuan's feet. Lin Yuan triumphed over Kobe with a remarkable victory. The 81-point sneakers proved challenging to surpass. What enchantment does the couch possess? General Ding observed the media's overwhelming discussions with a smile, exclaiming, "This expenditure is truly worthwhile." General Ding, Lin Yuan's contract amounts to a staggering $15 million. Kobe and the Hook also fall within this price range. Did Lin Yuan not just defeat Kobe? General Ding, in terms of commercial value, Lin Yuan represents our nation, which undoubtedly offers an advantage. Moreover, the Hook does not lack for a Kobe. They also have Jordan. We possess only one Lin Yuan, and he is our Jordan. However, there is no however. It is I who pays your salary, not the Sports Bureau. You must understand this clearly. Following the conclusion of this match, Lin Yuan's sneakers experienced a surge in sales. Given the purchasing power of local fans in New York, over 10,000 pairs were sold in just one day. Furthermore, Lin Yuan has elevated his commercial value by achieving a 3-point increase in data limits due to his signature shoe contract. During this period, Yangtze also successfully registered the company, named Faraway Literary. Lin Yuan invested 150 million yuan in Yangtze as the initial capital for the company. Suddenly acquiring such a substantial sum left Yangtze feeling somewhat anxious. In this circle, no information remains concealed. Now, I am inundated with investment inquiries daily, and I can hardly keep up with the scripts and project proposals. Please read the names to me. I would like to hear them. Yangtze recited them one by one over the phone. Wait a moment. Struggle? Is the director Zhao Dagong? It appears so, with the lead role played by Tong Xiaowei. I have invested in this project, Wang Duiyu. You should negotiate with him. The more we invest, the better. Lin Yuan is well aware of the immense popularity that the television drama Striving enjoyed in its prime. Several of its leading actors ascended to become frequent stars in subsequent hit series. However, who is Wang Duiyu? As a player, my foray into the entertainment industry could be detrimental. Wang Duiyu is merely my nickname, so do take note. A few days later, Yangtze informed Lin Yuan that the project had been successfully signed, with Yuanfeng Arts investing 40% in profits to be distributed proportionately. Lin Yuan was elated, marking a promising beginning. Earning money through playing basketball, what could be swifter than capital begetting capital? Following their triumph over the Lakers, the entire Knicks squad seemed invigorated, as though they had received a potent shot of adrenaline. In the subsequent matches, they achieved victory against the Raptors, Rockets, Clippers, Nets, and Hornets. Then, in the final game before the All-Star break, they faced the Mavericks in a breathtaking showdown that extended into double overtime. In the final moments of the match, Lin Yuan's system data had long been depleted. When the ball was passed to him, his mind was devoid of any distractions, with only the hoop in his sight. He executed a mid-range shot, clinching the victory just as the buzzer sounded. Lin Yuan's first true game-winning shot. The decisive basket was made against the Dallas Mavericks, a team likely to face off in the finals. Following a series of victories, the Knicks' record surged to 41 wins and 12 losses, reclaiming the top position in the league, surpassing the Spurs. In this moment, Lin Yuan ascended to the pinnacle of the MVP rankings, sparking earnest discussions about his potential to clinch the MVP title. Subsequently, the team enjoyed a week of respite as the All-Star game approached. Ultimately, Lin Yuan did not secure a starting position in the All-Star lineup, as the popularity of Allen Iverson, LeBron James, and Dwayne Wade remains unmatched. Nevertheless, his performance this season rendered his selection for the All-Star game a mere formality. Lin Yuan and Marbury both entered the All-Star game as substitutes. The All-Star event, a prestigious personal accolade, once again elevated Lin Yuan's individual statistical ceiling by 3 points. Based on this calculation, should the team advance to the finals, the statistical limit could potentially reach 60. At that juncture, the system would attain level 3. During this All-Star game, LeBron James captured the spotlight, leading the Eastern All-Stars to victory over the Western All-Stars. Initially, the Western team was focused on facilitating plays for McGrady. Yet the All-Star MVP was ultimately claimed by James. Post-All-Star, the landscape of the league began to crystallize. Some teams, having lost hope of reaching the playoffs, chose to embrace mediocrity. Teams on the playoff precipice, such as the Lakers and Rockets, initiated a final push for playoff berths. Meanwhile, top-ranked teams began to methodically reduce the playing time of their core players in preparation for the postseason. In this latter half of the season, Lin Yuan intentionally refrained from relying on system data, opting instead to showcase his skills. This approach aimed to refine his abilities to the utmost. Coupled with a slight decline in performance from Marbury and Richardson, the Knicks' records were not as stellar as in the first half of the season. Ultimately, in the remaining 29 games, the Knicks achieved a record of 20 wins and 9 losses, culminating in a total record of 61 wins and 21 losses. Compared to the previous season's performance, this was undoubtedly a significant improvement. However, in light of the Pistons' 64 wins and the Spurs' 63 wins, this record appeared less remarkable. Nevertheless, with this record, Lin Yuan secured a spot on the All-NBA's second team. Despite attempts by domestic figures like Coach Zhang to undermine Lin Yuan's contributions, asserting that the Knicks' success was largely independent of him, knowledgeable fans in the United States recognized the integral role Lin Yuan played in the Knicks' current standing. Lin Yuan was content with his second-team selection. Given the season's context, first-team honors were indisputable. The interior players bore no relation to Lin Yuan, while the perimeter players Kobe and James consistently occupied 2 slots. Nash, even in the absence of Stoudemire due to injury, led the Suns to a remarkable 54 wins, securing another regular season MVP title. The regular season MVP would undoubtedly be named to the first team, rendering Lin Yuan's chances of inclusion nearly non-existent. The second-team recognition further raised Lin Yuan's statistical ceiling by an additional 2 points. Thus, as the regular season concluded, Lin Yuan, armed with a data record of 4,755, led the Knicks into the playoffs. Conversely, the Rockets, despite their efforts, fell short of playoff qualification, finishing with an 11-win deficit. In a phone conversation with Lin Yuan, Yao Ming could hardly conceal his disappointment. Lin Yuan comforted him, saying, "Which is more significant, the playoffs or the World Championship? I have assured the Basketball Association that our national team will emerge victorious. Do you truly believe we can win the championship?" "I do. With you, me, and our other teammates. We are certainly stronger than Argentina, aren't we?" Yao Ming's spirits lifted considerably, and he resolved to return home to commence training. "Since there are no playoffs to participate in, let us use the World Championship as a substitute." On April 23rd, the playoffs commenced, and the rankings for both the Eastern and Western conferences were officially revealed. In the East, Pistons, Knicks, Heat, Nets, Cavaliers, Wizards, Pacers, Bulls. In the West, Spurs, Suns, Nuggets, Mavericks, Grizzlies, Clippers, Lakers, Kings. The Knicks faced the Bulls in the first round, while the Cavaliers contended against the Nets, and the Lakers battled the Suns. These matchups garnered significant attention. The Knicks' initial confrontation with the Bulls presented little suspense. The Bulls' roster lacked star power, featuring only Tyson Chandler and Luol Deng, neither of whom could be considered marquee players. Chris Duhon, once a coveted player among Lakers fans, was merely a sophomore rookie. Among the Bulls, the standout player was Kirk Hinrich from the 2003 draft class, yet he was notably inferior to both Stephon Marbury and Jeremy Lin. As the series progressed, it became evident that the Knicks would prevail decisively. Frequently, by halftime, the Knicks had already established a commanding lead. Consequently, in the second half, Larry Brown opted to utilize his bench extensively, which was comparably strong, if not superior, to the Bulls starters. After 2 games, the Knicks triumphed by margins exceeding 20 points in each. During the third game, held at the Bulls' home court, the Bulls managed to momentarily contest the Knicks in the first quarter. However, as the second quarter unfolded, Lin intensified his efforts, leading to the Bulls' collapse and their eventual defeat. With a 30-point advantage, the Knicks seized the momentum, completing a sweep of the series. Having advanced past the first round, the system data increased to 51-56. As per Lin's usual practice, he would have already utilized this data to enhance his personal abilities. However, with an impending system upgrade and uncertainty regarding the new abilities that victory might bring, he chose to conserve his points for the time being. The Knicks advanced first, while other higher-seeded teams also maintained their advantages. The Suns managed to secure a single game at home against the Lakers, who subsequently defended their 2 home games. The regular season MVP's team found themselves cornered by Kobe Bryant. Nevertheless, the Suns exhibited remarkable resilience. In the 5th game, Nash, Diaw, and Marion each scored 20 points, successfully defending their home ground. During this match, Raja Bell received a 1-game suspension from the league for his aggressive throat hold on Kobe. In the 6th game, back at the Lakers arena, Kobe erupted for 50 points, yet Nash countered with 32 points. The Suns also boasted contributions from Barbosa, Marion, and Thomas, each surpassing 20 points, while Diaw added 19. Their multifaceted scoring was truly impressive. Ultimately, the Suns won the game, leveling the series at 3-3. At this juncture, the Lakers' momentum had dissipated. In the decisive 7th game hosted by the Suns, Kobe managed only 24 points, resulting in a significant loss. Thus, the first round of the playoffs concluded. The matchups for the second round are as follows: Pistons versus Cavaliers, Knicks versus Heat, Spurs versus Mavericks, Suns versus Clippers. Lin Yuan and the Knicks are about to confront what may be their most formidable adversary this season. The peak talents of Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne Wade, combined with the playmaking finesse of Jason Williams and the defensive prowess of James Posey, create an exceptionally powerful starting lineup. Furthermore, the Heat's bench boasts the formidable Antoine Walker, the resilient Alonzo Mourning, and the tenacious Gary Payton, showcasing remarkable depth. Without Lin Yuan, the Heat would undoubtedly be the champions of this season. However, there are no what-ifs. He triumphed over last season's Spurs as well. Lin Yuan possesses a robust self-confidence, yet the external perception starkly contrasts this belief. Both commentators and betting odds indicate a prevailing skepticism regarding the Knicks' prowess. Despite the Knicks achieving an impressive 61 victories, many still regard the Heat as the more formidable team. In China, With Deji playing for the Heat, this match has been framed as a derby between Lin Yuan and Deji. CCTV-5 has planned extensive live coverage. And in the absence of Yao Ming in the playoffs, this series has undoubtedly become the focal point of attention in China. On May 9th, the first game between the Knicks and the Heat commenced, with CCTV-5 beginning its broadcast well in advance. In addition to the seasoned commentator Zhang Guidance, there were friends, a yoga instructor, and Yang Jian providing commentary, indicating the significance placed on this event. As the host, the yoga instructor was tasked with actively steering the discussion. Zhang Guidance remarked, "This match is part of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Could you provide us with a preview?" He replied, "Indeed." Many perceive this game as a clash of titans, yet the flow of the match may not align with expectations. The Knicks' strength pales in comparison to that of the Heat. In the fierce battleground of the playoffs, the Knicks' sharpshooters may not prove as effective. "Oh, could you elaborate further, Zhang Guidance?" he was asked. "Let us consider the roster comparison. The Knicks are at a significant disadvantage. Shaquille O'Neal undoubtedly dominates Eddie Curry, providing the Heat with a considerable edge. The power forward position sees both sides on relatively equal footing, unable to create a discernible gap. In terms of small forward, Antoine Walker, a member of the Celtics dynamic duo, greatly surpasses the blue-collar battier. Then we have Stephon Marbury and White Chocolate. As facilitators of their teams, White Chocolate is unquestionably the superior player. Finally, regarding Lin Yuan and Dwayne Wade, I concede that Lin Yuan has played remarkably this season, yet when compared to Wade, he still falls short." The yoga instructor interjected, "I perceive that Yang Jian may hold a differing perspective. Would you care to share?" Yang Jian responded, "I largely concur with the others. Yet in the case of Lin Yuan and Wade, I believe Lin Yuan has elevated the Knicks from the depths to a remarkable 60 victories. Surely that stands on equal ground with Wade, if not surpassing him." Zhang Guidance shook his head, countering, "The Knicks' success this season is not solely attributable to Lin Yuan. Marbury's exceptional performance has significantly contributed as well. If that is the case, then Marbury must be far superior to White Chocolate. After all, with O'Neal and Wade, White Chocolate's achievements only amounted to 54 victories. Yet Marbury also has Lin Yuan by his side." Zhang Guidance retorted, his expression stern. Yang Jian stifled a laugh. "So, Zhang Guidance, are you suggesting that Lin Yuan's 60 victories lack merit due to Marbury, while Marbury's accomplishments are also diminished because of Lin Yuan? Is that your stance?" "Indeed. That is precisely my argument," Zhang Guidance affirmed. "If two stars achieve exceptional results, then do Wade and O'Neal not qualify as stars? Why have they not attained 60 victories?" At that moment, O'Neal and Wade had just begun their collaboration, and the new lineup required time to gel. Yang suddenly realized, nodding in understanding, "I see. I had thought that Lin Yuan and Marbury had only recently joined forces as well." Yoga, who had been stifling a smile, stepped in to mediate. "Indeed. Both esteemed coaches have shared their perspectives, and you, watching from the television screen, surely have your own opinions. Ultimately, the outcome will depend on the player's performance on the court. Let us take a brief intermission. The match is about to commence." As for the ridicule directed at Coach Zhang's remarks online, that is a different matter altogether. For Coach Zhang, this is hardly a novel experience. The first game between the Heat and the Knicks is set to unfold at the Knicks' home ground. Lin Yuan was unaware of Coach Zhang's assessment of him, and even if he were, it would not concern him. He gazed at his impressive system data, standing tall at 51, with no reason for self-doubt. As the match commenced, Larry Brown adhered to his steadfast strategy, fielding a conventional starting lineup. Eddie Curry and Shaquille O'Neal faced off for the jump ball, granting possession to the Heat. White Chocolate orchestrated the offense, deftly navigating through the crowd to deliver the ball into O'Neal's hands. With a powerful leap beneath the basket, O'Neal executed a successful jump shot. Eddie Curry possessed remarkable static talent, making it challenging even for the formidable O'Neal to overpower him. In a swift transition, Lin Yuan received a pass from Marbury at the arc, eschewing the system. He relied solely on his own prowess to launch a three-point shot, just testing his rhythm. It found its mark. Quite the pleasant sensation. Lin Yuan exchanged a high five with Marbury before transitioning back on defense. The Heat continued to funnel the ball into O'Neal's hands, signaling Riley's strategy to prioritize interior play. O'Neal remains the Heat's most prominent star, and it is essential to leverage this advantage to gain sufficient ground. However, Riley's true intentions run deeper. Eddie Curry found himself struggling to defend O'Neal, and in a moment of carelessness, he committed a foul. Fortunately, O'Neal's free throw shooting left much to be desired, converting only one of 2 attempts. In the next sequence, the Heat persisted with their inside game, as O'Neal overpowered Curry. A whistle blew, and within less than 2 minutes of the game, Curry was assessed his second foul. The home crowd erupted in a chorus of boos. Yet the referee's decision stood firm, leaving Larry Brown with no choice but to substitute Curry. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Riley's eyes. This was his plan. By utilizing O'Neal in the paint, he aimed to force the opposing team into foul trouble, which would instill hesitation and diminish their interior defense. Consequently, Wade's drives would become increasingly formidable. The Knicks brought in Fry, who was not expected to make a significant impact against O'Neal in the paint. However, the Knicks had never been primarily focused on inside scoring. The ensuing plays were orchestrated by Lin Yuan and Marbury. Marbury attempted a difficult jump shot in the lane but failed to convert, while the Heat maintained a measured pace in their counterattacks. White continued to feed the ball inside, but O'Neal reached out to receive it, only to discover he was met with solitude. A quick glance revealed Lin Yuan had dribbled the ball across half-court, initiating a steal, fast break, and a thunderous dunk in a seamless motion. In the following sequences, Lin Yuan consistently maneuvered between O'Neal and White. With his defensive prowess and system capabilities, the Heat repeatedly struggled to penetrate the interior. One possession even resulted in a 24-second violation. "You cowardly bunch, afraid to let me receive the ball. You're as soft as a grandmother." O'Neal spat out trash talk. No. It's because Kobe isn't beside you that we can target you without fear. Admit it. Half of your dominance is courtesy of Kobe." O'Neal, clearly irked, countered, "Just wait, you'll see what I'm capable of." Marbury chuckled, "If you're so formidable, why didn't you perform against the Spurs with the Lakers? Is it that you didn't want to?" O'Neal's sensitive spot was Kobe, a fact known to everyone on the planet, save for his wife. Lin Yuan and Marbury harmoniously collaborated, prompting O'Neal to immediately warm up. In the next play, he positioned himself in the paint and raised his hand for the ball. White skillfully executed a high lob pass to him. In truth, circumventing the front defense does not entirely obstruct the passing lanes. It merely tests the passer's skill and diminishes the element of surprise in a well-timed assist. Upon receiving the ball, O'Neal found himself double-teamed by Fry and Anthony Davis. He attempted a challenging shot, but the basketball ricocheted off the rim. Battier seized the rebound, and the Knicks swiftly transitioned into a fast break. Lin Yuan and Marbury executed a 2-on-1 play against Wade, effortlessly securing 2 points. Nearly 5 minutes into the game, the Knicks led the Heat by 5, with a score of 19-14. O'Neal observed from a distance, vigorously shaking his fist, clearly harboring a tempest of frustration within. Riley, perceiving O'Neal's discontent, called for the first timeout to recalibrate their strategy. O'Neal was substituted, and the Heat introduced a smaller lineup featuring Haslam in the paint, accompanied by Posey, Walker, Payton, and Wade. James Posey was tasked with guarding Lin Yuan, supported by Payton in an effort to curtail Lin Yuan's scoring. Of the Knicks' current 19 points, Lin Yuan had contributed 10, demonstrating an evident hot streak. However, the unfolding game was far from what Riley had envisioned. Facing targeted defense, Lin Yuan scarcely attempted any shots, while Marbury and Richardson thrived, benefiting from the defensive resources Lin attracted. Fortunately, Wade also delivered a stellar performance, preventing a significant widening of the score gap. At the start of the second quarter, Lin Yuan took to the court with the second unit. Having played the entire first quarter, Wade needed a brief respite, allowing O'Neal to lead the team solo. After a long rest, O'Neal emerged as a dominant force in the paint against Fry and Scola. However, this lineup opted not to engage O'Neal in a physical battle, instead focusing on defense within their means. If they could not contain him, they simply let him score. Notably, following O'Neal's baskets, Fry would immediately inbound the ball, initiating a fast break. O'Neal's size hindered his transition defense, granting the Knicks a 5-on-4 advantage in the front court. During this quarter, Crawford showcased his future prowess as a super sixth man, scoring 9 points with 4 consecutive successful attempts. Richardson, Lin Yuan, and Fry also contributed to the scoreboard, bringing the tally to 47-39. Recognizing the shift in momentum, Riley reinserted Wade into the lineup. He whispered strategies to Wade for an extended moment, sketching meticulously on the tactical board. Following a dead ball, Wade and White Chocolate took the court. With possession for the Heat, Wade prepared to attack from the arc when a sudden whistle echoed. The crowd turned to find that Scola had committed a foul while attempting to screen for O'Neal. O'Neal stepped to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts. The Knicks countered, and Lin Yuan, facing Wade's tight defense, utilized the system to launch an exceptionally long three-pointer. Wade, not as tall as Kobe, posed little concern for Lin Yuan's shot. As possession shifted, Wade once again orchestrated the offense. Yet, just past half-court, while Wade was still maneuvering for opportunities, Fry was called for a foul for tugging O'Neal's jersey. O'Neal returned to the free throw line, this time finding his rhythm and making all his attempts. However, turning back, Lin Yuan, under the dual pressure of Bashi and Wade, sank another three-pointer, extending the deficit to 11 points. A double-digit lead. Riley clenched his fist on the sidelines, shaking his head in disbelief as he watched the game unfold. He simply could not comprehend how Lin Yuan consistently managed to score such a remarkable number of difficult shots. Since the season began with the Suns, Riley had meticulously studied Lin Yuan and noticed a peculiar trait. His shooting percentage fluctuated dramatically. While inconsistency in shooting is not uncommon, many role players exhibit such erratic performances. Lin Yuan's case was distinct. He often displayed mediocre efficiency when under minimal defensive pressure. Yet his accuracy soared to astonishing heights during long-range attempts or when closely guarded. This season was no exception, as his average shooting percentage had seen a notable increase, although it still paled in comparison to his high-difficulty shots. Initially, Riley attributed this phenomenon to the subpar defenses of other teams, particularly given that the Heat had won 2 out of 3 regular season matchups against the Knicks. This led him to underestimate Lin Yuan, considering him merely adept at defeating weaker opponents. He shouted from the sidelines, urging Wade to intensify his offensive efforts and halt the team's downward spiral. Wade, feeling the pressure, had attempted to assess the situation during his previous 2 offensive plays, only to have each one interrupted by a whistle, resulting in O'Neal's free throws instead. This time, Wade was determined to unleash the pent-up energy he had been holding back for 3 possessions. Beep. The whistle sounded again. This time, it was Lin Yuan himself, who had nudged O'Neal during his movement. Though the push was slight, the referee had taken note. O'Neal stepped to the free throw line, converting only one of his 2 attempts. Meanwhile, the Knicks quickly transitioned to a fast break, with Scola scoring with a layup under the basket. The score widened to 55-43. A 12-point lead. Riley, feeling helpless, recognized that Larry Brown was employing the hack-a-shack strategy, a tactic devised by the venerable Nelson to effectively limit players like O'Neal, who struggled with free throws. He shot a disapproving glare at Larry Brown, astonished that the seemingly innocent-looking coach would resort to such a grimy tactic. Larry Brown, appearing somewhat innocent, was merely executing Lin Yuan's strategic guidance involving Fry and Scola. Nevertheless, the tactic proved effective. With no other option, Riley had to substitute O'Neal, while Larry Brown seized the opportunity to replace all starters except Lin Yuan. The 2 teams then engaged in about half a quarter of conventional basketball. Wade relentlessly attacked the rim, but faced significant restrictions due to Battier's interference and Eddie Curry's rim protection. Fortunately for the Heat, Marbury's shooting touch had also waned during this game, allowing the score to hover around a 10-point margin. As the first half concluded, the Knicks led 67-56 by 11 points. In the CCTV 5 broadcast room, Coach Zhang continued to vociferously criticize the Knicks' tactical choices. It was remarkable that a legendary coach like Larry Brown would resort to the hack-a-shack strategy, especially when the Knicks held a competitive advantage. Even if they won, it would be a hollow victory. Each tactic holds its intrinsic value. One could assert that in the playoffs, anything is conceivable, contingent upon whether O'Neal can adeptly respond. Let us discuss Lin Yuan. Is there anything noteworthy to mention regarding his performance? Coach Zhang pointed out that Lin Yuan accumulated 17 points, 4 assists, and 3 steals in the first half. Many individuals tend to focus solely on statistics, yet when observing the game, it is evident that Lin Yuan's scoring was achieved through piecemeal efforts, lacking any discernible tactical acumen. Yoga swiftly attempted to mediate the situation, as Coach Zhang provided us with a valuable perspective. Lin Yuan's points indeed stemmed largely from minimal collaboration with his teammates, primarily relying on catch-and-shoot opportunities and isolation plays. It is perplexing that Coach Zhang harbors such frustration whenever Lin Yuan's name is mentioned. I have consistently maintained that basketball cannot be played in this manner. Lin Yuan's style merely capitalizes on prevailing circumstances. Last season, benefiting from the cohesive structure of the Suns, he thrived effortlessly. However, this season, his performance has notably declined. Yang Jian's perception of Lin Yuan starkly contrasts with Coach Zhang's. He merely pursed his lips in silence. At this juncture, as the second half is poised to commence, the broadcast returned to the live action. We witnessed both teams reinstating their starting lineups. With the Knicks initiating the first attack, Lin Yuan executed a step-back three-pointer, and it found the net. What a decisive shot, Coach Zhang remarked, This hardly signifies anything. Can he consistently make one or two more? On the opposite end, Wade executed a drive, then halted abruptly to score from mid-range. Lin Yuan turned and sank another three-pointer. Coach Zhang, this shot by Lin Yuan is utterly unreasonable. He relished the moment, but what about his teammates? They too require the ball in their hands to develop their rhythm. As the words left his lips, Antoine Walker had his ball stolen, and Lin Yuan struck again with a three-pointer. The second half had barely begun when it led to a timeout for the Heat. Coach Zhang, is Lin Yuan still merely picking at the defense? Yang Jian smiled faintly. Regardless, this shot was illogical. I maintain my stance. This is an entire game. How many can he consistently make? The Knicks are already ahead by 17 points. If Lin Yuan scores again, that will make it 20. Let me tell you. Lin Yuan remained unaware of the commotion unfolding in the CCTV 5 live broadcast room due to his contentious performance. He was solely focused on his next move. Throughout the first half of the match, he had utilized 18 data points, leaving him with 33. As the second half commenced, he resolved to unleash the data in one swift motion. Gaining a substantial lead in a short span would significantly boost the team's morale. Consequently, he executed 3 consecutive three-point shots, leveraging the data for absolute accuracy. Upon the resumption of play, Wade utilized a screen from his teammate to create an open shot, successfully sinking a three-pointer to alleviate the tension on the court. However, as the Knicks initiated their offense, Bosch and Wade positioned themselves on either side of Lin Yuan, effectively blocking his path from the backcourt. This was a strategy devised by Riley, employing a full-court press to stifle Lin Yuan's influence at all costs. Lin Yuan, however, remained obstinately skeptical of this superstition. He took the initiative to request the ball, dribbling in place while surveying the court. His pretense of observation was a mere fade. His true intent was to showcase his prowess. After dribbling for a leisurely 20 seconds, he executed a nonchalant retreat and released a three-point shot with effortless grace. It swished through the net. On the sidelines, Riley's face was a portrait of discontent. As Lin Yuan made his way back on defense, he passed by Riley and chuckled. Guess how many more I can score? Not 1, not 2, but I aimed to net 6 or 7. The impact of this shot on the confidence of the Heat players was immense. Such an unreasonable three-pointer led them to feel that no matter how hard they tried, it would be in vain. The game continued, and the Heat's offense fell into a rhythm of isolation plays. After Lin Yuan scored once more, he refrained from attempting a 6th or 7th shot and instead embraced a Nash-like mode, actively facilitating the team's play. By the end of the third quarter, the Knicks had extended their lead to over 30 points. In the fourth quarter, Larry Brown, brimming with confidence, opted to place both Lin Yuan and Marbury on the bench from the outset. This substantial lead afforded him the luxury of allowing his players some additional rest. The Heat had hoped to narrow the gap during this quarter, but Richardson and Crawford delivered consistent performances, maintaining their scoring output. Battier and Scola exhibited seamless teamwork, occasionally contributing to the scoreline as well. With just 2 minutes remaining in the game, the deficit still stood at a daunting 17 points. At this juncture, a comeback was nearly impossible, and Riley had no choice but to withdraw his starters, conceding the match. The Knicks triumphed over the Heat with a score of 129-114, with Lin Yuan achieving a remarkable stat line of 41 points, 8 assists, and 6 steals, undoubtedly emerging as the standout player on the court. After the game, renowned sideline reporter Craig Sager conducted an interview with Lin Yuan. Lin, you delivered the finest performance of your career tonight. Do you have anything to say? Lin replied, without a doubt, I played well tonight, but this is not my strongest performance. Oh, what is? My strongest performance will always be the next game. Excellent. What do you consider to be the key to winning this match? I believe it was about showcasing our true capabilities, given our record. It was only natural that we emerged victorious against them. The second game of the series will commence in 2 days. Do you have any message for the Heat? See you again. On the same day, there was a match between the Spurs and the Mavericks, yet no one paid any attention. All eyes were fixated on Lin Yuan's extraordinary performance, which consequently led to a surge in sales of his signature shoes. Domestically, on basketball forums, discussions surrounding Lin Yuan witnessed a remarkable shift, with positive sentiments outweighing negative ones for the first time. Meanwhile, Coach Zhang had been reduced to a caricature of a basketball clown. Within the Basketball Association, former calls for Lin Yuan's removal from the national team had become a source of ridicule, and discussions regarding contract negotiations and profit-sharing were entirely absent. It can be said that true prowess is the foundation of everything. If Lin Yuan continues on this trajectory, the public discourse in China will inevitably become his garden. Entrepreneurs, known for their keen instincts, have already begun to engage with Lin Yuan to discuss endorsement opportunities. With Lin Yuan having established his own company, the negotiations will be handled by Yuan Fong Winnie, who will reach a conclusion before presenting it to Lin Yuan for his final decision. On May 11th, the second game between the Knicks and the Heat commenced. This time, Lin Yuan seized the initiative, disregarding whatever strategies Riley had prepared, and launched a barrage of three-pointers, setting the tone for the entire match. Lin Yuan's remarkable performance compelled Riley to intensify his defensive efforts against him. However, this created a dilemma. The Knicks are not the Lakers. Whereas the Lakers are universally acknowledged to revolve around Kobe as their unequivocal cornerstone, the Knicks boast at least one star player in Marbury. Moreover, their supporting cast is replete with players possessing shooting prowess. Thus, doubling down on Lin Yuan inevitably leaves other players unguarded. Lin Yuan consistently passed the ball to his teammates whenever the opportunity arose, and by the end of the first quarter, Marbury's scoring even surpassed that of Lin Yuan. Nevertheless, the Heat, being a championship-caliber team, exhibited an equally formidable offensive prowess. Particularly, Wade appeared as if he had descended from the heavens in this game, accumulating 19 points in the first quarter alone. Throughout the first half, the teams maintained a close contest, with the margin never exceeding 5 points. However, as the second half commenced, both Wade and O'Neal's performance diminished, allowing the Knicks to gradually seize control and extend their lead to over 10 points. This situation left Riley quite perturbed. The depth of the Heat's roster, which he once took pride in, seemed inadequate compared to that of the Knicks. The advantage of the starting lineup was effectively neutralized by Lin Yuan's singular prowess. Ultimately, the game concluded with a lack of significant peaks in performance from either side. Apart from Lin Yuan's explosive start, the Heat succumbed once again, this time by an 11-point margin. After the game, O'Neal shot a resentful glance at Lin Yuan and muttered, "See you in Miami." While O'Neal's harsh words went unnoticed, the media in New York began to envision the team's championship prospects. Since the 1970s, New York has not clinched a championship title. For the largest city in America, and indeed the world, there is a profound desire to reclaim that glory. Yet, despite years of substantial spending, the team has struggled to even reach the second round of the playoffs. In truth, Dumars did not harbor high expectations for the team's potential when he signed Lin Yuan. He merely took a gamble. Even so, after securing Lin Yuan for 2 years at $20 million, he faced criticism for what many deemed extravagant spending. Now, however, the value of that investment is abundantly clear. With a mere $10 million annual salary, Lin Yuan's performance has eclipsed that of numerous max contract players. Even before this season concludes, Dumars is already contemplating the possibility of a contract extension for Lin Yuan. Naturally, based on his understanding of Lin Yuan's agent, Harris, it is evident that Lin Yuan would not entertain an extension at this juncture. The future remains uncertain. All Dumars can do is await the outcome of the season while actively seeking opportunities to bolster the team and make the most of Lin Yuan's tenure. In the second round of the playoffs, the Mavericks and Spurs are locked in a 1-1 tie. Unexpectedly, the Cavaliers secured a victory on the Pistons' home court, prompting media speculation. Could the 2003 draft class be on the verge of taking over the entire league? Among the 4 strong teams in the Eastern Conference, Lin Yuan, James, and Wade undoubtedly belong to the illustrious class of 2003, and they are the undeniable core players of their respective teams. Under the media spotlight, the third game between the Knicks and the Heat commenced in Miami. Given that it was the Heat's home court, coupled with O'Neal's undeniable dominance in the paint, the Knicks found themselves ensnared in foul trouble from the outset. Their 2 key interior players, Eddie Curry and Davis, were both burdened with 2 fouls early in the game. Consequently, Larry Brown was compelled to substitute Fry and Scola prematurely. However, these two were evidently ill-equipped to contend with O'Neal, leading Brown to resort to the hack-a-shack strategy. Unfortunately, this tactic did not yield the desired results, as O'Neal astonishingly converted 7 out of 8 free throw attempts, placing the Knicks in a precarious position. Unable to contain O'Neal's offensive prowess in the paint, the Knicks also struggled to impede Wade's penetrating drives due to a lack of rim protection. Were it not for Lin Yuan consistently providing offensive firepower, the game would have slipped away from them much earlier. Yet, this was merely a temporary respite. Marbury was virtually invisible throughout the match, while Richardson and Crawford, being role players, failed to deliver the performances expected of them. This allowed the Heat to double-team Lin Yuan without restraint. With the aid of the system's data, Lin Yuan managed to keep the team's score close in the first half. However, by the second half, his data had dwindled to under 20 points, while the team found themselves trailing by 17 points, even if he expended all 20 points. Overcoming such a deficit amidst formidable defense would prove exceedingly challenging. By the time the fourth quarter commenced, the Knicks were already behind by 20 points. Consequently, Larry Brown decided to forego the fourth quarter entirely, allowing his players to rest in preparation for the upcoming away game. Following this match, not only did the Heat find themselves with a much-needed respite, but Lin Yuan's critics on the forums also emerged to express their opinions, asserting that the Knicks' season had effectively come to an end, leading 2-1, yet the Knicks had already succumbed in the series. The Knicks, having exhausted their strategies, were outmaneuvered by Miami. The narrative echoed across domestic basketball forums, filled with such sentiments as fans had been feeling quite aggrieved. Upon closer inspection of their arguments, one could discern a semblance of validity. Their primary contention revolved around the Knicks' over-reliance on Lin Yuan. Observers noted that his performances appeared to stem from an extraordinary burst of skill. After all, can an ordinary player consistently deliver such explosive results? However, this perspective was not universally accepted. Detractors argued that the Heat's victory in this match was significantly aided by the home referees, coupled with the Knicks' shooting squad collectively missing their targets. If players like Marbury and Richardson had been even slightly more accurate, the outcome might have been different. Nevertheless, the Heat's victory was not overwhelming. The lead remained within reach. Given the stringent conditions for winning a single game, could they possibly secure 3 consecutive victories? It seemed unlikely. In other matchups, the Mavericks managed to secure their first home game, leading the series 2-1 against the Spurs. Meanwhile, the Suns maintained their advantage over the Clippers, also achieving a 2-1 scoreline. In the contest between the Pistons and Cavaliers, the Pistons reclaimed home court advantage, leading 2-1 as well. As the second round progressed to its third game, no team had managed to win 3 consecutive matches. The score of 2-1 is rather precarious, indicating that the advantage held by the leading team is not as pronounced as it may seem. A single misstep in the fourth game could lead to a tie. Conversely, winning the fourth game would bestow the victorious team with 3 match points, making a comeback exceedingly difficult for the opposition. Thus, the fourth game between the Knicks and the Heat commenced. In this contest, Larry Brown adjusted his strategy, opting for early double teams on Shaquille O'Neal in the paint, striving to limit his opportunities to draw fouls. However, should they fail to contain him, they would allow him to score while ensuring that their foul count remained manageable. Larry Brown's stance was unequivocal. Failing to stop O'Neal was not a fault. The priority was simply to avoid being overwhelmed. Given O'Neal's size and stamina, how many consecutive minutes could he truly endure? As long as there are 2 towering players in the paint, the Heat's perimeter offense can be effectively curtailed, rendering any reckless drives implausible. Of course, tactical adjustments play a significant role. However, for the team to secure victory, they must also possess formidable offensive prowess. In the previous game, Marbury swiftly recalibrated his shooting touch, exhibiting an explosive performance in the first quarter, demonstrating an effortless ability to score. Lin Yuan felt no surprise at Marbury's performance. From Marbury's display in the CBA, it is evident that he possesses a relentless pursuit of success. In the past, playing for weaker teams, he often found himself isolated in a cycle of endless one-on-one plays, earning the moniker of a lone wolf. However, now that the Knicks have a chance at the championship, his fierce competitive spirit has been ignited. The O'Brien Trophy? Why should Kobe have it and not me? Marbury's explosive state revitalized the entire team. Lin Yuan had already planned to deploy heavy defenses, and with Marbury on the court, the Heat's defense became riddled with vulnerabilities, feeling as though every corner was exposed. As Richardson, Battier, and Crawford began to hit their shots consistently, the game showed early signs of being blown open. By the end of the first quarter, the Knicks led by 16 points, 42-26. As the second quarter commenced, the Heat's situation did not improve. Although O'Neal, Wade, Walker, and White Chocolate managed to counterattack, the Knicks' collective prowess remained insurmountable. It was not only from the perimeter. Inside, Scola displayed his solid fundamentals. When he found it difficult to score against O'Neal directly, he adeptly utilized his footwork to create space, remarkably scoring twice in succession against him. Despite Riley's attempts to adjust his lineup, the situation had become irretrievable. Before the third quarter concluded, he substituted his starters, preparing for the next match. Apart from the Knicks and Heat, the other matchups were tied at 2-2. The Mavericks, Spurs, and Clippers, Suns series were inconsequential. But it was surprising that LeBron led the Cavaliers to a tie against the Pistons. Returning to the Knicks' fifth game, the competition immediately settled into a tight contest. The Heat players were in excellent form, scoring consistently both inside and out, while Lin Yuan was left to bear the burden for the Knicks alone. However, as time progressed, Marbury's performance surged, tipping the scales in favor of the Knicks. Noticing the shift in momentum, Riley urged his players to increase their physicality, hoping to gain an advantage in officiating. Yet, this time he was mistaken. The league's commissioner, David Stern, is a New Yorker. If the league does not favor the Knicks, consider it fortunate. To expect advantages on their home court in New York was a folly. The Heat's attempts to draw fouls culminated either in missed shots or outright blunders. Notably, Battier even managed to draw a foul from O'Neal. As the game progressed into its latter stages, the Knicks had established a 10-point lead, which they maintained until the end. Despite Riley's desperate gamble with a small ball lineup, the Knicks ultimately triumphed over the Heat with a score of 4-1, advancing with heads held high into the next round. Post-game, Wade and Lin Yuan embraced in mutual respect, a bond forged in their shared 2003 draft class, rendering their connection far more profound than that of their peers. Meanwhile, Riley engaged in a handshake conversation with Larry Brown, concealing any simmering dissatisfaction beneath a veneer of professionalism. Yet, within, he pondered the implications of Lin Yuan's 2-year contract with the Knicks. Following next season, could Wade's influence help transport Lin Yuan's prodigious talent to Miami? After all, New York, a bustling financial hub, pales in comparison to the allure of Miami's radiant sunshine and beautiful beaches. With the Knicks advancing, they would now await the outcome of other matchups. The Pistons and Cavaliers clash ultimately failed to yield an upset. The Pistons secured a pivotal home victory before clinching another on the road, thus advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals in Cleveland. In the West, Nowitzki delivered a phenomenal performance, leading his team to victory over the Spurs in a decisive Game 7. Likewise, the Suns and Clippers battled to a 7th game, with the Suns prevailing through their seasoned experience. Consequently, the conference finals promised to be particularly riveting. The Mavericks and Suns, familiar adversaries from the previous season, were further complicated by Cuban's decision to part ways with Nash. In the East, the long-standing rivalry between Larry Brown and the Pistons added an intriguing layer to the narrative. However, astute basketball enthusiasts opined that the Suns, now without Stoudemire, would likely falter against the Mavericks. Similarly, the rookie Knicks appeared somewhat underprepared for the formidable challenge posed by the Pistons. In basketball media, Coach Chang expressed skepticism regarding the Knicks, reiterating his doubts about their victory over the Heat. His characteristic boldness rendered his comments almost dismissive. Nevertheless, CCTV5 took a definitive stance. Their promotional teasers boldly proclaimed the journey to the championship. Even Director Hu from the Basketball Association began to speculate. Could Lin Yuan's dreams of a world championship truly materialize? Total data sum, 55-58. Ability enhancement, breakthrough 30. Mid-range shooting percentage 25. Three-point shooting percentage 25. After defeating the Heat and advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals, Lin Yuan's data cap increased by an additional 2 points. Only one series remains before reaching the coveted 60-point system upgrade. However, for Lin Yuan, it seems there is no necessity to await the full length of a series for victory. During the 4th game in Miami, Yangtze contacted Lin Yuan to update him on the progress of several endorsement negotiations. The primary contention lay in the contract amounts. After all, Lin Yuan has yet to attain the commercial stature of Kobe, and the endorsements he receives are largely attributed to his identity as a Chinese national. Of course, his performance in New York plays a significant role as well. Should he lead the city to its first championship in decades, the promotional value would be beyond measure. For Lin Yuan, the difference in monetary figures holds little significance. Ultimately, he could simply sign for 1 year and adjust the terms based on future circumstances. Under Lin Yuan's guidance, Yangtze successfully finalized 2 endorsements, one with Longines watches and another with Volvo automobiles. Each endorsement contract was for 1 year and exceeded $5 million. This achievement allowed Lin Yuan's data cap to finally reach 60 points, and as he anticipated, the system advanced to Level 3. Lin Yuan eagerly examined the new features introduced in the Level 3 system. It appeared that while the number of new functionalities was not extensive, they were all remarkably practical, even exceptionally useful. In essence, the 2 primary features were data surplus and data hedging. The concept of data surplus is straightforward, referring to the remaining data from telecommunications operators. For instance, if Lin Yuan's total data usage in a game does not reach its limit, half of the leftover data will carry over to the next game. This means that if Lin Yuan has a total of 55 points of data and uses 35 points, 20 points remain, of which 10 points will be transferred to the subsequent match. However, this transfer can only occur once and cannot be accumulated multiple times. Despite the inability to stack this benefit, it is still quite remarkable. With his current 55 points of data, if he refrains from using any in one game, he could directly have over 80 points available for the next encounter. Theoretically, Lin Yuan could potentially break Kobe's scoring record. The data hedging ability allows for the reverse application of system data. Utilizing data on oneself aids in data acquisition. Now, it can be employed against opponents to mitigate their data. For example, if an opposing player attempts a three-point shot, Lin Yuan can expend 3 points of data to ensure that the shot does not succeed. There are many nuances to this ability. The most immediate implication is that an opponent might miss their shot regardless, so spending 3 points to prevent their success may not always be advantageous. It should not be relied upon as a regular ability, rather. It is particularly effective when an opponent is attempting a last-second shot or is attempting to manipulate the psychological state of others. Furthermore, the effective use of this ability demands precise timing and should not be employed mindlessly. It must be synchronized with the opponent's rhythm. When Lin Yuan expends data to make someone miss a shot, the effect lasts for only 2 seconds. If the opponent completes their shot within this time frame, the effect is realized. If not, the data is still deducted, but the effect expires. 2 seconds may seem ample, yet it requires Lin Yuan to possess a keen understanding of his opponent's playing habits. For instance, against a player like Anderson, known for his inconsistent footwork, a defender may have already jumped and descended while he has yet to complete his final step. Similarly, against a player like Hayes, whose shooting rhythm often causes opponents to jump the gun. In such cases, expended data would be wasted. Overall, despite the cerebral demands of this ability, it undeniably enriches Lin Yuan's defensive repertoire, serving as a valuable skill. Interestingly, this ability also possesses a level system, currently at level 1, which permits usage only during matches. This led Lin Yuan to speculate whether a higher level might allow for usage even when not on the court. If that were the case, this ability would become exceedingly advantageous, as the perspective from the sidelines offers a broad view of the game. However, contemplating this was unproductive. Lin Yuan resolved to make full use of this capability in the upcoming series against the Pistons. As for the forthcoming matchups, Lin Yuan felt no pressure whatsoever. Is there anyone in the NBA more familiar with the Pistons than Larry Brown? Larry Brown, with a mere gesture, could conjure a plethora of strategies to counter the Pistons. On May 24th, the Eastern Conference Finals commenced, with the Pistons hosting the fervently competitive New York Knicks at the Palace of Auburn Hills. The Pistons' strongest asset lay in their starting five, the formidable duo of Wallace, Prince, Billups, and Hamilton. Among the bench players, only McGrady seemed to exert any significant presence, while the others were nearly inconsequential. Brown employed a standard rotation, meticulously orchestrating tactical details. He scrutinized Prince's defensive tendencies and sought to disrupt Hamilton's shooting choices, conveying a wealth of information that allowed the players to perform seamlessly. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan meticulously inquired about Billups' passing habits. Brown, presuming Lin intended to sever Billups' passing avenues, patiently elaborated while analyzing game footage of the Pistons, even delving into Billups' other playing habits with thoroughness. The synergy between Brown's insights and Lin's data manipulation yielded extraordinary results on the court. Billups orchestrated plays from the arc, passing to Hamilton amidst motion. A seemingly ordinary pass was seized by Lin at the opportune moment through data manipulation, resulting in an inexplicably poor and errant throw, starkly contrasting his usual high-caliber passes. Hamilton missed the catch, allowing Lin to reclaim possession. This method of interception, while distinct from outright data theft, possessed its own merits. Direct data interception might occasionally falter, yet if successful, it guaranteed possession. Conversely, Lin's approach ensured disruption of the pass, though securing the ball depended on fortune, as Hamilton might easily recover. Initially, when the first error occurred, no one raised objections. However, bizarre occurrences began to unfold in succession. Billups, seemingly under a spell, faltered in both shooting and passing. Most astonishingly, after Lin missed a shot, the ball ricocheted off the rim and landed directly before Billups, who failed to secure the rebound, watching helplessly as Lin snatched the ball again. Throughout the game, Billups appeared to be in a daze, regaining his composure only during Lin's brief absence from the court. It would be inaccurate to attribute his struggles solely to Lin's defense. Astute observers noted that Lin merely maintained a lackadaisical gaze, offering minimal resistance. With their core player, Billups underperforming, the Pistons' fate was all but sealed, culminating in a 20-point defeat. This match sparked considerable discourse. While it wasn't surprising for the Knicks to triumph over the Pistons, the manner in which they did so was utterly shocking. Billups, who typically exhibited remarkable consistency, delivered a performance that could only be characterized as subpar, essentially surrendering the game without contest. Undoubtedly, Lin's performance was also seen as mediocre. He appeared to focus his efforts solely on countering Billups, allowing the team to flow effortlessly, thus opting to coast through the match. In the post-game press conference, Billups expressed unwavering confidence, asserting that he would undoubtedly rebound strongly. Such sentiments were genuine. Prior to the series, he had meticulously prepared himself, eager to face the challenge. Nevertheless, his in-game performance bewildered him, leaving him in a state of confusion upon reflection. Even before changing out of his uniform, he ventured into a practice room to test his shooting touch, finding his shots accurate and his passes stable. A stark contrast to the game itself. This incongruity prompted a rueful smile, leaving him puzzled about the circumstances. What was past now. He eagerly anticipated the second game. As the second match approached, armed with insights from the previous encounter and an additional 9 data points, Lin targeted not just Billups but also Hamilton. Consequently, the Pistons' home crowd witnessed Hamilton's airball, followed by Billups' errant pass out of bounds, with both backcourt stars faltering. Victory seemed elusive. Ultimately, as Rasheed Wallace attempted a block, he astonishingly missed the ball, striking the backboard instead. Fans began to exit the arena, bewildered about the nature of the game they had just witnessed. After the game, outside the Palace of Auburn Hills, local Detroit media interviewed fans who had left early, only to be met with a barrage of expletives. Refund. In the post-match interview, Billups expressed his helplessness, reiterating his determination to mount a significant comeback. His recent performances are certainly not a true reflection of his capabilities. Meanwhile, Hamilton quietly amassed success, fortunate that the spotlight remained on Billups. As the third match returned to the Knicks' home court, Lin Yuan continued to adhere to his previous strategy, utilizing data to counteract his opponents and relying on his inherent skills. This approach is not motivated by a penchant for mischief. Rather, it is imperative to elevate the level of one's data countering abilities, especially in the absence of alternative upgrading methods. Thus, the more one employs this skill, the better. In the third game, both Billups and Hamilton performed poorly. And unlike the previous matches, their mental states were also adversely affected. Even if Lin Yuan remained inactive, anxiety would still ensue. During Lin Yuan's bench time, he struggled to maintain his form. Ultimately, the Pistons suffered one of their most humiliating defeats in recent seasons, losing the match by a staggering 40 points. With the team's total score failing to exceed 70 points, a truly unimaginable outcome for the formidable Eastern Conference Pistons. Lin Yuan is currently exploring the new features of data hedging at Level 2, as he successfully accumulates 100 points in hedging during the match. The functionality elevates to Level 2. As he envisioned, Level 2 data hedging allows him to utilize his abilities from the sidelines. This implies that even if Lin Yuan is resting, injured, or ejected from the game, he can still assist his team. At this juncture, the Pistons have lost all hope. In the extensive history of the NBA, no team has ever come back from a 0-3 deficit in a playoff series. The sole focus now is on how far the Knicks can advance and whether they can lift the long-coveted O'Brien Trophy. Undoubtedly, the Knicks are the most successful franchise this season, and Dumas is rightfully the best manager. 2 days later, the fourth game between the two teams commences. This time, Lin Yuan refrains from employing any system abilities and solely relies on his own prowess to gauge the team's true potential. Regrettably, the Pistons, having lost 3 consecutive games, have lost their spirit. While they were able to trade blows in the first 2 quarters, their performance suddenly falters in the second half. Ultimately, the Knicks sweep the Pistons with a resounding 4-0 victory, advancing to the finals. Post-game, Dumas promptly contacts Lin Yuan's agent, expressing a desire to discuss contract renewal. "Sir, Lin has 1 year remaining on his contract with the team, and I believe he may not be inclined to accept an early max deal." Meanwhile, the team assures that they will build around him in the coming years. Even if Lin were to join another team, the maximum salary would be similar. While here he has teammates with whom he has battled for a season, not to mention the allure of a grand city like New York. Would you like to have a conversation with Lin? Harris must concede that Dumas's offer is exceptionally generous, leaving no grounds for refusal. "Very well, sir. I will discuss it with him after the finals." In the West, the absence of Chris Paul has indeed diminished the Suns' prowess. After an arduous 6-game battle, they ultimately succumbed, paving the way for the Dallas Mavericks to advance to the finals against the Knicks. Prior to the match, Commentators from various quarters made their predictions. The consensus suggested that the Mavericks wield a more formidable strength, particularly with Dirk Nowitzki showcasing his remarkable abilities in the Western Conference Finals. Conversely, while the Knicks swept the Pistons' uncharacteristic performance led many to speculate that it was not the Knicks' superiority, but rather the Pistons' struggles that were to blame. Central Television similarly invited a host of experts to weigh in, and due to previous miscalculations, they approached this analysis with great caution, asserting that the two teams are closely matched, with a high likelihood of extending to a decisive Game 7. Ultimately, the outcome hinges on performances in crucial moments, which is a rather ambiguous assertion. On June 9th, at the Knicks' home ground, the finals officially commenced. In the prelude, Larry Brown delivered his final reflections. At the onset of the season, no one anticipated our playoff aspirations. Throughout the season, critics predicted our energy would wane in the latter half, deeming it impossible to secure 60 victories. As the playoffs commenced, the media forecasted our demise in the second round. Before the Eastern Conference Finals, there were voices claiming the Pistons would expose us to what a top-tier team truly embodies. Yet, we have persevered, step by step, to stand on this grand stage of the finals today. In life, there are two pivotal days, the day of our birth and the day we comprehend the purpose of our existence. Today, I proclaim that we exist to seize the championship. We shall not accept defeat. Now, we stride into the arena with our heads held high, declaring to the world, the Knicks have arrived. This old fellow certainly knows how to evoke emotion. In the players' tunnel, Lin Yuan observed his emotionally charged teammates and couldn't help but internally scoff. While one might argue that motivational speeches have their merit, Lin Yuan placed greater faith in his own system. Data customization system level, 3 total data, 5963, balance, 29 points, ability enhancements, 3-point shooting accuracy 25, breakthrough capability 30, mid-range shooting accuracy 25, physical reinforcement, unlocked limit tasks, slightly skills, body healing, physical enhancement, data balance, level 2, gazing at these impressive statistics. Lin Yuan felt no reason to let the championship slip away from him. The Mavericks this season were in an undeniable peak state, their roster boasting even greater strength than during their 2011 championship run. Among the starting players, aside from Nowitzki, a formidable force, both Terry and Josh Howard were capable of averaging nearly 20 points, qualifying them as near all-star players. Furthermore, the positional arrangements were exceptionally balanced, integrating both inside and outside gameplay. Additionally, they had quality pieces like Diogo, the Western Conference's second-best center Dampier, Stackhouse, Van Horn, and Harris. The Mavericks' consecutive victories over the Spurs and Suns were a testament to their formidable prowess. In contrast, Lin Yuan and Marbury of the Knicks had more talent than Howard and Terry. However, the presence of Nowitzki was a mismatch that could not be overlooked. A multitude of lesser talents could not surpass one standout player. That was the essence of it. As the first game commenced, the Mavericks unleashed their offensive might both inside and outside, with contributions from all positions. On the Knicks side, Marbury, participating in his first finals, struggled with consistency, missing 2 consecutive shots. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan and Richardson, seasoned in high-stakes situations, continued to score, as the scoreboard fluctuated back and forth. During the match, Lin Yuan attempted to utilize data balance, yet his unfamiliarity with the Mavericks' playing styles hindered his timing. Larry Brown's understanding of the Mavericks was far inferior to that of the Pistons, making it impossible for him to provide hands-on guidance. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Mavericks held a slight edge over the Knicks, leading 27-26. As the second quarter began, both teams substituted in their second units. The depth of the Knicks roster, once a source of pride, found no advantage against the Mavericks. Stackhouse, the 1995 draft's 3rd overall pick and a star player capable of averaging 29.8 points in his prime, showcased his skills, continuously creating scoring opportunities through both inside and outside plays. Crawford, who would later become a 6th man of the year, still had some ground to cover compared to Stackhouse. Within 4 minutes of the second quarter, the Mavericks had widened their lead to 7 points. Unable to remain passive, Larry Brown brought in Eddie Curry and Lin Yuan. At that moment, the court featured Curry, Scola, Lin Yuan, Richardson, and Crawford. In the first quarter, Lin Yuan attempted to engage in data hedging, wasting several valuable data points, yet the remaining data remained abundant. As Lin Yuan entered the game, the previously subdued atmosphere transformed into one of fervor. During the front-court possession, Lin Yuan dribbled near the center circle, keenly observing the dynamics on the court. The Mavericks coach, The young General Johnson maintained a calm demeanor. Based on his knowledge of Lin Yuan, he anticipated that the latter would likely attempt a deep three-pointer at this moment. But would one dare to play so recklessly? This was the finals, after all. At that instant, Lin Yuan unleashed a three-pointer, and Johnson's gaze followed the trajectory of the basketball. It swished through the net. Madison Square Garden erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Suppress it. Dampen his momentum, Johnson shouted from the sidelines, urging his players to respond immediately with a counter shot. Harris advanced over half court, and as he passed, Lin Yuan suddenly emerged from the side, intercepting the ball. Harris quickly retreated on defense. However, Lin Yuan had no intention of rushing the fast break. Instead, after a few dribbles, he launched another three-pointer from 3 or 4 steps beyond the arc, and it found its mark. The minuscule advantage the Mavericks had painstakingly built was instantly erased by Lin Yuan. Johnson, displaying wisdom rather than stubbornness, substituted in Terry and Howard to bolster their offensive firepower. As for Nowitzki, he was allowed a bit more time to rest. Upon Terry's return, he executed a pick-and-roll with Stackhouse, exploiting a mismatch against Curry and finishing with a successful drive. In a swift turn, Lin Yuan struck again, sinking a three-pointer from the top of the arc. Howard, with a series of agile steps, penetrated the paint and, facing Scola, executed a mid-range jumper with precision. In another swift transition, Lin Yuan received a handoff from Richardson and once more found the bottom of the net with a three-pointer. Harris, attempting to catch fire from the perimeter, launched a three-pointer. But this time the Mavericks failed to convert, with Scola securing the rebound. Lin Yuan once again carried the ball past half court, establishing his position beyond the three-point line, his legs coiling with energy in preparation for a long-range shot. Terry and Howard lunged towards him, their intentions crystal clear. They must prevent him from scoring again. At that moment, nearly everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Yuan. He leaped, but instead of releasing the ball for a shot, he passed it into the paint as he descended. Eddie Curry seized the opportunity, leaping from his spot to receive the basketball, and delivered a powerful dunk. An aerial relay. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers as Lin Yuan made an immediate impact with a scoring surge of 14-4. Johnson's expression darkened, prompting him to call a timeout. The stands were predominantly filled with New York fans, many of whom belonged to the city's elite. Numerous gazes were fixed on Lin Yuan, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Some were simply fervent fans, eager for their team to seize the championship. Others were infatuated admirers, dreaming of moments spent in Lin Yuan's presence or sharing a playful duel. Then there were the more pragmatic observers, assessing Lin Yuan's on-court performance with an eye on his commercial value and potential financial opportunities. If the team were to win the championship, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly become New York's most renowned figure, mused stockbroker Scott Swift to his daughter beside him. Does it really matter? His daughter, Taylor Swift, shrugged, uncertain whether her family would support her pursuing a relationship with someone from the Chinese community, unaware of her father's private acquaintance with Lin Yuan. Of course it matters. If Lin Yuan is willing to collaborate with me, his fame could yield substantial profits, he replied. Are you referring to endorsements? That doesn't necessitate collaboration with you. No, I mean through stock trading. For instance, you don't need to explain this to me. Save it for him. Taylor had little interest in the intricacies of the stock market, finding it overly convoluted. I don't know him, Scott Swift muttered under his breath. Taylor pondered for a moment. If you want to meet him, I could arrange a meeting. You know him? Well, I've written songs for the Knicks and have connections with their management. Then give it a try. Scott was not lacking in wealth, but the prospect of earning more was universally appealing. Taylor's plan came to fruition, and she beamed with delight. Young women in love often wish for their affections to be accepted by their families. This approach could circumvent many unnecessary complications. On the court, the Mavericks substituted in their entire roster of starters, while Larry Brown brought in Battier and Marbury, ensuring that Lin Yuan, Marbury, and Richardson, 3 of the most reliable shooters, remained on the floor. With Nowitzki back, the Mavericks' offensive strategies became more diverse, yet Marbury adjusted his game, scoring consecutively. The scoreboard continued to rise for both teams, though the Knicks maintained a more fluid rhythm. Lin Yuan's system may hinder his teammates from scoring, yet it ensures the delivery of a splendid pass. In this quarter, Lin Yuan transformed into a playmaking version of Allen Iverson, invigorating the entire Knicks team. Consequently, while the score continued to rise, the Knicks' lead steadily expanded. With less than a minute remaining in the first half, the Knicks found themselves ahead by 7 points against the Mavericks. At this juncture, only a few seconds remained, essentially providing each team with a singular opportunity to attack. Nowitzki forcefully drove into the paint, backing down Eddie Curry. After a few steps, he abruptly pivoted, preparing for a dramatic angled fadeaway jumper. However, in an unexpected twist, Lin Yuan materialized in the paint and intercepted the basketball during Nowitzki's dribble. On the perimeter, Marbury swiftly initiated a fast break, receiving Lin Yuan's long pass and executing a powerful dunk, widening the gap to 9 points. The Mavericks pressed on with their offense, but this time Nowitzki approached with caution, adjusting his stance slightly before taking a jump shot. Alas, this attempt did not find its mark. With just 25 seconds left on the clock, it was time for one final offensive push. Lin Yuan actively sought the ball, drawing the gaze of all around him. He was no longer an unnoticed presence. Everyone had become well acquainted with his playing style. More often than not, he opted for a three-point shot to conclude the play. However, there remained the possibility of an unexpected alley-oop, which warranted vigilance. Particularly, Lin Yuan assumed the role of a traffic conductor, gesturing to his teammates to adjust their positions. As the seconds ticked away, with only 7 seconds remaining, Lin Yuan sprang into action. He pushed forward with both hands, simulating a pass, before executing a step back. A 30-foot, ultra-long-range three-pointer was released, soaring through the air for 2 seconds before finding its mark in the basket. A 12-point deficit, with just 3 seconds left. The Mavericks failed to execute their offense. As the first half concluded, the Knicks led the Mavericks 64-52. Lin Yuan delivered an outstanding performance, achieving an astonishing record of 25 points, 5 assists, and 3 steals for 9 out of 11 attempts by halftime. During the intermission, Johnson gritted his teeth as he scrutinized Lin Yuan's statistics, utterly perplexed. Despite the team's commendable defensive efforts, they simply could not contain Lin Yuan. If he were to exhibit a repertoire akin to Jordan's, backing down, fadeaways, explosive drives, and intricate maneuvers, then perhaps Johnson could find some solace in the situation. However, the reality was that Lin Yuan's prowess stemmed solely from his remarkable shooting touch, leaving Johnson at a loss for justification. In that moment, he grasped the rationale behind Popovich's frequent employment of unorthodox tactics. Sometimes, when confronted with an unreasonable player like Lin Yuan, one must resort to equally unreasonable measures. Alas, the Mavericks lacked experience in this regard and had not cultivated such players. Meanwhile, over on the Knicks side, Larry Brown was also recalibrating his strategies based on the first half's performance. From a coach's perspective, he found the team's display during the first half unsatisfactory. In his view, their ability to turn a deficit into a lead was largely attributed to Lin Yuan's extraordinary contributions. Lin Yuan's performance in the first half is almost comparable to that of Jordan. Without delving into other aspects, just consider those outrageous three-pointers. Can Lin Yuan guarantee he will maintain that accuracy in the second half? Well, it seems likely he could. However, what about the next game? Even if he can ensure it for the next match, what about the one after that? The team cannot stake its fate on such an elusive and magical shooting touch. As Larry Brown continued to strategize, Lin Yuan suddenly proposed that the team implement a half-court press in the second half. A half-court press? Yes. It's essentially the same as a full-court press, but initiating it as the opponent crosses half-court, applying sufficient pressure. Larry Brown hesitated. Coach, the Mavericks are significantly behind. They will undoubtedly seek to close the gap quickly in the second half. By applying intense pressure now, we might induce many turnovers from them. Lin Yuan smiled and remarked, if it proves ineffective, we can always adjust our strategy. After all, we still have plenty of timeouts left. Larry Brown nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. Let's see what we've got. We shall determine if it is indeed a horse or a mule. Excellent. We shall proceed as Lin Yuan suggests. He cautioned the team. Be vigilant. Should the opposing team make an error, do not hastily rush into a fast break after regaining possession, as it may disrupt our own rhythm. Treat this possession as a standard offensive play, adhering to our established tactics. Lin Yuan added a couple more points. Larry Brown wholeheartedly concurred with Lin Yuan's perspective, recognizing that a hurried fast break also tests one's technical prowess, and a single misstep can lead to a turnover. As halftime concluded, the second half commenced. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan requested a brief respite. Assuming Lin Yuan was fatigued, Larry Brown permitted Richardson to take his place. In truth, Lin Yuan aimed to gain a broader perspective from the sidelines, utilizing data to disrupt the opposing team. After analyzing the first half, he had gained considerable insight into the Mavericks' playing style. In his strategy, he decided that data disruption would solely target passing, as each shooting attempt consumed at least 2 points, while passing only required 1. With over 40 points still in reserve, if he unleashed his strategy fully, he could potentially disrupt several shooting attempts in quick succession. As the game resumed, the Knicks immediately showcased their high-intensity defensive vigor. Terry, dribbling at the arc, found himself closely guarded by Marbury. Feeling pressured, Terry prepared to pass to Howard. However, the pass fell short, and Richardson swiftly seized the opportunity, thwarting their offensive attempt. The Knicks took their turn on offense, with Marbury aggressively penetrating the lane, dishing the ball to Eddie Curry. Curry, seizing a rare moment of dominance, forcefully scored over Diogo. The Mavericks initiated another offensive play, adhering to their familiar approach. Each player faced a defender closely monitoring them, and to create offensive space, they could only rely on screens or ball movement. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan remained at a distance, employing data disruption to interfere with their passing. Occasionally, the ball was indeed disrupted, but the opposing team managed to reclaim possession. Nevertheless, as long as Lin Yuan succeeded in disrupting twice, it would not be deemed failure. Under Lin Yuan's influence, the Mavericks converted only one fast break out of 4 attempts, with the other 3 resulting in turnovers. The widening point differential heightened the players' anxiety, causing their rhythm to falter. Even before Lin Yuan had fully executed his strategy, the team made errors on their own. This left Larry Brown somewhat astonished. Could full-court pressure against the Mavericks truly be so effective? Why had Popovich and D'Antoni not employed such tactics? Was it a matter of choice? However, regardless of the circumstances, one must seize the opportunity to strike when the adversary is vulnerable. Marbury, leading the Knicks, launched frequent offensives, rapidly extending the score differential to an impressive 20 points. Subsequently, Johnson attempted to make adjustments, yet his players were still prone to occasional blunders. Upon Lin Yuan's return to the court, he reignited his scoring prowess, and the Mavericks showed no signs of improvement. Ultimately, Lin Yuan amassed 37 points, and the Knicks triumphed over the Mavericks by 28 points. After the game, as he returned to the locker room, Lin Yuan was inundated with a flurry of congratulatory messages and calls. Among the well-wishers were former teammates, sponsors, and Yang Si, to whom Lin Yuan responded one by one. Upon seeing the last name, he dialed the number. "What prompted you to call me? Aren't you busy preparing your album?" On the other end was Taylor. "No matter how busy I am with my games, I must watch. However, I have another matter at hand. My father is a stock manager, and he mentioned a lucrative business opportunity that could involve you. Would you be interested in hearing about it?" "Certainly. Even if I weren't interested, your reputation alone would compel me to listen. When shall we meet? If you're not in a rush to rest. Shall we meet after the press conference?" "All right. Please send me the address later." After the press conference, Lin Yuan arrived at a club in Midtown Manhattan to meet Taylor's father, Scott. Scott wasted no time and laid out his proposal clearly. Essentially, it was a straightforward plan to exploit information asymmetry for stock arbitrage. Numerous local brands in New York were publicly traded. If these brands secured Lin Yuan as their endorser, their stock prices would soar upon the Knicks winning the championship. The crux of the profit lay in keeping Lin Yuan's endorsement contract confidential until after the victory, at which point the revelation would be inevitable. With the Knicks bringing home their first championship in decades, even the slightest contribution would be celebrated. According to my calculations, we could make at least $10 million. What do you think? What do I think? Well, it's not particularly enticing. 10 million is substantial. Yet it holds little significance for Lin Yuan. If he wanted to profit from stocks, he could have capitalized during the Great Short of 08. Nonetheless, this presented a valuable opportunity to foster a relationship with Taylor's father, which Lin Yuan was reluctant to pass up. It's a good idea. But are there any legal risks involved? Scott chuckled. What do you think I do? I can mitigate all risks, and besides, it's only 10 million. No one will even notice. All right. I'm not well versed in this area, so I'll leave everything to you. Taylor observed Lin Yuan and Scott engaged in lively conversation, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. 2 days later, the second match between the Knicks and the Mavericks commenced. This game mirrored the trajectory of the previous one. Bolstered by their resounding victory, the Knicks players brimmed with confidence, finding success in every shot they took. Although the Mavericks performed somewhat better than in the last game, they still fell short when compared to the Knicks. Moreover, with Lin Yuan's extraordinary prowess in play, the Mavericks initially managed to keep pace. However, as Lin Yuan unleashed an impressive series of plays, a significant gap swiftly emerged between the two teams. During this time, Nowitzki made a remarkable series of shots, seemingly intent on narrowing the score. Yet, Lin Yuan and Marbury swiftly extinguished his aspirations with a trio of three-pointers. Ultimately, the Knicks secured victory in the second game with ease. With 2 consecutive wins, the city of New York began preparations for a celebratory event. The Knicks management initiated discussions with the city government regarding the parade route and the necessary deployment of law enforcement to maintain order. As the third game unfolded at the Mavericks' home court, the entire Mavericks team exhibited remarkable performance, each player demonstrating unwavering focus and dedication. Lin Yuan's data hedging capabilities were significantly diminished. The Dallas Mavericks, buoyed by their home court advantage, displayed an impressive shooting touch, seemingly able to score with every attempt. Dirk Nowitzki, Jason Terry, Dwight Howard, and Jerry Stackhouse all surpassed the 20-point mark, with Nowitzki even achieving a remarkable 40 points. Undoubtedly, Lin Yuan's performance was equally explosive, amassing 53 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 blocks, and 8 steals throughout the game. He was determined not to succumb to defeat, unleashing the full potential of his system statistics. However, he expended too much energy on data hedging in the first half, leaving him breathless while attempting to close the gap in the second half, resulting in a narrow 5-point loss. Frustratingly, he did not concede the game early, leading to no statistics carried over to the next match, which would undoubtedly prove more challenging. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan seemingly underestimated Larry Brown's coaching prowess. In the fourth game, Brown implemented targeted adjustments, applying relentless pressure on Terry and Howard by deploying 3 players to defend against the 2. Given Nowitzki's consistent scoring ability, the inexperience of Terry and Howard became apparent. In the previous game, the team struggled to contain Nowitzki, inadvertently enhancing his shooting rhythm. Brown's strategy aligned perfectly with Lin Yuan's intentions. Despite Nowitzki's prowess, he is not a guard and always relies on others to facilitate his scoring. The relentless pressure, coupled with Lin Yuan's continuous disruption of Terry and Howard's passing, initially threw the Mavericks' tempo into disarray. Meanwhile, the Knicks channeled their collective energy into a stellar performance, culminating in 8 players scoring in double figures, with Lin Yuan and Stephon Marbury both achieving 20 points, securing a victory on the Mavericks' home turf. Consequently, the Knicks led the series 3-1, gaining 3 match points in one breath. In the post-game locker room, all players radiated joy. Marbury settled beside Lin Yuan, offering him a bottle of drink. "Why do you seem less than ecstatic? We are on the brink of becoming champions." Lin Yuan chuckled lightly and jested. "Are you already contemplating your next opponent? Do not underestimate the Mavericks. It is not about underestimating the Mavericks. Rather, we are already leading 3-1. The Mavericks have no hope left. Whether the Mavericks have hope is inconsequential. Let us all put in the extra effort and celebrate after securing victory in the final game." The NBA Finals follow a 2-3-2 format, and the 5th game is also hosted at the Mavericks Arena. This match holds the potential for clinching the championship. David Stern and Russell were present to witness this significant event in person. However, the Mavericks players appeared unwilling to concede defeat so easily. They displayed remarkable resilience, while the Knicks commenced the game with vigorous aggression. Yet, the Mavericks persevered, not only preventing a widening score gap, but also continuously narrowing it. They even managed to take the lead during the third quarter. In light of this situation, Lin Yuan believed he could alter the course of the game. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, he resolved to rely solely on his individual prowess. Victory or defeat would rest on his own capabilities. Ultimately, the Mavericks found their rhythm and triumphed in the match, leaving the suspense intact for the 6th game. Lin Yuan's decision is predicated on multiple factors. Primarily, he aspires to secure a championship on home turf, a pursuit of immense significance to Taylor's father. Moreover, returning to their home ground allows the team to sell an additional game ticket. In a city like New York, where this would mark the team's first championship in decades, it is anticipated that even standard tickets could fetch over $100 million. When factoring in luxury boxes and VIP seating, a single game could potentially cover an entire year's salary for the players. Furthermore, Lin Yuan possesses a sense of pride as an athlete. He yearns to test whether his abilities alone can lead to victory, rather than resorting to the system at the slightest obstacle. Of course, all of this hinges on the premise that Lin Yuan has absolute control over this championship series. With confidence in returning home, victory seems effortlessly attainable. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly prioritize an early win to secure a safe outcome. On June 21st, Madison Square Garden was teeming with fans. Countless supporters gathered, and tickets for this match were highly sought after. Those fortunate enough to possess tickets could resell them for hundreds of dollars. There was a widespread belief that today would be the day New York clinched the championship. Prior to the game, Larry Brown delivered a brief address. He stated that this match might very well be the season's final contest. If we win, we shall all be heroes. If we lose, we shall become the subjects of ridicule. Those who do not wish to be heroes should remain in the locker room. Those who aspire to heroism, join me outside and summon all your strength to win this game. Lin Yuan cast another glance at Larry Brown, recognizing the subtle art of motivational rhetoric at play. As the game commenced, the fervent New York fans remained on their feet, cheering exuberantly, reluctant to take their seats. It was not until Lin Yuan successfully made his first mid-range shot that the crowd gradually settled down. The Mavericks appeared eager to carry forward the momentum from their previous match, with each player diligently maneuvering to create opportunities. However, Lin Yuan brought into this game a remarkable tally of 30 points from the last match, complemented by an additional 90 points available for this encounter. Lin Yuan had never participated in such a lavish competition before. The live broadcast on CCTV-5 featured not only the host Yoga, but also Soo Koon and Coach Zhang. Due to his predictions of the Knicks' dismal performance, Coach Zhang had become the subject of ridicule within the basketball community. CCTV-5 invited him on this occasion, perhaps to offer him a semblance of redemption. Coach Zhang, throughout the playoffs, what aspects do you believe the Knicks and Lin Yuan have handled exceptionally well? Or, what do you think are the reasons for their success? Yoga inquired. Coach Zhang shook his head, stating, "It is premature to declare the Knicks as successful. In my view, this match still holds considerable suspense." Soo Koon touched her forehead, surprised by Coach Zhang's obstinacy. Even if they do not secure the championship, can we not consider the Knicks successful? After all, they did not even make the playoffs last season. Given their current lineup, reaching the final should be expected. Coach Zhang, with a stern expression, seemed to have forgotten his earlier assertions that the Knicks could not surpass the Heat or the Pistons. And what about Lin Yuan? What is your assessment of his overall performance this season? What caliber of player is he? Coach Zhang replied, "His performance has been rather mediocre. He is not as formidable as many presume. I would categorize him as a competent starter for a champion-level team, a potential star player, but no more than that." Coach Zhang, Lin Yuan has led the Knicks to the finals. The coach retorted, "The ball does not perceive it that way. I have observed Lin Yuan's play extensively. Over half of his points come from miraculous shots, and his fundamental skills have hardly progressed. Can his good form sustain into the next season? I doubt it." Yoga quickly diverted the conversation. "All right, let us focus on the game. Lin Yuan is aggressively challenging Howard, who is defending tightly. Is he going to pass? No. A fadeaway jumper." Coach Zhang chuckled. "Look at his fadeaway technique. That shot is destined to miss." Before he could finish, Lin Yuan successfully made the shot. Coach Zhang maintained his composure, showing no signs of being embarrassed. "Ah, good. The Mavericks are on the offensive, setting screens. The Knicks switch defense. Lin Yuan is on Howard, rising to contest." Coach Zhang had more to say. "Observe Lin Yuan's jumping rhythm. There is absolutely no duong sound." Howard missed, and Eddie Curry secured the rebound. Once again, Lin Yuan was on the offense, while Yoga and Soo Koon fell silent, eager to see how Coach Zhang would respond. Back to the basket play. Do you see how it should be executed? This technical maneuver is utterly inadequate. If such a shot were to succeed, I would be taken aback. In the midst of the game, Lin Yuan, unaware of the psychological blow his actions have dealt to Coach Zhang, merely seeks to showcase his arsenal. Leaning back, with his back turned, he effortlessly sinks mid-range shots. From the outset of the match, Lin Yuan has made every attempt count, successfully scoring on his first 5 shots. He resolves to persist in his solitary efforts unless he can halt the Mavericks' momentum. Indeed, upon sinking his 6th shot and securing his 14th point, Johnson could no longer endure the situation and called for a timeout. Lin Yuan must be contained. Yet, similar to all teams facing the Knicks, no amount of defensive effort devoted to Lin Yuan proves effective. Instead, it inadvertently eases pressure on other fronts. Indeed, upon returning from the timeout, Lin Yuan seldom attempted to score, often passing the ball to his teammates, who capitalized on the opportunity to score frequently. Johnson made further adjustments, but they yielded little effect. The Mavericks were comprehensively overwhelmed by the Knicks. Lin Yuan did not deliberately activate his scoring frenzy, yet he managed to hit a basket every few rounds, swiftly surpassing the 30-point mark. In the second half, the Mavericks' performance waned, while Lin Yuan continued to deliver a consistent output, causing the score gap to widen in this quarter. The Mavericks, desperate, deployed a lineup featuring Nowitzki and 5 shooters, yet they remained powerless to alter their fate. Ultimately, with a 25-point deficit, Johnson opted to substitute the starters, conceding defeat in this match. As the game concluded, the Knicks triumphed over the Mavericks with a decisive 4-2 victory, securing the championship title for the 2005-2006 season. When Stern presented the championship trophy to Larry Brown, the arena erupted in thunderous applause. The world's foremost metropolis had reclaimed its championship glory. Lin Yuan, with an impressive average of 31, 8 points, 2, 5 rebounds, 3, 6 assists, 1, 3 blocks, and 4, 1 steals, secured the Finals MVP award. As Stern presented the trophy to Russell, he whispered, "As a New Yorker, I thank you." Stern, both the commissioner and a devoted fan of New York, rejoiced more than anyone else at the triumph of his hometown team. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, after 3 years in the NBA and 3 different teams, has claimed the championship title each time. Initially, he was a mere contributor. Now, he has evolved into a pivotal figure. This time, there is no doubt that Lin Yuan has emerged as the strongest asset of a championship-winning team. With the championship victory, his total statistics increased by 4. And with the Finals MVP award, they rose by an additional 2. Upon completing the game, Lin Yuan's total statistics reached 63-69. Reflecting on his journey from a meager 1,015, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Winning the championship for New York fills me with immense pride. Facing the fervent demands of the home crowd, Lin Yuan commenced his acceptance speech. However, rather than expressing mere pride, he vowed to secure more championships for New York, not just 1 or 2, but 6 or 7. Next season, we shall continue together. The audience erupted in a chorus of cheers, exuberantly manifesting their excitement. Observing this scene, Scott dispatched several text messages. It seemed that the initial estimate of $10 million was overly conservative. If he did not earn $20 million, it would reflect poorly on his abilities. In the stands, Taylor, despite having anticipated this day, found herself overwhelmed with exhilaration upon its arrival. The team's revelry persisted until midnight, with large screens throughout Manhattan broadcasting highlights of the Knicks' championship victory. During the parade, amidst the jubilant cheers of countless fans, Lin Yuan recalled his agent Harris's inquiry. Dumas formally proposed an early appointment with Lin Yuan, a 4-year maximum salary contract totaling $78 million. Lin Yuan resolved to accept this offer. There was no doubt that New York's commercial value was unparalleled, and the team boasted a championship-caliber roster, ensuring elite competitiveness for the forthcoming years. In truth, Lin Yuan could have signed for a longer duration, as the contract amounts would only escalate in subsequent years. Yet, confident in his own abilities, he preferred not to commit for too long at once. After a series of serendipitous exposures and collaboration with Scott, he returned to his homeland. Back home, numerous responsibilities awaited him. As the spokesperson for Anta, he was required to participate in a series of promotional activities and material shoots following the season's conclusion. Additionally, contracts with other brands, including dairy, watches, and automobiles, necessitated his involvement. After enduring a fortnight of intense engagements upon his return, Lin Yuan finally found time to reunite with Xiaoli and Yangtze. It had been a considerable while since Lin Yuan and Xiaoli had last met, and their encounter was filled with endless conversation. Despite their connection, Xiaoli's primary focus remained on her daughter. Naturally, she wished for Lin Yuan to introduce her daughter to resources in Hollywood. Hollywood is in Los Angeles, while I am in New York. Alas, I do not have direct contacts there. Given your current fame, isn't it quite simple to make some introductions? Very well, I shall inquire upon my return to America. Lin Yuan readily agreed, as the task was not particularly arduous. Taylor herself was signed under Sony Records, and through her connections, securing investors from Hollywood was certainly feasible. Lin Yuan did not linger at Xiaoli's place for long. A few days later, he journeyed to the capital. Since the establishment of Yuanfang Literature, this marked his inaugural visit as the esteemed proprietor. Quite splendid indeed. Lin Yuan wandered casually, exchanging a few polite remarks as if he were a leader. The company's scale must continue to expand. Financial concerns are unwarranted, as I will shoulder this burden. What shall we pursue next? Continuing to invest in films and television dramas? It is quite straightforward. There are merely 3 tasks at hand: signing quality newcomers, acquiring promising scripts, and investing in well-received productions. Yangtze interjected, "Is that all?" No wonder it is said that Jordan cannot become a coach. He merely tells players to drive in and execute a layup. Do you think the players would not criticize him? How is this the same? In what way is it different? Pray tell, which newcomer possesses potential? Which script is commendable? Which production has garnered acclaim? Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and realized that it was indeed too burdensome to place such a judgment upon Yang Si. Very well. Yang Si, take note. I shall make the following adjustments to our deployment. Secure contracts with Liu Cixi and Tong Yali. Establish contact with the esteemed author Liu Cixin through the Science Fiction World magazine and acquire the film adaptation rights for his masterpiece, The Three-Body Problem. Furthermore, procure the rights to his other novels, provided he is willing to part with them. As for the production, inquire about Ming Dynasty 1566 and consider making a modest investment if further funding is required. Lin Yuan spoke little, understanding that one cannot achieve success in haste. At this juncture, Liu Huaguo was still a prominent figure within a small circle, far from attaining widespread acclaim. Although the drama 1566 may not generate substantial profit, investing in reputation holds intrinsic value. Signing Liu Cixi and Tong Yali was Lin Yuan's genuine intention to nurture young talents, stemming purely from altruism. He even pondered the possibility of acquiring numerous popular melodramas. Like Aunt You, despite their cliché narratives, they are indeed lucrative. However, he swiftly dismissed this thought. If he truly sought profit, he could simply invest in World Cup betting. Thus, he resolved to focus on Liu Cixi and Tong Yali, enough to keep him occupied. He did not linger long with Yang Si, as the Basketball World Championship was set to commence in August. The national team had already begun their training camp, providing Lin Yuan ample time. Before formally reporting, he received a call from Scott. Lin, I admit there is an element of gambling in my assessment. I underestimated the championship's significance to New York. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately realized that the profits exceeded his wildest expectations. How much, you ask? A staggering 26 million. I opted for caution and sold early. According to our agreement, you shall receive 80% of this sum. Please manage this money for me and invest it in some stocks. If one truly wishes to amass wealth, it is undoubtedly the American stock market that holds the key. Lin Yuan was utterly clueless, making him the perfect candidate for Scott's guidance. Do you have any investment intentions? Apple. Invest solely in Apple stocks. After some consideration, Scott voiced his dissent. Apple just launched the MacBook last month, and the stock has already surged to over $10. Wouldn't it be prudent to wait a little longer? No waiting. Let us purchase everything at once. Lin Yuan was well aware that in less than half a year, the inaugural iPhone would be launched, heralding a swift surge in Apple's fortunes. Regrettably, there remained a few years until Tesla would go public, making it impossible for him to acquire their stocks at this time. Having settled all trivial matters, Lin Yuan finally reported to the national team. Upon his return, he distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Everyone regarded him with great importance. And the official who had previously clashed with Lin Yuan had seemingly vanished, as he had heard from Yao that the individual had been reassigned. Lin Yuan harbors great respect for the senior members of the national team and does not flaunt his status. Consequently, the atmosphere within the team is exceptionally harmonious. During the training camp, Lin Yuan consistently emphasized the importance of viewing victory as the goal for this world championship. Gradually, he alleviated his teammates' apprehensions towards formidable international teams. What of the United States, Argentina, or Spain? Are they truly that formidable? Are they superior to the Mavericks? Did not the Mavericks also face defeat? With the presence of Yao Ming and Lin Yuan, what is there to fear? On August 19th, the 15th Men's Basketball Championship commenced in Saitama, Japan. A total of 24 teams participated, divided into 4 groups for the preliminary rounds. The group allocations are as follows. Group A: Argentina, Venezuela, France, Serbia and Montenegro, Lebanon, Nigeria. Group B: Spain, Panama, Germany, Japan, New Zealand, Angola. Group C: Lithuania, Brazil, Greece, Turkey, Australia, Qatar. Group D: the United States, Puerto Rico, Slovenia, Italy, China, Senegal. Each group engaged in a round-robin format, with the top 4 teams advancing to the knockout stage, which consisted of 16 teams competing until the final match. Undoubtedly, the strongest team in Group D is the United States, while Italy and Slovenia also possess commendable strength. Without Lin Yuan, the national team might only strive for qualification. Securing a spot in the knockout stage guarantees a ticket to the 2008 Olympics. However, with Lin Yuan's presence, the dynamics shifted. Since China and the U.S. are in the same group, advancing from the group stage means they will not face each other in the knockout rounds. In the opening match, China faced Italy. The starting lineup included Zhao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, Lin Yuan, Wang Shipeng, and Liu Wei. The significance of Italy's starting lineup was negligible, as Lin Yuan perceived them as lacking in prowess. As the match unfolded, the Chinese players felt the disparity in strength, except for Lin Yuan and Yao Ming. The performances of the others were rather uninspiring, with many scoring merely a few points or none at all. However, the duo of Yao and Lin proved formidable. Yao scored 30 points and secured 9 rebounds on 12 of 17 shooting, alongside free throws, while Lin, relying solely on personal rhythm and shooting accuracy without utilizing system data, amassed 23 points. The first match concluded with China triumphing 98-94. Although Lin Yuan's performance did not exceed expectations, it stirred some unease among certain observers. Nevertheless, given the context of a national team competition, it was difficult to critique a victory. Following the win, Lin Yuan's cumulative statistics improved by 1. This was, after all, an international championship, and one could hardly expect it to be less competitive than an NBA regular season game. On the first day of competition, the United States and Puerto Rico engaged in a high-scoring affair, ending 111-100, which is quite rare on the international stage. That evening, Coach Jonas organized a session for the players to watch the U.S. game and discuss tactical strategies. This U.S. team is already being referred to as Dream Team 7, featuring future superstars such as LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, Dwight Howard, and Chris Paul, alongside established stars like Reggie Miller, Elton Brand, Joe Johnson, and Anton Jameson, creating a dazzling lineup. However, at this point in time, Howard and Paul were still newcomers, and the class of 03 lacked extensive experience in international competitions, proving less formidable than anticipated. Certainly, they were still stronger than the Chinese team. Yet Lin Yuan sensed a possibility for victory against such a lineup. Yao Lin, please share your thoughts. Yunus's understanding of NBA players does not match that of Lin Yuan and Yao Ming. Implement a zone defense. Focus on thwarting their drives. The opposing players excel in penetrating the defense rather than shooting. We must seal off their driving lanes. Their shooting skills are formidable as well, are they not? An assistant coach posed a question. Indeed, they are quite proficient, yet we must inevitably choose a side. What Lin Yuan did not mention was that breaking through would not be an easy task for him. However, when it comes to shooting, he could adeptly utilize data to counteract the opposition. Many of the players on the opposing dream team, such as Battier and Joe Johnson, had previously been teammates with Lin Yuan. Wade and Henrich had faced Lin Yuan in one-on-one matchups, making them relatively familiar with his style of play. On the second day of the competition, China faced off against the United States. The starting lineup for China remained unchanged, while the United States featured Paul, Jameson, James, Brand, and Anthony. In terms of the starting lineup, Yao Ming held a distinct advantage in the paint, and Lin Yuan, positioned as a small forward against James, was at least not at a disadvantage in any aspect. As the game commenced, the Chinese team naturally centered their strategy around their two primary strengths. Yao Ming frequently scored in the paint, while Brand struggled to contain him. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan's shooting from beyond the arc was lethal. In the initial 4 offensive plays, Lin Yuan sank 2 3-pointers, while Yu delivered a dunk and a 2-1, achieving a staggering scoring efficiency. On the other hand, the American team lagged significantly. Aside from Anthony hitting a mid-range shot, the rest of the players failed to score at all, with several shots clanging off the rim. Head coach Coach K remained calm, believing that his players merely needed time to adapt to China's defensive rhythm. He was confident that they would eventually find their rhythm. However, the situation became increasingly peculiar. As the game progressed, the American team missed 8 consecutive outside shots, both 3-pointers and 2-pointers. This was undoubtedly due to Lin Yuan's subtle tactics. Had it not been for some points from free throws, the situation would have spiraled out of control. In contrast, aside from Lin Yuan and Yao Ming, Wang Shipeng and Wang Zhizhi also contributed to the scoring for China. With just under half of the first quarter remaining, China astonishingly led the Dream Team by 15 points. 24-9. Coach K was forced to make substitutions to adjust the team's rhythm. This was where the advantage of the American team lay. If one player struggled, there were always others to step up. Upon the entrance of Howard, Bosh, and Wade, the situation improved slightly. Yet Yao Ming continued to dominate in the paint. Howard, as soon as he entered the game, found himself in foul trouble due to Yao's prowess and had to sit out again. Thus, the American team's interior defense relied solely on role players Brad Miller and Bosh, who stood under 208 centimeters tall. Yunus opted to bring in Yi Jianlian to join Wang Zhizhi and Yao Ming, forming a formidable interior trio. With the American team struggling inside, they shifted their focus to outside shooting. China's perimeter defense was virtually non-existent, allowing the Americans to find their rhythm. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan occasionally seized opportunities to intercept passes, disrupting the opposing team's flow and making it challenging for them to build momentum despite their ability to score. As the game progressed into the second half, China maintained a 6-point lead. However, Yao, being a towering presence, had only rested for 3 minutes and was beginning to tire. Coach K understood that this was the moment for the Americans to retaliate. Yet, Lin Yuan stood firm. He had not relied on system data against Italy. He had prepared for this very match. After expending energy in the first half, he still had over 40 data points at his disposal. During this quarter, Lin Yuan and his teammates intentionally slowed the pace, utilizing their individual skills and the system to alternate scoring with the opponents. By the end of the quarter, the American team had not managed to narrow the score to within 5 points. Thanks to Lin Yuan's resilience, Yao Ming was able to rest for nearly the entire quarter. As the fourth quarter commenced, Yao and Wang Zhizhi returned to the court. However, the American team proved their mettle as Lin Yuan's data points dwindled. The Americans gradually gained the upper hand. In the end, despite the interior collaboration between Lin Yuan and Yao, they could not withstand the comprehensive offensive display of their opponents, ultimately losing the match with a score of 97-101. In conclusion, there is no need for despondency. Let us continue to play at a high level and strive for success in the future. After defeating the American team, the entire squad was filled with renewed confidence. And director who delivered an impassioned speech. Initially, he had doubted Lin Yuan's aspirations for a championship at the World Championship, merely considering it a hopeful ambition before their expedition. However, their performance in the group stage, where they managed to keep the score within 5 points against the Americans, allowed him to tangibly perceive that hope was indeed within reach. Should the national team secure the championship, his role in facilitating Lin Yuan's naturalization would surely lead to his promotion. To ensure a smoother progression in the upcoming matches, it was imperative that they achieve victory in every subsequent game. Following their encounter with the American team, they would rest for a day before facing Puerto Rico, who possessed considerable strength, having previously defeated the Americans in the last World Championship. Among the players, Lin Yuan recognized only one, Arroyo, as the rest were not particularly renowned. The most striking figure was the center, John Ramos, towering at an impressive height of 222 centimeters. While he may not rival Yao Ming, his mere presence evoked an overwhelming sense of intimidation. "What is Yao Ming?" Lu Wei inquired with a smile. "Mount Everest." The teammates chuckled, creating a remarkably relaxed atmosphere. Despite Ramos's height, his technical skills were lacking, as he had never even made it into the NBA. As anticipated, when the game commenced, Yao Ming skillfully maneuvered, leaving him bewildered with his intricate techniques. Nevertheless, Puerto Rico managed to score 100 points against the American defense, showcasing their formidable scoring abilities. Their various shooting techniques were quite refined, and without fully utilizing the system, the Huagua team found themselves at a disadvantage for a time. Lin Yuan also intended to hone his skills during the competition. In the latter half of the third quarter, with Huagua trailing by approximately 10 points, Lin Yuan sensed the moment had arrived and unleashed the full potential of the system. He orchestrated a remarkable surge, combining offense and defense to achieve a stunning 17-3 run, ultimately turning the tide of the game. Lin Yuan exhibits remarkable restraint, relying on the system solely as a safety net, and once in the lead, he depends on his own prowess to play. Subsequently, Puerto Rico made several tactical adjustments, yet they failed to regain the lead. With only a minute remaining, Huagua held a 4-point advantage, a margin that theoretically allowed for a comeback. Puerto Rico needed to secure a defensive stop before attempting to score, and then gamble on the final offensive and defensive plays. Lin Yuan received the ball and advanced towards the paint, only to be met with an impenetrable barrier set by Ramos. Should he attempt a forceful layup, he would undoubtedly face a formidable rejection. Lin Yuan insisted on taking matters into his own hands, pivoting to execute a back-to-the-basket move. After a few steps inward, he spun and leaned back, successfully using the backboard to score. Ramos, feeling disheartened, waved his hand in frustration. This basket effectively signaled the end of Puerto Rico's hopes. As the final minute elapsed, Huagua secured their third victory. Following the match, Lin Yuan consoled Ramos, saying, "You have proven yourself quite formidable, managing to push me to this extent. Keep honing your skills. The future belongs to you." The following day, Huagua faced Senegal. This match unfolded as an inevitable triumph, with not only Lin Yuan and Yao Ming performing admirably, but others also showcasing commendable skills. In the last game of the group stage, Huagua confronted Slovenia. A victory in this match would assure Huagua a solid second place in the group with 4 wins out of 5. As the game commenced, Slovenia displayed the robust basketball fundamentals typical of former Yugoslavian teams. While the individual prowess of their players was notable, their tactical discipline was equally impressive. However, in the original timeline, Slovenia had succumbed to Huagua without Lin Yuan. Now, with him in the lineup, there was little reason to believe Huagua would perform any worse. With Yao Ming and Lin Yuan as focal points, Huagua effectively captured the attention of the opposition's defense, launching relentless attacks from every direction. Throughout the match, Huagua maintained strict control of the game's tempo. Though there were no explosive performances, they consistently gained the upper hand. They led by 7 points at the end of the first quarter and by 5 in the second. By the fourth quarter, their advantage had grown to nearly 20 points. Ultimately, Huagua triumphed by a margin of 25 points, securing second place in the group stage. The United States, of course, boasted an impeccable record of 5-0. Rankings from other groups revealed Argentina, Spain, and Greece as notable competitors. According to the tournament structure, Group A would cross paths with Group C in the knockout stage. In the round of 16, Huagua faced Australia. This match was devoid of suspense, as Huagua dominated throughout, advancing to the quarterfinals. Following this victory, Lin Yuan's statistics reached 69-69, necessitating the consumption of a portion to avoid wasting his wins. Should he enhance his abilities or fortify his physique? Lin Yuan contemplated briefly and concluded that he had yet to encounter any physical issues. Rather, the enhancement of his abilities remained paramount. At present, he had augmented his breakthrough skill by 30 points and achieved a 25 improvement in shooting accuracy. Each attribute is capped at a perfect score of 100 points, indicating that there is still considerable room for advancement in his breakthrough capability. Ultimately, Lin Yuan resolved to expend 30 points to elevate both his 2-point and 3-point shooting percentages to an impressive 40. This is indeed quite extraordinary. Generally speaking, a shooter who can maintain a 43-point shooting percentage throughout an entire season is regarded as exceptional. Yet, Lin Yuan's improvement is built upon his existing shooting technique, resulting in a significant enhancement. It can be asserted that Lin Yuan has transformed into an emotionless shooting machine, even without the aid of system data. Regarding his breakthrough ability, while this skill is undoubtedly more visually appealing, it is accompanied by numerous limitations. Once faced with targeted defenses or double teams, creating opportunities becomes exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, the effectiveness of breakthrough skills necessitates synergy with various other skills, such as footwork near the basket. Merely driving to the rim leaves one vulnerable to being blocked. In the quarterfinals, Huagua faced Germany, led by Nowitzki, and this match appeared devoid of suspense. Lin Yuan thoroughly showcased his enhanced shooting prowess. As an NBA player, Lin Yuan already possessed average shooting skills. Coupled with an improved shooting percentage, his performance in this match was astonishingly impressive. In the eyes of Nowitzki, Lin Yuan appeared even more formidable than during the finals. The Chinese national team triumphed over Germany, advancing to the semifinals. Among the quarter-final matchups, the most captivating was the clash between the United States and Spain, as Spain's second-place finish in the group stage led to an early encounter. In this match, Spain performed excellently, evenly contesting with the United States until the final minute. With 30 seconds remaining, the United States held a 2-point lead when Wade executed a challenging three-pointer, drawing a foul from Navarro and earning an additional free throw. This moment sealed Spain's fate. As Wade sank the three-pointer, James raised his arms in jubilation, celebrating Wade's remarkable shot. Ultimately, the teams advancing to the semifinals were the United States, China, Argentina, and Greece. According to the schedule, after a day of rankings, the semifinals were set to commence on September 1st, China versus Greece, and the United States versus Argentina. Argentina, an old rival of the United States, did not perform as well this time. Perhaps it was due to Ginobili and Scola having gained recognition in the league, leading many to understand their tactical styles. Thus, the United States dispatched Argentina without expending much effort, securing their place in the finals. This left Lin Yuan reflecting on the butterfly effect. Originally, the timeline indicated that the United States was supposed to lose to Greece and finish in third place. In the match against Greece, Lin Yuan, having not utilized system data in the previous game against Germany, had 19 points remaining. As for his initial 40 points, they would be reserved for the finals. Greece exhibited a typical European style, characterized by average individual talent, yet solid teamwork and technique. The strongest player on the Greek team was Spinelli's, a future teammate of Yao Ming on the Rockets, though he was not particularly high caliber. Lin Yuan and Yao collaborated both offensively and defensively, effectively keeping Greece under pressure. Notably, during Lin Yuan's brief respite, the system utilized data analytics to counter the opponent's passing strategies. After expending several points, a sudden change appeared on the system interface, elevating the data countermeasure capability to level 3. Lin Yuan wore a puzzled expression. What on earth? He had always believed that this ability would cease to exist upon reaching level 2, as utilizing it while seated on the sidelines seemed to be its utmost limit. What further enhancements could be anticipated with another upgrade? Upon a closer inspection, he discovered that the effect of data hedging, level 3, permitted its use even in matches that did not concern him. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, realizing that it seemed to imply he could disrupt others by observing their games through data. What is the point of this? Lin Yuan found himself in a state of bemusement. The only conceivable use for the situation might be to create distractions for his competitors during crucial matches. Yet, was it truly necessary? If all goes according to plan, the Knicks are poised to contend for the top spot in the league next season. The only potential threat to the team might be the Mavericks, yet they reside in the Western Conference. It would be absurd for Lin Yuan to fly across the country merely to observe a Mavericks game during his downtime. The third-level effect of this skill has its merits, but it also seems somewhat futile. However, it did provide Lin Yuan with a hint. Perhaps he should utilize this skill more often, as there might be a fourth level awaiting discovery. Who knows what functionalities might be unlocked then? Setting aside thoughts of system capabilities, having triumphed over Greece, the next challenge would be facing the American team. At this juncture, the domestic sentiment had reached a fever pitch. The men's basketball team's unexpected journey to the finals of the World Championship was beyond everyone's wildest expectations. Their performance had significantly surpassed all anticipations. Yet, as is human nature, one who has achieved a foothold in success often yearns for more. Having reached the finals, why not strive for the championship? And what of the fact that their final adversary is the American team? Did they not come close to victory during the group stages? Consequently, this World Championship garnered unprecedented attention domestically, rivaling even that of the Olympic Games. Companies that had hesitated over signing a contract with Lin Yuan began to regret their indecision, lamenting what could have been had they acted decisively. The pressure from home inevitably permeated the arena, with officials from the Sports Bureau subtly suggesting that winning this match was imperative, even if it meant playing through injury. In the locker room, when Yao Ming noticed Lin Yuan lost in thought, he took a seat beside him. No need to be anxious. It's just a game against the Americans, after all. There's nothing to fear. Just play well. Nervous? Me? What would I be nervous about? Lin Yuan replied. And you? Oh, I was pondering something else. Just a moment ago, Yangtze called to inform me that numerous brands are eager to seize this opportunity to bask in the limelight and wish to urgently sign a contract with you. Lin Yuan completely rejected everything. Only when the moment arrived did he think to seek out himself. Do I not care about my own dignity? Do you? Unaware of these matters, shouted, "Everyone, let us put in more effort and showcase our true selves. Keep it up." Lin Yuan also rose, exchanging high fives with his teammates to uplift one another. On the court, players from both teams were warming up, while coaches were finalizing their strategies. In this match, Lin Yuan had a total of 60 data points available, combining his performance with the previous game. Logically, it seemed implausible for the United States to triumph over China by such a score. Victory appeared assured. As the game commenced, the United States adjusted their starting lineup to a smaller formation, featuring Brand, Battier, Anthony, James, and Paul. This interior height was a clear disadvantage against Yao Ming. Nevertheless, Yao, being a well-studied NBA player, faced an immediate challenge with aggressive perimeter defense from the Americans. Yao won the tip-off and initiated an attack on the inside, but a miscommunication led to a turnover. Seizing the opportunity, the United States launched a fast break, with James scoring a dunk. China regrouped, but Lu Wei's attempt to pass inside was thwarted once more. Fortunately, Jianlian's long reach helped regain possession, allowing him to pass the ball to Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan had the option to shoot directly. However, doing so would mean relinquishing the advantage Yao held in the paint, potentially hampering the national team's pace due to defensive transition speed. Lin Yuan made a resolute decision to persist in playing through Yao Ming. He personally orchestrated the passes, activating the system. After executing a deceptive feint, Lin Yuan finally delivered the ball into Yao Ming's hands. Yao Ming effortlessly executed a soft hook shot over Brand, securing a foul in the process. The free throw was successful. In the subsequent plays, Lin Yuan, as the orchestrator, continued to feed Yao Ming. With bounce passes, lofty lobs, and threading the needle through the crowd, he employed various techniques, consistently delivering the ball with precision. Meanwhile, Yao Ming faced the American defense with remarkable efficiency, achieving a shooting accuracy of 5 for 5, alongside 3 successful free throws. Lin Yuan also seized 2 opportunities to shoot from the right distance, securing 5 points from both long and short range. On the other hand, the American team maintained a commendable shooting percentage, though not flawless, ultimately trailing by 3 points. Coach K remained composed, persistently making personnel adjustments, substituting Howard for his favored player Battier from Duke. This signified his defeat in the first round of confrontations. The Americans employed a strategy to pressure Yao Ming, which, logically, should have prompted Coach Jonas to adapt. However, the tactic failed to yield the desired results, forcing a shift in strategy. Of course, a tactical failure was inconsequential, as the American team possessed the confidence to recover. Observing the Americans bolster their interior defense, Jonas substituted Wang Zhizhi for Lu Wei. China fielded a tall lineup, featuring Lin Yuan and Wang Shipong. Even at his peak, Howard struggled against Yao Ming, and the fledgling player had little hope against him now. Yao Ming continued to assert his dominance against Howard, with Wang Zhizhi and Yi Jianlian also contributing with successful shots. However, this lineup faltered in perimeter defense, allowing the Americans to respond with consecutive long-range hits. Fortunately, Lin Yuan maintained an impressive shooting percentage, enabling China to hold a steady lead. As the first quarter concluded, China astonishingly led 37-32 by 5 points, with Lin Yuan utilizing only 11 points from the system, all dedicated to assisting Yao Ming. Yet, Lin Yuan was acutely aware that the greatest challenges lay ahead. As the second quarter commenced, Coach K altered his strategy. He deployed a lineup featuring Howard and McMillan on the offensive end, continuing to play through Yao Ming. After a few possessions of battling against Yao Ming without success, the ball was passed out. However, the second quarter saw 3 consecutive possessions of forcefully attacking Yao Ming before passing out, which was rather peculiar. Lin Yuan suddenly comprehended the reason behind it. This strategy was aimed at exhausting Yao Ming's stamina. Indeed, as a towering presence in the paint, even without additional weight, his energy expenditure was considerably greater than that of an average player. Coach K's approach was undeniably shrewd. However, in Lin Yuan's view, this only served to present an opportunity. Were McMillan and Howard truly masters of ball handling? It was quite natural for a player to lose the ball when contending against Yao Ming and inadvertently slipping. Thus, Lin Yuan countered once more with data, while Howard leaned in closer to Yao Ming. Suddenly, feeling an emptiness in his hand, the ball was gone. A swift glance revealed that Lin Yuan had executed a long pass, delivering the ball effortlessly to Wang Shipong, who scored with an easy layup. In another sequence, McMillan encountered a similar predicament. However, this time the American team had promptly returned on defense, denying Longwood the chance for a fast break. Yet, as Lin Yuan dribbled to the midcourt, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. Right here, he thought, the shot must surely go in. With decisiveness, he released the ball, relying on muscle memory to launch a three-pointer. It swished through the net. This marked Lin Yuan's first successful long-range three-pointer without the aid of system data. The series of mistakes made the American players hesitant to engage Yao Ming aggressively. The game reverted to a more traditional contest of individual prowess. While the overall technical ability of Huagua was undoubtedly inferior, Lin Yuan's shooting capability was astonishingly exceptional. Whenever the Americans executed a commendable play, Lin Yuan was always there to respond. Coach K, in exasperation, observed that whenever the Americans scored while Huagua failed to do so, Lin Yuan typically took it upon himself to score in the subsequent possession, often succeeding. Conversely, when the Americans missed, other players from Huagua occasionally found their mark. As the game progressed, the point differential between the two teams remained within a few points, with the Americans failing to gain ground. Throughout the second quarter, Eunice merely made routine substitutions, while Coach K repeatedly adjusted tactics, yet to no avail. By the time Lin Yuan took a breather, Huagua had managed to extend their lead to a substantial 14 points. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's brief respite allowed the team to recover some ground, entering the second half with an 8-point deficit. During halftime, Coach K's assistant coach astutely discerned something amiss and engaged in a hushed conversation with him. The only strong point for Huagua was Lin Yuan. Yao Ming was formidable as well, but he required his teammates to deliver precise passes. by amplifying support for Lin Yuan. They might just unlock the key to overcoming their challenges. Coach Lau Ke heeded the suggestions of his assistant coach and devised a targeted strategy for his players. As the second half commenced, Lau Ke assembled a formidable lineup featuring Bosh, Anthony, James, Wade, and Paul. Among these five, four were from the illustrious class of 03. Aiming to ignite their competitive spirit, Paul was included for his exceptional ball handling skills, which minimized the risk of turnovers. The match continued with Wade making the first move, skillfully driving into the paint and executing a Eurostep layup. On the other end, Lin Yuan attempted a three-pointer, but was swiftly confronted by the dual defensive efforts of James and Paul. With James's height and Paul's speed and agility, Lin Yuan found his shooting and passing lanes effectively blocked. In a moment of desperation, he called for a screen from a teammate and passed the ball to Wang Shipong. Unfortunately, Wang, under Anthony's defense, missed a three-pointer completely. Subsequently, James distributed the ball to Anthony, who sank a three-pointer from the corner. Wang Shipong attempted another three, but missed again, leading to Yao Ming tapping the ball out, allowing Lin Yuan to connect on a jump shot. On the next possession, Bosh aggressively attacked the paint but was met with a solid block from Yao Ming. During another offensive sequence for Huagua, Lin Yuan faced intense pressure and had to resort to utilizing the system for his shooting. In this quarter, Lin Yuan unleashed the full potential of the system, successfully hitting 7 consecutive three-pointers along with 2 free throws. However, the American team was equally impressive, scoring 25 points, showcasing the fruits of their natural talent. As the third quarter neared its conclusion, the Americans had taken the lead. Lau Ke remained silent on the sidelines, perplexed by Lin Yuan's precision. Reminiscent of the 2002 encounter where Lithuania had similarly unleashed a barrage of three-pointers against the Americans. Fortunately, the other Huagua players struggled to support Lin Yuan and Yao Ming. And as time progressed, the American lead swelled to 5 points. The transition from leading to being overtaken eroded the confidence of the Huagua players, leading to impatience from Wang Shipong, Jianlian, and De Shi, who began to commit uncharacteristic errors at a critical juncture where they should have been fervently chasing points. Huagua's mistakes granted the Americans opportunities for fast breaks, which, given their athleticism, were tantamount to easy scoring. By the end of the match, Huagua failed to close the gap to within 10 points. As the final whistle blew, the Americans triumphed over Huagua with a score of 121-109, securing victory in the 15th Men's Basketball World Championship. Lin Yuan scored an impressive 53 points, nearly half of Huagua's total. In that moment, the entire nation fell into silence. Yet everyone recognized the promising future of this basketball team. On the court, Director Hu and Coach Jonas approached the players to console them, affirming that they had performed admirably. Lin Yuan has yet to reach his peak. The Olympic Games 2 years hence hold promise for him. Lin Yuan smiled, his thoughts drifting 2 years into the future. How would they face the formidable dream teammate in the capital? After all, it featured Kobe, along with the now 2 years more seasoned LeBron, Wade, and Anthony. He would still rely on the system. After securing the runner-up position at the World Championship, Lin Yuan received a data ceiling increase of 3, akin to an NBA division championship. In the United States, many were also tuned into this match. In a luxurious mansion, Jason Kidd turned off the television and dialed a number. He informed the team that he wished to request a trade. The previous season, the Nets had suffered a first-round defeat to the Cavaliers. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan's formidable performance made Kidd feel that remaining with the Nets held no future. Unable to overcome the Pistons, the Knicks, or even the Cavaliers, staying on would merely squander his career. After all, he had been in the league for a decade. The news of Kidd's trade request quickly circulated in a limited circle. Upon receiving the information, Dumars immediately contacted Larry Brown to discuss the possibility of acquiring Kidd. Larry Brown expressed no objections. A player of Kidd's caliber would not be traded unless he was wholeheartedly determined to leave. If they could form a triumvirate of Lin Yuan, Kidd, and Marbury, complemented by a quality blue-collar center, a dynasty could very well be born in New York. I do not agree. Shortly after the national team returned home, Lin Yuan received calls from coach Larry Brown and manager Dumars. Dumars informed him that the team was interested in trading for Kidd from the Nets. According to the Nets' demands, they might have to part with Richardson, Battier, Scola, Fry, and Crawford. This trade would effectively dismantle the lineup they had spent half a season building, all for the sake of acquiring Kidd. But this was Kidd. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. All they needed to sacrifice was the second unit. Lin Yuan shook his head and remarked, although this is a second-string lineup, its tactical value is nearly on par with the first string. the depth of our roster would be compromised with a 5-for-1 trade. I genuinely do not see the necessity for the team to pursue such a transaction. If we were to engage in any operations, it should involve selecting new talent. You need not worry about our roster depth. We currently have plenty of seasoned veterans eager to join us in our pursuit of the championship. I assure you that I can accomplish this before the start of the season. Lin Yuan is acutely aware of Kidd's extraordinary prowess, having once led his team to the finals just 3 seasons ago as a superstar. Such a player undoubtedly presents an irresistible allure for Dumas and Larry Brown. Lin Yuan was not inherently averse to Jason Kidd. Rather, he believed it unwise to trade away half the team for Kidd. Both Scola and Battier were valuable pieces, and Richardson had developed a remarkable synergy with Lin Yuan. Ultimately, Lin Yuan expressed his perspective. If a trade was absolutely necessary, he would have to acquiesce, as such matters were the purview of the management. However, he emphasized that a team's strength is not solely measured by statistics, but also by the chemistry among players. They had already demonstrated their championship potential, so what was the justification for dismantling this roster? He urged them to reflect on this. On the other hand, DeMars began to waver upon hearing Lin Yuan's thoughts. Removing Scola and Fry while offering only Richardson, Battier, and Crawford seemed inadequate. Kidd, being a max contract player, rendered Scola and Fry, both rookies, ineffective in balancing the salaries. This offer was clearly unacceptable to the Nets, rendering the trade impossible. Of course, the Nets were also evaluating multiple offers. If feasible, they preferred to trade Kidd to a Western Conference team, considering that teams within their own conference were rivals. Several teams in the West showed interest in Kidd, notably the Mavericks and the Lakers. The Timberwolves, struggling with their record, were contemplating whether they could acquire Kidd to form a formidable inside-outside combination with Garnett. However, the Nets' dilemma lay in their lack of a strong interior presence. They hoped to secure a powerful big man in exchange for Kidd to complement the perimeter talents of Carter and Jefferson, ensuring sufficient competitiveness. Both the Mavericks and Timberwolves possessed formidable big men, yet Garnett and Nowitzki were considered untouchable and could not be traded for Kidd. Conversely, the Lakers' Bynum appeared to exhibit potential and youth. Consequently, the Nets proposed a trade centered around Odom, including additional draft picks and players, specifically targeting Bynum. The Lakers expressed great interest in Kidd but were similarly lacking in the center position and were reluctant to part with Bynum, thus the trade could not materialize. Other teams, such as the Bucks, also showed interest in Kidd but were unwilling to relinquish their number 1 pick, Bogut. As the offseason neared its conclusion, the Nets had yet to receive a satisfactory offer. They were not in a rush, as they could afford to wait until around the All-Star break, when a struggling team might be inclined to offer more substantial assets. During this time, Lin Yuan thrived. Following the World Championships, he received a hero's welcome wherever he went, and various endorsement contracts poured in. However, many domestic contracts fell short of the annual cap of $5 million, limiting the commercial value without additional data enhancements. On a positive note, the adaptation rights for the first volume of The Three-Body Problem had been secured by a distant literary entity. As a fan of Liu Cixin, they offered a remarkably high bid, which even took Liu by surprise, prompting him to gently convey that a science fiction novel was not worth such a sum. Lin Yuan merely smiled and persisted. Am I not aware of whether this is worth the money? Apart from copyright issues, all of Lin Yuan's plans have come to fruition one by one. Yuanfang Literature, indeed, signed Liu Cixin and Tong Yali under generous terms. As for acting opportunities, various scripts are now actively seeking Lin Yuan. As long as he is willing to make an appearance, he can secure roles as the second or third female lead. Before he knew it, mid-October arrived, and Lin Yuan prepared to return to the United States for the next season. His goal for the upcoming season is to attain first place in the league and to claim the regular season MVP title. In fact, he was already deserving of the MVP last season. However, the league has shown a certain bias against the Chinese players, and there has been controversy over whether Marbury or Lin Yuan should be considered the leader of the Knicks. Additionally, Nash's exceptional performance garnered him more favor from the judges. Nevertheless, in the forthcoming season, Lin Yuan's position as the team leader is firmly established. As long as he can achieve a record superior to that of the Mavericks, the opportunity to secure the MVP title should be ripe. Of course, the Mavericks achieved an impressive 67 wins this season, making it no easy feat to surpass them, unless the Mavericks underperform themselves. But is that even possible? Wait, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that data hedging level 3 could be applied to others' matches. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? It doesn't require many instances. Just a few times when the Mavericks play away in the East would suffice. Lin Yuan wore a mischievous grin. This was indeed quite ruthless. Just then, a sensational revelation shook the league. Kobe, having somehow learned that the team had forsaken the opportunity to acquire Kid Duda Bynum, erupted in fury. He chastised the management for their inaction regarding team enhancements and publicly demanded a trade. First Kid, and now Kobe, two colossal stars seeking trades, sending shockwaves throughout the entire league. The Knicks' formidable rise prompted Kid to request a trade, which subsequently incited Kobe's dissatisfaction with the management. This incident, originally occurring in 2007, was hastened due to Lin Yuan's influence. Unlike Kid, Kobe was a player of the highest caliber in the league. Even teams with remarkably stable lineups, like the Spurs and Pistons, expressed keen interest in him. In no time, Kupchak's phone was inundated with calls, as various trade proposals flooded in daily. Even the Nets entertained the notion of exchanging Kid for Kobe. However, Kupchak made it clear that any team desiring to acquire Kobe would need to offer a superstar in return, thereby dispelling the fantasies of most teams. At that moment, Lin Yuan received a call from his agent, Harris. Lin, I don't know how to say this, but I regret to inform you that you have been traded. Traded? Me? Lin Yuan took a moment to comprehend the situation, instantly realizing the identity of the individual in question. Was it a trade involving Kobe? He was not naive. Any trade that would allow the Knicks management to part ways with him would undoubtedly yield superior assets. Perhaps, in the eyes of Dumars and Larry Brown, Kobe was still considered a more formidable presence. Yes, the prospect of trading for Kobe. Since the moment Kobe requested a trade, the management had begun clandestine discussions with the Lakers. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Who else is there? Aren't our salaries misaligned? His new contract would not take effect until the next season, while this season he was still on a $10 million contract. Kobe's contract amounted to a staggering $17,722,000 annually, far surpassing Lin Yuan's. Evidently, the Lakers deemed Kobe's worth to be greater than his, and they were seeking additional assets. The Knicks initially intended to offer Richardson, as the combined salaries of the two would perfectly align with Kobe's. Lin Yuan felt a tinge of melancholy, yet upon hearing those words, she almost broke into laughter. So, did Big Q accompany me to Los Angeles once more? No, it appears the Lakers prefer Crawford, in addition to Fry and the draft picks. Lin Yuan had not spoken for quite some time, and Harris assumed he was feeling down. He offered some words of comfort, saying, "Take it easy. The NBA is merely a business arena. Los Angeles is no less than New York. And the entertainment industry here is even more flourishing." In truth, Lin Yuan was preoccupied with contemplating the Lakers roster. However, aside from Odom and Bynum, he seemed to be aware of only one other player, Vujasic, who was notable due to his girlfriend. This highlights just how lacking the Lakers lineup was during those years. Well, it's not all bad. At least my round-trip airfare has become more affordable, hasn't it? Seeing Lin Yuan still in the mood for banter brought some relief to Harris. The trade involving Lin Yuan and Kobe ignited an immediate uproar across the entire league. Every team with aspirations for the championship cried out in alarm. In the eyes of many, the Knicks emerged as undeniable victors from this transaction. They retained the core roster that secured last season's championship while elevating Lin Yuan to the stature of Kobe. Moreover, a significant portion of the second unit remained intact. Commentators regarded this Knicks team as possessing the potential for a dynasty. As for Lin Yuan, there is widespread acknowledgement of his prowess, particularly highlighted by his explosive performance in the World Championships. Nevertheless, in comparison to Kobe, he still falls short of that elite echelon. Lin Yuan has merely reached the threshold of stardom, whereas Kobe exemplifies the epitome of a superstar. Every manager privy to the intricacies of the trade must concede that, were they in the shoes of the Knicks management, the opportunity to acquire Kobe would leave them with no hesitation. Nevertheless, it is universally acknowledged that Lin Yuan possesses both strength and potential. Many consider this to be the best asset the Lakers could obtain in light of Kobe's insistence on departing, with some even proclaiming it a win-win transaction. Indeed, within the imaginings of the Lakers management, if Lin Yuan were to thrive in Los Angeles, could it perhaps entice the great Yao Ming to join him? That would effectively equate to trading Kobe for Lin Yuan and Yao Ming. Shortly thereafter, Larry Brown reached out to Lin Yuan with a phone call. He elucidated that the original plan was to exchange Stephon Marbury for Kobe, but the Lakers were disinclined to accept Marbury and instead requested Lin Yuan. Ultimately, the decision rested with the team owner. "Regardless, I wish you a prosperous career in Los Angeles." Larry Brown expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lin Yuan. After being cast aside by the Pistons, his triumph was largely attributed to that very circumstance. Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief, after all. The owner of the Knicks was not well acquainted with him. At the very least, the management and coaching staff acknowledged his worth. The only regret was that achieving the top record this season with the Lakers seemed rather challenging. Damn it, what else there to be afraid of? No matter what. The Lakers are undoubtedly stronger than last year's Knicks. Let's just get to it. The news of Lin Yuan's trade to the Lakers has sparked considerable discussion domestically. Fans have vehemently criticized the Knicks for their lack of loyalty and humanity, with some even cursing that the team is destined for decades devoid of championships. Nonetheless, there is a general consensus that Lin Yuan's move to the Lakers is a commendable choice, certainly preferable to a transfer to places like Memphis or Milwaukee. Meanwhile, the notorious Lin Yuan detractor, Lakers fan Zhang, found himself in an awkward position. Ultimately, the question of how to regard Lin Yuan, the Lakers star player, presents a dilemma between loyalty and filial piety. If anyone is truly delighted by this turn of events, it would be Xiaoli. Lin Yuan's arrival at the Lakers heralds a promising opportunity for Liu Fei to embark on her Hollywood journey. Consequently, upon hearing the trade news, she promptly reached out to Lin Yuan, expressing her enthusiasm for this development. A week later, as Lin Yuan emerged from Los Angeles Airport, his agent, Harris, was already there to greet him. To his surprise, Taylor was also present. "How did you get here?" Lin Yuan inquired. "What's the matter? Am I not welcome?" Taylor replied with a smile. "Of course, you are welcome. I just didn't expect to see you here." After a brief conversation, Lin learned that Taylor was in town to meet with several producers regarding music projects. "Rest assured, I will also make my way to Los Angeles for my career," Taylor assured him. A few hours later, Lin Yuan arrived at the Staples Center, where he was warmly welcomed by Jeannie Buss and Phil Jackson. Jeannie praised Lin's outstanding performance at the World Championships, stating, "Rest assured, we will build the team around you. I believe that through our collaborative efforts, we will restore the Lakers to their former glory." Lin Yuan exchanged a few polite remarks before embarking on preparations for the new season. Currently, the Lakers roster includes center Bynum and Fry, forwards Odom, Radmanovi, Walton, Turieff, and Vujasic, as well as guards Lin Yuan, Smush Parker, Crawford, and Farmar. While not exceptional, the lineup is certainly not lacking. From Lin Yuan's perspective, excluding comparisons with Kobe, this configuration boasts the addition of Fry and Crawford, thereby amplifying their offensive prowess. Thus, the forthcoming season may indeed hold promise. With Lin Yuan and Crawford settling in, the Lakers commenced their internal training. Following experiences with coaches D'Antoni and Larry Brown, Lin Yuan now encountered perhaps the most renowned figure in contemporary NBA coaching, Phil Jackson. The preseason practices progressed smoothly, allowing Lin Yuan to firmly establish his position. As the sole all-star on the team, coupled with the collaboration of Phil Jackson, it was improbable for others to rival Lin Yuan's standing. Odom, having joined the team only a year prior, and Bynum, a rookie, found it difficult to compete with the finals MVP Lin Yuan. Amidst such an atmosphere, Lin Yuan, having transitioned through 4 teams in 4 seasons since entering the NBA, began his 4th season with his 4th team. On November 1, 2006, the Lakers hosted the Phoenix Suns in a match that served as a litmus test for both the team and Lin Yuan. It sought to assess the caliber of the new Lakers and whether Lin Yuan could maintain his performance with a new squad. As the game commenced, the Suns roster remained largely unchanged from the previous season. Stoudemire, returning from injury, managed his playing time by starting on the bench, while backup center Kurt Thomas filled in for the starters. For the Lakers, Bynum occupied the center position, Odom played power forward, and Lin Yuan took the small forward role, with Crawford and Smush Parker as guards. The match began with both teams employing a fast-paced approach, relentlessly attacking each other's baskets. The Suns continued their familiar fast-break strategy, but the youthful Lakers lineup kept pace with their speed. Nash advanced the ball, and, just past midcourt, passed it to Dia. Dia, barely touching the ball, swiftly relayed it to Marion, who, facing Bynum, executed a smooth spin move, effortlessly dunking for a score. However, the Lakers responded just as quickly. Lin Yuan received the ball just beyond the three-point line and released a shot, swish. With a remarkable increase of 40 in three-point shooting accuracy, he finds himself less reliant on systematic data. Both teams exhibited commendable shooting skills at the outset, culminating in a tied score of 19-19 midway through the first half. The Suns demonstrated a diverse scoring approach, while for the Lakers, Lin Yuan accounted for half of their points. The Lakers' home fans harbor a deep-seated rivalry with the Suns, particularly after last season when the Suns eliminated both the Lakers and the Clippers from the playoffs. The fervent fans harbor a strong desire for retribution in the new season, creating an electric atmosphere where every basket is met with exuberant cheers. However, Phil Jackson could only shake his head in disapproval. The team's play was far from the triangle offense. Rather, they were being propelled into a frenetic style dictated by the Suns. Fortunately, the players maintained a commendable shooting percentage, prompting him to observe for the time being. As the latter part of the first quarter unfolded, Lin Yuan and Odom took a breather, leaving Crawford as the primary scorer. Crawford exhibited formidable scoring prowess, sustaining the offensive momentum effectively. More crucially, Lin Yuan, observing from the sidelines, demonstrated an exceptional ability to counter the Suns' data-driven strategies. The Suns heavily rely on swift ball movement for their fast breaks. During the passing sequences, Lin Yuan adeptly seized the opportune moments to disrupt their attempts. Even if he could not secure a steal, he significantly restricted the opposing team's rhythm. Indeed, during this period, the Suns experienced a flurry of passing errors. The fluidity they sought was replaced by a more methodical approach. Meanwhile, Fry and Crawford performed admirably, combining for 5 successful shots out of 8 attempts. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers surprisingly led the Suns by 4 points, 36-32. The second quarter commenced with both teams fielding their starters. Lin continued with his previous playing style. Nash, a master of ball control, proved difficult to target. However, once the ball reached others, it created opportunities for disruption, leaving the Suns struggling to find their rhythm. During offensive possessions, Lin transformed into an unstoppable shooter. When unguarded beyond the three-point line, he would take the shot. If defended, he would drive one step in for a mid-range jumper. In the event of double teaming, he adeptly passed the ball out, utilizing system data points to ensure every pass was executed flawlessly, allowing players like Odom and Crawford to shoot comfortably. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers steadily expanded their lead. In response, D'Antoni called a timeout to devise targeted defensive strategies against Lin. Having coached Lin for a year, he had closely observed Lin's evolution during the previous season with the Knicks. Yet, Lin's technical attributes varied significantly each season. The shooting and passing abilities he showcased in this match were akin to a synthesis of Kobe and Nash. Throughout the quarter, Lin's shooting touch was scorching, and D'Antoni's adjustments yielded little effect. The Lakers maintained their lineup for nearly the entire quarter, concluding the half with a 13-point advantage. Phil Jackson, known for his unconventional methods, refrained from making substitutions as one might expect. As long as the players remained in form, he allowed them to continue playing. In the second half, Lin took to the court alongside several substitutes. On the Lakers' first possession, Lin dribbled past half-court and stood still beyond the three-point arc, meticulously draining the clock until only a few seconds remained before he took his shot. His teammates, recognizing his shooting motion, immediately transitioned to defense. As the Suns attempted a fast break, the Lakers were already well positioned on defense. In the following possession, Lin repeated his time-consuming tactic. This was no longer merely playing the game. It resembled a strategic pause. This approach was a tactical directive from Phil Jackson, designed to consume minutes and allow other players ample rest. Such a strategy would be unfeasible with anyone else. Lin Yuan possesses remarkable shooting capabilities, demonstrating a commendable accuracy when taking his shots at the last moment. If several defenders converge upon him, he is indeed capable of delivering excellent passes. Thus, after 4 to 5 minutes, the two teams have only engaged in 9 exchanges. Lin Yuan achieved 2 successful shots out of 4 attempts, while the Suns managed 4 out of 5, narrowing the deficit by merely 2 points. The crucial factor was that Lin Yuan expended minimal energy during those minutes, quickly recuperating on the court. The bench players fulfilled their historical role, allowing the starters to re-enter the game, thus shifting the momentum entirely in favor of the Lakers. Upon returning, Crawford delivered an outstanding performance, scoring effortlessly. In just half a quarter, he amassed 14 points and added another 10 in the fourth quarter, culminating in an impressive total exceeding 30 points for the game. Lin Yuan was more than willing to facilitate for him. For the Lakers to make an impact this season, both Crawford and Bynum must swiftly develop. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed with a score of 121-113. Lin Yuan achieved an impressive performance with 39 points, 14 assists, and 5 steals, while Crawford contributed over 30 points and Odom added 20. Bynum also recorded a double-double. In the season opener, the Lakers enjoyed a triumphant start. During the post-game press conference, a journalist posed a question. "Lin, Having secured championships in your first 3 seasons in the NBA, do you believe you can clinch another title this season? Such inquiries are merely softballs. Who would dare to express doubt? After all, if it doesn't pan out, there's no tax to pay. Bynum, Odom, and Crawford are the next iterations of Shaquille O'Neal, Dirk Nowitzki, and Allen Iverson. I am uncertain who could possibly stand in our way. Upon hearing this statement, Bynum and his teammates tightened their toes in disbelief. Come on, man. There's no need for such forced flattery. The reporters were momentarily taken aback by his words. Well, we are indeed looking forward to it, they replied with a chuckle. Today, the Knicks also played, with Kobe scoring 38 points to lead his team to victory over the Pistons. If you were to lose to Kobe in the finals, what would your thoughts be? Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, remarking that perhaps this question should be directed at O'Neal. If the Knicks were to reach the finals, it would imply that Kobe had triumphed over O'Neal. He jested, asserting that such inquiries posed no challenge to him, effortlessly steering the conversation away. The reporter then posed several routine questions concerning the team, to which Phil Jackson provided answers. Thus commenced the season, and on the following day, the Lakers achieved a comfortable victory against the Warriors in a back-to-back matchup. Within 3 days, they faced the Supersonics twice, securing 1 win and 1 loss. Remarkably, after the first 4 games, they boasted an impressive record of 3-1. On November 8th, the Lakers again triumphed on their home court against the Timberwolves. In this match, 4 players scored over 20 points, and their promising start ignited hopes for the season ahead. Could it be that this season held true potential? With the team's commendable performance, the previously observant management could no longer remain passive and began to consider further enhancements to the roster. However, the team lacked substantial assets, necessitating the sacrifice of significant pieces for any trading endeavors. In Kupchak's office, Jeannie Buss and Phil Jackson sought Lin Yuan's insights. It was deemed unnecessary to part with Odom and Bynum for reinforcements, unless they could acquire a star of the caliber of Stoudemire or Duncan. As the Lakers' formidable frontcourt duo, Bynum and Odom were crucial components in the pursuit of a championship, and trading them would be ill-advised. So, do you believe the team requires bolstering? Indeed. But it must rely on newcomers. If they could obtain high draft picks over the next 3 years, any cost would be justified. After all, the next 3 years could yield 6 regular season MVPs, Durant in 07, Rose, and Westbrook in 08, and Griffin, Curry, and Harden in 09, all future superstars. Had Rose not encountered the misguided Thibodeau, his career might have reached new heights. Kupchak pondered thoughtfully. Next year's Odin certainly showed promise, but it was too early to make judgments about the years to come. Nevertheless, securing the first overall pick appeared nearly impossible. Lin Yuan pursed his lips. Perhaps with the sun's warmth, Odin's physique might still hold promise. Yet, under the stewardship of the veteran trainers in Portland, the prospect of achieving success seems rather grim. The new season has only just commenced, and there remains room for observation. Should this lineup fail to yield results, I would advocate for the management to pursue a trade. During this period, the Lakers management possesses a distinct vision, and Lin Yuan can only express his perspective. The subsequent developments, however, revealed that Lin Yuan's optimism may have been somewhat misplaced. On November 9th, in a clash against the Trailblazers, Zach Randolph single-handedly amassed an impressive 35 points and 10 rebounds. Furthermore, 6 additional players contributed with double-digit scores. In stark contrast, the Lakers could only rely on Lin Yuan's 37 points and Odom's 19, with no other player reaching double figures. After a day of rest, they faced the Pistons at home, only to suffer another defeat. In this match, Lin Yuan exerted himself to the utmost, scoring an impressive 40 points while employing various statistical tactics to disrupt the Pistons' rhythm. However, in conjunction with the formidable coordination of the Pistons' 5 key players, all individuals aside from Lin Yuan were effectively contained. For a moment, it seemed as though the Lakers had reverted to the previous season's predicament where Kobe struggled alone. The consecutive defeats served as a wake-up call for Lin Yuan. Bynum, being a newcomer, still required extensive training to enhance his skills. In the short term, Lin Yuan could only rely on Odom and a portion of Crawford's contributions. Fortunately, the upcoming matches pitted the Lakers against 3 relatively weaker teams, the Grizzlies, Raptors, and Bulls, leading to a triumphant 3-game winning streak under Lin Yuan's leadership. Over the first 10 games, the team secured victory in 7, temporarily placing them 3rd in the Western Conference and 5th overall in the league. With a mindset of tranquility, one feels the vastness of the world around them. Lin Yuan recognized the challenge of attaining a high win record in the regular season this year. Thus, he shifted his focus towards nurturing new talent. He provided ample opportunities for newcomers to showcase their skills in each game, only resorting to scoring mode when the team faced a significant deficit. Moreover, during game intervals, Lin Yuan discovered the optimal application of data hedging level 3. Whenever the Clippers played at home, he would attend the games, not merely as a spectator, but primarily to hedge against the players on the court. This third-party data consumption was distinct from his system's data, refreshing daily. Since the data could not be accumulated, Lin Yuan utilized it in full each time. Throughout these matches, he adeptly balanced the scales, ensuring fair hedging for both sides, maintaining impartiality. The Lakers' performance also stabilized, generally winning 2 games and losing 1, occasionally fluctuating to 3 wins and 2 losses, thus preserving a commendable winning percentage. By December 11th, the Lakers showcased extraordinary prowess, triumphing over the Spurs after completing 20 regular season games. With a record of 13 wins and 7 losses, they firmly positioned themselves third in the Western Conference, trailing only behind the Spurs and Suns. Most importantly, after numerous games, Lin Yuan had finally elevated the data hedging to level 4, achieving the maximum level of this function. The fully upgraded data hedging introduced a betting feature. This betting mechanism implies that if a leading team in another match gains a certain advantage, it triggers the betting process. Should the trailing team manage a comeback, Lin Yuan would emerge victorious. In essence, Lin Yuan aimed to leverage the data hedging function to assist the disadvantaged team in turning the tide. A successful comeback would enhance the total data, while failure would result in a deduction. Notably, Lin Yuan was not restricted to being present at the venue to engage in betting. He could also participate while watching on television. Lin Yuan found himself at a loss for words to assess this feature. After much contemplation, he could only conclude that the United States truly deserves its reputation as a financial powerhouse. Even its systems possess financial attributes. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan welcomed this development. The greatest disadvantage for the Lakers lies in their limited victories, resulting in a slow accumulation of data. Lin Yuan found himself in a predicament, eager to strengthen his abilities yet faced with challenges. The opportunity presented by the wager served as a fortuitous supplement. Coincidentally, the following day, the Clippers were set to confront the Spurs on their home court, and he decided to seize this occasion. The next day, seated on the bench, Lin Yuan anxiously observed the tense scoreline between the Clippers and the Spurs, his heart racing with urgency. How could he assist in turning the tide if they were not significantly trailing? If the Clippers were to hear Lin Yuan's inner thoughts, they might well retort, "What kind of reasoning is that? Why would we desire a drastic comeback? Is it not sufficient to simply maintain our lead?" As the first quarter concluded, the gap between the Clippers and the Spurs remained a mere 3 points. If this pace continued, it was likely that the difference would not be substantial even by the fourth quarter. Given that the Clippers were not presenting themselves well, Lin Yuan resolved to ensure they maintained their dignity. Lin Yuan made a decisive move, utilizing data to counteract the interference posed by the Clippers guards. On the court, Castle was performing admirably when he suddenly began to make a series of errors. The Spurs, adept at seizing opportunities, quickly established a 10-point lead. The wager had yet to be activated. Lin Yuan bore with patience until the Clippers found themselves trailing by 20 points, at which point the system finally presented the betting interface. A deficit of 20 points constituted the basic criterion. With ample time remaining in 3 quarters, the only option was to wager 1 point. Should 2 quarters remain, 2 points could be gambled, and with merely 1 quarter left, 3 points would be the maximum bet. As the first half was not yet concluded, Lin Yuan's wager stood at 2 points. The betting commenced. Given that the Spurs were a formidable team, Lin Yuan only required a few minutes of data to disrupt the Clippers, leaving him with over 40 minutes still available. Consequently, Parker and Billy began to experience the same inexplicable misfortunes as Castle and Mobley. The most exaggerated moment occurred when Parker, on a fast break with no defenders in sight, attempted a dunk. However, taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Yuan quickly executed a data countermeasure, causing Parker to slip and fall. Upon recovering, he dribbled to the baseline to attempt a 3-pointer, only to miss once more. With Lin Yuan's assistance, the Clippers achieved a remarkable comeback from a 20-point deficit. Yet, an inexplicable feeling lingered. The players did not seem particularly elated. The bet was successful, and the total data increased by 2. Lin Yuan chuckled heartily. At this rate, by the end of the season, he would have perfected all his abilities. In Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, a lavish party was underway, predominantly attended by figures from the Hollywood entertainment industry. The Lakers share a profound connection with the local entertainment scene, and esteemed guests such as Jeannie Buss and Phil Jackson were in attendance. Lin Yuan, currently the star of the Lakers, was also invited to this event. Initially, he had no desire to attend. After all, wouldn't it be more enticing to place bets while watching the game? However, recalling the advice from Shaoli, he mustered the energy to come and take a look. Upon arrival, he felt somewhat awkward. After winning the championship in New York last season and moving to Los Angeles this season, Lin Yuan's fame had soared. Consequently, nearly everyone recognized him and greeted him. Yet he struggled to recall most of their names, making him appear rather impolite. "Hey, Lin Yuan." Fortunately, a savior appeared. Taylor stood before him, her expression one of surprise. "What brings you here?" Lin Yuan sighed in relief, finally encountering someone he knew. "I signed with Sony Records and came along with the producer today." It was then that Lin Yuan noticed another girl beside Taylor, of similar height and equally striking in appearance. She looked familiar. Lin Yuan's initial reaction was one of familiarity. He felt as though he had encountered her before. While he may not recognize the Hollywood producer, director, or screenwriter, he is certainly familiar with numerous actresses. Who is she? Why does she seem so recognizable? Taylor smiled and remarked, "You should indeed recognize her. She is also an athlete." Lin Yuan finally grasped the situation. An athlete? Maria Sharapova. Just recently, in 2006, she had secured her second Grand Slam title at the U.S. Open. At this moment, the 19-year-old Sharapova was in the prime of her youth, embodying vitality and exuberance. While Taylor was adored by many for her strong and healthy legs, Sharapova, as an athlete, was equally impressive. Lin Yuan glanced at Sharapova's thigh, pondering how a kick might leave quite the bruise. Sharapova politely nodded in acknowledgement. After a few moments of conversation, someone approached Taylor to discuss music, leaving only Sharapova and Lin Yuan. Though they were not well acquainted, their shared status as athletes provided ample common ground, and their conversation grew increasingly engaging. Sensing that the atmosphere had warmed sufficiently, Lin Yuan took the initiative to request her phone number. Sharapova hesitated, clearly aware of the special bond between Lin Yuan and Taylor. "Taylor has my number. Perhaps she could pass it along to you? I would prefer if you could send it to me personally." Lin Yuan gazed intently at her. His physique, adorned with a handsome exterior and a tall stature, made Sharapova's heart race. Observing the fervent glint in Lin Yuan's eyes, Sharapova, not one to be easily deceived, understood his intentions. After a moment of inner conflict, she rationalized that it was merely a matter of sharing a phone number, which shouldn't bear much significance. Thus, she handed her phone to Lin Yuan. To mask her own embarrassment, she remarked, "Take a look at yours." Lin Yuan smiled oddly and made a call. "What are you talking about?" At that moment, Tyler returned, and Shawa appeared somewhat flustered. Lin Yuan, unperturbed, remarked, "Recommend a few brands that require female celebrity endorsements." This posed no challenge for him whatsoever. Shawa nodded eagerly, anxious to avoid raising any suspicions in Taylor. Taylor did not linger, as she had to head to the studio to discuss certain music production matters. Since Shawa arrived in Taylor's car, it was only natural for Lin Yuan to offer her a ride home. After escorting Shawa back, Lin Yuan chose not to return to the party. Instead, he proceeded to the gymnasium to practice basketball. Despite having a system in place, Lin Yuan held himself to high standards regarding his skill development and occasionally visited the gym for training sessions. Lin Yuan stood beyond the three-point line, and upon receiving the ball, executed a triple threat maneuver. The assistant coach immediately closed in, attempting to thwart his advance. Lin Yuan feigned a shot to the left, then swiftly shifted to the right, deceiving the coach with his feint and causing him to lose his balance. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to accelerate past his defenders, charging towards the basket. As he faced an approaching opponent, he leaped high into the air, executing a deft pull-up motion to release the ball. The basketball circled the rim before settling securely into the net. "Well done," the assistant coach exclaimed, urging him to maintain the rhythm and continue the offensive. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Yuan received the ball passed by the coach and initiated another attack. This time, he opted for a sudden stop jump shot. After leaping, he skillfully adjusted his posture mid-air and accurately sent the ball through the hoop. Throughout the training session, Lin Yuan exhibited remarkable effort, becoming increasingly adept at various technical maneuvers. The following day, the Lakers faced off against the Rockets at home. The Rockets' undeniable core was the much-anticipated McGrady duo, radiating like the brightest stars in the night sky, shining with boundless brilliance. This formidable partnership possessed the power to dismantle any defense, making their collective assaults on the court nearly insurmountable. Yao Ming's towering and steady figure resembled an immovable mountain, repeatedly shattering opponents' defenses with his unparalleled dominance in the paint. This season, he could undoubtedly be deemed the premier center. Shaquille O'Neal had aged, and Dwight Howard was too young to pose a significant threat against him. Meanwhile, McGrady moved with the grace of a nimble leopard, perfectly blending speed and skill, his remarkably precise three-point shooting akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, reaping victory after victory. His astonishing performance of 13 points in 35 seconds exemplified this prowess. Having partnered for 2 years, their synergy had grown increasingly harmonious. Whether in fast breaks or set plays, their seamless coordination appeared effortless, as if they had long been in sync. A mere glance or motion sufficed for mutual understanding. While the Rockets were somewhat weaker compared to the Lakers, Lin Yuan's presence ensured that victory was not easily attained for Los Angeles. The flow of the game reflected this. McGrady began with an insatiable offensive zeal, relentlessly attacking the basket. He maintained a high shooting percentage, and even when he missed, you controlled the boards, facilitating second-chance opportunities for his team. The Lakers found themselves somewhat stifled, struggling to keep pace with the two All-Stars in their prime. Fortunately, Lin Yuan consistently provided stable output, allowing the Lakers to stay within striking distance. He remained unhurried, knowing that McGrady's form could not endure the entire game. When McGrady's performance waned, it would present an opportunity for the Lakers. Indeed, midway through the second quarter, the tide began to turn in favor of the Lakers. Lin Yuan's shooting seems unstoppable, consistently sinking three-pointers. By halftime, the Lakers had established a lead of over 10 points. As the game concluded, the Lakers emerged victorious against the Rockets with relative ease. The following day, in a back-to-back matchup, they suffered a defeat against the Mavericks, including the previous day's game against the Spurs. They had faced the formidable Texas trio within a span of 4 days. After a day's rest, the Lakers once again triumphed over the Rockets at home, bringing their record to 15 wins and 8 losses, maintaining a winning percentage close to 60. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan's gambling ventures flourished during this period, yielding a profit of 7-2, resulting in an overall increase of 5 points in total data. Lin Yuan's data has reached 6,472, once again nearing saturation. Logically, it is time for him to enhance his skills. However, the more data he accumulates, the greater his chances of succeeding in his wagers. Ultimately, he resolves to wait until the total data reaches 70 before proceeding with gradual enhancements, ensuring the highest probability of triumph in his bets. The season has progressed through over 20 games, and the standings in the league have begun to stabilize. The Western Conference sees the Suns and Spurs momentarily occupying the first and second positions, while the Lakers hold third place. The Mavericks, who struggled at the season's outset, have now found their rhythm and are gradually improving their record. In the Eastern Conference, the Pistons and Heat firmly occupy the top 2 spots, while the Knicks, once touted as favorites at the season's commencement, languish in third place with a record of 14 wins and 10 losses, barely ahead of the Bulls and fourth by a single victory. This outcome is indeed astonishing. In the office of the Knicks president, Dolan summoned Dumars and Larry Brown. Despite acquiring Kobe during the offseason, the team's performance has been lackluster. He seeks an explanation. After a moment of contemplation, Larry Brown notes that the team's ball movement efficiency has evidently declined this season, with role players struggling to adapt to their altered responsibilities. Why has this decline occurred? The team lacks an orchestrator. While Kobe excels in both offensive and defensive aspects, playmaking is not his forte. What about Marbury? Dumars chuckles ruefully, acknowledging that therein lies the team's dilemma. Last season, the harmony between Marbury and Lin Yuan primarily stemmed from Lin's status as a newcomer rather than a star, granting Marbury a psychological advantage as he perceived Lin as a supporting player. As Lin's prowess emerged, his humble nature fostered a good rapport with Marbury. Kobe, however, presents a different scenario. As contemporaries, their achievements diverged significantly, leading to some discomfort for Marbury. Upon arriving in New York, Kobe naturally assumed the role of the team's leader, which diminished collaboration with Marbury. Consequently, the two frequently clashed during games, resulting in the role players struggling to find their footing. All players have experienced a marked decline in their statistics compared to the previous season. Victorious games have relied heavily on alternating performances from Kobe and Marbury. What was once a source of pride, bench depth, has now become exceedingly mediocre. It is possible that Marbury and Kobe are not well suited to coexist on the same team, and a trade should be considered. Everyone understands that when it comes to a trade between Kobe and Marbury, the decision will undoubtedly favor keeping Kobe. After deliberation, Dolan resolves to send Marbury away in exchange for an all-star companion for Kobe. Marbury remains unaware that he has been unwittingly cast aside by the management. Perhaps he should have realized from the outset that continuing to compete against Kobe would lead to this outcome. By mid-December, the voting for the upcoming year's All-Star Game has commenced. Lin Yuan's momentum is formidable, positioning him among the top 3 in the Western backcourt voting. Following Kobe's departure, Tracy McGrady has firmly held the first position in the Western backcourt, while other strong contenders such as Steve Nash and Ray Allen present significant competition for Lin Yuan. However, apart from McGrady, Lin Yuan enjoys a substantial lead in the number of votes, currently securing the second position in the backcourt. As December draws to a close, a major trade shakes the league. Allen Iverson is traded to the West. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this news, as it was an event that had already transpired in the original timeline of history. Allen Iverson joined the Nuggets to collaborate with Anton. What on earth? Iverson moved to the Mavericks? In exchange for Howard and Harris? Lin Yuan instantly straightened his posture. The 2006 to 2007 Dallas Mavericks were an extraordinary team with a remarkable record of 67 wins. It was only due to facing the well-acquainted old coach Nelson that they suffered a first-round upset. However, with the alteration of the timeline, the unexpected arrival of Iverson has changed the dynamics. With Nowitzki and Iverson together, could the Warriors still orchestrate an upset? Lin Yuan firmly believes that whether it is the Suns or the Spurs, the news will undoubtedly send a chill down their spines. Popovich may even erupt in a fit of rage. However, for Lin Yuan, Allen Iverson is merely a contender for his coveted all-star starting spot. Fortunately, he plays in Los Angeles and represents a Chinese player, granting him a significant advantage in garnering votes. For the time being, he is able to maintain his position among the top 2 guards. Lin Yuan pondered that he had maintained a relatively low profile in the new season, averaging merely 26 points per game. It seemed the moment had arrived for him to unveil a spectacular performance. As the final matches of 2006 approached, Lin Yuan abruptly entered a scoring frenzy. He achieved over 40 points in 7 consecutive games, leading his team to a commendable record of 5 wins and 2 losses. This remarkable feat earned him the Player of the Month title, and he ascended into the top 10 of the MVP rankings. When factoring in the victories and points accrued from bets, Lin Yuan maintained a cumulative score of 65, with any additional points devoted to assists. As he stepped into 2007, he had developed an impressive passing ability, adding a significant 15 points to his assists. Both his passing technique and overall court vision had seen notable enhancement. Beyond the court, Steve Jobs unveiled the first-generation iPhone, heralding the dawn of the smartphone era. This announcement catalyzed a meteoric rise in Apple's stock prices, which had surged 4 to 5 times since Lin Yuan's initial investment. A call from Scott, Taylor's father, began with the words, "Lin, you are now a billionaire. Selling those stocks could easily net you over $100 million. Scott regarded Lin Yuan with newfound respect, acknowledging that this young man possessed not only athletic prowess, but also remarkable foresight. Only such a person would be worthy of his daughter. He recalled his wife's remarks about how their daughter often mentioned Lin Yuan, her affection unmistakably etched upon her face. Consequently, he took a keen interest in Lin Yuan's affairs. Despite Scott's advice, Lin Yuan had no intention of divesting. He believed that Apple's stock price would continue to soar for quite some time, at least until 2008. In that year, the United States would face a subprime mortgage crisis, and he anticipated that short selling would yield far greater profits than this current opportunity. As the new year dawned, Lin Yuan continued to deliver explosive performances, scoring over 40 points in 3 consecutive games against the 76ers, the Kings, and the Nuggets. This led the media to exclaim, "The Lakers have lost to Kobe, but gained a Kobe plus Nash." Due to a series of explosive performances, Lin Yuan's all-star voting numbers have surged, subtly hinting at the possibility of surpassing Tracy McGrady. On January 8th, the Lakers are set to face a pivotal match. Following their recent victories, the Lakers' record stands at 23 wins and 10 losses. Conversely, the Mavericks, after the addition of Allen Iverson, experienced a few losses due to adjustment issues. However, they have recently secured several victories, maintaining their upward momentum with a record of 23 wins and 11 losses. This match represents a clash for third place in the Western Conference. The victor will ascend in the standings. From the outset, this game has garnered significant attention, as spectators are eager to witness how Lin Yuan, a fusion of Kobe Bryant and Steve Nash, performs against Dirk Nowitzki and Allen Iverson. Prior to the game, Phil Jackson refrained from delivering any stirring speeches. He simply instructed his players that this was merely a regular season game, urging them to disregard external opinions and focus on their play. It must be said that the Zen master possesses a certain psychological acumen, as the players appeared to adopt a more composed mindset, at least outwardly. As the game commenced, Bynum faced off against the second-best center in the West, Dampier. For the opening tip-off, the Mavericks gained possession. Iverson initiated the first offensive play, effortlessly bypassing Smush Parker's defense with a swift step, then executing a pull-up jumper to score the first points of the game. The Lakers swiftly transitioned into offense, with Stackhouse closely guarding Lin Yuan, while Terry remained poised to provide assistance. Lin Yuan executed a feint, deftly delivering the ball into the hands of Odom. Odom attempted to penetrate past Nowitzki, but was thwarted. He subsequently passed the ball back to Lin Yuan. This time, Lin Yuan demonstrated no hesitation, launching a step-back three-pointer. It found the net. However, due to stepping out of bounds, it was ultimately recorded as a two-point shot. Once again, it was the Mavericks' turn. Indeed, the Lakers' defense proved formidable. In fact, any team facing this Mavericks squad would find it a challenging endeavor. Iverson effortlessly maneuvered past Parker, drawing in the defense and sending the ball into the paint. Dampier received the pass and executed a thunderous dunk, completing an impressive alley-oop. The Lakers showed no signs of hesitation, as Odom swiftly initiated an inbounds play from the baseline. Lin Yuan received the ball and executed a long pass to Crawford, who was already on a fast break. With a 1-on-0 situation beneath the basket, Crawford performed a deft layup with a pivot. It was successful. After 4 offensive plays, the two teams were tied at 4-4. The Mavericks initiated another offensive play, with Terry distributing the ball along the center axis. Lin Yuan's data hedging led to a turnover, allowing the ball to be intercepted. The Mavericks swiftly retreated to prevent the Lakers from launching a fast break, yet Lin Yuan had no intention of pushing the pace. He gradually dribbled past half-court and, from a distance of 2 steps beyond the three-point line, launched a jump shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air, bouncing a few times before settling into the net. Currently, if unguarded, Lin Yuan's three-point shooting percentage, bolstered by his enhanced abilities, could even reach a remarkable 70%. The Mavericks transitioned back to offense. A single mistake did not deter them. Allen Iverson, Jason Terry, and Dirk Nowitzki are all formidable scorers. As the game progressed, the Mavericks flourished offensively from multiple sources. On the Lakers' side, apart from Lin Yuan, only Lamar Odom managed to contribute some points. Fortunately, Lin Yuan maintained his scorching touch, consistently displaying impressive scoring efficiency. While he was on the court, the score remained tightly contested between the Lakers and Mavericks. However, once Lin Yuan was substituted out towards the end of the first quarter, the disparity became evident. The Mavericks could afford to let Iverson and Nowitzki alternate resting, ensuring ample offensive firepower remained on the floor. Consequently, at the conclusion of the first quarter, the Mavericks led the Lakers by 5 points, 36-31. During the intermission, several hosts from CCTV5 engaged in a discussion about the match. Coach Zhang, having completed the first quarter, what trajectory do you foresee for the game? From the first quarter, I believe the Lakers have already lost. They are clearly not on the same level as the Mavericks. The Lakers are heavily reliant on Lin Yuan for scoring, but how many points can he realistically score? 40? 50? That might be the ceiling. Just look at the Mavericks. Of their 36 points, Nowitzki contributed 9, Iverson 8, Terry 6, and Stackhouse 6, showcasing a remarkably balanced distribution. This indicates that the Lakers are uncertain about whom to defend, while the Mavericks can focus on double-teaming Lin Yuan. By the second half, as Lin Yuan's stamina wanes, the Lakers may very well collapse. Yoga nodded in agreement, stating, the issue Coach Zhang raises is not unique to the Lakers. Any team aspiring for the championship must consider this dilemma. Coach Zhang shook his head, asserting, true championship contenders possess their own strengths and are not intimidated by the Mavericks. It is teams like the Lakers that fear, and they have no chance of winning the championship this season. Yoga was somewhat speechless. He had been striving to support Coach Zhang's arguments, yet the latter insisted on adding such a remark. Indeed, if the Lakers still had Kobe, they might actually win this game. Lin Yuan's statistics appear comparable to Kobe's, but he is securing easier points, which cannot be compared to Kobe's prowess. Coach Zhang, seemingly not finished, continued, so what do you think constitutes easy points? Are Lin Yuan's deep three-pointers truly effortless? Most of Lin Yuan's points are derived from standard shooting attempts, fast breaks, or exploiting mismatches near the basket. I have seldom witnessed him scoring through intense confrontations with opponents. This can be termed as straightforward play. Coach Zhang, isn't this merely a difference in style? If Lin can exploit mismatches, why is there a necessity for confrontation? Shaquille O'Neal barreled through defenses. Yet he was bested by Hakeem Olajuwon's footwork beneath the basket. Has Lin ever been specifically targeted by opponents? Has he encountered defenses as tenacious as Kobe's? Indeed. There was the incident with Bowen, who once tripped him. But did Lin face the same situation last season when Raja Bell choked Kobe? Yet, Lin did not encounter the Suns in the playoffs. In the season before last, the Suns clinched the championship. Where was Lin then? Yuga looked at Coach Zhang with a gaze akin to that of someone caring for a person with disabilities. Lin was indeed part of the Suns that season, and he ranked among the top 3 in average points on the team. Coach Zhang remarked, "Regardless, Lin is inadequate. We shall see." As the conversation unfolded, the second quarter commenced, and Lin re-entered the game accompanied by a group of substitutes. Right from the start, Lin asserted himself with a mid-range jumper. Iverson responded with a long-range three-pointer. The second quarter began to unfold as Coach Zhang had anticipated, with the Mavericks flourishing and scoring freely. On the Lakers' side, only Lin seemed capable of scoring, while the likes of Radmanovic, Vujasic, and Turiev could only manage sporadic points. By midway through the second quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 10 points. Up to this point, aside from leveraging his agility for steals and defensive plays, Lin had not utilized any systematic data in his scoring approach. A challenge he faces is that his performance tends to wane as his stamina diminishes. After Lin Yuan scored 30 points, his shooting percentage plummeted to around 50, excluding the 40 boost to his shooting accuracy. It implies that if Lin Yuan were to shoot entirely on his own, he would be hitting only 1 out of 10 attempts. In the CCTV live broadcast, Coach Zhang was animatedly enthusiastic. Clearly, Lin Yuan was determined to take on the entire burden himself, neglecting to pass to his teammates, as if he fancied himself to be the next Kobe Bryant. Each time the Mavericks scored, Coach Zhang proudly puffed out his chest. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Phil Jackson replaced the lineup with Fry, Odom, and Crawford, assembling a multi-shooter formation. Consequently, Lin Yuan began to create opportunities for his teammates, passing the ball to help them find their rhythm. However, today, his teammates appeared somewhat lackadaisical, with Crawford and Fry's shooting percentages being mediocre, and the gap in scores continued to widen. One might think, Lin Yuan, in critical moments, you ought to take the initiative. Why only pass the ball? As the star player, shouldn't you take charge? Yuga cast a sidelong glance at Coach Zhang, feeling utterly powerless to comment. Say what you will. On the court, Nowitzki and Iverson showcased their prowess, consistently proving their strength with one basket after another. Meanwhile, the Lakers had gone completely silent, with only Lin Yuan occasionally managing to score. Faced with such a predicament, the Lakers fans had lost their motivation to cheer. By halftime, the Mavericks led the Lakers by 17 points, with a score of 74-57. Lin Yuan, with an impressive shooting record of 13 out of 17 attempts, amassed 33 points, 6 assists, and 3 steals. As he gazed at his score and the remaining 51 points in the system, he resolved to take decisive action. In the second half, Lin Yuan re-entered the game with the full starting lineup. As the Lakers prepared to execute their first offensive play, Lin Yuan called everyone to a halt. "This shot is mine. If I miss, chop my hands off." With that, he launched a three-point shot without even crossing the half-court line. The Staples Center erupted in jubilant cheers, the previously subdued audience whistling loudly. The Mavericks players were left in disbelief, akin to spectators witnessing magic. Yet, Lin Yuan had scored, leaving them no recourse. As Iverson orchestrated the offense, he spotted Diogo in the paint and attempted to deliver a pass. However, Lin Yuan anticipated the play, extending his hand to intercept the ball. The Mavericks quickly transitioned to defense, but just as Lin Yuan dribbled past half-court, he unleashed another three-pointer. It was successful. With these 2 shots, he utilized the system's data to narrow the deficit back to 11 points. The Mavericks, a formidable team, remained unperturbed by Lin Yuan's display, continuing to play at their own pace. Meanwhile, the Lakers found their rhythm, engaging in a competitive exchange with the Mavericks. Crawford finally regained his shooting touch, consistently sinking mid-range and three-point shots. Throughout the third quarter, the Lakers aggressively chased points, while the Mavericks responded in kind. By the end of the quarter, the Lakers had managed to close the gap to just 8 points. Lin Yuan scored 13 points in this quarter, bringing his total to 46 points. The final outcome of the match hinges on this last quarter. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lin Yuan insisted on taking the court immediately, determined to establish his prowess in this game. Upon entering, he seamlessly transitioned into a scoring mode. When faced with a single defender, He relied on his skills to either drive to the basket or execute a step-back jumper. In instances of multiple defenders, he adeptly utilized his system capabilities to sink three-pointers after stepping back. Shortly after the fourth quarter began, Lin Yuan had already made 4 out of 5 attempts, accumulating 10 points and narrowing the gap against the Mavericks to within 5 points. Mavericks coach Johnson, feeling desperate, had no choice but to bring in Nowitzki and Iverson. However, the performance of these two stars in the fourth quarter was far from stellar, as they were unable to contain Lin Yuan's scoring spree. Lin Yuan demonstrated an impressive array of skills, executing mid-range shots, driving to the basket, and sinking three-pointers. After employing various strategies, he finally equalized the score with 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. His personal tally soared to 64 points. At that moment, everyone recalled Kobe's remarkable achievement of scoring 62 points against the Mavericks in just 3 quarters. Naturally, some also reminisced about another of Kobe's records. In the live broadcast on CCTV5, the host posed an intriguing question. Do you think Lin Yuan has a chance to break Kobe's 81-point record in this match? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, was the immediate response from Coach Zhang. Lin Yuan is already running on fumes. Don't even think about him reaching 80 points. Scoring 70 would be a challenge. However, before his words could settle, Lin Yuan executed a driving layup, drawing a foul from Nowitzki. He converted the ensuing free throw as well. Lin Yuan's score reached 67 points. With a smile gracing her lips, Yoga pondered whether Coach Zhang implied that it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to achieve 70 points. Well, there might still be a chance for 70, but 80 is undoubtedly out of reach. Coach Zhang's voice resonated through the television, reaching millions of viewers in Huagua, escalating the fans' disdain for him to new heights. Coach Zhang, enough with the incessant rambling, please. Can you even score a single point in the NBA with that abrasive voice of yours? I have no expectations for his playing skills. Can he at least comprehend the commentary work? Be quiet. How can you place such high demands on an elder? Do you realize how challenging it is for Coach Zhang to understand plain speech? The fans of Huagua mercilessly mocked Coach Zhang while simultaneously debating whether Lin Yuan could genuinely surpass Kobe's record. However, Lin Yuan did not allow this discussion to linger. Having come this far, breaking the record was imperative. A three-pointer from the corner, 70 points. A mid-range jumper from the 45-degree angle, 72 points. A three-pointer from the center court, 75 points. A strong foul on a shot from the arc. 3 free throws, all successful, 78 points. At this moment, everyone in Staples Center rose to their feet, prepared to witness a historic moment. The Mavericks, naturally unwilling to become mere background figures, were determined to thwart Lin Yuan's efforts. Yet, Lin Yuan was unstoppable at this juncture. He charged into the paint, facing the overwhelming hands of several defenders. Bending low, he maneuvered to the side, his body losing balance. Just before hitting the ground, he released the ball. It still found the mark. 80 points. In that instant, the faces of the Mavericks players were filled with despair. Even such defense could not hinder Lin Yuan. How could they possibly continue? During the next offensive possession, Nowitzki managed to score a difficult basket, providing a brief respite for his team. On the following possession, Lin Yuan dribbled to the center court. Gazing at the hoop before him, he smiled gently and, utilizing the final 4 points from the system, launched a three-pointer. As the ball left his hands, Lin Yuan had already turned to wave to the audience on the sidelines. 2 seconds later, the basketball swished through the net. 83 points. Lin Yuan surpassed Kobe's remarkable achievement of 81 points from the previous season, establishing himself as the holder of the highest individual score in modern basketball. All the players of the Lakers rushed to embrace Lin Yuan, encircling him in a jubilant throng. Lin Yuan emerged from the crowd, raising his fist triumphantly towards the camera, exclaiming, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The Staples Center was ablaze with fervor as everyone joined Lin Yuan in his spirited chant. Although the match was not yet concluded, Lin Yuan did not score again in the remaining minutes. The Mavericks, having lost their fighting spirit, substituted all their starters in a gesture of concession. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Mavericks with a score of 125-113, safeguarding their ranking. As the game drew to a close, the roars of the home crowd surged like a tidal wave. In the hearts of Lakers fans, Kobe had always been their cherished luminary. His departure to the Big Apple left them with an overwhelming sense of regret. Even though Lin Yuan had showcased performances early in the season that rivaled those of Kobe, the fans continued to reminisce about the legend. Yet today, Lin Yuan's remarkable achievement of scoring 83 points, with significantly fewer free throws than Kobe, suddenly made it clear that he had ascended to the same echelon as Kobe Bryant. As Lin Yuan faced the thunderous cheers of the fans, he bowed in gratitude before making his way into the player tunnel. Following this match, Lin Yuan shattered the record for points in a single quarter, as well as the record for points scored in a single game in contemporary basketball, achieving the remarkable data thresholds of 2 and 3 respectively. Data customization system level, level 3 total data, 6,677, balance 1. Ability enhancements, 3-point shooting accuracy 40, breakthrough capability 30, mid-range shooting accuracy 40. Passing ability 20 physical enhancements, unlock limit task, slight skills, physical recovery, physical enhancement, data balance, max level. Lin Yuan conducted a rough calculation, estimating that this season, the combination of personal accolades and team achievements could elevate the total score to 90 points. At that juncture, with the capabilities bestowed by the level 4 system, he might lead the team to secure the championship title. Naturally, if commercial success proves substantial, the level 4 system may arrive sooner than anticipated. It would be most advantageous to attain level 4 ahead of schedule. Lin Yuan has set his sights high. Otherwise, the regular season is merely a prelude, in the playoffs. Apart from Odom, there is no one reliable. Far away at Davidson College in North Carolina, a youthful player has just finished watching the game. For a long time, he had been underestimated due to his slender physique. However, today, witnessing Lin Yuan's extraordinary performance, he discovered for the first time the true essence of basketball. He realized how lethal a three-point shot could be. This revelation reaffirmed his basketball philosophy, inspiring him to pursue Lin Yuan as his role model and strive for greatness. As this match concluded, its repercussions were only just beginning. In the midst of daytime in the country, the news of Lin Yuan scoring an astounding 83 points spread like wildfire across the nation. Suddenly, whether in online portals, forums, university dormitories, or office spaces, the first topic of conversation among everyone was Lin Yuan's remarkable game. As a sponsor of Lin Yuan, Inta had a dedicated team monitoring every one of his matches. As the fourth quarter commenced, the team sensed that Lin Yuan might break records and had already reached out to prepare for the news. Indeed, as soon as the game concluded, Inta's press release swiftly circulated in the public sphere and at various outlets. Many stores, unable to receive promotional materials in time, took the initiative to find printing companies to create banners, displaying them outside their establishments, ensuring that everyone, whether a basketball fan or not, was aware of Lin Yuan's 83-point achievement. In the office of Inta's chairman, Mr. Ding made a phone call, instructing the brokerage to double their valuation and to convey that if they did not comply, they would seek alternatives. Mr. Ding was informed that XX Securities had already been in touch, stating that if they could secure a long-term contract with Lin Yuan, they would reconsider their pricing. After hanging up, Mr. Ding summoned the head of the marketing department, directing them to draft a contract akin to those of Kobe and LeBron. It wasn't just Mr. Ding who had keen instincts. Other brands suddenly recognized that Lin Yuan might indeed reach the level of Kobe. If that were the case, China would soon have a world-class superstar in the endorsement arena. All brands began to mobilize. If you hesitated, rival brands would seize the opportunity. Ordinary fans remained oblivious to the commercial aspects. At this moment, they had only two concerns: praising Lin Yuan and criticizing Coach Zhang. Before the game had even concluded, Coach Zhang, who had confidently stated that Lin Yuan would not score 70 points, was rendered speechless, yet he maintained a facade of composure. This left others astonished, pondering how he could possess such audacity. When other guests inquired about the possibility of Lin Yuan reaching 80 points, he earnestly began to analyze why Lin Yuan's performance was supposedly unreasonable, becoming a source of amusement for many. Meanwhile, across the ocean in America, it was late at night. Knicks owner Dolan was stunned upon receiving the news of Lin Yuan's 83-point feat. The trade that saw Lin Yuan exchanged for Kobe Bryant has drawn considerable criticism. Even though the NBA operates as a business, the act of trading a player immediately after leading the team to a championship remains contentious. However, many perceive the acquisition of Kobe in exchange for Lin Yuan as a lucrative deal, which muted the dissent. As the new season commenced, the Lakers thrived, while the Knicks struggled due to the discord between Kobe and Marbury. Now, Lin Yuan has astonishingly scored 83 points. One can only imagine how the New York media would assess Dolan's decision the following day. Would he be branded a self-satisfied fool? A foolish groundhog for trading away a core player? An arrogant owner devoid of gratitude? Regardless of the label, none would be to Dolan's liking. The team is now constructed around Kobe as the centerpiece, and Dolan has issued an unequivocal command to trade Marbury at any cost. That night, a current of tension swept through the United States, and by the next day, Lin Yuan's explosive performance dominated the headlines. Consequently, his all-star voting surged dramatically, surpassing McGrady to become the leading guard in the Western Conference. The Buss family and Kupchak resolved to build the team around Lin Yuan, eager to see how far he could ascend. Likewise, other teams across the league finally began to regard Lin Yuan as an opponent of his caliber. In subsequent matchups against the Lakers, regardless of others' performances, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly face unprecedented scrutiny and defense. After all, no one wishes to become mere backdrop like the Mavericks. However, envisioning such intentions is one matter, while actualizing them is an entirely different challenge. Lin Yuan's three-point shots are devastatingly accurate, rendering any defense nearly futile. Following this match, the regular season continues. In their subsequent game, the Lakers succumbed to the Grizzlies, thus halting their winning streak. However, they quickly rebounded with victories over the Rockets and the Magic. As January unfolds, the Lakers face a grueling schedule, with 8 matches crammed into a mere 15 days. This stretch includes 2 encounters with the Spurs, as well as one each against the Mavericks, the Heat, and the Knicks, with 5 of these contests pitting them against the season's championship favorites. Pre-game commentators opined that securing 3 wins would constitute a successful endeavor for the Lakers. Surprisingly, the team triumphed in 4 of their initial 7 matches, managing to defeat one of the Spurs alongside the 3 weaker teams. The final game of January marks Lin Yuan's return to the Big Apple following his trade, as he faces the Knicks in an exhilarating showdown, Los Angeles versus New York. The Lakers against the Knicks, Lin Yuan and Kobe. This match, regardless of its labels, was undeniably captivating. Everyone anticipated a collision of titans. However, when the game commenced, reality diverged from expectation. The Knicks' other star, Marbury, was absent from the roster, along with key rotation players Quentin Richardson and Battier. Consequently, Kobe faced a diminished Knicks lineup against a fully intact Lakers team, resulting in an inevitable outcome. In this contest, all 5 Lakers starters scored in double figures, with Bynum impressively achieving 16 points, 21 rebounds, and 3 blocks, perhaps a fitting retort to Kobe's earlier desire to trade him for Kidd. On the Knicks side, Kobe shone brightly as well, amassing 43 points, 4 assists, and 9 rebounds. Yet, apart from him, scoring was scarce. This highly anticipated clash concluded with a resounding victory for the Lakers. After the game, Marbury extended an invitation for Lin Yuan to visit his home. During the visit, Lin Yuan inquired about his absence from the game, assuming it was due to health issues. Marbury shook his head with a wry smile. "It's because I am about to be traded, and before the deal is finalized, I must minimize my playtime to avoid injury." Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment, not particularly surprised. He had first-hand experience of the nature of the Knicks management. Has a destination been decided? If all goes as anticipated, he would be heading to the Nets in exchange for Kidd. Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. The tumultuous transactions this round were all instigated by Kidd, and ultimately, he ended up becoming teammates with Kobe. As for the other Knicks players, they were put on the shelf, available for the Nets to select. This is why half the team had yet to step onto the court. As January came to a close, the Lakers boasted a record of 31 wins and 14 losses, standing jointly in 3rd place in the Western Conference alongside the Mavericks. Lin Yuan, with an impressive average of 33.7 points per game, has once again claimed the title of Player of the Month, ascending to 3rd place in the MVP rankings, trailing only behind Steve Nash and LeBron James. In contrast, Dirk Nowitzki, due to the arrival of Allen Iverson, has seen their performances neutralize, resulting in neither entering the top 10 of the rankings. During this period, Lin Yuan has enhanced his passing ability to a remarkable 40 points through accumulated victories and performance incentives, while maintaining an impressive personal system rating of 60 points. The augmentation in his passing capability has proven to be monumental. His formidable scoring prowess naturally draws the attention of opposing defenses, thereby affording his teammates greater space to operate. Consequently, this enhanced passing skill has been invaluable. This season, both Lamar Odom and Jamal Crawford have shown significant improvement compared to the previous season, and other players have expressed how comfortable it is to play alongside Lin Yuan, with core players steadily advancing and role players contributing their unique strengths. The team's situation is steadily improving day by day. However, amidst this flourishing success, there inevitably lurks a shadow of concern. The foremost challenge Lin Yuan faces is his physical stamina. In the past, he had never contemplated this issue. relying solely on his youth to withstand the rigors of the game. Furthermore, he had never been the singular focal point of his team, whether with the Suns or the Knicks. However, this season presents a different narrative, particularly following his remarkable 83-point performance, which placed him under meticulous scrutiny from all quarters. Coach Popovich meticulously analyzed Lin Yuan's playing style and concluded that defensive pressure had minimal impact on his shooting accuracy. Consequently, he shifted his strategy to exhaust Lin Yuan on the offensive end. Whenever Lin Yuan is on the court, his opponents relentlessly target him, engaging in direct confrontations before either passing the ball or initiating their own offensive maneuvers. The ultimate aim is to deplete his energy reserves, should his stamina be significantly diminished. Lin Yuan would be compelled to rely solely on system data to score. Lin Yuan could only reluctantly acknowledge that the reason for being singled out by his opponent was his inadequate defensive skills. It is evident that there are numerous abilities he needs to fortify. Currently, his focus has been primarily on enhancing offensive capabilities, leaving his defensive prowess untouched. The road ahead is indeed arduous. In February, Lin Yuan continued to showcase his formidable personal performance. The strategy devised by Popovich may restrain the Lakers from securing victories, yet it fails to suppress Lin Yuan's individual statistics. In the matches leading up to the All-Star game, the Lakers achieved a commendable record of 7 wins and 2 losses, with Lin Yuan's personal statistics on the rise. In addition to maintaining a steady scoring average, his assists per game increased by 3. Prior to the commencement of the All-Star game, Lin Yuan's vote count had ascended to the top of the Western Conference, securing his place as a starter. The 2007 All-Star Game was held in Las Vegas, with the Western Conference starters comprising Yao Ming, Tim Duncan, Dirk Nowitzki, Tracy McGrady, and Lin Yuan, while the Eastern Conference starters included Shaquille O'Neal, LeBron James, Chris Bosh, Kobe Bryant, and Dwayne Wade. On the day of the main event, as the host city lacked its own team, Lin Yuan did not feel the need to yield the MVP to anyone else. During this All-Star Game, Lin Yuan unleashed his full potential, showing no signs of restraint. The moment the ball was in his hands, he would release it within seconds. Coupled with an exceptionally high shooting percentage, Lin Yuan ultimately scored 67 points. The Western All-Stars triumphed over the Eastern All-Stars, and Lin Yuan earned his first All-Star MVP award. The accolade brought him a 3-point increase in his data cap, elevating it to 80 points. During the All-Star festivities, Kupchak earnestly inquired whether Lin Yuan desired the team to pursue trades for reinforcement. Lin Yuan's perspective is that, unless one can acquire an all-star, other role players are essentially interchangeable. Their presence is inconsequential during regular play, and they prove unreliable in critical moments. Ultimately, the Lakers took no action. Lin, thank you. Thank you for what? Lin Yuan found himself bewildered by Odom's voice. Had it not been for your opposition, the team would have traded me away, wouldn't they? Lin Yuan scratched his head, pondering whether such a matter truly existed. Nevertheless, it is commendable. Genuine champions never lament the inadequacies of their teammates. Subsequently, both Bynum and Crawford reached out to him, expressing similar sentiments of gratitude. Lin Yuan gradually began to grasp the situation, suspecting that someone was intentionally leaking information to the outside. What could be the motive behind this? Were they not concerned about the impact on the team's morale? Unless the benefits outweighed the risks. Was it to establish Lin Yuan's authority? To cultivate a sense of gratitude among these individuals towards him? Such actions seemed unnecessary. After returning to the United States from the Australian Open in January, Shava had spent nearly every moment with Lin Yuan, engaging in conversations and leisurely outings. Following the conclusion of the All-Star event, she departed once again to prepare for the French Open in May. Not long after her departure, Yang Si arrived in the United States, accompanied by Liu Cic and Tong Yali. Lin Yuan inquired and discovered that Yuanfang Literature had financially sponsored a certain obscure film association in the United States, thereby securing 2 awards. Is this not akin to purchasing accolades? Indeed, yet this practice is commonplace. Upon hearing of American awards, particularly those in the illustrious Hollywood, many are quick to elevate their regard. This is a game played by many, not merely by our establishment alone. Lin Yuan glanced at Liu Cici and Tong Yali, both of whom nodded in agreement. Well, the current era of Huagua is not yet formidable. It remains in a phase where even the slightest acknowledgement from foreigners merits grand celebration. This circumstance is beyond Lin Yuan's ability to alter. It necessitates a gradual transformation of people's perspectives. You, on the other hand, will effortlessly claim an Oscar in the future. How shall I achieve that? Lin Yuan chuckled as he served vegetables to Yang Si and the others, eliciting sweet smiles from Lu Cece and Tong Yali. You simply play basketball for the Lakers. And after retiring, you can casually produce a film recounting your basketball journey. Are you afraid no one will appreciate it? From your words, it seems you have a particular understanding of the concept of unwelcome praise. How annoying. I was merely speaking the truth. They conversed while dining. And surrounded by three stunning beauties, Lin Yuan felt particularly elated. In the midst of their gathering, Lin Yuan excused himself to the restroom, and upon washing his hands, he happened upon Lu Cece standing there. What are you doing standing here? Touching up my makeup. She retrieved a makeup kit from her bag and commenced a series of operations that Lin Yuan could not comprehend. Lin Yuan nodded and prepared to depart. You and Mijia share a close bond, don't you? What makes you say that? Mijia and I are good friends. She often mentions you during our conversations. Oh. Haha, that's true. Could you please leave me your phone number? Lu Cece smiled and said, as a contracted artist of the company, it is quite reasonable for me to have a boss's contact number. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely reasonable. Lin Yuan made a phone call. Shortly after, Lu Cece sent a text message containing a string of numbers. What is this? It's my room number, Lu Cece replied, gazing intently at Lin Yuan. What did you just say about your relationship with Yangxi? We're good friends. Lin Yuan made a few clicking sounds with his tongue, feeling a stirring sensation within. At this moment, Lu Cece was indeed at her most youthful and vibrant. Believing that Lin Yuan was hesitating, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, I have come across a script brimming with potential. Lin Yuan clapped his hands together, declaring that he had indeed found the right person. Prior to immersing himself in basketball, he had delved into literature and possessed a profound understanding of scripts. Shall I assist you by reviewing it? He offered. Then it is settled. He concluded with a sense of finality. That evening, Lin Yuan naturally found himself in Yangxi's room, as they watched television and played basketball together. The fleeting image of Lu Cece continually danced in his mind. Cece. He couldn't help but whisper. What did you say? Yangxi, still in a daze, failed to comprehend Lin Yuan's words. I mentioned that Su Shi's poetry is exquisite, particularly the line when will the bright moon appear. Afterward, Lin Yuan used the pretext of a competition the following day to insist on returning home that night. Yangxi, without further thought, readily acquiesced. Lin Yuan left Yangxi's room and wandered down the corridor before arriving at Lu Cece's chamber. As the door swung open, Lu Cece, script in hand, stood at the threshold, her lively gaze fixed upon him. Lin Yuan marveled inwardly, while it appeared exceedingly innocent from the outside. It was undeniably one of the most fiery places within. Here, this is the supper I brought for you. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Cece had already embraced the pork knuckle brought by Lin Yuan and began to gnaw on it eagerly. Lin Yuan, compelled by circumstances, had no choice but to enter the room and take a seat. The two remained silent, exchanging not a single word. Meanwhile, in the foyer, Lu Cece delightedly indulged in the late-night snack Lin Yuan had brought. At that moment, the door to the room was abruptly pushed open, and a figure entered. Lu Cece. What are you two doing? Lin Yuan and Lu Cece were taken aback. Could it be that Yangxi had arrived? Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Tong Yali. The two stepped apart, awkwardly gazing at Tong Yali. Am I arriving at an inconvenient moment? Tong Yali remarked, equally uncomfortable, attempting to lighten the mood with a jest. With a determined resolve, Lin Yuan pulled Tong Yali into the room. No, your arrival is perfectly timed, Lu Cece remarked, having perused a script and seeking my evaluation. I brought some late-night snacks. Your presence is just what we need to share our thoughts. Tong Yali swiftly transformed her astonishment into a smile. What a coincidence. I also have a script. Shall we collaborate? Minutes later, both Lu Cece and Tong Yali presented their scripts before Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm. Having traversed through time, with years of cinematic experience behind him, what masterpieces had he not seen? Whether it be American dramas, Korean series, Japanese dramas, or various genres of anime, each one stood as a remarkable entity in its own right. What significance did this script hold in comparison? Lin Yuan took the script and began to read it attentively. The first script narrates a love story that transcends time and space, with a plot that is full of twists and turns, and emotions that are both sincere and moving. The other script, on the other hand, is an enchanting adventure filled with elements of fantasy, where the protagonists embark on thrilling escapades in a mysterious realm. Lin Yuan engaged in a dialogue with Lu Cece and Tong Yali while reviewing the scripts. He noted that the first script excelled in its nuanced emotional portrayal. Yet the plot progression felt somewhat sluggish. Conversely, The second script showcased a unique creativity, though the character development required further enhancement. The discussion persisted for an extended period, with each participant articulating their perspectives and continuously proposing suggestions for improvement. Ultimately, they resolved to amalgamate the two scripts, aspiring to forge a more exquisite narrative. In this new script, a blend of romantic love and thrilling adventure was envisaged, certain to captivate a multitude of readers. Their analysis of the scripts extended late into the night, and it was only after 3 o'clock in the morning that Lin Yuan exited the hotel to return home. As he drove along the road, the shimmering lights of the night captured his attention, prompting him to exclaim in admiration, "Is this Los Angeles at 4 in the morning?" He could not help but admire Kobe, considering how even at this hour, with trembling legs from pressing the accelerator, he still found the resolve to practice basketball. The following day, Lin Yuan did not attend the team's routine training and arrived at the arena just before the evening match commenced. The game featured the Lakers facing off against the Western Conference's underdogs, the Trail Blazers. Most anticipated that the Lakers could secure a victory with their eyes closed. Ultimately, Lin Yuan recorded a performance of 6 out of 19 shooting, amassing 17 points, 4 rebounds, and 9 assists. Confronted by the Trail Blazers forwards, Randolph and Roy, the Lakers lost their rhythm entirely and suffered an unexpected defeat. Lin Yuan found himself at a loss to explain the outcome, attributing it solely to a poor shooting touch that day. As the season progressed, only 14 regular season games remained. Each team was preparing for either the playoffs or the lottery draft. At this juncture, the contenders for the championship had become clear. The Mavericks' record had been steadily improving, surpassing the Lakers and standing just a win or two behind the Spurs and Suns. With over 20 games left in the season, it was quite possible for them to ascend to the top spot by season's end. The Suns and Spurs closely followed, while the Lakers held firm in 4th place. All 4 teams harbored championship aspirations. In the Eastern Conference, the Pistons firmly claimed the top position. Since acquiring Kidd, the Knicks had developed a strong synergy with Kobe, resulting in a remarkable rise in their record. They had won 14 out of their last 18 games, placing them second only to the Pistons. Further down the standings, the Heat and Cavaliers occupied 3rd and 4th, respectively. The ultimate champion would likely emerge from these 8 teams. Of course, in the eyes of the media in Huagua, the Rockets were also included, as they consistently emerged as formidable contenders for the championship. Throughout the remainder of the season, Lin Yuan did not deliberately pursue record-breaking performances. Each game, he prioritized passing, striving to cultivate his teammates' skills. It was only in the second half that he would intensify his efforts to score, sometimes finding it impossible to overturn the tide within just one half. However, he accepted this as a necessary sacrifice, recognizing that the growth of newcomers would yield greater value, whether in games or trades. During this period, Lin Yuan's statistical points began to shift towards stamina. After his passing ability reached 40 points, he commenced allocating points to stamina. Among the various abilities he could enhance, stamina was the most unique. Other skills, whether post moves, driving ability, or back-to-basket techniques, capped out at 100 points. In contrast, stamina could not be fully maximized, or rather, it could always be improved. Each increment in stamina represented a 1% increase, with 100 points in stamina equating to a doubling of capacity. It was anticipated that Lin Yuan would encounter unprecedented defensive strategies in the upcoming playoffs. Thus, every additional point in stamina was invaluable. As April 2007 arrived, the regular season concluded. In the remaining 25 games, the Lakers achieved an impressive record of 18 wins and 7 losses, securing a final standing of 58 wins and 24 losses. This record surpassed both the Spurs and the Suns, astonishingly placing the Lakers second in the Western Conference. Initially, the Spurs and Suns had maintained a considerable lead over the Lakers. However, during the crucial final stretch, both teams inexplicably encountered unexpected setbacks. Many times, despite holding a lead of over 20 points, they repeatedly committed various elementary errors, ultimately relinquishing victory. The reasons for such occurrences remained a mystery. Lin Yuan was uncertain, but he was aware that after accounting for his victories and the gains from his wagers, he had elevated his stamina to 50 points. He was fully prepared for the playoffs. With the conclusion of the regular season, the standings for the playoffs were finalized. In the Western Conference, 1. Mavericks 63 wins 2. Lakers 58 wins 3. Suns 57 wins 4. Spurs 55 wins 5. Rockets 51 wins 6. Jazz 48 wins 7. Nuggets 46 wins 8. Warriors 44 wins. The matchups were also established, and the Rockets had finally evaded their nemesis, the Jazz. However, facing the formidable Spurs, it remained uncertain whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune. In the Eastern Conference, 1. Pistons 58 wins 2. Knicks 56 wins 3. Heat 54 wins 4. Cavaliers 51 wins 5. Wizards 49 wins 6. Bulls 48 wins 7. Raptors 44 wins 8. Magic 42 wins. The disparities in the Eastern standings were significant. And in the first round of matchups, aside from the Cavaliers and Wizards, the other contests held little suspense. On April 23, 2007, the playoffs officially commenced. The Lakers faced the Nuggets in the first round. This series presented minimal difficulty, as the Nuggets star, Carmelo Anthony, had yet to reach his peak performance. Under Lin Yuan's orchestration, the Lakers achieved a gentleman's sweep, advancing with a 4-1 record. Aside from the Lakers games, Lin Yuan's primary focus was on the Warriors versus the Mavericks. Veteran coach Don Nelson demonstrated his profound understanding of the Mavericks, making timely tactical adjustments after the Mavericks secured victories in the first 2 games of the season, successfully defending their home court. The pivotal Game 5 unfolded in Dallas, where the Mavericks delivered an outstanding performance, with 7 players scoring in double figures to clinch the victory. The 6th game took place in the Warriors arena, where Baron Davis, Stephen Jackson, and Al Harrington relentlessly attacked Dirk Nowitzki. The German's softer playing style was prominently showcased. Ultimately, Nowitzki faltered, allowing the Warriors to seize a game and prolong the suspense to the decisive 7th match. In the final game, Allen Iverson unleashed his full prowess. With an impressive stat line of 17 out of 23 shooting, totaling 46 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists, he extinguished the Warriors' aspirations of an upset. The Mavericks managed to advance to the second round with great difficulty. The Suns had little to say against the Jazz, as the latter's lineup was utterly ill-equipped to contend with the former, resulting in a 6-game defeat. The series between the Spurs and Rockets was equally tumultuous. The Spurs began with a 3-0 lead, seemingly on the cusp of a gentleman's sweep. However, Lin Yuan would not allow such a team to relax easily. In the 4th match, Lin Yuan watched the game unfold on television, not to earn points through betting, but rather to focus intently from the outset. With Lin Yuan's support, the Rockets effortlessly equalized the series, extending it to a decisive 7th game. In this crucial final match, Lin Yuan chose to step back, entrusting the outcome to the players, an embodiment of the true spirit of basketball. Ultimately, the Spurs, unencumbered by constraints, proved to be significantly stronger than the Rockets. After a tense first half, the Rockets began to falter in the second half. In the end, the Spurs triumphed in the decisive 7th game, advancing to the second round to face the Mavericks, who had also fought through a 7-game series. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Conference, the top 4 teams all emerged victorious. Aside from the Cavaliers' slightly tumultuous series against the Wizards, which extended to 6 games, all other matchups concluded within 5 games. The second round of the playoffs promised to be captivating. The Pistons would face the Cavaliers, testing LeBron's ability to overcome the former Eastern champions. The Spurs would clash with the Mavericks in a rematch, seeking revenge for last season's defeat. The Lakers would encounter the Suns, who not only were last season's rivals but also included Lin Yuan, a former player discarded by the Suns. This matchup was equally intriguing. However, none could compare to the final pairing, the Knicks versus the Heat, featuring Kobe against Shaquille. This contest captured the attention of even those who were not particularly fond of basketball. The long-standing rivalry between Kobe and Shaquille was well known, and after all these years, both had found new companions. Their accumulated animosities would be distilled into this series. As the second round approached, individual honors for the season were finally revealed. The All-NBA first team was announced: Stoudemire, Duncan, Nowitzki, Lin Yuan, and Kobe. This marked Lin Yuan's inaugural selection to the All-NBA first team, with Tracy McGrady being edged out due to Lin Yuan's formidable competition. 2 days later, the most prestigious individual accolade, the regular season MVP, was awarded. Lin Yuan, the Lakers' backcourt player, secured the MVP title with the second-best regular season record in the league, trailing only behind the first-place team in the Western Conference. Lin Yuan was not particularly surprised by this honor. However, he was astonished to learn that he received a unanimous vote. The MVP selection process, guided by various media and sports journalists' personal opinions, often contains significant subjective elements. Sometimes, despite exceptional performance, certain individuals would refuse to cast their votes. Both Shaquille and LeBron had previously fallen just shy of a unanimous MVP selection. Lin Yuan has indeed carved a place in history. His unanimous selection can be attributed to multiple factors. Primarily, Lin Yuan's performance has been beyond reproach. He has led a rather unremarkable Lakers team to an impressive 58 victories, matching the record of the Pistons. Furthermore, last season, Lin Yuan guided the lottery-bound Knicks to an astounding 60 wins, ultimately securing the championship title. Yet he garnered few personal accolades. This voting can be seen as a rectification for his previous season's achievements. Additionally, Lin Yuan's tenure with both the Knicks and the Lakers places him in the spotlight, as both New York and Los Angeles wield significant influence over the media, thus providing him with a considerable advantage in voting. Should Lin Yuan maintain this level of performance in the upcoming season, a unanimous vote may prove elusive, as it is plausible that a Boston journalist might cast their vote for Anthony. When David Stern presented the regular season MVP award to Lin Yuan at the Staples Center, the arena erupted in a thunderous ovation. Amidst the collective admiration, Lin Yuan approached the microphone, poised to deliver his acceptance speech. Lin Yuan first expressed his gratitude to the entire Lakers organization, emphasizing that without this team, such an accolade would not have been possible. He then reflected on his illustrious career, acknowledging the privilege of playing alongside esteemed coaches such as Larry Brown, Mike D'Antoni, and particularly Phil Jackson, which has significantly contributed to his basketball accomplishments. Furthermore, he credited each of his former teammates, including last season's MVP Nash, for providing him with profound insights that deepened his understanding of the game. Most importantly, Lin Yuan raised his voice. Although I was not fortunate enough to play alongside Kobe, the Los Angeles Lakers are imbued with his essence, and I can sense his presence throughout the team. It feels as though I have spent 2 decades on the court with Kobe, in contrast to Wade, James, and Anthony. I consider myself fortunate to collaborate with such an array of exceptional teammates and coaches. This is an invaluable treasure. Lin Yuan spoke eloquently before the camera, leaving no detail overlooked. Prior to this award ceremony, he diligently studied several influential works on emotional intelligence and strategic positioning. A mere acceptance speech posed no challenge for him. Having secured the MVP title, Lin Yuan officially emerged as the most sought-after star in the league. Given that he is merely a rookie in his 4th year, an immensely promising future is clearly in sight. The accolade of MVP, a pinnacle of individual honor, has augmented his stats by a total of 7 points, with the addition of playoff bonuses bringing the total to 8 points. Data customization system level, 3 total data, 6,085, balance 21, ability enhancements, 3-point shooting accuracy 40, breakthrough ability 30, mid-range shooting accuracy 40, passing ability 40, stamina 50, physical enhancements, unlock limit tasks, sleight skills, body recovery, physical enhancement. Data balance, max level. Lin Yuan has elevated his stamina to 50 points, while his personal statistics remain at 63 points. Compared to the previous seasons, he has never engaged in such an abundant contest. On May 7, 2007, the playoffs between the Lakers and the Suns officially commenced. The Suns, during Lin Yuan's tenure, exhibited little change. Their primary core remained the formidable trio of Nash, Stoudemire, and Marion, coupled with strong role players such as Thomas, Bell, Dia, and Barbosa. They presented a challenging adversary. However, in Lin Yuan's perspective, the Suns were far less formidable than the Spurs, primarily due to their defensive shortcomings. Moreover, a crucial factor for Lin Yuan was the Suns' excessive reliance on Nash for orchestrating their offense. Should Nash falter, the Suns would likely struggle significantly. As the game began, Phil Jackson established a fast-paced strategy. Both teams engaged in quick breaks, resulting in a thrilling match, with the total points exceeding 80 in the first quarter alone. During this period, Lin Yuan transformed into a master of assists, consistently delivering the basketball with precision to his teammates. In the first quarter, Odom, Parker, and Crawford all scored in double digits, showing no signs of weakness against the Suns. In the second quarter, both teams deployed their second units. Against the Suns bench, Fry and Radmanovi displayed their shooting prowess. Barbosa attempted to orchestrate the offense for the Suns, but Lin Yuan disrupted the rhythm with his statistics, causing chaos in their tempo. This tactic was less effective against ball handlers like Nash and Kidd, yet proved to be highly effective against a player like Barbosa. Consequently, the Lakers took the lead at the outset of the second quarter. Noticing the unfavorable situation, D'Antoni reintroduced Nash. Correspondingly, Lin Yuan also returned to the court. Throughout the second quarter, Lin Yuan noticeably intensified his personal offense, while the Suns could not be said to lack defense. The fast-paced nature of the game made it challenging to double-team Lin Yuan effectively. Should they attempt to trap him, he would effortlessly pass the ball away. Even when defended by a single opponent with exceptional defensive skills, Lin Yuan could still achieve a shooting percentage of 40%, as both teams reinstated their primary lineups. The Lakers gradually expanded their lead to 10 points. This predicament left D'Antoni in a quandary. The Lakers were not employing a strategy specifically tailored to counter the Suns. Instead, they mirrored their approach. If they could not prevail under these circumstances, it would indeed signify a profound defeat. How could one possibly triumph using the very magic that I created? In a state of exasperation, D'Antoni was compelled to adjust his strategy, deliberately slowing the pace of the game. He endeavored to employ the Spurs tactics, primarily focusing on Stoudemire's aggressive play in the paint. In this instance, the much-anticipated Bynum withstood the pressure admirably. Confronted by the formidable Stoudemire, he successfully defended against him twice out of 5 attempts. Conversely, the Lakers maintained a remarkably efficient scoring rate. Ultimately, the Suns found themselves at a disadvantage. In the first match, D'Antoni experimented with various strategies, yet none yielded substantial results. The Lakers triumphed over the Suns with a score of 129-113. Throughout the game, the Lakers boasted an impressive shooting accuracy of 58%. With a commendable three-point shooting percentage of 45%, Lin Yuan delivered an impressive performance, amassing 29 points, 6 rebounds, 16 assists, 1 block, and 4 steals, undoubtedly establishing himself as the most pivotal contributor. Meanwhile, Bynum showcased his prowess with a remarkable double-double of 18 points and 17 rebounds, prompting speculation. Could the Lakers be on the verge of discovering their next Shaquille O'Neal? In other matchups, the fierce contest between the Bulls and the Mavericks demonstrated the highest level of skill. The duel between Nowitzki and Iverson, along with the GDP trio, was nothing short of a spectacular clash, maintaining a tightly contested atmosphere from the outset. Throughout the game, the largest lead between the two teams never exceeded 6 points, with the score often remaining within a mere 3 points. This meant that a single offensive play could easily result in a tie or lead change. Ultimately, the game unfolded in a similar manner, as the lead exchanged hands a remarkable 23 times, only to be decided in overtime. In the critical final minute of the extra period, Iverson executed a crucial 2-1 play, coupled with a deft steal from Parker, securing victory for the Mavericks, who had only held a slender 1-point lead. This thrilling encounter has left fans eagerly anticipating whether Iverson's first championship might finally be within reach. In the Eastern Conference, the first match between the Pistons and the Cavaliers unfolded without suspense, as LeBron, besieged by formidable defenses, was unable to alter the outcome, resulting in a loss in their playoff opener. The most captivating contest, without a doubt, was that of the Knicks against the Heat. In this match, Kobe displayed unyielding determination, launching into action with fervor right from the outset. His teammates, aware of Kobe's inner struggles, endeavored to assist him in securing victory. In contrast, Shaquille O'Neal, due to his advancing age, played a notably more team-oriented game. The spectacle primarily showcased the rivalry between Kobe and Dwayne Wade. Both teams' starting lineups were evenly matched. However, when the bench players took to the court, the Heat's superiority became apparent. Following the conclusion of the previous season, the Heat bolstered their roster to contend with the Knicks' robust bench. Peja Stojakovic and Sam Cassell joined the Heat, both of whom had averaged 16, 5 and 17, 2 points per game respectively in the prior season, thanks to Pat Riley's astute maneuvers. These acquisitions, significant during the off-season, were somewhat overshadowed by the trade involving Jason Kidd and Kobe, which garnered more attention. In this match, the Heat's profound advantage in their second unit was fully realized, with the score rapidly extending beyond 10 points during the bench player's stint. Competitive by nature, Kobe could not remain passive. The team could afford to lose, but not to the Heat, nor to O'Neal. Thus, upon his return, Kobe unleashed his scoring prowess, finally stabilizing the situation. Meanwhile, Riley remained composed, granting Wade and O'Neal ample rest, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the Knicks when Kobe would again step off the court. However, everyone underestimated Kobe's fierce competitiveness. Aside from a brief 3-minute respite in the first quarter, he played the entirety of the remaining time. Over 45 minutes, he attempted 29 shots, making 19, amassing an explosive stat line of 51 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 blocks, and 2 steals, coupled with the steady contributions from Q and Kidd. The Knicks triumphed over the Heat by a margin of 6 points in their playoff debut. After the game, reporters flocked to the post-match interview room. While the match was indeed thrilling, the subsequent exchanges proved even more riveting. Kobe, having won this battle against O'Neal, what do you wish to convey? One journalist inquired. I believe we performed exceptionally well. As for the much-anticipated clash with O'Neal, I regard it as merely a common obstacle on the path to the championship, Kobe responded. While reporters diligently noted his words, pondering the headline for their articles. Kobe, O'Neal scored 13 points tonight. Your tally was 4 times his. What are your thoughts on this? Another journalist asked. I did not focus on O'Neal's scoring. The Heat is Wade's team, and aside from Wade, the contributions of others are of little significance. What are your expectations for this season? The championship. Since my entrance into the NBA, I have pursued the championship every season. You hail from Los Angeles. Which city do you believe is superior, Los Angeles or New York? Haha, both are magnificent, with passionate fans and splendid cities. Kobe chuckles. What about the girls in New York compared to those in Los Angeles? Equally beautiful. How do they compare to the girls from that city? Which city? Which city are you referring to? Kobe squints, finding the question rather unfriendly. Kid, that question isn't amusing. I prefer to confine discussions to the realm of basketball. In Miami. Shaquille faced more direct inquiries. A reporter boldly asked how he felt about Kobe potentially claiming his 4th championship this season. I have always said, Nash stole my MVP. Him? Are you referring to Kobe? This is merely one game of the series. We will secure the final victory. Yet Kobe scored 51 points in this game. ISNT that merely 51 points? I have achieved that too. It's nothing remarkable. The reporter ponders. No wonder Kobe remarked that Shaq also did it. A day later, the Lakers faced the Suns in their second game. The Lakers had triumphed in the previous match, and Phil Jackson had no intention of altering his strategy before the Suns devised a counter. This game was equally intense. The difference was that Nash had evidently intensified his personal offense. Just as the Suns struggled to contain Lin, the Lakers faced equal difficulty in defending Nash. Lin Yuan and Nash produced mirrored statistics. Meanwhile, among the other players, Stoudemire showcased his dominance in the paint, utterly overwhelming Bainham. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by a substantial margin of 10 points. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. He did not genuinely expect Bynum to contend with Stoudemire. Nash was already 31 and had begun his decline. Although Stoudemire was youthful, he would still confront the taxing stamina demands posed by both Bynum and Odom in the paint. Endurance would emerge as their most significant challenge. As the second quarter commenced, Phil Jackson allowed all his key players to rest, while Lin Yuan took to the court alongside a cadre of substitutes racing forward. Lin Yuan tenaciously clung to the score disparity, with the Suns' lead oscillating between 8 to 11 points. As the second quarter drew to a close, the fully rested Lakers starters took the court. Crawford sank a three-pointer, and Odom completed a 2+1 play in the paint, swiftly leveling the score. The Suns' bench attempted to assert themselves, yet under Lin Yuan's subtle tactics, they were unable to find their rhythm. The dynamics of the game were entirely commandeered by the Lakers. Before the conclusion of the first half, the Lakers had already surged ahead. In the second half, Phil Jackson steadfastly adhered to his strategy of staggering the rotations against the Suns, while the Suns starters, led by Lin Yuan, engaged in a fast-paced game with a group of substitutes. The Lakers responded by sending in their main players upon the Suns' substitution. The success of this approach hinged on Lin Yuan's efficient scoring and organizational prowess, allowing him to anchor the Suns. By the third quarter, the Lakers had clearly gained the upper hand, and as the final quarter commenced, both teams deployed their starters. The Suns sought various opportunities, yet none could alter the outcome. Ultimately, in this second game, the Lakers triumphed over the Suns with a score of 116 to 108, extending their lead to 2-0. Post-game, a reporter posed a pointed question to Phil Jackson. Master Zen, what differences do you observe between Lin Yuan leading the Lakers and Kobe? Under ordinary circumstances, he might have deflected with humor. However, this time, Phil Jackson responded earnestly. It is a transformation akin to being reborn. Kobe was a warrior, one who fought until the very last moment. Lin Yuan is the commander, adept at orchestrating the dynamics of the battlefield. When called upon to assume the role of a warrior, he fulfills his duties with remarkable proficiency. Do you believe Lin Yuan surpasses Kobe in excellence? The true measure of their superiority will be revealed through the forthcoming matches. In another game on the same day, the Cavaliers suffered yet another defeat against the Pistons. The Pistons established a substantial lead from the outset, reaching over a 20-point advantage by halftime. However, in the second half, LeBron began to relentlessly penetrate the Pistons' interior defense. Despite the formidable defensive prowess of the Pistons quintet, they found it challenging to withstand LeBron's onslaught. Consequently, the second half was characterized by LeBron's relentless pursuit of points. Unfortunately, the deficit created earlier proved too great, and with the Pistons also possessing offensive capabilities, the Cavaliers found themselves trailing by 3 points in the final moments, leading to a regrettable loss. Had the Cavaliers managed the first quarter more effectively, they might have secured victory. For the Pistons, LeBron's performance today subtly revealed a sense of lacking a true superstar scorer. How splendid it would have been had Lin Yuan not departed from the Pistons. The following day, another 2 matchups commenced. After learning from the previous game, Popovich decisively intensified his defense on the outstanding Iverson. Bowen was assigned to shadow Iverson, with Horry often joining Bowen in a concerted effort to contain him. This strategy rendered Iverson exceedingly uncomfortable, as Bowen's defensive positioning was such that he could easily disrupt Iverson's rhythm with just a step. This constant uncertainty hindered Iverson's shooting decisions, frequently plunging him into a state of indecision. Consequently, Iverson's form suffered greatly, depriving the Mavericks of a crucial scoring option in their duel against the Spurs. Meanwhile, the Spurs trio of Duncan, Gin Billy, and Parker thrived, establishing an advantage over Nowitzki and Terry. Ultimately, the Spurs secured a victory on the Mavericks' home turf, leveling the series at 1 game apiece. In the Eastern Conference, the highly anticipated second game between the Knicks and the Heat unfolded. Shaquille O'Neal, like an ancient tree blossoming anew, once again showcased the prowess of a former dominant center. His offensive repertoire, forceful interior attacks, turnaround jumpers, delicate hooks, and thunderous dunks unleashed a relentless barrage upon the Knicks' interior defense. Knicks big men Eddie Curry and Antonio Davis found themselves utterly powerless against O'Neal's display. Within the first 3 minutes, each had accrued 2 personal fouls. O'Neal accounted for the Heat's first 13 points, and the foul trouble in the paint compelled Larry Brown to adjust his lineup, bringing in Jared Jeffries and Randolph Morris. Compared to Curry, these two were significantly less effective, their only redeeming quality being their adequate height. However, they too were unable to withstand O'Neal's overwhelming force. By the end of the first quarter, O'Neal had shot 7 of 9 from the field and converted 8 of 13 free throws, amassing 22 points and 8 rebounds, reminiscent of his once invincible self. However, due to physical limitations, such a performance could only be sustained for a little over a quarter, as his effectiveness waned thereafter. Meanwhile, the Knicks' interior players were burdened with fouls. Recognizing the situation, Riley instructed Wade, Walker, and others to relentlessly attack the paint. By the second quarter, Curry had accumulated 4 fouls, restricting his ability to provide quality rim protection. At times, he hesitated to defend Wade, fearing further fouls. As a result, the Heat's shooters found it remarkably easy to penetrate. Kobe also had a respectable performance, yet fell short of his previous 51-point outing, finishing with only 32. Other players like Kidd and Q couldn't rise to prominence, merely contributing a handful of points. Such performances led to the Knicks suffering a significant defeat at home in the second game, tying the series at 1 game apiece. Post-game interviews resembled a turn-based game, with O'Neal speaking eloquently while Kobe was rendered speechless. The third game arrived swiftly, with the Lakers visiting the Suns' home court. Perhaps inspired by the Heat's game, D'Antoni began to exploit his interior advantages, focusing on Stoudemire and Marion in an attempt to overpower the Lakers' frontcourt. Phil Jackson, heeding Lin Yuan's advice, opted to substitute Bynum for Fry, neglecting serious defense in the paint and merely delaying the opposition's scoring. On offense, Fry floated on the perimeter, shooting threes, while Stoudemire proved difficult to contain. With Lin Yuan, Odom, Crawford, and others present, the Suns found it challenging to focus their defensive efforts on any single player. The first quarter concluded with both teams shooting at commendable rates, the Suns leading by 3 points at 34-37. D'Antoni understood that the Suns' issues never resided in the first quarter, but rather in the transition between starters and bench players. Navigating the period led by Lin Yuan's second unit posed a significant challenge. D'Antoni's solution was to keep Nash on the floor, employing a small ball lineup. This second unit featured Boris Diaw at center, James Jones at power forward, and the Brazilian Lightning Bolt Barbosa at small forward, with Nash and Banks in the backcourt. This arrangement boasted speed, organization, and shooting, leaving Lin Yuan's Lakers' second unit at a disadvantage. Although Diaw stood only 203 centimeters tall, he had previously filled in as a center for a season. Lakers bench players, whether Walton or Vujasic, struggled against Diaw. Apart from relying on Lin Yuan for scoring, they possessed little recourse. The Lakers lineup depended entirely on Lin Yuan's scoring prowess, with each possession revolving around his various methods of scoring. Under Nash's orchestration, the Suns played with remarkable structure, exchanging blows with the Lakers. While they could not establish a significant lead, Stoudemire and his cohorts enjoyed ample rest. Indeed, midway through the second quarter, having rested sufficiently, Stoudemire and Marion re-entered the game. This time, the Lakers found it exceedingly difficult to resist. Stoudemire, being a superstar, did not rely solely on physicality. Upon recognizing the Lakers' lackadaisical defense, he increasingly employed jump shots and other less physically taxing scoring methods. Although thunderous dunks could invigorate the crowd, they were also taxing on stamina. Upon returning to the game, Stoudemire achieved a staggering shooting rate of 6 out of 7. Besides Stoudemire, both Marion and Bell also contributed points. During this period, while Lin Yuan rested on the bench, he still aided the team in his own manner. Unfortunately, Stoudemire and Marion, being star players with a diverse arsenal, posed a challenge for Lin Yuan to fully gauge the situation in the paint. This led to occasional misjudgments, resulting in several unsuccessful data counters. It can be said that the ability to counter data works well against fast-paced or role players but is less effective against stars or in half-court sets. Realizing his current approach was futile against the Suns, Lin Yuan sought to return to the court. However, his request was denied by Phil Jackson. Lin Yuan informed the master that he had fully recuperated and was brimming with energy. However, Phil Jackson merely shook his head in refusal, instructing him to rest properly on the bench. Lin Yuan could only watch anxiously from the sidelines as the game unfolded before him. Each time the Suns executed a brilliant play or when Stoudemire showcased a powerful solo effort, the home crowd erupted in cheers, while Lin Yuan would cast a glance at Phil Jackson. 11 points, 15 points, 18 points, 20 points. Coach, are you truly not going to let me take the court? Yet, it seemed that the Zen master had entered a state of meditation, resolutely keeping Lin Yuan on the bench. During this time, he did make substitutions, but Lin Yuan remained firmly seated, leaving him puzzled about the coach's intentions. As halftime approached, the Lakers found themselves trailing the Suns by 23 points. During the intermission, Lin Yuan approached Phil Jackson once more, expressing his desire to play. "I cannot sit idly on the bench while the team faces defeat." Phil Jackson regarded Lin Yuan with a slight smile and replied, "You need not say anything. In the second half, I shall allow you to play the entirety of the game, should it be necessary." What? Lin Yuan was perplexed by the Zen master's line of thought. What on earth was happening? Had the coaching system awakened within you as well? Was this a wager on the data of coaches? However, Phil Jackson showed no inclination to explain, and Lin Yuan chose not to press further. In the second half of the match, both teams' main players, having enjoyed ample rest, took to the court. After utilizing the system data in the first half, there remained 39 points available. The Lakers initiated a baseline play, and after dribbling past half court, Smush Parker passed the ball to Lin Yuan. Raja Bell approached Lin Yuan, ready to defend. Lin Yuan dribbled in place, keenly observing the movements of every player on the court. The Suns players, relying on instinct, anticipated that he would opt for an early shot. However, Lin Yuan's deft passing skills deterred them from converging on him. With half of the 24-second shot clock elapsed, he suddenly sprang into action, feigning a drive to the left. He swiftly changed direction, effortlessly sidestepping Raja Bell. Yet, known for his tenacious defense, Bell did not succumb to mere passive guarding after being momentarily bypassed. Instead, he pursued Lin Yuan from behind, wrapping his arm around his neck, preparing to execute a chokehold. Last season, Raja Bell had employed the same tactic against Kobe. At times, such brutally aggressive defense serves to convey a clear message: I am not to be trifled with. After Lin Yuan passed Lagable, he decelerated, uncertain whether to drive into the lane or attempt a mid-range shot, when he felt the warm embrace of Bell. Instantly, he adjusted his posture and released the ball just before being pulled by Bell. As his body had lost all balance, he relied on the system's data for this shot. The whistle blew, and Lin Yuan scored 2 points, with an additional free throw to follow. The three referees reviewed the game footage at the technical table and subsequently ejected Bell for a flagrant foul. In addition to the free throw, the Lakers were awarded an extra offensive possession. The free throw was successful, and then the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Yuan momentarily dribbled in place to calibrate his touch before leaping into the air to release a three-point shot. This time, Lin Yuan did not rely on the system. He solely trusted his instinct to make the basket. As the second quarter commenced, Lin Yuan swiftly accumulated 6 points. Subsequently, during the Suns' possession, Stoudemire initiated an inside offensive play. This scenario was markedly different. Lin Yuan was present on the court, and he could distinctly observe Xiaoxi's movements. Xiaoxi leaned against Bynum, gradually pushing inward. Lin Yuan discerned the situation clearly. As Stoudemire and Bynum collided once more, he swiftly employed a data-driven countermeasure. Stoudemire, a center and power forward, possessed only mediocre ball-handling skills. In an unexpected turn, the basketball slipped from his grasp, allowing Lin Yuan to step forward and seize control of the ball. The transition from defense to offense was executed with remarkable alacrity. Lin Yuan advanced swiftly with the ball, and as he approached the arc, he faced Barbosa, who had substituted for Bale. He executed a step-back jump shot. This time, however, Lin Yuan's touch was somewhat off, resulting in a miss. Beneath the basket, Stoudemire and Bynum were engaged in a tussle, preparing to contest for the rebound. Lin Yuan observed keenly as Stoudemire leaped once more, employing data-driven strategies for a counter. Just as Stoudemire was on the verge of grasping the basketball, it slipped from his fingers. Bynum, extending his long arms, managed to snag the ball, attempting a powerful dunk from a standstill. Stoudemire, unable to secure the rebound, found himself in a rather unflattering predicament. Noticing Bynum's intention to dunk, he prepared to deliver a formidable block. Unexpectedly, Bynum exhibited a keen sense of timing. Realizing he could not overpower Stoudemire, he executed a bounce pass to Odom. Marion pursued closely, applying pressure. Odom, exploiting a moment of hesitation, first engaged Marion before forcefully driving to the basket. The whistle blew. Odom missed the additional free throw, completing a 2-0 play. D'Antoni called for a timeout. Barely 2 minutes had elapsed in the second half. Yet the Suns had failed to score on any of their possessions, while the Lakers surged ahead with 8 consecutive points, narrowing the score gap to 15. D'Antoni deemed it necessary to make adjustments. Phil Jackson, too, orchestrated changes, deploying both Bynum and Fry simultaneously, with Odom taking on the small forward role. Crawford continued at the shooting guard position, while Lin Yuan assumed the role of point guard. With Rackhead Bell fouled out, Lin Yuan found himself unchallenged in the backcourt. Was Nash expected to defend against Lin Yuan? Nash's defensive prowess could only be described as commendable in spirit. Jackson's adjustments proved remarkably effective, as the ensuing gameplay fell entirely into Lin Yuan's rhythm. Lin Yuan initiates his offensive maneuvers from the 45-degree arc position each time. When faced solely with Nash's defense, he seizes the opportunity to launch an attack. Whether executing a step-back jumper or a sudden stop after a drive, his accuracy is commendable. Surrounding him are numerous sharpshooters from the Lakers, effectively stretching the Suns' defensive space to an expansive degree. Once the Suns, noticing Lin Yuan's scorching form, attempt to double-team him, it invariably leaves someone open, allowing him to swiftly punish the opposition with a well-timed pass. Fortunately, in this match, the Lakers players maintained a commendable shooting percentage, avoiding the scenario where other teams completely left Green unguarded, as witnessed against the Warriors. As the third quarter progressed, the deficit between the two teams dwindled to within 10 points in less than half a quarter. Observing the gradual erosion of their lead, the young Stoudemire began to grow anxious. On several occasions, upon receiving the ball, he attempted to bulldoze his way to the basket. While Bynum's skills may not compare to Stoudemire's, his physical stature indeed posed a significant challenge. Thus, Stoudemire found it far from easy to contend with Bynum. Lin Yuan subtly interfered with Stoudemire's dribbling, successfully disrupting his offensive rhythm. As the game progressed, Stoudemire's one-on-one attempts yielded little success, while the Lakers continued to close the score gap. In exasperation, D'Antoni was compelled to call yet another timeout, marking his third of the quarter. This time, he had no particular strategy to impart. All he could do was encourage his players to maintain their composure. In truth, the Lakers' tactics this quarter could hardly be deemed tactical. It was merely Bynum safeguarding the paint, while the other 4 players focused on shooting three-pointers. The Suns found themselves in such disarray solely due to that man. Lin Yuan had already amassed 32 points before the conclusion of the third quarter. Mike D'Antoni sighed inwardly, recalling the decision made 2 years prior to part ways with Lin Yuan. Had the team been willing to incur a modicum of luxury tax at that time, they might very well have established a dynasty rather than now being at a loss regarding Lin Yuan's performance. Left to rely on timeouts in a futile attempt to disrupt his rhythm. Upon resuming the game, Corta Thomas and Dia substituted for Amare Stoudemire, while the Zen Master also made several adjustments to his lineup. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan remained on the court. As the game progressed, the home crowd could only watch as Lin Yuan executed various scoring methods, gradually closing the gap and ultimately taking the lead. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Suns found themselves trailing by a single point, having relinquished a staggering 24-point advantage in the third quarter. D'Antoni reinserted his starters, striving valiantly for the final quarter. Surely, Lin Yuan's shooting touch could not remain this impeccable indefinitely? The harsh reality was that, at this juncture, both Stoudemire and Odom were noticeably fatigued. Only Lin Yuan appeared unaffected, brimming with energy. This was partly due to his extended rest during the first half and the increase of 50 stamina points he had gained. Additionally, his relatively low energy expenditure on the defensive end played a role. The fourth quarter turned overwhelmingly one-sided, with the Suns inexplicably enduring a 3-minute scoring drought. With 4 minutes remaining in the game, the Lakers had surged ahead by as much as 16 points. D'Antoni opted to withdraw his starters, conceding defeat. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Suns with a score of 121-109, securing their third victory in the series. Lin Yuan concluded the match with an impressive 19 of 28 shooting, totaling 44 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists, thereby helping his team achieve a commanding 3-0 lead. The path to the Western Conference Finals was now wide open. After the game, in the players' tunnel, Lin Yuan walked alongside Phil Jackson. "Coach, why did you let me rest for so long in the first half? I could have played." The Zen master smiled gently. "What difference does it make? In the end, we still won. Of course it makes a difference. What if we hadn't won?" From an outsider's perspective, trailing by 23 points at halftime, a comeback seems like a long shot, doesn't it? Phil Jackson patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. "Indeed. It is a long shot. So what do you think D'Antoni will do next game?" Lin Yuan gazed at Phil Jackson's head of white hair, as if he had come to grasp his reasoning. If such an advantage could be overturned in this match, how should they approach the next? What if Lin Yuan were not to sit on the sidelines for so long in the forthcoming game? Phil Jackson was undoubtedly engaging in psychological warfare, aiming to leave D'Antoni at a loss, thereby disrupting his own strategies. However, the reality remained that if they secured a 3-0 lead, the opposing team would surely be thrown into disarray. Was there truly a need for such heart-pounding tactics? Could it be that this old fellow had genuinely awakened a system? Was everything merely a task of the system? Upon further reflection, perhaps Phil Jackson was contemplating beyond the immediate. The Lakers' adversaries extended beyond the offensively potent yet defensively weak Suns, potentially facing the well-rounded Mavericks and Spurs, as well as the Eastern Conference's Pistons, Knicks, and Heat. Surely, these teams would also analyze the potential threat posed by the Lakers. Phil Jackson was presenting a challenge. Can you withstand my style of play? As for the possibility of this match going awry, they would still hold the lead. They could always play seriously in the next game. With this thought, Lin Yuan spoke. "Coach, allow me to treat you to a meal? What shall we eat? How about KFC? You, with your multi-million fortune, wish to treat me to KFC? There is a dish that suits you perfectly. Do tell. Fresh shrimp, paired with pig heart. What kind of dish is this? Shrimp and pig heart." The Lakers triumphed over the Suns once more, finally attracting a considerable amount of attention amidst the fervor surrounding Kobe and Shaquille. People couldn't help but fantasize about what it would be like should the Lakers reach the finals, facing the Knicks led by Kobe. Los Angeles, New York. Both cities boasted the highest ticket prices, and the league's revenue was beyond imagination. On New York's Fifth Avenue, in the Olympic Tower, the NBA headquarters, a tall, bespectacled man entered the president's office. "President, did you watch today's game?" Stern nodded. "I have an idea that could significantly enhance the league's visibility." "Oh, please, do share." As president, Stern's ultimate ambition was to elevate the NBA to the status of North America's Premier League. The man before him was his special assistant, Adam Silver, a key ally of Stern. The matchup between Kobe and Shaquille had garnered immense attention. If the Knicks were to defeat the Heat, followed by the Cavaliers overcoming the Pistons, it would lead to a showdown between Kobe and LeBron in the Eastern Conference Finals, undoubtedly drawing significant interest. The Cavaliers were likely to falter in this matchup, allowing the Knicks to progress to the finals. If the Knicks were to face the Lakers in the championship series, it would mark the Lakers' return to the finals. Kobe would return to the finals. Moreover, Lin Yuan and Kobe would each confront their former teams. My goodness, David, can you envision such a scene? Stern was captivated. For the scene described by Silver indeed epitomized the most exquisite narrative. If that were the case, it would be ideal, not merely a hypothetical. For we possess the ability to dictate the course of the games. David Stern furrowed his brow. As the president of a commercial league, he was all too familiar with the intricacies of behind-the-scenes maneuvering. However, to manifest the script envisioned by Silver would necessitate a conspicuous orchestration. a course of action Stern was decidedly reluctant to undertake. I believe it would be prudent to refrain from such measures. A fleeting surge in attention cannot conceal potential repercussions. Should fans perceive the NBA as merely a scripted performance, it would only serve to diminish their fervor for basketball. Silver pondered for a moment before suggesting, at the very least, let us ensure Kobe and LeBron face each other? No, I maintain that we must entrust the games to the players. Silver acknowledged the sentiment and departed from the president's office. Subsequently, he made a call, issuing directives for the forthcoming matches. The president advocated for relinquishing control to the players. I shall first steer the games to a 7th match, then hand it over to them. That seems reasonable, does it not? On the day of the Lakers match, the Cavaliers hosted the Pistons. In this game, James exhibited remarkable prowess, accumulating 38 points, 16 rebounds, and 5 assists, leading his team to a much-needed victory. The following day, the Mavericks faced the Spurs in their third encounter, where the Spurs continued their stellar performance from the previous game. Coach Popovich persisted with Bowen's strategy against Iverson. As a superlative superstar, Iverson was not easily contained by Bowen, still managing to score over 30 points. The Mavericks primarily faltered due to their role players' collective silence. Apart from Nowitzki and Iverson, only Terry managed to secure a meager 11 points. Such a performance made it virtually impossible to triumph over the Spurs, who took a 2-1 lead. The highly anticipated clash between the Knicks and the Heat saw Silver's influence come into play, despite the series also extending to 7 games. The differing dynamics of the match significantly impacted audience engagement. Ideally, there would be a win for each side, maintaining suspense until the final moment. Under Silver's covert manipulation, the first quarter commenced with O'Neal incurring 2 fouls. The inherent competitiveness between the Knicks and the Heat tilted in favor of the Knicks as O'Neal faced early foul trouble. Ultimately, the Knicks secured victory in the third game with an 8-point advantage. During the much-cherished post-game interview segment, Kobe and O'Neal exchanged fierce remarks. In truth, both wished to refrain from excessive commentary, yet the reporters' provocations were relentless. Kobe recounted O'Neal's statements while O'Neal relayed Kobe's words, reveling in the drama. As the Lakers approached their 4th game, D'Antoni opted for a high-stakes strategy, resolutely double-teaming Lin. Even with Lin's exceptional passing skills, the intent was to stifle his influence. Regarding the performances of other players, the gamble was that they would fail to maintain consistent shooting throughout the game. D'Antoni's assessment proved astute. As aside from Odom and a portion of Crawford, the remaining players were erratic. The pivotal question remained, could the double team effectively contain Lin? The reality was that neither Rondo nor Diaw succeeded in limiting Lin's impact. Initially, Bell sought to regain control, exhibiting overly aggressive defensive maneuvers. However, Lin thrived on such opportunities, effortlessly shooting over Bell. Following a successful shot, he was awarded a free throw. Bell quickly found himself in foul trouble, having been called for 2 fouls by Lin, which compelled him to adopt a more disciplined approach, diligently guarding Lin's avenues of attack. Lin Yuan decisively withdrew the battle line to nearly 2 meters beyond the 3-point arc. Bell and Dio could only watch as Lin Yuan effortlessly sank one long-range 3-pointer after another. Beyond his own scoring, whenever there was a favorable opportunity for his teammates, Lin Yuan would deliver the ball with pinpoint accuracy. In this match, the Lakers effectively played a 4-against-3, with Nash, whose defensive capabilities were marginally better than none, facilitating a remarkably smooth game. Moreover, whether it was Lin Yuan's illusion or not, the referees seemed particularly biased in favor of the Lakers during this match. The Suns were penalized for even the slightest physicality. A combination of multiple factors led to the Lakers achieving a staggering 70% shooting accuracy in the first quarter. Despite the Suns displaying commendable offensive efforts, they gradually fell behind. While the Suns managed to hold their ground in the first quarter, they began to collapse entirely in the second. D'Antoni, lacking motivation, called only a few symbolic timeouts to devise strategies. Beyond that, he merely watched as the Lakers dominated the Suns. By the fourth quarter, he resorted to fielding the bench players, effectively signaling the premature end of the season. As the final buzzer sounded, the Lakers swept the Suns 4-0, avenging the previous season's defeat. After the game, someone asked Lin Yuan whether he could maintain his tradition of winning championships each season. Lin Yuan smiled and remarked, "I am already contemplating the celebratory parade following our championship victory. After all, it's merely grandiose talk. If it materializes, it would be remarkable. If it doesn't, we will be ridiculed regardless of whether such statements were made." The Lakers have advanced to the next round, thereby elevating their statistical ceiling by 2 points. Presently, His statistics have reached 67-87. Following this, the Lakers have been granted several days of respite, and since the identity of their next opponent remains uncertain, Phil Jackson has afforded the players a 2-day break. During this period, Lin Yuan accompanied Shally to the United States, where they met several Hollywood film producers. As night fell, their intimate moments were beyond mention. Meanwhile, other matches continued. The Cavaliers secured yet another victory at home, leveling the series at 2-2. The following day, the Heat faced the Knicks at home. This time, the Knicks found themselves in foul trouble, their interior players overwhelmed by Shaquille O'Neal, who dismantled their defensive capabilities. Consequently, the Knicks could no longer withstand Dwayne Wade's relentless attacks inside. Although Kobe Bryant continued to score, the Heat's role players consistently contributed significant firepower. The combined statistics of Peja Stojakovic and Sam Cassell mirrored that of Kobe. Thus, the Knicks were unable to emerge victorious, resulting in the score being equalized. The Spurs and Mavericks appeared to have coordinated their efforts, with the Mavericks winning on the road, thus drawing the series level. This meant that the Western Conference semifinals would feature 3 decisive matchups. The first to commence was the Cavaliers versus the Pistons. In this game, LeBron James unequivocally showcased his superstar potential, scoring 23 points in the fourth quarter alone, clinching the pivotal game. In other matches, the Spurs triumphed at the Mavericks' home, while the Knicks claimed victory on their own court. In the subsequent round, the Cavaliers advanced 4-2 against the Pistons, and the Spurs similarly progressed 4-2 against the Mavericks. Meanwhile, the Heat defended their home court, extending the suspense to a final game. At Madison Square Garden, countless reporters gathered, eager to witness the first playoff clash between Kobe and Shaquille since their separation. Regardless of the outcome, this game would undoubtedly determine a victor. Prior to the game, as players entered the arena, reporters had been waiting. "Kobe, could you share your thoughts on this game?" "I will win this game. It's that simple," Kobe coolly replied before turning away. Shaquille, faced with similar inquiries, elaborated a bit more. "I don't see what there is to discuss, since Kobe left. I haven't even reached the conference finals. But you have Wade by your side. Did I have Wade when I defeated Jordan to reach the finals? So, you believe you will win this game?" "Yes, I will show Kobe that without me, he is nothing." Reporters swiftly noted this statement, which would become the headline news just before the commencement of the match. As night descended, Madison Square Garden was teeming with spectators. The ticket prices for this event had soared to an astonishing $500, yet many remained unable to secure a ticket. They could only linger outside the venue, hoping for someone to exit prematurely. The most coveted front-row seats were priced even higher, and for this particular match, the cost was not the primary obstacle. Even wealth could not guarantee a purchase. Those fortunate enough to occupy the front row were the elite and affluent of New York, alongside numerous high-ranking NBA officials. For instance, Adam Silver occupied a seat in the front row. Thus far, the progression of the playoffs lay firmly within his grasp. On this pivotal day, he felt compelled to be present in person, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away on the West Coast, Lin Yuan resided in his home in Los Angeles. Lin Yuan settled in front of the television, surrounded by an array of snacks, eagerly anticipating the thrilling confrontation between the two teams. As the match commenced, both sides made strategic adjustments to their lineups. The Knicks fielded a starting 5 of Eddie Curry, Battier, Kobe, Richardson, and Kidd. Perhaps influenced by the Lakers series against the Suns, Larry Brown opted for a lineup featuring 1 big and 4 small players. The Heat mirrored this approach, with Shaquille O'Neal anchoring the paint. Peja took the role of starting power forward, accompanied by Cassell, Wade, and White Chocolate, creating a formidable offensive lineup. As the game began, O'Neal faced off against Curry for the jump ball, granting possession to the Heat. White Chocolate orchestrated the offense, passing the ball to Wade. Confronted by Kidd's defense, Wade sidestepped to the left to attempt a shot. However, Kidd shadowed him closely, leaving Wade insufficient space for a clean attempt. Reluctantly, Wade abandoned his offensive play and passed the ball to Peja in the corner. Peja adjusted his stance, preparing to shoot, but Battier leapt into action to obstruct him. Seizing the moment, Peja leaned against Battier and took the shot. The whistle blew. Lin Yuan shook his head. Battier's decision was rather unwise. Even in a face-to-face defense, he would find it challenging to guard Peja, let alone in such a scenario. It was a needless sacrifice. Huh? On the television screen, Riley appeared utterly incredulous, animatedly expressing something, his slick-back hair slightly disheveled. Peja, with an innocent expression, raised his hands in disbelief. The referee astonishingly called an offensive foul on Peja. This was something Lin Yuan had not anticipated. Could there be an angle that the television did not capture? In the next moment, the live broadcast began to replay. The footage revealed Page's shooting posture was impeccably standard, devoid of any extraneous movements. Yet, the referee showed no inclination to overturn the decision, steadfastly upholding the foul against Page. The Heat, resigned to their fate, retreated to their half of the court. The Knicks launched their offense. Kidd dribbled past the half-court line and passed to Kobe. Wade guarded Kobe one-on-one, closely shadowing him regardless of his directional shifts. Kobe, with his back to Wade, leaned in, attempting to create space. The back-to-basket move followed by a fadeaway jumper is one of Kobe's signature techniques. He edged closer, while Wade gradually retreated. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Castle moved into double team, but before he could arrive, the whistle blew. Wade was called for a defensive foul. Lin Yuan gaped in astonishment. What? No way, my friend. After just 2 rounds of heated exchanges, is it that targeted? Due to this play, Kobe refrained from taking a shot, merely committing a standard foul. The Knicks reorganized their strategy. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe utilized a screen from Kidd and executed a long 2-point shot, successfully finding the net. Lin Yuan's phone rang. It was a call from Taylor. Hello. What are you up to? I'm watching the game. Would you like to come over and watch with me? I can't. I'm busy producing an album every day. Today is the decisive Game 7 between the Knicks and the Heat. Are you sure you don't want to catch a glimpse? What is there to catch? The Knicks are bound to win. You're quite confident. Lin Yuan chuckled as he glanced at the television screen, where the Knicks were already leading 7-2 by 5 points. It's not just confidence. I simply know the Heat will be annihilated today. Oh? How do you know? My dad told me. How does your dad know? Taylor hesitated for a second before revealing, the Spinach Company collaborates with my dad. And they have insider information that NBA executives are eager to see Kobe face LeBron in the Eastern Conference Finals. Adam Silver? How do you know? Lin Yuan immediately recalled the various controversial maneuvers employed by Xiaohua following his succession of Stern. The NBA has long been scrutinized for its alleged manipulation of games. But it was during Xiaohua's tenure that such doubts began to proliferate on a grand scale. Well, I must convey to you that there is little of significance to observe in this match. Lin Yuan chuckled and replied, No, hearing you say that, I suddenly find this match even more intriguing. Goodness, you can't possibly think that the Heat can sway the referee, can you? Lin Yuan pondered, although the Heat were formidable. I possess a system. After disconnecting the call with Taylor, Lin pushed aside the snacks on the table and began to watch the game intently. At that moment, the Knicks led by 8 points with a score of 19-11. Page, burdened with 2 fouls, was substituted for protection, while the other starters had at least 1 foul apiece. Most critically, the Heat seemed to have grasped the nuances of the game, significantly reducing physical confrontations. Their offensive maneuvers lacked aggression, and defensively, they refrained from intensifying their efforts. Conversely, the Knicks, astute as they were, capitalized on the referee's bias to swiftly extend their lead. On the court, referees Foster and Silver exchanged glances. Silver discreetly scratched his ear, signaling for Foster to momentarily cease targeting the Heat. With the Knicks playing with an advantage, victory appeared within their grasp. The camera shifted to Silver, who promptly lowered his hand and flashed his signature feigned smile at the lens. Lin Yuan sat at home, smiling at the sight of Xiaohua on the television. Well, let us begin. With the game resuming, Mourning, Walker, and Posey replaced O'Neal, Castle, and White Chocolate. Alongside Haslam, who took Page's place, Wade remained the sole starter. It was evident to anyone that the Knicks' defensive focus was on him. Wade initiated the offense, with Kobe personally tasked to defend him. Struggling to penetrate Kobe's defense, Wade executed a pick-and-roll with Walker. The Knicks employed a strategy of incessant switches, determined to deny Wade any space. Yet, Wade, being Wade, faced the imposing Big Q and resolutely took a shot, making a difficult basket and narrowing the score to 13-19. Kobe smiled and nodded at Wade, signaling that he had made a commendable shot. As the Knicks launched their offense, Kidd orchestrated the play. Dribbling past half-court, he gestured with his left hand, directing his teammates' movements. Suddenly, the ball slipped from his grasp, and as Kidd turned to retrieve it, it rolled back into his own half. A backcourt violation ensued. The Heat regained possession. The home crowd of Knicks fans erupted in boos, and the referees could only shrug in acknowledgement. Such a blatant backcourt infraction could not go uncalled. Kidd chuckled at himself. Such a non-contested, unforced error was indeed rare for him. This misstep was orchestrated by Lin Yuan. who initially had no intention of targeting a maestro-like Kidd, knowing that ball handling was his forte. However, upon noticing Kidd distractedly directing traffic, he seized the opportunity to disrupt his dribble. To his surprise, it succeeded, causing the Knicks to lose a possession. As the Heat launched their attack, Wade was not as fortunate this time. He challenged Kobe and forced a shot that barely grazed the rim. Amidst the scramble for the rebound, the veteran Mourning secured the ball and powered through the crowd. With an emphatic dunk, he concluded the offensive play, roaring towards the heavens as if he had returned to the zenith of his career. The score stood at 15-19 in favor of the Knicks. The Knicks prepared for another offensive foray, and this time, Kidd approached with heightened caution. Lin Yuan understood that the same tactic could not be employed against Kidd twice, so he refrained from taking any action. Kobe received a pass from Kidd and, noticing that Bosh and Walker had already converged, deftly transferred the ball to Big Q. Big Q executed a jump shot, his shooting form and hand positioning impeccable. He felt it. The moment he released the ball, it seemed destined to find the net. Alas, it missed. Richardson shook his head, realizing that fortune was not on his side. Lin Yuan silently murmured on the West Coast, "Brother, I am truly sorry. This is not what I desire." Fortunately, the Heat turned their focus to offense, yet failed to score. The Knicks, despite several attempts, could not find the net, prompting Kobe to take matters into his own hands. Faced with Posey's defense, he decisively executed a back-to-the-basket move, swiftly pivoting for a fadeaway jump shot. Bang! In Huabwa. The Knicks game took place in the morning. Many student fans could only discreetly watch the text broadcast on their mobile phones. Zhang Xiaoming was no exception. Kobe isolated Antoine Walker, creating space for a mid-range shot. He drove into the paint, but Haslam was there to challenge him. A fadeaway jumper. Zhang Xiaoming, please answer this question. Huh? Zhang Xiaoming stared blankly at the teacher, unsure which question was being referred to. Fortunately, his desk mate, in a show of solidarity, discreetly passed him a note with the answer written on it. Ferric oxide. The teacher instructed him to sit down, but in his fluster, he accidentally dropped his phone on the floor, catching the teacher's attention. What is this? Who permitted you to bring a phone? I will inform your parents this weekend. I must conduct a home visit. Zhang Xiaoming's parents were abroad, and he quickly replied, Teacher, I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not contact my parents. The teacher shook his head, quoting the renowned educator Sukhomlinsky. However, Zhang Xiaoming was in no mood to listen to the Soviet scholar, contemplating whether to hire a housekeeper to stand in for his mother. At Madison Square Garden, the home crowd fell silent. Kobe had missed 5 consecutive shots. In between, Foster had committed a shooting foul against Posey, resulting in 2 missed free throws, leaving the commentators speechless. When was the last time Kobe had missed both of his free throws? Or was this the first occasion? Regardless, the Knicks had failed to score on 8 consecutive possessions. Meanwhile, the Heat seized the opportunity to take the lead, 20-19, by 1 point. Foster and Silver exchanged a knowing glance, with Silver nodding subtly. In the next play, Wade dribbled, preparing for a drive, when suddenly the whistle blew. Walker had committed a foul while setting a screen. With the foul count sufficient, Kidd stepped up for the free throws. First attempt, missed. Second attempt, missed. Mourning secured the rebound, launching a long pass to Wade, who had already begun the fast break. Kobe reacted swiftly, sprinting after Wade as he took off. However, he never anticipated that Kidd would miss both free throws. Consequently, when Wade reached the basket, Kobe was still half a step behind. Wade executed a layup, and Kobe swatted it away. Beep. As the whistle blew, Wade committed an offensive foul. The Heat players erupted in outrage, surrounding the referee in a fervent debate. Initially, Foster attempted to provide an explanation, but as the situation escalated, he resorted to issuing a technical foul to the most irate, Mourning. This only fueled Mourning's fury. Had it not been for his teammates desperately restraining him, he might have resorted to throwing punches. The game pressed on, with Kobe stepping up to the free throw line. This chapter has more to unfold, so please turn to the next page for a more riveting continuation. 2 standard free throws and 2 for the technical fouls followed. The first shot, clang. The second shot, clang. The third and fourth, clang, clang. Madison Square Garden fell into an eerie silence. Missing 4 consecutive free throws is a feat even Shaquille O'Neal would struggle to achieve. On the sidelines, Riley, who had been scowling, couldn't help but chuckle at this turn of events. O'Neal's antics were even more exaggerated, his towel waving creating an illusion of motion. As the Heat launched another attack, James Posey committed yet another offensive foul. Richardson stepped up to the line, only to miss both attempts. Silver's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, as he rubbed the corners of his eyes in disbelief. What was happening here? The opportunity to score was right before them, yet they couldn't capitalize. The commentators were at a loss for words. With Kenny Smith and Barkley resorting to light banter to pass the time during this lackluster stretch, the Knicks' struggles were surely temporary. They would surely improve as the game progressed. However, the most tormented were the spectators. What began as an anticipated clash of titans devolved into a lackluster contest reminiscent of a scrappy schoolyard match. The defensive intensity touted by both teams was rendered moot by their inability to convert free throws. What did that have to do with defense? As the first quarter concluded, the Heat led the Knicks 25-23, with a significant portion of their points accrued in the earlier part of the quarter. The two teams combined for less than 10 points in the latter half. Despite Lin Yuan's efforts, he was unable to completely stifle the Knicks' offense, as determining the opportune moments for inside shots proved to be quite challenging. During the intermission, both coaches were fervently encouraging their players. Larry Brown remarked that the Heat might not accumulate many fouls in the latter part of the game, emphasizing their need for vigilance. Meanwhile, Riley asserted that the Knicks might not miss as many shots, insisting on their resolve. Understood, he reassured. I will arrange everything accordingly. You all need not worry. After concluding the call, which was with the owner of the largest betting platform in the United States, Adam Silver was intent on fostering a deeper collaboration between the NBA and betting companies, maintaining a close rapport with them. This time, the betting company had offered favorable odds for the Heat, a subtle cue from Silver. However, the situation at the end of the first quarter appeared somewhat dire. Although they were merely trailing by a few points, the Knicks' performance left the owners feeling uneasy. Eagerly, they reached out to Silver, urging him to exert a more positive influence to steer the game back on course. Once the call ended, Silver gestured to Foster, who understood that it was time to intensify their efforts. As the second quarter commenced, O'Neal and Pager returned to the game. Wade, having played the entirety of the first quarter, was replaced by Castle. The Knicks initiated the first play, with Kobe taking possession and charging down the court single-handedly. During the break, Kobe found himself grappling with his prior performance. He took the liberty to shoot a few practice shots, achieving an impressive 7 out of 8 accuracy, which significantly bolstered his confidence, convincing him that his earlier struggles were merely a temporary setback. As the game resumed, Kobe dribbled into the three-point line, stopping near the free throw line to adjust his rhythm before launching a mid-range shot. His shooting form was nothing short of exemplary, eliciting a chorus of admiration from the fans. The home crowd erupted in cheers, captivated by his hand positioning, leg stance, and arm angle. Alas, the ball clanged against the rim and veered off course, extinguishing the once vibrant atmosphere in the arena. Page secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Castle, who was streaking down the court. However, Kobe anticipated the passing lane and intercepted the ball with precision. It was a second-chance opportunity. At that moment, the Heat's formation was in disarray. The defender in front of Kobe, a white player, was unable to maintain his footing and slipped to the ground. Within 3 steps of Kobe, there was no defender present. In a matter of moments, he took a quick shot. Kobe extended his long arms, aimed at the basket, and gently released the basketball with an exceptionally soft touch. The multitude of fans at Madison Square Garden rose in anticipation of this shot. The Knicks supporters were filled with high hopes this season. If last season's unexpected championship victory led by Lin was a delightful surprise, this season was one marked by determined ambition for the New York fans. After all, the acquisition of the league's elite Kobe in exchange for an average star like Lin signified a substantial enhancement. Even though the initial phase was marred by the discord between Marbury and Kobe, the transition from Marbury to Kidd represented an undeniable elevation in player caliber. Thus, the singular goal for the Knicks this season was clear: the championship. Encountering the Heat in the playoffs was perceived as a perfect narrative by the fans. If the path to victory were devoid of excitement, would it not be utterly mundane? Yet, it was unforeseen that the Heat would push the Knicks to the brink of a Game 7. Nevertheless, securing a home victory remained paramount. As the game commenced, Kobe's lack of precision in the first quarter, mirrored by the entire team's struggles, left the fans in a state of unease. They fervently wished for Kobe to sink this shot, to soothe their anxious hearts. Under such an emotional atmosphere, tens of thousands of eyes followed the trajectory of the basketball. Kobe's shot arced through the air with a flawless curve, reminiscent of a shooting star streaking across the night sky. An archer's elegant release of a tautly drawn bow, the vibrant rainbow that appears after a rain shower, or the graceful movements of a rhythmic gymnast with her ribbons. It was akin to a craftsman powerfully shaping a Damascus blade, like striking droplets of water with a hammer, and even the resonant sound of the basketball colliding with the rim. This highly anticipated shot, however, clanged off the iron. Shaquille O'Neal gleefully gathered the rebound, joy radiating from him like that of a child. Kobe, with a resigned wave of his hand, displayed a flicker of frustration. He had felt confident about the shot, yet it failed to find its mark, a source of genuine exasperation. As the Heat launched their offense, Page received the ball beyond the three-point line and successfully made his first shot. The score read 28-23, with the Heat extending their lead to 5 points. Adam Silver wore an impassive expression, yet his eyes betrayed the anger simmering within. What on earth is Foster doing? Foster, equally perplexed, wondered how he was to call a foul when Page had no defender near him. As the Knicks initiated their offense, Kidd deftly delivered a precise pass to Eddie Curry. Curry, undeterred by the formidable presence of Shaquille O'Neal, managed to score a hard-fought field goal amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, observing from his vantage point, shrugged his shoulders. It was not a matter of his lack of effort. Rather, Eddie Curry simply lacked the finesse of a player like Kobe. It may sound peculiar, but this sentiment resonated deeply with Lin Yuan. He found it effortless to disrupt the rhythm of players with fundamentally sound shooting techniques like Ray Allen, Tracy McGrady, or Kobe, allowing him to counter their offensive maneuvers at opportune moments. Conversely, he struggled against those with unorthodox styles, such as Hayes' three-part free throw or Big Baby Anderson's stutter step drives. The game continued as Kidd exchanged brief words with Kobe, urging him to focus on penetrating the paint. The requirements for scoring in the interior are somewhat less stringent. Recognizing his current struggle, he was advised not to cling stubbornly to his usual approach. Initially, Kobe was reluctant to heed this advice, true to his nature. He preferred to sink a shot before altering his strategy. However, Kidd's words struck a chord. Kobe, you don't want to lose to Shaquille, do you? This statement was sufficiently compelling, prompting Kobe to receive the ball at the top of the arc, execute a deceptive feint to elude white chocolate, and drive towards the basket. As he approached the hoop, O'Neal positioned himself to block. The Shark swung his arms, attempting to swat the shot away, envisioning the elation that would follow if he could deny Kobe even once. Understanding O'Neal's mindset, Kobe feigned a rise, tricking Shaquille before elegantly executing a layup off the backboard and into the net. The fluidity of his movements finally shattered his scoring drought. The whistle blew, signaling a foul on O'Neal, and Kobe was granted an additional free throw. This time, Lin Yuan refrained from interference, and Kobe converted the extra shot. The Knicks fans, having endured a prolonged silence, erupted in jubilant cheers. On the sidelines, Xiaohua's expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, TNT hosts Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley exhaled in relief. Had the game continued in a state of disarray, it might have deterred viewership in the second half. At this juncture, the score stood at a mere 2-point difference between the teams, rendering the contest virtually neck and neck. Lin Yuan gazed at the television, hoping that the subsequent calls made by the referee would be fair, or at least not overtly biased against the Heat. If this were the case, he would refrain from further data hedging. After all, many of the Knicks were once his teammates. They could lose. But it must not be perceived that Lin Yuan intentionally caused their defeat. Moreover, deep down, Lin Yuan was curious to witness the outcome of the clash between the 23rd and 24th. The wind desired tranquility, yet the trees continued to sway. Lin Yuan yearned for a fair and thrilling contest, yet Xiaohua harbored a contrasting sentiment. As long as the Knicks did not secure a substantial lead, a sense of unease lingered within him. In the ensuing match, Foster continued to exert his prowess, prompting O'Neal to accumulate his third foul and necessitating his departure once more. The others fared little better. Wade, Castle, and White all found themselves burdened with 2 fouls. This precarious situation meant that any further misstep could result in 3 fouls, complicating the latter half of the game. Similarly, Foster relentlessly targeted the Heat players, while Lin Yuan unleashed his fervor. In the second quarter, Kobe attempted 9 shots, netting a mere 7 points, while Kidd took 6 shots for only 2 points. Richardson fared slightly better, managing 3 points from 4 attempts. The shooting accuracy was dismal, and securing rebounds proved elusive. Eddie Curry, endowed with the physique of a full-sized center, struggled to compete for rebounds against Page and Haslam, even when positioned advantageously. He often fell just short in his attempts to secure the ball. Castle committed an offensive foul, granting possession to the Knicks. Antoine Walker was fouled while shooting, leading to Kobe taking free throws. Both were missed. The Heat pressed forward, with Wade aggressively attacking Kidd, only to be called for an offensive foul. Once again handing the ball to the Knicks, Larry Brown contemplated calling a timeout for strategic adjustments but found himself at a loss for what to address. The team's issues did not stem from tactical execution, but rather from a lack of spacing and consistent scoring. This left him utterly helpless. Just wait a moment. Observe. Larry reassured himself. In the CCT5 broadcast room, the commentators appeared bewildered. Host Yang Jian and guest Su Kun sighed continuously, lamenting the unattractiveness of the match. Director Zhang resolutely disagreed with this assessment, asserting that the game showcased an uncommon level of excellence. Many spectators fall into a misconception, believing that a high score equates to high skill. In reality, truly captivating games are characterized by the intellectual duel between offense and defense. Director Zhang, could you elucidate where the intellectual battle lies on both sides? All I observe is one side committing continuous fouls while the other repeatedly misses shots, Su Kun inquired. Well, the Knicks have garnered a few more free throws, but that's merely a consequence of the Heat's overly aggressive defense, Zhang countered. It is precisely because of the Heat's defensive intensity that the Knicks' shooting percentage is abysmally low. Notably, Zhang's logic held a semblance of coherence. Yang Jian chuckled, Director Zhang. The Knicks have not converted many of their free throws either. Is that also a result of the Heat's aggression? Or is it simply a matter of poor shooting touch? No, that merely reflects a lack of shooting rhythm, Zhang clarified. So, Knicks players exhibit sound shooting touch in regular shots, but struggle with free throws? Is that correct? Indeed. One must possess audacity to remain invincible. Coach Zhang firmly asserts this, leaving others with little room to counter his claim. In the midst of this discussion, Kobe found himself with a rare opportunity to shoot. Ah, behold. It is precisely at this moment that Kobe will enlighten you with a resounding thud. Yang Jian, intrigued, implored. Coach Zhang, please continue. We are all ears. I am particularly eager to discover what Kobe will reveal to us. Merely banter. Surely, someone has hurled disparaging remarks at Kobe. We all know that he is a person of deep sensitivity. No, we are unaware. Perhaps only you possess this knowledge. Even Kobe himself does not. This match is destined to become yet another classic example of Coach Zhang's absurd commentary. However, at this juncture, the audience has lost their inclination to mock him. Everyone is lamenting the officiating and Kobe's performance. The most scandalous playoffs in history. Can you believe the Heat were penalized 19 times in just a half and a quarter? Is the league favoring them? They might as well just award the championship to the Knicks. Want to avoid fouls? Simply refrain from committing them. Open your eyes and consider, was Page's shot a foul? Those who claim Page was not at fault are basketball blind. Conclusion reached. I assure you, such a plethora of free throws will undoubtedly disrupt Kobe's rhythm. His subpar performance is a direct result of the referee's favoritism. I can no longer bear this. I implore the officials to extend their leniency towards Wade. Is the referee not sufficiently lenient towards Wade? Did Wade not receive preferential treatment in the last finals? To the individual above, from which realm do you hail? Wasn't it the Knicks versus the Mavericks last season? What does Wade have to do with this? Goodness, I'll let that slip. The time police are sure to apprehend me. In the Eastern Conference Finals, a clash of two favored teams, who truly reigns as the league's darling, LeBron or Kobe? Are you truly that oblivious? How has LeBron been favored? The multitude of free throws against the Pistons, is that not preferential treatment? LeBron has always played this way, so let us not speak falsehoods with our eyes wide open, but rather reflect on our own shortcomings. After all these years, have you improved your game? Have you trained diligently? Not only were the fans of the Chinese national team in disarray, but even those from the United States, including the home crowd, were unable to bear it. When Foster called O'Neal for his third foul, boos erupted from the stands. Perhaps they felt that the referee was stealing the spotlight, disrupting what could have been a splendid match. Gradually, Foster became more cautious in his officiating. Even when Xiaohua continually signaled him, he remained unperturbed. Fortunately, Lin Yuan observed that the referee had considerably restrained himself, and thus ceased his own criticisms. In the latter half of the second quarter, both teams began to perform more consistently. By halftime, the score stood at 42-39 in favor of the Heat, a figure that might be deemed low even during a Spurs-Pistons matchup, especially considering it was merely the first half. Typically, the scoring in the second half tends to be lower than that of the first. As the second half commenced, Xiaohua returned to his position, his expression composed. No one could discern what transpired within him during halftime or whether he received any phone calls. Upon his return, he issued further directives to Foster. Foster's face resembled that of a bitter melon. His officiating in the first half had already sparked considerable discontent. Should he continue in the same vein during the second half, he would likely be inundated with criticism by the end of the game, potentially jeopardizing his career as an official. As the special assistant to the commissioner, Shao was also regarded as the next president in the minds of many. Offending him could spell disaster for one's future in the NBA. A comprehensive solution was imperative. With a slight smile, Foster devised a plan. As soon as the second half began, he would call a foul against the Heat's star player, allowing the Knicks to gain a substantial lead. Once the Knicks secured a decisive advantage, he would then balance the calls in favor of the Knicks. Consequently, those who did not witness the game would only be able to gauge the situation through the statistics. Upon noticing an equal number of fouls for both sides, they would undoubtedly proclaim, "This referee is quite fair." Confident in his scheme, Foster awaited the commencement of the second half. Meanwhile, Kobe gazed intently at the scoreboard, resolute in his determination to reclaim the respect lost in the first half. As the second half began, the Knicks executed their first offensive play. Kobe dribbled past half-court and, from 2 steps beyond the three-point line, unleashed a sudden strike. Swish. The net rippled. The score was tied. A smile graced Kobe's face. This was a true display of his prowess. This shot invigorated not only Kobe but also the Knicks and their home fans, filling Madison Square Garden with an uproar of cheers. As the Heat took possession for their next offensive play, Foster hesitated on the sidelines. With Kobe's rhythm returning, should he relinquish control of the game to the players? Perhaps it was unnecessary to continue his scrutiny. As he pondered these thoughts, he unconsciously cast a glance at Shao, only to find the latter's hawkish gaze fixated upon him. Foster shivered, his mind consumed with the repercussions of offending Shao. The more he contemplated, the greater his apprehension grew, and in a moment of agitation, he inadvertently blew his whistle. On the court, the 10 players from both teams stood still, uncertain as to whom the whistle was directed. Foster was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts racing as he quickly assessed which 2 players were entangled in a fierce struggle. Any foul would suffice, he thought. However, the coaches had given specific instructions during halftime. The Heat could not afford to risk further fouls and were instructed to retreat, while the Knicks, wary of potential retribution from the referees in the second half, were also advised to avoid confrontation. Consequently, the distance between each pair of players exceeded a meter. An idea struck Foster. He pointed at Mourning on the sidelines and called a technical foul against him, citing that Mourning was laughing, coupled with the earlier incident. Mourning was ejected from the game. The Heat's bench was left in shock. Mourning had only laughed upon hearing the whistle. Could one penalize me for actions I might take in the future? Riley, hands on his hips, shook his head. The shadow of foul play loomed large over this match. Had it not been for the erratic performance of the Knicks' backcourt, led by Kobe, the referees would not have resorted to such blatant bias. With Mourning's ejection, Kobe stepped up to take free throws, successfully sinking both and helping the Knicks regain the lead. In the Central 5 live broadcast studio, Director Zhang spoke fervently, proclaiming this as the clarion call for the Knicks' victory. After blowing the whistle, Foster resolved to ensure the Knicks' triumph, and in the next possession, Wade was called for a foul while attempting to drive, losing possession. The Knicks launched their offensive, with Kidd lofting a pass to Curry. Curry drove to the basket, only to be obstructed by O'Neal's foul, leading Eddie Curry to the free throw line. The significance of the free throws was overshadowed by the fact that this marked O'Neal's 4th foul. The second half had only just begun, and if this trend continued, it was highly probable that he would be ejected from the game. In the Central 5 studio, Sukun could no longer contain her frustration. This was the darkest game I have ever witnessed. How can the referees so brazenly assist the Knicks and still claim any semblance of fairness? Director Zhang shook his head, asserting that the referees' actions were, in fact, a favor to O'Neal. Yang Jian and Sukun were momentarily at a loss for words in response to such a counterintuitive statement. They invited Director Zhang to share his perspective. Firstly, we must acknowledge a truth. The Heat, under normal circumstances, could not prevail against the Knicks. No, Director Zhang. How did you arrive at that conclusion? Sukun interjected. It's all right, Teacher Su. Let Director Zhang finish, came the reply. Director Zhang continued. Given that the Heat were destined to lose, it follows that O'Neal was fated to be bested by Kobe. Kobe, it seems, is perhaps the individual Shaquille O'Neal least desires to concede defeat to. The league, in a bid to preserve O'Neal's reputation, appears to implement a subtly biased officiating. The intention is to provide O'Neal with an exit strategy, suggesting that his loss is not due to a lack of prowess, but rather the unfairness of the officiating. Otherwise, if the refereeing were entirely impartial and O'Neal were to lose, what excuse would remain? The NBA is not merely a battleground. It is a realm of human relationships. Yang Jian suppressed a chuckle and turned to Sukun. What are your thoughts, Teacher Sue? I am uncertain how to interpret it, as my knowledge of basketball does not suffice to explain all that I have witnessed. Let us continue watching the game. Indeed, O'Neal was soon substituted. As the Miami Heat were trailing, but not by a considerable margin, Riley might be contemplating relying on him for the final quarter. However, the question remains, is there any necessity for the Heat to continue in the last quarter? I believe not. Kobe's rhythm appears to have found its groove. And barring unforeseen circumstances, he is poised to score 20 points in a single quarter, leading the Knicks. A resounding clang echoed through the live broadcast. Coach Zhang's voice faltered. Sukun maintained her composure, stating, "Very well, let us observe how Kobe secures these 20 points." Throughout the ensuing match, the court was filled with the sounds of clanging. The Heat continued to incur fouls, while the Knicks struggled with their shooting. In the midst of it all, TNT provided statistical data indicating that the Heat had already committed 23 fouls, while the Knicks' shooting percentage languished at 26, with a staggering free throw percentage of 17. Some home fans even began to exit, unwilling to witness such an unappealing spectacle any longer. The third quarter slipped away unnoticed, and Kobe managed only 6 points in that period. In the CCTV live broadcast room, Sukun profoundly inquired, "Coach Zhang, do you believe Kobe can still achieve 20 points in this quarter?" Whether Kobe attains 20 points is of little consequence. What truly matters is the outcome of the game. Thus, with such shooting efficiency, can the team secure victory? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Coach Zhang earnestly responded, "This embodies Kobe's basketball spirit. It exemplifies the responsibility of a superstar." Yang Jian and Sukun interjected, "Coach Zhang, please elaborate on how consecutive missed shots epitomize the spirit of basketball." It's quite simple. Kobe recognizes that in this contest, the league is favoring the Knicks. He is unwilling to win against O'Neal in such a manner. A prideful individual like Kobe, the more the referees favor him and create scoring opportunities, the less inclined he is to score. Do you believe Kobe genuinely cannot make a basket? It is intentional. He is signaling to the referees that if you persist in your unfairness, then I shall deliberately miss. Yang Jian and Sukun responded with astonishment. Ah, indeed. On the west coast of the United States, Lin Yuan's system data is on the brink of depletion. If used further, there will be none left. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before dialing Xiaohua's number. "Cease your actions. It's the final quarter. Let the players take over the game." Xiaohua furrowed his brow, as he did not possess Lin Yuan's contact information. "Who are you?" "It matters not who I am. I know it was you who instructed Foster. Now, shall we all halt?" Xiaohua hung up, perplexed by the conversation. "All halt. What have you done?" Yet, a sense of unease gripped him. How much inside information did this individual possess? Should the media expose this, even if it bore no legal ramifications? The ensuing tempest of public opinion could jeopardize his role as the NBA president. He decided to let it be. Xiaohua shook his head at Foster, indicating that no further actions were necessary. At that moment, the Miami Heat's hoop suddenly tilted. It turned out that a screw securing the hoop had loosened. The fourth quarter of the Knicks' home game against the Heat unfolded. Whether by coincidence or design, the two teams found themselves locked in a 67-point tie. Everyone understood that the fourth quarter represented the ultimate showdown. Observing the situation on the court, it was evident that the Knicks held the advantage. The Heat were facing significant foul troubles. O'Neal and Peja each had 4 fouls. Another infraction would severely restrict their gameplay. Castle, Posey, Haslam, White Chocolate, and Walker each carried 3 fouls, and should the game extend into overtime, this foul count would pose a dilemma. Only Wade fared somewhat better, with just 2 fouls, allowing him to play without the looming threat of disqualification. In the final quarter, the Heat initiated their offense. White Chocolate dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Wade. The strategy was to place the ball in the hands of their most reliable player. Wade received the ball and swiftly executed a mid-range shot. It was a clean and decisive hit. The Heat led 69-67 against the Knicks. The Knicks transitioned to offense, with Kidd orchestrating the play and assessing the defensive setup. The Heat's defense appeared disorganized due to the Knicks' shooter's erratic performance earlier in the game. The Heat were unsure whom to guard. Should they focus on Kobe? He had been struggling with his shots. What about Richardson? His shooting percentage was equally unimpressive. Was there a need to defend Kidd? Surely, he wasn't a primary target. It would be absurd to focus on Battier. Lin Yuan might not realize the extent to which the Knicks' frequent misses may have affected the shooter's confidence. However, the Heat's defenders are utterly perplexed on how to guard against it. Kobe, faced with a step-in James Posey, swiftly releases a 3-point shot. The basketball dances on the rim for a moment before finally settling in. The score now stands at 69-70 in favor of the Knicks, reclaiming the lead. As the Heat take possession once more, Wade initiates the offense. Kobe takes the initiative to guard the opposing offensive linchpin, positioning himself a step in front of Wade, effectively obstructing his path to the basket. Kidd stands ready nearby to provide additional defensive support. Defend Wade. This is the lethal command issued by Larry Brown. Wade, seeing no opportunity, suddenly acted, passing the ball through the crowd into O'Neal's hands. O'Neal, with great strength, scored while being fouled by Eddie Curry. Curry committed a shooting foul, and O'Neal made one of his free throws. Due to the referee's earlier bias, O'Neal had only played 13 minutes in the first 3 quarters. The upside was that he was exceedingly fresh. After a couple of possessions, both teams promptly adjusted their defensive focus. The Heat prioritized defending against Kobe, while the Knicks concentrated on O'Neal and Wade. The ensuing minutes of the game showcased some of the most thrilling moments. Several star players from both teams exhibited their arsenal of skills, performing at a high level on both offense and defense. However, the Heat appeared to hold a slight advantage. Previously, due to the referee's bias, the Knicks had attempted nearly 20 more shots than the Heat, which, including free throws, could amount to around 40 attempts. Although these shots failed to find the net under Lin Yuan's interference, the toll on stamina was undeniable, with the referees no longer intervening. The Heat's offensive efficiency surpassed that of the Knicks, albeit marginally. With 4.5 minutes remaining, the score stood at 92-86 in favor of the Heat. Leading by 6 points, Larry Brown called a timeout to reorganize his strategy. Upon returning from the timeout, Richardson sank a crucial three-pointer. The Heat quickly transitioned into a fast break, and Wade, with a sudden acceleration and change of direction, drew a foul from Scola. O'Neal went to the free throw line, converting one of his 2 attempts. The Knicks retaliated with an offensive play. Kobe, utilizing Kidd's screen, penetrated the lane and executed a fadeaway off the backboard, scoring. In the next possession for the Heat, as they initiated their attack, the whistle blew again. This time it was Battier, similarly committing a foul on O'Neal. It was evident that Larry Brown intended to implement the hack-a-shack strategy. However, O'Neal missed both free throws, demonstrating the immediate effects of the strategy. Kobe then aggressively attacked Wade, with Posey providing help defense. Kobe passed the ball to Kidd, who found Antoine Walker breaking through the defense, intercepting the ball. Walker dribbled down the court in a 1-on-0 situation, effortlessly laying it in. The Heat maintained a 4-point lead. As the Knicks took their turn, the clock dwindled to 3 minutes, and Kobe received the ball. Posey and Walker double-teamed him, while the Knicks had other formidable players when it came to crucial moments. The primary focus of defense was invariably on Kobe. Kidd had been completely left open, faced with the 2 larger defenders. Kobe struggled to find a shot and instead retreated step by step until he was 2 steps beyond the 3-point line. Riley, on the sidelines, signaled for Posey and Walker to allow the shot rather than the drive, with the defender a step and a half in front of him. Kobe had ample space to attempt the long-range 3-pointer. Unfortunately, it did not find its mark, but O'Neal secured the rebound. As the Heat initiated their offense, O'Neal gradually made his way into the opponent's half. Passing by Kobe, he suddenly turned to say, "That kind of shot you just took. Lin Yuan has made less than 100 of those. Had it been him, the ball would have gone in." The Knicks truly suffered a significant loss by trading Lin. Kobe's intensity surged in an instant. It is widely recognized that Kobe's greatest psychological burden lies with Shaquille O'Neal. However, Riley believes that Kobe may also harbor unspoken reservations regarding Lin. Lin Yuan led the Knicks to victory in this season. He has once again guided the Lakers to the Western Conference Finals. It is believed that, although Kobe may not openly express it, he certainly harbors a desire not to be bested by Lin Yuan. Consequently, Riley intentionally instructed Posey to allow Kobe to shoot 3-pointers, should Kobe miss. It would undoubtedly affect his mental state. As anticipated, this strategy proved successful, with Riley admitting there was an element of gamble involved. As the whistle blew, the Knicks continued to attack Shaquille O'Neal. He managed to score 1 out of 2 free throws, still contributing to the scoreboard. Turning back, the Knicks initiated an offensive play, with Kobe reaching out to request the ball from Kidd. Despite Kidd's hesitation to pass to Kobe, who was faced with 2 defenders, Kobe's insistence compelled Kidd to comply. Kobe, confronted by the double team from Posey and Walker, forced a shot but failed to make the basket. Page seized the rebound. At this juncture, the clock had dwindled to under 2 minutes, and fouls committed on off-ball players resulted in a single free throw. Thus, the Knicks refrained from further targeting Shaq. Wade surged towards the basket, delivering a bounce pass to O'Neal. Eddie Curry stood firm against O'Neal, while Scola moved in for support. O'Neal, with determination, rose up and tossed the ball to Peja in the opposite corner. Peja found himself with a wide-open opportunity and decisively sank a three-pointer. The score now stood at 99-91. And the Heat's lead ballooned to 8 points. Larry Brown had no choice but to call a timeout, however, given the time remaining and the score differential. Unless a miraculous moment akin to McGrady's unfolded, a comeback seemed implausible. During the timeout, Riley was busy devising tactics, instructing players to deliberately slow down the pace. Upon resuming play, the Knicks scored, yet the Heat methodically took their time to set up their offense. With only 5 or 6 seconds left on the clock, Wade executed a folded layup successfully. Following this basket, it became evident to all that the Knicks were effectively out of the game. As the final buzzer sounded, the Heat emerged victorious in the decisive Game 7, eliminating the Knicks and advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals. The game had concluded, but the ramifications were only just beginning. Adam Silver left the arena with a grim expression, uncertain of how to explain the situation to the betting companies. He might need to divulge more insider information and compensation in the future. In the post-game interview, Riley faced the media and declared his intention to file a protest with the league the following day, demanding a thorough investigation into the officiating of referee Foster during the match. The apparent bias exhibited by Foster was so glaring that even those unfamiliar with the game could discern it. However, Riley swiftly shifted his tone, praising his players for their remarkable performance under such evidently unfair officiating, expressing his pride in the entire team. "I am confident that we are prepared for the championship." He anticipated the questions from reporters and responded proactively. "So, how do you assess the shooting percentage of the Knicks players today?" "Kobe's shooting was cold." "Is this a testament to our defense?" "Yes. We successfully contained Kobe." When Riley uttered these words, his hair seemed to tremble. "In the upcoming match, you will face the Cavaliers. What strategy will you devise for James?" "Uncertain." Riley shrugged. "I intend to send Wade to inquire what James fears." The reporters chuckled, clearly recognizing it as a jest. Wade, with a grin, confided, "I'll let you in on a secret. The area beneath James' ears is particularly sensitive. However, do not let Savannah know it was I who revealed this." A question arose concerning the hack-a-shack strategy. Could O'Neal's free throw shortcomings hinder the Heat's championship aspirations? O'Neal simply replied, "You all claim my free throw shooting is poor, but in reality, Kobe has experienced the same." On the Knicks side, the atmosphere was distinctly different. Kobe attended a press conference, declaring to the media that he would undoubtedly secure a championship in the forthcoming season. He swore upon his own accolades. A reporter inquired about the referees. Kobe responded, "I am unaware of the circumstances. I merely play the game. I have never relied on the referees for assistance, not once." "You lost this game to O'Neal," corrected someone. "No, the Heat emerged victorious. O'Neal did not win." "I fail to see the connection of this game to O'Neal." Coach Larry Brown, "Will you undertake any enhancements during the off-season?" "That is a matter for Dumars and me to contemplate. I can only assure you that we will be exceptionally aggressive in the off-season." The second round of the Eastern and Western Conferences has concluded. The next matchups feature the Lakers against the Spurs and the Cavaliers against the Heat. The intrigue in this round is comparatively diminished. The main focus of the Heat and Cavaliers clash is the showdown between Wade and James. However, the enduring brotherhood that has not turned to enmity lacks the sensationalism that captivates the media, regardless of whether the Cavaliers or Heat emerge victorious. There is little explosive coverage to anticipate. The Western Conference mirrors this sentiment. The sole suspense may lie in whether Lin Yuan can continue his underdog success against the Spurs. Indeed, although the Lakers achieved a record of 58 wins, leading the Spurs by 3 victories, many still regard the Spurs as a seasoned powerhouse. While the Lakers seem to lack a certain depth of legacy, barring unforeseen events, the finals are likely to feature the Spurs against the Heat. On May 21, 2007, the Lakers hosted the visiting Spurs at the Staples Center. Right from the start, Popovich unveiled his meticulously crafted strategy to counter Lin Yuan. The offensive approach revolved around relentless one-on-one play. Parker sought to exploit Lin Yuan. Finley engaged in isolation against him. And even power forward Oberto took his turn to challenge Lin Yuan individually. Lin Yuan may not excel in defense, yet he cannot simply allow his opponents to pass unchallenged. He must confront them head-on. Fortunately, his offensive prowess primarily lies in shooting, which conserves considerable energy compared to engaging in physical confrontations. Coupled with Lin Yuan's stamina enhancement, the strategies devised by Popovich prove largely ineffective. While the defensive aspect is one matter, the Lakers' offensive maneuvers face significant obstacles. The Spurs' defense operates at a markedly higher level than that of the Suns, and Bynum finds himself overwhelmed in the paint by Duncan. Even with the addition of Odom, the duo struggles to gain an advantage over Duncan. In the paint, Duncan stands as an indomitable force, and his perimeter defense is equally formidable. By the end of the first quarter, the Spurs lead the Lakers by 4 points, 32-28. As the second quarter commences, Phil Jackson adjusts his tactics, introducing Bynum, Odom, and Fry. The trio congregates in the paint to contain Duncan. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and Crawford find themselves unable to effectively guard Ginobili and Parker on the perimeter. Nevertheless, by leveraging system data for defense, they manage to impose some limitations. Conversely, the Spurs pose a formidable challenge on the offensive end. During their attacks, Bynum occupies the paint alone, while Odom and Fry position themselves around the three-point line. The Spurs are left to assign individual defenders. And if Duncan believes he can contain the paint, then they will draw him out to the three-point line. However, if the Spurs underestimate Bynum and deploy lesser defenders against him, he may very well surprise them. Thus, the Lakers focus on exploiting Bynum's strengths in the paint while the others spread out for three-point attempts, effectively anticipating the later emergence of the Rocket small ball theory. Lin Yuan dribbled the ball into the front court, with Bowen advancing to defend. In the first quarter, he had yet to score using systematic data. Therefore, in pursuit of tactical execution, he decided to employ a more intricate approach. Thus, Lin retreated step by step while Bow pressed forward slightly. Lin Yuan suddenly took a step back, yet refrained from shooting. Instead, he turned his back to the basket and forcefully tossed the ball behind him with both hands. As the basketball left his grasp, a true man never looks back at the explosion. He simply returned to his half of the court. Upon reaching his own midcourt, he was met with a thunderous roar of cheers. The ball swished through the net. On the sidelines, the Lakers All-Star fans erupted in excitement at Lin Yuan's audacious move. Jack Nicholson rose to his feet, whistling in admiration for Lin Yuan. It must be said, this shot epitomized the essence of Los Angeles. The city has never lacked for basketball talent or superstars, but a player like Lin Yuan, who entertains and delights, perfectly aligns with the tastes of the Los Angeles fans. While the Lakers' home crowd was in a frenzy, Coach Popovich wore a stormy expression. Lin Yuan's shot was a clear indication that conventional methods would be utterly ineffective against him. Yet, what other means were there to contain him? Should they resort to having Bowen trip him? In the past, Lin Yuan had employed this tactic while with the Suns, but it seemed insufficient. As he pondered this, Parker had already begun his offensive dribble. Lin Yuan stood before him, adopting a stance that suggested he would not allow a shot. Parker, with deft movements, maneuvered to the left and right, swiftly bypassing Lin Yuan with a single step. Yet, Lin Yuan had intentionally feigned vulnerability. As Parker and Lin Yuan crossed paths, Lin Yuan employed a tactic of data counteraction, causing Parker to lose control of the ball at the very moment he released it. Lin Yuan grasped the basketball from behind, skillfully maneuvering it beneath the Spurs hoop. With a 1-on-0 advantage, he executed a powerful dunk to conclude the sequence. Of course, this exhilarating dunk existed solely in Lin Yuan's imagination. Yet even a mere attempt at a dunk elicited cheers from the crowd. Parker resumed dribbling, orchestrating the offense, but felt somewhat disheartened when confronted by Lin Yuan. Moments earlier, he had taunted Lin Yuan while breaching his defense, saying, "I pass you like crossing a deserted road at dawn." Now it was Lin Yuan's turn. He smiled and retorted, "I intercept your ball as effortlessly as crossing that same road." Parker yearned to question the logic behind Lin Yuan's statement. Yet knowing that those who cannot win on the court lack the credibility to engage in banter, he merely huffed and redirected his focus to the game. With a simple movement, he passed the ball to Ginobili. Crawford found it quite challenging to defend against Ginobili, who deftly employed his Eurostep to evade him, then sank a mid-range shot. After all, with 3 Lakers stationed in the paint, there was little room for penetration. As the Lakers embarked on another offensive drive, Lin Yuan held the ball at the arc. 3 points. It surpasses 2-1. Lin Yuan executed a jump shot from his position, successfully scoring once more. As he retreated, he signaled a three-pointer to Coach Popovich on the sidelines, exuding a sense of confidence. "If you continue to defend me this way, be prepared to be overwhelmed by my shooting." Such provocative gestures towards the bench could easily draw a technical foul. However, given that this was the Lakers' home court and Lin Yuan was the newly crowned MVP, the officials chose to overlook it. In the next play, Parker similarly forsook personal offense, opting to pass to Duncan. Duncan attempted to force his way into the paint, yet faced with the Lakers' towering defense, he failed to convert the shot. As Lin Yuan initiated another offensive play, the Spurs could no longer contain themselves, and Jin Billy, alongside Bowen, moved to double-team Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan eagerly awaited this opportunity and decisively passed the ball to Crawford. Originally, after Ginobili shifted to guard Lin Yuan, Finley was left to defend both Crawford and Odom alone. Upon receiving the ball, Crawford remained composed as Finley lunged towards him. Instead of taking a shot, Crawford deftly delivered the ball to the completely open Odom. Odom did not attempt a three-pointer. Instead, he charged directly towards the basket. Duncan was blocked by Bynum, while Oberto sought to defend. In this moment, Odom fully showcased his prowess as a core player for the Lakers, powerfully finishing over Oberto and drawing a foul in the process. After successfully making the free throw, the Lakers surged ahead, leading the Spurs 36-34 by 2 points. Popovich promptly called a timeout, recognizing that the momentum was shifting and he needed to re-strategize. Upon returning from the break, the Spurs made adjustments to their lineup. Duncan remained in the paint, while Barry was introduced onto the court. Since Bowen was unable to contain Lin Yuan, they decided to field a lineup of sharpshooters. Duncan would anchor the interior, while Finley, Barry, Ginobili, and Parker positioned themselves for outside shooting. The strategy was clear: play to each other's strengths. I shall match you in outside shooting, and I am superior in the post. Popovich's adjustments bore immediate fruit as Finley received a pass from Parker, executed a feint, and then passed to Barry. With precision, Barry released a three-pointer that found the net. In transition, Barry also gestured a three with his fingers towards Lin Yuan, signaling his earlier retort. Lin Yuan nearly laughed out loud, questioning the validity of the gestures being made. Perhaps one should first manage affairs at home. The Lakers initiated their offense. As he crossed the half-court line, he charged directly towards Barry, dribbling the ball with determination. Barry responded with a subtle smile, exuding an air of cultured amiability. I can score, and I can defend as well. If you don't believe me, feel free to take a shot and see for yourself. Lin Yuan chuckled and inquired, I have heard that your family shares a close relationship with Parker. What is the matter? Our team members maintain excellent camaraderie. Are you envious? Haha, I must admit I am quite envious. I've heard that Parker has a particularly good rapport with his teammates' wives. I wonder why that is? Barry frowned and asked, what are you trying to imply? Nothing much. Perhaps it's merely the unique romance that the French are known for. They seem to have a particular fascination with married women. Barry appeared to catch on to something, slowly clenching his fists. Are you preparing to strike me? I am not acquainted with your wife. Brother, I am merely offering you this information out of sympathy. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I suggest you conduct a thorough investigation on your own. After uttering this, Lin Yuan took a shot. He did not utilize the system's data for this attempt and consequently missed. Duncan seized the rebound, and Parker advanced the ball past half-court. Parker opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. Wait, don't speak about me just yet. You French are so romantic. What do you mean by that? I am not entirely sure. Perhaps Barry's wife has a deeper understanding of the romance associated with the French. Parker nearly lost control of the ball while dribbling. As for the extent to which his wife feels that French romance, I cannot ascertain. I am even less certain about the richness of that romance. I don't understand what you are saying. You don't? Then you ought to become aware quickly. Barry has already found out, so prepare your words carefully. This time, Lin Yuan did nothing, and Parker made an error while dribbling the ball himself. Lin Yuan lightly grasped the ball, securing a steal with a 1 to his statistics. The Spurs swiftly retreated on defense, yet Lin Yuan chose not to push for a fast break, instead waiting patiently for Barry to pass by him. I mentioned this to Parker, and he was so startled that he nearly tossed the ball away. Who do you think is more credible? After uttering this, Lin Yuan refrained from further commentary, redirecting his focus to orchestrating the offense. As the ball reached Fry, Barry, who should have been defending him, appeared lost in thought. Showing no signs of guarding, Fry took a lateral step, and Barry remained motionless. Given this, Fry adjusted his rhythm with a dribble before launching a three-pointer. His touch remarkably soft. Unfortunately, the shot did not find its mark, but Bynum rose valiantly, snatching the offensive rebound over Duncan and swiftly passing it back to Fry. Fry, without hesitation, took another shot, and this time, he effortlessly swished it through the net. Transitioning to the Spurs' offensive possession, Parker dribbled and attempted to organize the play. Yet his focus waned similarly to Barry's earlier lapse. He dribbled aimlessly for 17 or 18 seconds before hurriedly passing to Ginobili, who, pressed for time, could only rush his shot, resulting in a clang off the rim. Popovich, on the sidelines, erupted in frustration his player's bewildering performance in that sequence inciting his ire. The coach's fury jolted Parker back to reality. He shook his head vigorously, striving to dispel distractions and concentrate on the game. However, Lin Yuan whispered in his ear during the offensive play, "I purchased a rather alluring swimsuit. No, rather, what do you think would happen if Eva discovered your little secrets?" This remark sent Parker's composure spiraling once again, his defense faltering as a result. Lin Yuan effortlessly maneuvered past his opponents, sinking a mid-range shot with precision. In exasperation, Popovich called a timeout, chastising Parker for his lack of focus. However, Parker merely bowed his head in silence, causing Barry, who had been observing coldly, to shift from skepticism to a burgeoning belief in Lin Yuan's words. A surge of anger coursed through him, compelling him to confront Parker on the spot. Fortunately, he retained a modicum of rationality, aware that disputes among teammates were ill-advised on the court. Popovich's reprimands, coupled with encouragement, he deemed sufficient. Yet, upon meeting Barry's icy gaze, Parker immediately faltered. In such a state, his performance inevitably declined. Throughout the remainder of the game, Lin Yuan relied not heavily on systematic data, but rather on his innate prowess to elevate his teammates, leaving the Spurs bewildered and struggling. In the first match, the Lakers triumphed over the Spurs with a score of 115-96. Lin Yuan recorded an impressive tally of 28 points, 5 rebounds, and 13 assists, while Odom and Crawford also exceeded 20 points. In contrast, apart from Duncan's 32 points and 17 rebounds, the rest of the Spurs faltered significantly, with Parker delivering a dismal performance of 9 points, 6 assists, and 8 turnovers. Such a lackluster display from the primary point guard rendered victory unattainable for the team. Following the game, during a press conference, a reporter inquired about Parker's dismal performance. Parker stammered, unable to provide a coherent explanation, merely stating that he would return as a king in the next match to gloss over the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan captured the attention of all present. Initially, the inquiry directed at Lin Yuan was routine. However, his response unveiled a sensational revelation. "Our recent success stems from a stable home life. Some players face various issues at home, which naturally affects their performance." The reporters perked up, speculating whether Lin Yuan was alluding to Kobe. "Lin Yuan, could you elaborate on the familial issues affecting some players? Lin Yuan's predicament is indeed troubling, isn't it?" How could the reporters fail to perceive that Lin Yuan was intentionally evading the issue? If he had no desire to speak on the matter, he would not have brought it up in the first place. Under the reporters' coaxing, Lin Yuan ultimately recounted the tale. "Let me clarify, this is merely a story, not a factual account." "Ah, yes, not factual at all. Do proceed with your narration." Lin Yuan pointed at the nearby Smash Park, chuckling as he said, "I imagine a teammate named Parker, who shares an exceptionally close bond with a teammate's wife, who is particularly fond of him. Then, there is another teammate. Let us call him Smashberry. His wife becomes involved in a somewhat inappropriate relationship with Parker, and astonishingly, this matter eventually comes to light. That would certainly reflect poorly on their performance." The reporters, bewildered, initially assumed Lin Yuan was referring to Kobe, yet something felt amiss. "But tell me, if Parker's wife is so beautiful, why is she never satisfied?" Lin Yuan pondered. "How should I know? Perhaps, as a renowned actress, she embodies the essence of Gallic romance." Suddenly, a reporter caught on. "Are you not talking about Kobe? It's Parker?" The revelation dawned upon them. So, Smash Parker was indeed a riddle wrapped in an enigma. Is Barry truly Barry? To this, Lin Yuan merely smiled. "I would refrain from answering that. The individuals involved might have more insight." As the press conference concluded, various media outlets swiftly disseminated the news. Many even pursued the Spurs bus to inquire further. The Spurs players were thrown into a frenzy. Some, hot-tempered, contemplated confronting Lin Yuan, believing he was deliberately spreading rumors. Popovich, ever astute, recalled Parker and Barry's erratic performance during the game and insisted the players board the bus immediately. Once aboard, he addressed them. "This is clearly Lin Yuan's psychological warfare. Instead of focusing on the game, you waste your thoughts on this? Such individuals deserve our disdain." Duncan patted Parker on the shoulder. "We should file a complaint with the league tomorrow, opposing this unprofessional conduct." "What complaint?" "We should sue him. Let him face the legal repercussions." The Lakers star exclaimed, unperturbed by the prospect of litigation. After all, Lin Yuan had not explicitly named Tony Parker, making it difficult to pursue any legal action. Popovich intervened, halting the discussion. "Let us concentrate on the next game. We must reclaim our home court advantage. Ignoring the issue does not equate to its non-existence." Following a night of speculation, the following morning, Lin Yuan's insinuation regarding Parker's alleged indiscretion with Barry's wife spread like wildfire across the league. Naturally, the parties involved, the Parkers and the Barrys, publicly denied the claims, asserting that Lin Yuan's statements were entirely unfounded. They maintained a strong friendship, and their interactions remained strictly within the bounds of camaraderie. Regarding Lin Yuan's remarks, they would reserve the right to pursue further accountability. In an interview, Popovich remarked, "This is a common tactic employed by the Lakers, attempting to sow discord within our ranks. It is a foolish and despicable act, and I wish to hear no more of such sensational allegations." Duncan also came out in support of his teammate, questioning, "Is Lin Yuan truly familiar with Parker? Or with Barry? If such matters exist, why am I unaware of them while an outsider is informed?" This question from Duncan was once again presented to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, how could I possibly know? Can you fathom how I came to this knowledge? If I were privy to such information, it would merely indicate that at least 1,000 individuals are aware of it. Some have engaged in dubious deeds themselves, and when I informed the victims, I found myself in the wrong. Let it be known, with Parker in the team, the Spurs will struggle to retain even their own superstars for the next decade." The journalist, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, was momentarily taken aback, as such sensational news is indeed rare. Following further elaboration, they disseminated Lin Yuan's response. In the media's portrayal, the video had already gone viral among the Spurs staff. Rumors circulated that Duncan was involved, and that Barry's wife was not merely linked to Parker, but had been the cornerstone of the entire GDP. Some tabloids from Los Angeles suggested that while Barry's wife's revelations were noteworthy, the true essence of GDP within the Spurs was a clandestine collective, with numerous teammates' wives having been entangled in their escapades. Had it not been for the age of Popovich's wife, she too might not have escaped unscathed. These reports rapidly spread across North America, even crossing oceans to reach Europe and Asia. A prominent production company, M Corp, expressed keen interest in this news and decided to develop a project based on it. Naturally, Lin Yuan refuted the allegations made by these tabloids, stating he only spoke truths for Barry. As for the ethics of the media, he had no authority to oversee them. Meanwhile, the Spurs, confronted with overwhelming publicity, made efforts to deny the claims. However, insiders revealed that intense arguments erupted within Barry's household. During team practice, Parker and Barry nearly came to blows, only to be separated by their teammates. Various indications suggested that, although the situation might have been exaggerated, Parker indeed appeared to be troubled. While the entire league focused on the Spurs' internal turmoil, the first match between the Heat and the Cavaliers had commenced. In terms of strength comparison, the Cavaliers were evidently no match for the Heat. Both teams had triumphed over their opponents in the second round, yet the disparity in their series was stark. The Cavaliers' defeat at the hands of the Pistons was marked by comprehensive suppression, relying solely on LeBron's prowess. The Cavaliers' eventual victories in Games 5 and 6 were viewed by many as being aided by favorable officiating. Conversely, the Heat faced a more formidable opponent in the Knicks, whose caliber and star power surpassed that of the Pistons. In the final game, amidst the league's protective stance towards the Knicks, the Heat managed a remarkable comeback to advance. From any perspective, the Cavaliers seemed unlikely to overcome the Heat. Pre-game, commentators, basketball legends, and other players unanimously believed the Heat would prevail effortlessly in this series. Betting odds also reflected a lack of confidence in the Cavaliers. It seemed that the entire world had little faith in them, except for LeBron. He was convinced of his ability to win the series and reach the finals. Since everyone doubted him, he was determined to prove them wrong. Such is the fate of the chosen one. On May 22nd, after the first match concluded, the Cavaliers suffered a disappointing defeat, 87-102, against the Heat. In this game, LeBron excelled, shooting 15 for 29, amassing 38 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists. Wade achieved an impressive record, scoring 36 points with 5 rebounds and 6 assists from 14 of 21 attempts. The performance of the two players was quite comparable. Yet the other athletes were on an entirely different level. Peja, Castle, O'Neal, White Chocolate, and Walker all scored in double digits, creating a multifaceted offensive strategy that left the Cavaliers utterly defenseless. As the first game progressed into the fourth quarter, Barkley boldly declared that this series was effectively over. On Fifth Avenue in New York, at the NBA headquarters, Stearns switched off the television and turned to Silver. The Heat's request for an investigation had already arrived at headquarters, accusing Foster of potential game manipulation. Riley was overly sensitive, asserting that such occurrences were unfounded. But was it truly unfounded? Stern regarded Silver intently. Unfazed, Silver responded firmly, insisting that there was absolutely no wrongdoing, as referees embody the integrity of the league, and such matters must not arise. Stern remained silent for a considerable time, weighing the implications in his mind. It was undeniable that Foster had manipulated the game. However, an admission would severely tarnish the league's reputation. Any future contentious call would inevitably evoke this incident. Yet, if this was simply brushed aside, what of it? After all, the Heat had emerged victorious. For the triumphant, this might even serve as a badge of honor. Silver spoke with unwavering conviction, as if advocating for the Heat's best interests. In the end, Stern nodded reluctantly but cautioned. No other team should lodge an investigation request. Silver managed a wry smile. He referred to the Spurs' recent rumors, urging the league to clarify and curb the Lakers' defamatory actions. Indeed, the Spurs believed that Lin Yuan's comments were instigated by the Lakers. Stern removed his glasses to clean them, remaining silent. As Silver, his longtime assistant, observed, it was evident that Stern was seething with anger. Anger directed at the Lakers or Lin Yuan for tarnishing the league's reputation. Since assuming control of the NBA, Stern had always prioritized the league's image above all else. He mandated players to don formal attire and took measures to limit negative press. When Iverson's fashion choices veered too far into hip-hop territory, the league implemented regulations to address it. The infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills was met with the sternest penalties. Now, the topic provoked by Lin Yuan was not merely circulating within the league. It had become a sensational headline throughout the entirety of North American sports and entertainment. In Stern's eyes, the gravity of this situation far surpassed Iverson's attire and could even be likened to the Palace incident. While Lin Yuan did not explicitly mention the Spurs, direct punishment was challenging. Nonetheless, Stern's gaze hardened. The actions of Lin Yuan were highly disconcerting, and he felt compelled to impart a lesson. Xiaohua quickly grasped the implications. Realizing that the subsequent officiating would undoubtedly favor the Spurs, he was exceedingly adept at orchestrating such matters. Rest assured, I am well aware of the course of action to take, with the league stepping in to liaise with major media outlets to temper the fervor surrounding this issue. The attention it garnered has significantly diminished. Moreover, after much speculation and no concrete evidence emerging, the matter has gradually faded from discourse. The most immediate impact of this situation on Lin Yuan is that Yongxi, Xiaohua, and Taylor have all reached out to him, inquiring about the developments. Lin Yuan often finds himself caught in a whirlwind of phone calls, with one call barely concluded before another arrives, compelling him to concoct various excuses for his missed connections. On May 23rd, the much-anticipated Game 2 between the Spurs and the Lakers commenced. The ramifications of recent events have garnered an attention far exceeding that of a typical Western Conference showdown. Even the confrontation between the Knicks and the Heat paled in comparison to the spotlight on this encounter. Prior to the match, Phil Jackson took the time to remind everyone to remain vigilant against Bruce Bowen's defensive tactics. Given the current media climate, Bowen's subtle maneuvers may be tacitly endorsed. Thus, it is imperative not to fall prey to his underhanded tactics. As for Lin Yuan, no special admonition was necessary. His extensive experience in countering Bowen's strategy speaks for itself. During a pre-game interview, a reporter ambiguously inquired about Lin Yuan's perspective on the controversy he had stirred within the media. Lin Yuan merely shrugged, expressing his reluctance to see honest individuals kept in the dark. As for the rumors perpetuated by the media, they bore no significance to him. As the match commenced, the Spurs starting lineup featured Duncan, Oberto, Bowen, Finley, and Parker, while the Lakers fielded their usual starters. Bynum and Duncan engaged in the jump ball, granting possession to the Spurs. Parker dribbled past half court, with Lin Yuan stepping up to defend. As Parker made his move to penetrate, the whistle blew before Lin Yuan could even react. Lin Yuan was still pondering who had committed the foul when he discovered, to his astonishment, that it was he who had been penalized. A blocking foul. His expression was one of utter confusion. What did I do? I merely stood there, completely motionless. Yet, the referee's decision was final. And Lin Yuan's gestures of disbelief bore no fruit. The Spurs regrouped for their offensive play, and this time, Lin Yuan positioned himself a bit farther back. He planted himself just inside the three-point line, intently observing Parker's next move. Bowen proactively stepped forward to set a screen off the ball. Leaning closer to Lin Yuan and nudging him aside, Lin Yuan innocently raised his hands high, then turned to the referee, signaling that he had not laid a hand on anyone. If you remain passive, Bowen will not let you off easily. Bowen leaned against Lin Yuan, persistently jostling him. Growing somewhat irritated, Lin Yuan intensified the force in his legs, contesting with Bowen. Suddenly, the whistle blew, prompting both Lin Yuan and Bowen to ease their efforts and direct their attention towards the referee. Lin Yuan committed a foul. The match has only just commenced. And without a single round completed, Lin Yuan has already accrued 2 fouls. Lin Yuan is the star player of the Lakers, indeed the sole luminary of the team. It is widely acknowledged that although players like Odom and Crawford possess considerable skills, without Lin Yuan, the Lakers would not even qualify for the playoffs. The significance of Lin Yuan to the team cannot be overstated, yet he commenced the game with 2 fouls, an undoubtedly disastrous beginning. The Lakers players, whether on the sidelines or on the court, were visibly agitated, approaching the referees to contest the calls. The referees provided a brief explanation before dismissing their concerns. Lin Yuan proactively intercepted his teammate, reflecting on the recent game between the Heat and the Knicks. He realized that further disputing with the referee might result in a technical foul. Phil Jackson's expression turned grave. According to conventional wisdom, if a key player incurs 2 fouls in the first quarter, they are typically benched for precautionary measures. However, if Lin Yuan were to leave the court, there would be no doubt that the Lakers could not contend with the Spurs. In such a scenario, should the Spurs establish a substantial lead, Lin Yuan would inevitably be compelled to return to the game. This predicament left Phil Jackson in a state of indecision. Soon, he resolved to entrust the choice to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sensed Phil Jackson's gaze and shook his head in response. Now was certainly not the moment to step onto the court. He merely needed to remain vigilant from the sidelines. Thus, Lin Yuan deliberately evaded the Spurs players. Positioning himself close to the edge of the court, he left his teammates to contend with a 4-on-5 situation. After 2 interrupted offensive attempts, they finally succeeded. Finley received a pass from Parker and made a mid-range shot from a 45-degree angle. Transitioning to the Lakers' offense, Lin Yuan dribbled past half-court and came to a halt just beyond the 3-point line. This shot was imperative for him to take, and it had to find the net. Only then could he instill confidence in his teammates. As Lin Yuan released the ball, Bowen lunged at him from just a step away. Before Lin Yuan made contact with Bowen, he released the ball. However, Bowen had already violated his cylinder. Undoubtedly, this should have been deemed a shooting foul. Whoosh! The sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonated, yet the whistle remained silent. Lin Yuan smiled self-deprecatingly, uttering no words as he retreated to his own half. However, Bowen felt a surge of confidence. As a player who often danced on the precipice of malicious fouls, he was acutely aware of the referee's judgment. At times, he would even engage in actions to test the limits of the referee's tolerance. At the onset of this match, the referee had already called 2 fouls against Lin Yuan, signaling to Bowen a certain implication. Consequently, he deliberately leaped at Lin Yuan during his shot, a maneuver that had a high probability of incurring a foul. Should the referee call it, it would indicate a semblance of fairness in officiating. Conversely, if no foul was called, Bowen would understand how to proceed. He exchanged a knowing glance with Coach Popovich at the sidelines. Now, let's see how I perform. As the Spurs initiated their offense again, Lin Yuan remained at a distance. This did not signify a complete abandonment of defense. Rather, he positioned himself farther back to better assess the unfolding dynamics on the court. Employing data-driven defensive strategies could disrupt the Spurs formation. Parker dribbled, executing a handoff to Finley. Finley, in turn, penetrated and distributed the ball to Duncan. Duncan executed a bank shot from an angle of 56 degrees, effortlessly securing 2 points. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain whether it was intentional. As the Spurs executed an array of remarkably short passes, they either opted for handoffs or passes within a mere 1 or 2 meters. It seemed they were cognizant that long-distance passes were prone to errors. In such circumstances, Lin Yuan found it challenging to make a decisive move. Given the difficulty of offense, he resolved to focus on honing their attack. During the Lakers' offensive possession, after crossing half-court, Lin Yuan remained stationary, surveying the unfolding situation. Bowen proactively sought out Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan extended his hand to pass the ball to Crawford and proceeded to make an off-ball run. Bowen closely trailed him from behind. Faced with Finley's defense, Crawford found no favorable opportunities and passed the ball back to Lin Yuan. Bowen attempted to intercept but was a moment too late, as Lin Yuan had already received the basketball. Unfazed, Bowen struck Lin Yuan's wrist with a swift motion. The basketball slipped from Lin Yuan's grasp as Bowen gestured toward his own chest, beckoning for the ball to be passed to him. Lin Yuan swiftly retaliated. His hands entwined with Bowen as they both grasped the ball. In the ensuing struggle, the two collapsed to the ground simultaneously. If all proceeded as anticipated, this would result in a jump ball. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Lin Yuan. This decision ignited a furious uproar among the home crowd, who erupted in a cacophony of boos. The fans, in a state of agitation, unleashed a torrent of expletives directed at the referee. Even the most civil utterances were laced with phrases like "damn for you." Phil Jackson, visibly distressed, approached the sidelines to engage in a heated discussion with the referee, contending that Bowen had committed a foul by striking Lin Yuan. If they were going to ignore the foul, how could they justify penalizing Lin Yuan in the jump ball situation? Could the bias be any more apparent? In reality, even if Stern intended to teach Lin Yuan a lesson, it would not be executed so overtly. There are myriad ways to impose penalties without drawing such blatant attention. However, the individual orchestrating this affair is Adam Silver. He had already incurred the ire of several betting companies due to issues surrounding the Knicks, which had brought him considerable trouble. This time, targeting Lin Yuan was a strategic move to enable the betting companies to profit from the game. Moreover, even if questions arose later, it could be subtly suggested that this was merely the league's disciplinary action against Lin Yuan, a punishment, not a covert manipulation. Prior to the match, the betting companies, having received intelligence from Silver, set numerous unconventional betting lines. For instance, they wagered on the total points Lin Yuan would score throughout the game, the number of fouls he might accrue, and even the quantity of long-range three-pointers he could successfully make. Many placed bets favoring Lin Yuan's performance. Following this series of maneuvers, the betting companies reaped substantial profits. With negotiations proving futile, Phil Jackson had no choice but to substitute Lin Yuan with Farmar to ensure his safety on the court. After Lin Yuan's departure, the officiating became markedly more impartial. However, with this lineup, securing a victory against the Spurs is utterly unattainable. Lin Yuan could only watch from the sidelines as Duncan executed every shot flawlessly, while Bainam was utterly incapable of containing him. Parker's penetration from the perimeter was akin to a stroll in an unguarded territory. A thought crossed his mind. He was curious to see the expression on Barry's face upon witnessing Parker's performance. However, he did not find Barry within the Spurs lineup. Where could Barry be? Lin Yuan inquired and soon learned that Barry was unable to participate in the match due to a sudden family emergency. A sudden emergency? How fortuitous it seemed. Phil Jackson advised Lin Yuan not to dwell on the matter. Although the Spurs held a commanding lead, it was evident that their strategy had become rather simplistic, with each player's coordination appearing somewhat lackluster. Had Lin Yuan been on the court, Phil Jackson was confident of securing a resounding victory. Regrettably, Lin Yuan found himself targeted by the referees. However, even if this game proved to be a setback, it was imperative to ensure a triumph in the next match. Today, without prior mental preparation, he failed to manage his fouls effectively. For the upcoming game, they should ensure Lin Yuan's protection, which would likely mitigate such issues. Moreover, the outcome of the next match remained uncertain. As the first quarter concluded, the Spurs led the Lakers significantly, 43-25. With the commencement of the second quarter, Lin Yuan re-entered the fray. During the Lakers' offensive possession, Lin Yuan, positioned at the arc, took a shot to assess his rhythm and effortlessly scored. The Staples Center erupted in enthusiastic cheers, eagerly anticipating Lin Yuan's leadership to turn the tide in favor of the team. The Spurs quickly transitioned to offense. At that moment, with Bowen absent from the court, Jin Billy dribbled and drove forward. Lin Yuan seized the opportune moment, allowing the Argentine player to release the ball just as he reached the most inclined position above the ground during his breakthrough. However, amidst the crowd, the Lakers failed to gain control of the ball, resulting in a scramble that sent it out of bounds. Upon review, it was determined that it was Bainam who had inadvertently knocked it away. The Spurs were awarded possession in the front court. Horry took the sideline inbounds, while Spurs players executed various movements. Observing that Odom had his back turned, Horry had a moment of inspiration and passed the ball behind Odom. He then swiftly moved into the lane, retrieving the basketball that ricocheted off Odom and effortlessly scored beneath the basket. Lin Yuan initiated his dribble attack, yet he opted to release the ball too soon. Unfortunately, his shot lacked precision, striking the rim and bouncing away. Subsequently, the Lakers and Spurs engaged in a few minutes of play without any intervention from the referees. Despite the Lakers' relentless pursuit to narrow the gap, the Spurs maintained a 10-point lead. At this moment, Duncan was resting on the sidelines. Should the score remain unchanged, his return would only complicate matters further. In the TNT commentary booth, Kenny Smith speculated whether Lin Yuan was playing cautiously due to concerns over potential fouls, which hindered his performance. He had not achieved an exceptional three-point shooting percentage. Conversely, Barkley countered that Lin Yuan's three-point accuracy was already above that of the majority in the league, asserting that such effortless shooting is a rare phenomenon. They remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Yuan had not utilized any systematic data. Lin Yuan was uncertain to what extent the referee would scrutinize him during the match. However, if the officiating remained consistent in the latter half, he felt confident in his ability to turn the tide and secure victory. Conversely, should the referee persist in exhibiting his explosive decision-making, Lin Yuan would be left at a disadvantage. Beep. The whistle blew. Lin Yuan attempted to break through and pass the ball, but Horry fell down in response. Offensive foul. With over 5 minutes elapsed in the second quarter, Lin Yuan accrued his fourth foul. On the San Antonio Spurs bench, players exchanged high fives in celebration. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan continued to play, victory in this match was assured for the Spurs. Lin Yuan maintained a serene demeanor, having arrived at a pivotal decision. He gestured to Phil Jackson, who promptly called for a timeout. The Lakers adjusted their lineup, allowing Lin Yuan to take a much-needed respite. In response, Popovich introduced Duncan onto the court. As a premier team, the Spurs showcased their explosive scoring prowess. Duncan executed a series of 6 consecutive successful shots against Odom and Bynum, converting a free throw and extending their lead to a remarkable 20 points in under 3 minutes. In times past, Lin Yuan would have utilized data analytics to assist his teammates defensively, even from the sidelines. However, this time, he leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. A towel draped over his head, remaining utterly still. To the unobservant eye, one might even question whether he was asleep. As the first half came to a close, Bynum, Odom, and Crawford, who typically performed well, found themselves thoroughly outmatched by the Spurs, highlighting the insurmountable gulf between star players. By halftime, the Spurs had extended their lead to an astounding 27 points. In the second half, Phil Jackson sought to reintroduce Lin Yuan to the game. Upon his return, Lin Yuan immediately tugged at Parker's jersey, earning his 5th foul in under 10 seconds. The Zen master was compelled to substitute him once more. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson observed Lin Yuan's impassive expression and offered words of solace. Let this game unfold as it will. Prepare for the upcoming matches. We shall prevail. Lin Yuan smiled at the coach, having already devised a plan to create a sensational headline. In this match, he utilized only a few points from the system's data, allowing him to carry forward a surplus of 31 points into the next game. Coupled with his own 68 points, this totals 99. Should the referees continue their biased officiating, Lin Yuan would showcase his prowess to the entire world. The outcome of the game was devoid of suspense. The Lakers succumbed in Game 2. During the post-game press conference, a throng of reporters inundated Lin Yuan with inquiries. To their questions, he succinctly replied, "In the next match in San Antonio, you will witness what true excellence in basketball entails." With that, he ceased to entertain further questions, recognizing that words were futile. All that mattered was the performance in the forthcoming game. In the Lakers management office, Kupchak, Jeannie Buss, and Phil Jackson were engaged in discussion. The need for a trade was evident. Although the team appeared to be performing well this season, any trouble faced by Lin Yuan revealed a lack of capable support. Kupchak revisited the topic from the season's outset, asserting that the team required reinforcement. Phil Jackson concurred, but noted the absence of suitable star players on the market. Should they seek to acquire another team's marquee player, it would necessitate parting with core assets. Jeannie Buss slammed her hand on the table, declaring that aside from Lin Yuan, they possessed no core assets. They should inquire about any suitable players and consider the offers. The three quickly reached a consensus, agreeing to explore potential trades without making immediate decisions. Meanwhile, Game 2 between the Heat and the Cavaliers commenced, with the Heat continuing their stellar performance from the previous game. On the Cavaliers' side, aside from LeBron James, only Big Z emerged as a reliable contributor. Unsurprisingly, the Cavaliers suffered their second consecutive loss on the road. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The Cavaliers must defend their home court in the next game, or they risk concluding this playoff series prematurely. After the game, Riley, during an interview with reporters, lauded Dwayne Wade's exceptional performance, asserting that he was the second most accomplished player of the 2003 draft class. The reporters found this somewhat peculiar. While it is common for coaches to commend their players, even to the extent of calling them the greatest of all time, what did he mean by second best? Curiosity led some to inquire who he deemed the best. Was it LeBron? Riley responded earnestly, "The best, without a doubt, is Lin Yuan. With an MVP and 3 championships, he is unequivocally the finest of the 2003 class." This statement raised no further questions from the media. Riley wore a sly smile, satisfied with his cunning strategy. Lin Yuan ranks first, Wade second, and what about you, James? Third? Can you accept this ranking for the chosen one, James? Are you feeling restless? Sweating profusely, perhaps? In the next game, will you be able to maintain your composure on the court? Riley is stirring James's emotions through the media. The outcome of that remains uncertain. The Game 3 matchup between the Spurs and the Lakers is set to commence in San Antonio. As the Lakers arrive at the ET Center, Lin Yuan is confronted by a throng of reporters. May I ask why you played for less than 15 minutes in the last game? Was it due to a lack of desire? Lin Yuan smiled faintly and remarked, in this series, the home court advantage lies with the Lakers. Why is it that the Spurs lack such an advantage? Is it out of disinterest? How long do you believe you will be on the court for this match? That depends on when Coach Popovich decides to substitute the starters and concede defeat. In the previous game, Duncan dominated your interior defense. How do you plan to contain him this time? I have no time to contemplate Duncan's matters. Perhaps you should be the one considering how to defend against me. After Lin Yuan responded to several inquiries, he found them to be mere childish banter, with none worthy of his attention. He waved his hand dismissively, intending to depart. As he took a few steps away, a reporter behind him inquired, "Do you not feel that an apology for the rumors is in order?" Lin Yuan paused in his tracks and turned around. Why not inquire with Popovich about why Barry missed the last game in Los Angeles? Not curious? Oh, right. I am indeed concerned whether he will show up for this match. Within the locker room, Phil Jackson was making final arrangements for the players. The key to this game lay in Lin Yuan's ability to manage his fouls. In the previous match at the Los Angeles home court, Lin Yuan was targeted extensively. This time, however, it was on the Spurs' home ground, necessitating preparation for the worst. The Zen master devised a strategy of reverse infinite switches in defense. Whenever an opponent with the ball approached Lin Yuan, a teammate would step up to switch, allowing Lin Yuan to assist from the side. While this approach might present certain challenges on the defensive end, it was certainly preferable to the prospect of Lin Yuan being fouled out again. Let us unite our efforts and reclaim our home court advantage. The players roared in unison as they made their way to the arena. As the warm-up concluded, the game commenced. The Spurs, mirroring their previous match, deployed a small lineup: Duncan, Bowen, Finley, Ginobili, and Parker. The Lakers, on the other hand, fielded their regular lineup, featuring Bynum, Odom, Lin Yuan, Crawford, and Smush Parker. Lin Yuan cast a glance at the Spurs bench. Indeed, Barry was absent. In the Central 5 live broadcast room, Yoga, Sukun, and Coach Zhang provided commentary for the game. Due to Coach Zhang's notably biased commentary towards Lin Yuan, he faced criticism from numerous fans. Central 5 eventually made adjustments to minimize his commentary during Lin Yuan's games. However, for reasons unknown, after the shadowy G2 match, Central 5 surprisingly assigned Coach Zhang once more. This was quite a curious maneuver. Remarkably, upon seeing that Coach Zhang was commentating, many fans abandoned other channels to tune in here. Some speculated in forums that this might be a chance for everyone to witness which was more outrageous, Coach Zhang's commentary or the referee's decisions. As the game was about to commence, Yoga asked Coach Zhang to highlight the key points of this match. The major focus of this game was the interior play. Why did the Spurs triumph in the previous match? It was due to Duncan's performance. The Lakers' interior defense failed to contain Duncan, while their perimeter play posed no threat to the Spurs, resulting in their defeat. Sukun inquired as to why the Lakers' perimeter could not threaten the Spurs. The answer was simple: they lacked the capability and execution. This is the essence of basketball. If you are weak, there is no justification. In a university dormitory, a student could not help but express his disdain. Does this old man pretend not to understand? Isn't the most significant concern Lin Yuan's foul troubles? However, his classmates leaned back in their chairs, seemingly reveling in the moment. Yes, this is the vibe. Coach Zhang's commentary is genuinely authentic. Yoga quietly observed Coach Zhang's performance before turning to Su Kun. What is your perspective, Teacher Su? Su Kun replied, I believe the key issue remains Lin Yuan's foul troubles. We noticed that Popovich seems to have elevated Manu to the starting position, which is a very clear signal. If Manu drives against Lin Yuan, and the referees lean slightly in one direction, Lin Yuan might find himself in the same predicament as last time. All right, Teacher Su. Why do you think Lin Yuan encounters such foul difficulties? To put it plainly, it's due to his inadequate defense. Coach Zhang interjected. Lin Yuan is a quintessential offensive powerhouse with weak defensive skills, and frankly, his offensive prowess isn't even that strong. Aside from shooting, he fails to impose any significant threat on defenders. Such technical players typically can only serve as crucial role players. He is far from meeting the MVP standards. But Magic's defense wasn't particularly strong either. Yet he was still considerably superior to Lin Yuan. Yoga cleared his throat. All right, the game has commenced. Let us discuss as we watch. The match began, with Bynum leaping for the ball as Smash Parker dribbled past half court, in accordance with Lin Yuan's directive. Smash Parker intuitively understood, delivering a long pass to the interior where Bynum awaited. Bynum rose powerfully, scoring over Duncan with a deft layup. This was the strategy Lin Yuan had discussed with the team in the locker room. Given the circumstances of the previous match, the Spurs would undoubtedly perceive Lin Yuan as the primary offensive executor, leading to a lax defensive posture elsewhere. Indeed, Duncan had been closely monitoring Lin Yuan's movements, only later realizing Bynum had the ball. Popovich's expression was far from pleasant. As a traditional coach, he could tolerate being outplayed but would not stand for a lack of focus. Parker initiated the offense, crossing half-court before passing to Ginobili, who then made his way towards Lin Yuan. Smush Parker preemptively switched on to Ginobili, leaving Lin Yuan to guard Bowen, known for his minimal offensive contributions. Ginobili adeptly maneuvered past Smush Parker, executing a serpentine move beneath the basket to score. In the central broadcast, Coach Zhang lauded Manu's footwork, declaring it true basketball artistry. Merely being able to shoot did not equate to mastery in offense. Sukun found this somewhat grating but refrained from disagreement, acknowledging that Lin Yuan indeed needed to expand his repertoire. Relying solely on shooting without driving to the basket revealed inherent technical shortcomings. In the ensuing 2 minutes, both teams exchanged plays, shots were taken, drives were made, and fast breaks executed. Everything appeared normal, save for one glaring issue. Lin Yuan had yet to score, having not attempted a single shot and barely touching the ball, leaving spectators puzzled as to his intentions. Sukun remarked with a smile that Lin Yuan was akin to the second shoe dropping, as the Spurs could hardly contain their anticipation of his eventual shot, inadvertently creating offensive opportunities for his teammates. This exemplified Lin's gravitational pull. However, such tactics could not persist indefinitely. Observing that the Lakers' other players were finding their rhythm, the Spurs adjusted their defensive stance. For minutes into the match, the Spurs led 17-12, a 5-point advantage. Lin Yuan felt compelled to take action. During the Lakers' offensive possession, he actively called for the ball. As he held the sphere near the center circle, all eyes were drawn to him. The atmosphere had been perfectly set. Any further delay in shooting would render the moment trivial. Thus, Lin Yuan gently propelled the ball with both hands, sending it soaring. This shot captivated everyone's attention. And in that instant, the Spurs' home crowd fell silent, each individual fixated on the trajectory of the ball. Whoosh! It swished through the net effortlessly. Lin Yuan's balance shifted from 31 to 28. This shot must be guaranteed to succeed. Even if Lin Yuan possesses great confidence in making the basket, he must rely on the system's data. This is a declaration, signaling to the Spurs, I have returned. Are you ready? After Lin Yuan made the shot, a palpable stir arose in the Spurs stands. Parker dribbled past half court, abruptly halted at the three-point line, and took a shot in response. The sound of the ball clanging off the rim resonated as Bynum secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took several dribbles forward and, while still in his own half, launched a three-point shot. Once again, it found the mark. The Lakers surged ahead. At this moment, not all the Spurs players had returned to their half, while the Lakers remained entirely in their own territory. Lin Yuan acted with an urgency that suggested he was pressed for time, as if only a fleeting second remained. The ball found its way into the basket, and the Lakers players promptly retraced their steps, poised for the Spurs' offensive maneuver. Coach Popovich rubbed his eyes, sensing that the situation was taking a turn for the worse. His apprehensions were confirmed as Bowen prepared to make his move. During the Spurs' offensive series, Lin Yuan maintained his distance, hovering near Bowen without engaging. However, as Parker feigned a breakthrough and advanced, he unexpectedly passed the ball to Bowen. Bowen, intuitively understanding the play, executed a grand arc before sending the ball soaring into Lin Yuan's arms. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Throughout the entire sequence, Lin Yuan remained utterly still. Lin Yuan felt a profound sense of tranquility. He had witnessed the skill of a grand circular maneuver in Durant's repertoire. Yet Durant's ability to draw fouls stemmed from his undeniable prowess as a scorer. How could a defensive player like Bowen, averaging a mere 5 points per game, successfully execute such a deceptive move? Is it truly possible for this to fool the officials? Lin Yuan committed a shooting foul, and Bowen executed 3 free throws. In the Central 5 live broadcast, Sukun offered his commentary. It was not that Bowen deceived the referee. Rather, the referee was willing to be deceived by Bowen. To put it more bluntly, the referee was merely awaiting a justification to call a foul on Lin Yuan. Through this action, the referee has already expressed a clear stance, indicating that Lin Yuan is likely to face similar treatment as in the previous game. The ability to withstand the referee's unjust calls will determine the outcome for the Lakers. To avoid being penalized, one must simply refrain from committing fouls. Suddenly, Coach Zhang uttered this unexpected remark. Both Hu Jia and Su Kun remained silent. The Chinese players felt discomfort at being so targeted by the referees. Bowen made 2 out of 3 free throws, allowing the Spurs to regain the lead at 19-18. The Lakers took their turn again, with Lin Yuan initiating an offensive play, bolstered by his previous shot. Bowen actively approached Lin Yuan, entangling him in defense. Crawford set a screen to block Bowen, but Jin Billy also advanced to encircle Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was acutely aware of the thoughts harbored by the Spurs players. Any physical contact between them provided the referee with ample grounds to call a foul. The space for maneuvering on the court was indeed limited, and just before being caught, Lin Yuan released the ball with an unconventional shooting posture, akin to throwing a javelin. Once again, it found its mark. Coach Popovich wore a furious expression, vociferously gesturing at the court. Consequently, in the next play, Bowen abandoned all pretense. As Ginobili drove towards the basket, he wrapped his arms around Lin Yuan, and they both tumbled to the floor. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and without a hint of surprise, Lin Yuan was called for a foul. The camera panned to Lin Yuan, who was radiantly smiling, not a sarcastic or resigned smile, but one reminiscent of witnessing absurd comedy. Phil Jackson shook his head in exasperation, contemplating substituting Lin Yuan, yet Lin Yuan firmly declined. He was determined to remain on the court. If you lack dignity, I shall restore it for you. Ultimately, it would come down to whether the league would uphold this dignity. As possession changed hands, Lin Yuan sidestepped to the edge of the court, standing directly in front of the camera. Let his teammates manage a 4 against 5. After all, he was at a disadvantage within the confines of the arena. Naturally, Duncan took advantage of the mismatch against Bynum, effortlessly scoring with his physical prowess and skill. When the Lakers inbounced the ball, Lin Yuan called for all his teammates to refrain from crossing half-court. Once he received the ball, he dribbled towards the vicinity of the center circle and swiftly released a shot. Without a glance back, he turned and returned. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Swish. The Spurs' home court fell silent. As the Spurs pressed forward, Lin Yuan continued to remain on the sidelines, observing the unfolding situation. With Bowen on the court, the Lakers completely ignored him, focusing their defense on others. If Bowen happened to score, it would merely be a stroke of luck. This time, Parker's aggressive drive against Odom failed to convert, and after securing the rebound, Odom held his ground. Only when the Spurs players returned to their half did Lin Yuan leisurely re-enter the game. Upon receiving the ball, he dribbled to the center circle and unleashed another shot. Once again, it found its mark. Lin Yuan turned and departed, leaving the Spurs players speechless. Striking 5 consecutive three-pointers, each of remarkable difficulty, was truly beyond comprehension. Is shooting really this effortless? During the Spurs' offensive possession, as Parker dribbled past half-court, he seemed lost in thought before suddenly attempting a shot himself. The result was a complete air ball, with the ball landing in Bynum's hands. At that moment, countless dormitories across China echoed with a well-known idiom, "Dogsure imitating she sure." As for why Dogsure experienced frequent urination, that remains a blind spot in Parker's knowledge. The ball returned to Lin Yuan, only for Bowen to rush in to obstruct him. It would be a grave underestimation of his teammates if he allowed Bowen to act with impunity in their half of the court. Bynum positioned himself between the two, and with a burst of speed, Lin Yuan reached the center circle. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan maintained a calm demeanor as he launched another three-pointer, once again finding the net. The Lakers led the Spurs 30-21. In a fit of frustration, Popovich called a timeout, hoping to disrupt Lin Yuan's rhythm. Naturally, he did not place all his hopes on this alone. He also made adjustments to the lineup, substituting the offensive black hole Bowen for forward Oberto. Upon returning from the timeout, the Spurs shifted their focus away from Lin Yuan and began to exploit Duncan's prowess. It must be acknowledged that Duncan remains formidable, single-handedly overpowering both Bynum and Odom. The outcome was either a successful shot from Duncan or, should he be double-teamed, an open opportunity for the weak side, allowing Parker and Ginobili to score with ease. However, such scoring did not remedy the underlying issues. Lin Yuan continues to make three-point shots consecutively. After adjustments made by Popovich, the Spurs scored 10 points from 5 out of 6 attempts. Lin Yuan achieved an extraordinary feat, sinking all 6 of his three-point attempts to amass 18 points, thereby extending the Lakers' lead to 48-31. Remarkably, Lin Yuan himself accumulated a total of 36 points, shattering the single-quarter scoring record in the NBA playoffs. The match between the Lakers and the Spurs was broadcast live across the nation, and Lin Yuan's performance resonated with audiences far and wide. In this moment, both aficionados and casual observers alike fell into a profound silence, awestruck by the question, how could Lin Yuan's shooting prowess be so exceptional? At Davidson College, a youthful player with a cherubic visage reaffirmed the notion that a well-placed shot can be utterly devastating. Meanwhile, many began to sense that the records Lin Yuan was on the verge of breaking this evening could extend beyond mere single-quarter scoring. As the second quarter commenced, Phil Jackson opted to field other key players, allowing Lin Yuan to rest on the bench, not due to fatigue, as his exertion in the first half was minimal, primarily limited to shooting. The distance covered on the court was minimal, and there was virtually no physical confrontation, leaving him in impeccable condition. Nevertheless, Phil Jackson had his own strategic considerations, recognizing that his teammates needed to find their rhythm during the game to rise to the occasion when it mattered most. Lin Yuan wholeheartedly agreed with the Zen Master's approach. As a cohesive unit, it is impossible for all members to merely serve as a backdrop for one individual. His shooting style not only rendered the opponent somewhat bewildered, but also left his teammates in a state of uncertainty. During their time on the court, his teammates performed admirably. Perhaps Lin Yuan's targeted scrutiny ignited their competitive spirit, compelling each of them to exert themselves fervently. Every possession was fiercely contested, embodying an attitude that insisted even against a formidable opponent like Duncan, they would make him sweat. This relentless effort resulted in each possession being vigorously fought for. With the scoring outcome aside, the number of possessions had undeniably decreased. As the second quarter approached its midpoint, the Spurs had only managed to trim the deficit to 9 points. The current score stood at Lakers 60, Spurs 52. During a deadball situation, Phil Jackson opted to substitute the starters, allowing Lin Yuan to take the court alongside Vujasic, Jordan Farmar, Fry, and Turiaf. Though these players were part of the Lakers' second string, they complemented Lin Yuan's presence perfectly. Upon Lin Yuan's entry, the Spurs' home crowd instinctively straightened in their seats, creating a synchronized tableau reminiscent of a rehearsed performance. Popovich, too, felt a tightening in his chest, his heart racing considerably. At that moment, he realized the immense psychological pressure Lin Yuan had begun to exert upon him. No. Who am I? What have I not witnessed? Yet, admittedly, this scenario was indeed unprecedented for him. Popovich anxiously observed Lin Yuan, eager to see how he would handle his first shot. Lin Yuan, showing no hesitation, received the ball and took a shot immediately. With a swift motion, he scored. This marked his 39th point, restoring the Lakers' lead to more than 10 points. Popovich began to sweat profusely. The Spurs continued their offense, but Bowen was absent from the court. However, in Lin Yuan's eyes, every player on the Spurs had become an adversary. He remained distant, observing as his teammate struggled in a 4-on-5 situation. Finley utilized a screen from his teammate to create an open shot and effortlessly sank a mid-range jumper. After scoring, he provocatively cast a glance toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was utterly unfazed. Upon receiving a baseline pass from his teammate, he effortlessly sank another three-pointer. On the Spurs bench, Duncan's drink tumbled to the floor. Parker wore a bitter expression, unsure of what thoughts to entertain. The Spurs continued their offensive maneuvers. Guard Jacques Vaughn orchestrated the play, with Finley, Ginobili, and Horry executing various movements and strategies. After a series of highly effective tactics, Oberto scored with a layup beneath the basket. Turning around, Lin Yuan caught the baseline ball in his hands. The Lakers players remained stationary, showing no inclination to advance into the opposing half. Meanwhile, the Spurs players found themselves in a quandary, uncertain whether to retreat on defense. Lin Yuan chuckled and remarked to the Spurs players, "You are fortunate to encounter me on the court. At least you can conserve your energy, can't you?" With that, he swiftly released another three-pointer, which gracefully swished through the net. A palpable confusion and despondency washed over the faces of the Spurs players as they exchanged glances with one another. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? How should this game be played? The referee held the ball aloft, signaling for someone from the Spurs to step forward for the sideline inbound. Horry and Vaughn approached the baseline, their spirits dampened, ready to continue their offensive play. The ensuing possession was a mere repetition of complexities. Every move the Spurs made was intricately choreographed. A series of off-ball movements and player collaborations culminated in merely sinking a single basket. Yet, even with only 4 Lakers defending, achieving a perfect shooting percentage proved elusive for the Spurs. While they managed an impressive 80 from two-point range, hitting even half of their three-pointers was a commendable feat. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan relentlessly sank 4 consecutive three-pointers, elevating his personal score to 57 points, as the Lakers extended their lead to 18 points. The ATT Center was enveloped in an eerie silence. Spurs fans sat in muted disbelief, while their players wore inscrutable expressions as they mechanically observed Lin Yuan shoot and retrieve the ball. In stark contrast, the Lakers players beamed with smiles, reveling in Lin Yuan's display of talent, a mixture of awe and admiration filling the air. Who else could exhibit such an extraordinary individual performance? The most exhilarated of all was Odom. At this rate, it wouldn't be far-fetched for Lin Yuan to reach 80 points once more. If that were to occur, my name, Odom, would be etched in the annals of basketball history. Who else could achieve this? Against the Raptors, I and Kobe scored 80 points. Against the Mavericks, Lin Yuan and I scored 80 points. Against the Spurs, Lin Yuan and I scored 80 points. Can anyone else claim such feats? Kobe is impressive. But have you ever scored 80 points alongside Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan is formidable. Have you and Kobe combined for 80 points? The only other player capable of such a feat is me, Odom. As Odom was lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by a thunderous cheer from the home crowd. What has happened? Soon, a teammate informed him that Lin Yuan had finally missed a shot. The Spurs fans, who had been restrained for several minutes, erupted in jubilation. However, in the next possession, Lin Yuan silenced the crowd once more with another three-pointer. At that moment, the largest television network in the United States, NBC, was airing a documentary on the Simpson murder case. Suddenly, the director received an urgent directive from the board. Forget that Simpson case. Switch to broadcasting the NBA playoffs. What game? The Lakers against the Spurs. Lin Yuan versus the Spurs. In New York, Knicks owner Dolan received news of Lin Yuan's incredible performance. He turned on the television, where the live feed displayed Lin Yuan's statistics: 20 out of 21 shots. 60 points? The first half wasn't even over. Dolan was taken aback, realizing that trading Lin Yuan away might be the gravest mistake of his life. Similarly, Adam Silver was also informed. Or rather, he had been closely monitoring the game. Lin Yuan's performance in the first quarter had raised his concerns, but he thought it might only be a one-time explosion. To his astonishment, Lin Yuan continued to shine in the second quarter, reaching 60 points before halftime. Realizing the implications of this, Silver felt the situation had become exceedingly complicated. In the Lakers management office, Kupchak watched Lin Yuan's display on television, wiping the sweat from his brow. That was close. Fortunately, they had traded for Lin Yuan instead of dealing with the Bulls. Just then, the phone rang. On the other end was Silver, and Kupchak was puzzled about why he was being contacted. After exchanging pleasantries, Silver praised Lin Yuan's outstanding performance, congratulating Kupchak on making the right choice in acquiring him. Kupchak offered a few agreeable comments, knowing that Silver had a more pressing matter to discuss. After some flattery, Silver finally revealed his intention. Lin Yuan's phenomenal performance in this game could very well set records, becoming a classic match that might ignite a global basketball fervor. Lin Yuan could be the next Jordan. Kupchak replied. So? Silver continued. It seems Lin Yuan shouldn't remain on the sidelines for long, as it would be challenging for the league to create promotional videos without captivating material. Kupchak began to understand, teasingly remarking, Lin Yuan wasn't always on the sidelines. What if he were to be ejected again like last game? Silver replied earnestly, rest assured, that won't happen. We have a very professional referee team. Kupchak's heart leaped with enlightenment, and in an instant, he comprehended the entire situation. It seemed that the decision to have the referees target Lin Yuan was orchestrated solely by Xiaohua. However, he could never have anticipated that Lin Yuan would deliver such an explosive performance. This was no ordinary display of brilliance. Typical excellence might entail a 5-on-8 victory, which would earn a nod of respect from the referees but not their capitulation. Yet, Lin Yuan's performance in this match was on the cusp of being historic. It could easily be transformed into a documentary, interspersed with interviews from a multitude of players and coaches. It would indeed be peculiar if a significant number of clips featured Lin Yuan standing alone on the sidelines. One could imagine that if such a scenario were to unfold, inquiries would inevitably arise, leading to revelations about Lin Yuan's 2 fouls in the first quarter, possibly even tracing back to the unjust calls from the previous game. Should this transpire, the situation would not merely be a matter of exposure, but rather a full disclosure of the underlying issues. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that whether this issue would be revealed was not in Xiaohua's hands. As long as Lin Yuan continued to score, it would undoubtedly attract widespread attention. The only viable solution would be to allow Lin Yuan to perform admirably in the second half, thereby enabling the league to compile sufficient footage to gloss over the events of the first half. This was the true intent behind Xiaohua's communication with Kupchak. Being a seasoned administrator, would not act impulsively but would strive to leverage the situation to secure maximum benefits for the team. The arrangements for the draft lottery at the end of the season were progressing smoothly, weren't they? Xiaohua furrowed his brow, realizing that Kupchak was setting conditions. Despite being a high-ranking official in the league, the benefits he could privately extend to the Lakers were rather limited. The draft picks were the most manageable aspect. However, given the Lakers' strong likelihood of reaching the finals this season, securing a high draft position seemed implausible. The Lakers' slot would hardly be significant. No matter. We still possess the draft pick acquired from the Knicks. The Knicks, after all, are unlikely to secure a high position. I wasn't entirely clear. We have the Wizards' draft pick gifted by the Knicks. If Xiaohua pondered for a moment, he would realize that the Wizards also reached the playoffs this season. Although they were eliminated in the first round, aspirations for a top draft pick should be tempered. The Wizards still have a reasonable chance of landing a top selection. Though I'm not insinuating anything, merely suggesting that you might be fortunate enough to secure a top 5 pick. Is that so? Then I shall take your words as a good omen, Kupchak replied with a smile. If next year also brings a favorable draft position, it would be most splendid. Next year? I meant no offense, I was merely engaging in idle chatter. If, mind you, I said if both this year and next yield commendable draft positions. I surmise Lin Yuan would be quite pleased. Xiaohua was filled with regret. He had instructed the referees to target Lin Yuan, and now he found himself being extorted by Kupchak. Aware of Xiaohua's discontent, Kupchak offered a few kind words. What does the league rely on to expand its influence? It draws upon the historic rivalry between the Lakers and Celtics, the dominance of Jordan's Bulls, and the prowess of the Shaq-Kobe duo. It certainly does not hinge upon teams like Charlotte, Milwaukee, or San Antonio. The Lakers maintain their competitiveness, and the emergence of another formidable team in the East would rekindle the legendary rivalry between the Lakers and Celtics. What a splendid scenario that would be. This sentiment resonated with Xiaohua, who had intended to orchestrate a Lakers versus Knicks matchup this season, though his efforts had not borne fruit. Kupchak's words struck a chord within him. I understand your perspective, and I shall pray that both of you draw favorable positions in the upcoming seasons. Likewise, I believe the divine wishes to witness Lin Yuan deliver an extraordinary performance. Kupchak felt elated, affirming their agreement. After ending the call, he contemplated for a moment before dialing Phil Jackson. During halftime, Phil Jackson relayed the manager's intentions to Lin Yuan in a corner of the locker room. I believe this trade is worthwhile. Haven't you always aspired to cultivate exceptional talent? It is indeed beneficial for the team, but what about the anger simmering within me? If I simply let this slide, do you comprehend how many readers I would lose? What are you implying? Setting aside the previous game, I was penalized twice in this match. Shouldn't I be compensated for that? How do you propose to rectify it? I have my own arrangements. Inform the individual who can influence the referees that since I was penalized twice, I should be allowed to vent my frustrations twice as well. We can consider the matter settled. The Zen master was not particularly fond of this response, yet he recognized that Lin Yuan held the upper hand in this situation, and management had no authority to compel him, unless they opted to bench him entirely. However, such an action would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of Lakers fans. Moments later, the second half commenced. Lin Yuan pondered whether the matter had been resolved. As the second half began, he observed Bowen stepping onto the court and chose to enter the game as well. With the Spurs in possession, Parker orchestrated the offensive play while Bowen maneuvered under Parker's guidance, assisting his teammates with screens. Lin Yuan seized the opportune moment, advancing to embrace Bowen's waist, and with a swift motion, he hurled him to the ground. Beep. The whistle sounded. Everyone, both on and off the field, was left in stunned silence. Lin Yuan, what on earth are you doing? Instead of remaining on the sidelines, you chose to commit a foul? Popovich nearly burst into laughter. This is entirely your doing, isn't it? Such a blatant infraction. If the referee does not call you, then who will? Yet, the referee gestures towards the scorer's table. A foul for a screen by Bowen. Popovich is left utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? His face flushes with indignation as he approaches the referee to argue. The referee casts a cool glance at him, asking if he still has the audacity to debate. Are you not aware of how much you have benefited from this situation? You never mention it when you gain an advantage, yet you leap to protest when you suffer even the slightest setback. You remain silent when you trip others. But when it happens to you, it feels as though the entire world owes you something. Such petty behavior is truly irksome. Popovich's fury proves futile as the possession shifts, and Lin Yuan orchestrates the offense. Observing Lin Yuan's unexpected decision to dribble and set up the play instead of shooting a three-pointer from his own half, Bowen becomes invigorated. Earlier, when Lin Yuan had knocked him down, he had thought he could draw a foul. To his astonishment, he is the one who is penalized, igniting a desire to reclaim his pride. Bowen clings tightly to Lin Yuan, his body pressed against him, engaging in various subtle maneuvers. Lin Yuan endeavored to hasten his escape from Bowen, while Hori approached to encircle him. The combination of Hori and Bowen formed a quintessential duo for the Spurs. Lin Yuan noticed that Bowen was closely following him from behind, so he skillfully dribbled the ball and made a powerful drive towards Hori. Hori, exerting his strength, pushed back forcefully. Lin Yuan was struck with great force, causing the basketball to slip from his grasp and his body to rebound violently. By a twist of fate, his right elbow, propelled by the rebound, landed squarely against Bowen's jaw. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Lin Yuan heard a sound from Bowen's mouth, reminiscent of teeth clashing. Subsequently, Lin Yuan and Bowen collapsed to the ground. Their teammates rushed forward to assist them in rising. As Bowen stood, he spat out a mouthful of blood, astonishingly mixed with several teeth. With a sudden and forceful elbow, Lin Yuan knocked out 3 of Bowen's teeth. Upon witnessing Bowen's misfortune, the Spurs players rushed to confront Lin Yuan. However, the Lakers' teammates, undeterred by Garnett's absence, surged forward and engaged in a shoving match with the Spurs players. The referee's whistle pierced the air, intervening to separate the two sides. A flagrant foul. This constitutes a level 2 flagrant foul, warranting his ejection from the game. Inside, Popovich was elated, though his expression portrayed immense anguish. The referee, unresponsive to Popovich's pleas, indicated the need to review the video at the technical table. After thorough examination, the officials determined that it was Hori who had pushed Lin Yuan during his offensive maneuver, causing Lin Yuan to inadvertently collide with Bowen. Thus, the foul was attributed not to Lin Yuan, but to Hori. Stunned, Popovich erupted in anger, hurling expletives at the referee. The referee, unyielding, issued a technical foul against him. The Lakers proceeded to execute the free throw. Phil Jackson approached to assess Lin Yuan's condition, quietly inquiring, feeling vindicated? Somewhat. I suppose this evens the score for the match. Lin Yuan replied. Phil Jackson nodded, exchanging a knowing glance with the head referee. Everything was understood without a word spoken. Lin Yuan executed a free throw while Bowen exited for treatment, allowing the match to continue. Following this incident, Lin Yuan's frustrations diminished significantly. The ensuing gameplay resumed its natural rhythm. The Spurs, seemingly galvanized by Bowen's elbow strike, played with remarkable intensity. Ginobili was particularly impressive, showcasing his skills effortlessly. However, such efforts proved futile. Without the assistance of the referees, the Spurs were unable to triumph over the Lakers. In the third quarter, Lin Yuan refrained from utilizing the system data, instead opting for a balanced approach of penetrating the defense and shooting from the perimeter, occasionally delivering an exceptional pass. Lin Yuan reduced his personal scoring, yet his teammates remained equally spirited, consistently matching the Spurs in their scoring during the quarter. In this segment of the game, Lin Yuan accumulated 11 points, bringing his total to 71 points. With 3 quarters completed, the Lakers maintained a 13-point lead over the Spurs, holding a significant advantage. During the intermission, Odom appeared exuberantly cheerful. Lin Yuan smiled and inquired, "What brings you such joy?" "I have scored 10 points in this match," came the reply. "And then what?" "In the fourth quarter, you shall exert yourself, and I shall do the same. Together, we shall amass a total of 100 points. Lin Yuan, in the fourth quarter of the match, the Spurs did not concede defeat. A 13-point deficit is not insurmountable. Lin Yuan continued to grace the court, scoring at his own rhythm. Both the media and the audience were tallying his points, eagerly anticipating whether he could surpass his own record. Previously, his 80 points were achieved during the regular season, but this time, should he succeed, it would be during the playoffs, and on a grand stage like the Western Conference Finals against the formidable Spurs, which would imbue the accomplishment with an entirely different significance. Many spectators watched in awe as Lin Yuan effortlessly sunk one basket after another, unable to suppress their thoughts. Is this truly something a human being can achieve? Could Jordan have done this? Upon entertaining such thoughts, numerous individuals startled themselves. After all, who was Jordan but a legend who had led a team of CBA players to 6 championships? He was the supreme deity of the basketball realm. In contrast, Lin Yuan was merely a fourth-year player. Could he truly be compared to Jordan? While this question remained unanswered, people began to realize they might be witnessing the emergence of a new legend. As the fourth quarter progressed, the Spurs found themselves with no opportunities. While Lin Yuan maintained his efficient scoring prowess, his total points soared to 82, and with just one more basket, a new record would be born. Besides Lin Yuan, Odom also contributed 17 points, and the envisioned feat of collectively scoring 100 points was within reach. During the Lakers' offensive possession, all eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan, eager to see how he would navigate this pivotal moment. As this chapter continues, please turn to the next page to delve into the ensuing excitement. Major television networks were urgently preparing edited clips to showcase Lin Yuan's record-breaking moment. In the arena, every cameraman sat upright, determined to capture every angle of Lin Yuan's final shot. Naturally, they also aimed to document the subsequent celebration. The Spurs were undoubtedly reluctant to serve as mere backdrop. They too were actively defending. Objectively speaking, devoid of any unsportsmanlike tactics, the Spurs remained a premier defensive team. Lin Yuan, unwilling to tease the audience any longer, swiftly advanced beyond the three-point line and executed a simple lateral movement. He took a shot from within the arc, skillfully using the backboard to secure the basket. The score now stands at 84 points. Lin Yuan has shattered his personal scoring record in a single game. Moreover, he has achieved the highest individual score in the playoffs. A record has been broken. Should there not be a celebration? What gesture should he adopt? Perhaps this is the very pose that will commemorate him in a future statue. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard a thunderous roar. Odom stood in the center of the court, raising his fists high and mimicking a pose of triumphant exultation. For a brief moment, even the cameras faltered, capturing several shots of Odom. The audience watching the live broadcast, the fans at the ATT arena, and players from both teams all gazed silently at Odom. In Times Square, New York, a large screen broadcasted the live footage of the game. A young girl pointed at the screen, inquiring, "Is he the one who broke the scoring record?" In a luxurious mansion in Los Angeles, the second Kardashian sister watched Odom on her television screen, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. This man possesses a remarkable comedic talent. Lin Yuan looked at Odom with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. While others were oblivious to Odom's excitement, he understood all too well. With that basket, Odom would achieve the remarkable feat of scoring a total of 100 points. Lin Yuan is a person of great social grace. Noticing Odom's exuberance, he took the initiative to step forward and embraced him in celebration. At that moment, the spectators, who had been momentarily stunned by Odom's overwhelming presence, finally reacted, joining Lin Yuan in the jubilation. This pivotal moment seemed to extinguish the spirit of the Spurs, prompting Popovich to substitute his starters, signaling an end to their struggle in the match. Consequently, the Lakers triumphed decisively in Game 3 against the Spurs. Lin Yuan scored an astonishing 84 points in the game, setting a new record for the league. Some even speculate that given the ease with which he amassed his points, reaching 100 in a single match would not pose a challenge. As for why he did not achieve the century mark, perhaps it was a strategic choice to break the record incrementally. Each new record could garner him considerable acclaim and sustain media attention, potentially benefiting his commercial prospects. Regardless of the conspiracy theories surrounding this matter, the record has indeed been shattered, and the team emerged victorious. Losing one game might be fortuitous for G2, allowing them to advance in front of their home crowd and providing the Lakers an opportunity to sell an additional set of tickets. Since Game 4 was still being held at the Spurs' home ground, the team opted not to return to Los Angeles and instead rested in San Antonio for a day. Taylor flew over to join Lin Yuan, and their bond grew ever closer. During lunch, Taylor abruptly remarked, "I've been studying Chinese culture lately, and I have a joke to share with you. You can tell Chinese jokes too? Have you been reading the readers of Lin?" Lin Yuan replied. Taylor then proceeded to recount a rather crude joke, his gaze fixated intently on Lin Yuan as he finished. Upon hearing only half of the conversation, Lin Yuan discerned Tyler's intention. "You were born in December 1989? Yes, and what of it? You are not yet 18. What of it? Your body has not fully developed. For the sake of your well-being, perhaps it is best to wait." Tyler bit his lower lip, Then promise me this, on my 18th birthday. Grant me a gift that I shall cherish for a lifetime. With such a plea from a fair maiden, how could one possibly refuse? Lin Yuan skillfully poured various intoxicating potions into Taylor, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Despite their long-standing acquaintance, Lin Yuan had never made any overt gestures, leaving Taylor in a state of uncertainty. She found herself pondering whether Lin Yuan had a preference for Eastern beauties or if he merely disdained her physique. However, now that she had received a clear promise, her heart was reassured. The aftermath of the competition continued to reverberate. Lin Yuan's performance this season has garnered him a multitude of admirers, who tirelessly extol his greatness far and wide. While a mention here and there may elicit smiles from others, the incessant praise has begun to irk fans of other athletes. Consequently, this has sparked considerable debate regarding Lin Yuan's true caliber as a player. At this juncture, discussions surrounding the identity of the league's foremost player typically revolve around the likes of Kobe, Shaquille O'Neal, and Tim Duncan. Fans of Lin Yuan forcibly included him in the conversation, even proclaiming that he has already surpassed Jordan. This proclamation incited dissatisfaction among many, prompting seasoned basketball aficionados to voice their opinions. Do you, who began watching basketball only in the early 2000s, truly comprehend the greatness of Shaquille O'Neal? Should Lin Yuan first secure a dynasty before challenging Jordan? As an old fan from the 1980s, I have never witnessed Kobe play. For me, Jordan epitomizes my Kobe. Lin Yuan should first achieve a score of 10,000 before claiming scoring prowess that surpasses Kobe. Is a three-peat among three teams truly worthy of being called a dynasty? The Surini dynasty, perhaps? What I find most irksome are those who, after merely watching a few games, presume to offer their insights on the sport. Do you comprehend the evolution of basketball tactics? Are you aware of the legendary teams that have graced the court? Lin Yuan is indeed remarkable, and if you disagree, you can still achieve a score of 84. The forum is ablaze with chatter, overshadowing even the G3 match between the Heat and the Cavaliers. During the G3 encounter, the Cavaliers have yet to address the Heat's multifaceted offensive strategy. While LeBron James can deliver an outstanding performance, he finds himself challenged by the peak-end Shaquille O'Neal, the prime-age Peja and Castle, along with defensive stalwarts Walker and Posey. Moreover, Dwayne Wade's individual brilliance is hardly inferior to that of James, resulting in a considerable loss for the Cavaliers. With the series leading 3-0, they are perilously close to stepping into the finals. At this juncture, Riley has altered his stance, acknowledging James as an exceptional player, but lamenting the absence of a commendable team. He suggests that if James were to channel his talent into another team, he would have already secured a championship. Riley's intentions are evident, prompting Cavaliers owner Gilbert to swiftly rebuke him, asserting that the team is continuously working to strengthen their roster for James. He emphasizes that James will not depart from the Cavaliers, insisting that he will indeed achieve a championship with them. James stands as the core asset of the Cavaliers, and losing him is simply not an option. Time swiftly advances to the fourth game between the Lakers and the Spurs. Phil Jackson has not made any special preparations. The Lakers are currently in the advantageous position, necessitating a change from Popovich. Before the game commences, Lin Yuan is taken aback by Barry's presence at the arena. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Barry approaches him, extends a handshake, and departs with a smile, an act that ignites speculation among many. Could Lin Yuan's claims hold truth? Did Parker actually take action? Even Duncan, perhaps? On the Spurs bench, Popovich is notably displeased with Barry's gesture, believing he should not have engaged with Lin Yuan. Barry clarifies that he was not present during the previous game and is merely congratulating Lin Yuan for breaking a scoring record. As a basketball player, he feels it is essential to exhibit such grace. Left with no recourse, Popovich relents. The game begins, and Bynum triumphs in the jump ball against Duncan. Lin Yuan orchestrated the initial offense with his dribbling prowess. He remained steadfast in his basketball philosophy, striving to help his teammates find their rhythm during the first quarter. In response, the Spurs starting lineup saw Ginobili replace Bowen, proactively stepping up to restrict Lin's movement. As Lin Yuan keenly observed the dynamics of the court, he skillfully dribbled the ball while maneuvering. Suddenly, he felt a void beneath his hand, and the basketball slipped away. The Argentine player deftly snatched it from his grasp.